So it's an offensive foul. No. Who's the foul on? We're going to review it. It might be on Draymond for an offensive foul, and Nurkic is face down on the floor. They got tangled up, and Draymond might have popped him one in the chops. The coaching staff coming down. The security guys are coming down, and they're going to review this. This call and review.
Oh, baby, Tim Roy. It wasn't a slap to the chops. It was one to the face. And now, whether or not it was intentional, you got to be better than that, Draymond Green, as you mentioned after the game that he was trying to sell a foul. We don't need that in that point in time. You need to win a basketball game. We need you on the floor, Day-Day. And for the third time this season, he's been ejected. In 11 of the 23 games, Draymond Green has either been suspended, out due to injury, out due to a personal reason, or ejected from a basketball game. That's not good. And right now, the Golden State Warriors aren't very good after their 6-2 start. They're now 4-11 since that 6-2 start. We've got a Wiggins issue. We've got a Klay issue. We've got a team issue. We have an issue that this team just isn't good, Spinoni. Just isn't good right now.
It's a lot of issues right now. It's still early, but what's the expression you like to use? Yogi Berra's getting late early?
It gets late early out there.
There you go. 10-13 now, 5-7 on the road. And it's just every time it looks like they're turning a corner. Oh, the young guys are looking good. Oh, Pajemski. Oh, we got something here. Oh, Moody. Kaminga's he's soaring, Bonte's looking great. And then you got to go and do that.
You got to go do that. At that point in a basketball game.
It's just every single time you think you're turning a corner with Draymond Green and this team, it just reverts back to the same old, the status quo, if you will. And it's frustrating as a fan because you've made your bed with Draymond Green and you've won titles. We get it all. But it's just, this is what we've come to expect. And when push comes to shove, I just want to ask Warriors fans that continue to defend the antics, the fouling, the lack of, responsibility. This is supposed to be one of your leaders on the team. When you have a team full of young guys, and this is the guy that goes out there and does this stuff, like I just, when does enough become enough for you?
Well,
because it's tough to watch night in, night out. They're 3 games under 500, and they're 23 games in the season. Like, come on, urgency needs to be there for him, and it's not.
Well, it's not. But 4 straight games on the road in which the Warriors have had a double-digit lead. They've held a double-digit lead, 24 points in Sacramento, 22 against the LA Clippers. They had a 14-point lead against OKC Friday night. We didn't get into that game where they turned the ball over 29 times, which, the Thunder scored 35 points off those 29 turnovers. Could have been 50, but you lose that game, you blow it. And then last night, you're rolling, and, you start to give up the lead into the second quarter. You get in the third quarter, and you go with a different lineup change, which I think a lot of people were yelling for. You get Andrew Wiggins and Looney coming off the bench in the second half. Kerr goes to Kuminga and Pajemski, which I think is a sign of things to come. Steve Kerr now sticking to his word. Hey, I'm going to play the hot hands. And you know what? The hot hand wasn't Klay Thompson. And you know where he was at the end of the game? He was on the bench, which is very, very appropriate. But for some reason, Draymond Green steals the headlines. As we say good morning to everybody out there, get off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If we're getting ready for work, what is happening? Beauty drivers, BART conductors, everybody, you know who you are. Good morning to everybody out there. We're going to break a little early this segment because Nick Bosa, the reigning defensive player of the year, Spinoni, is joining us in 20 minutes. Nick Bosa is going to be up at 6:30, so you don't want to miss that. Nick Bosa will join us at 6:30. But obviously, the Draymond Green story, it takes precedent. We got some sound with Draymond Green about the situation.
It's just
can't
wait to hear the excuses.
It's just we don't want to hear it anymore. You just don't want to hear it. I mean, he said in this presser that he was trying to sell a foul. Well, why are you trying to sell a foul in that situation? Why?
It was so obvious too. And when you came in, I was like, this reminded me of when Ron Artest didn't know. This was his excuse at the time. Ron Artest, I think it was Meta World Peace, against James Harden, the OKC Thunder, when he elbowed him in the head after he was coming back up the court. He's like, I didn't know he was there. Oh, you didn't know Nurkic's face was right there when you're trying to twist around it and you're just trying to draw a foul? Like, come on, no one's buying that. Did you see the bench reaction when he did this, Bonte?
Oh, yes.
With all the young guys, the Shards.
Right, everybody's just
Trace
blown
Jackson
away.
just did a half-hearted, come on, dude.
We're blown away.
That's a rookie doing that.
We're blown away.
Your own rookie is saying, what the hell are you doing? Like, come on, man.
Big John, you got the Nurkic sound back there? If you got the Nurkic sound, listen to Jusuf Nurkic on Draymond Green in that situation.
What's going on with him, I don't know. Personally, I feel like that brother needed help. I'm glad he not try to choke me, but at the same time, it had nothing to do with basketball, man. Like, I'm just out there trying to play basketball, you know, they're swinging. I think we saw that often, but hope he, you know, whatever he got in his life, he get better.
I mean,
that brother needed help.
He needs help. He needs help. But I don't know if he can get that help. I don't know if help is going to work. I just don't know what you do at this point.
I'm done with helping him.
We've tried all the help.
Tough love at this point.
It's been 12 years now. It's been 12 years, and the track record is getting longer and longer and longer and longer. And Draymond said, I sell calls with my arm, so I was selling the call, and I swung and I unfortunately hit him. Well, that was a pop. It was just like as soon as you saw it, you go, well, that's Draymond Green.
I swung and I unfortunately hit him. That's like me lying to my mom as a kid when I'm fighting with my little brother.
Look at Trace Jackson Davis.
Oh my God! Look at
he's looking up just like, come on, man.
Sarge
Sarge
right there. Wiggins just looking in a daze.
But you know the biggest problem, Spinoni, that's happening here? When you have a situation like this, I talked to a lot of Warrior fans yesterday when I was out, and a lot of Warrior fans are saying it's just tough to watch these guys right now. They've gone from lovable and likable to, boy, get this team off my screen because of some of the antics, because of some of the play. But when Draymond Green's leading the way like this and he's your so-called leader, that cannot happen over and over and over again. How many more times this year are we going to talk about this? And he's got 3 more years left on the deal after it.
I know. I wonder if Vegas has any over-unders on the amount of ejections he'll have the rest of the season, because I'd probably take the over at this point if you said it at like 2.5, 3.5. Stephen Curry, by the way, he's starting to feel it too, because the load's starting to go on Steph, and
he's frustrated.
And he's frustrated. He's getting older too. I know he's playing the best basketball of his career, but that's not a recipe for success.
No.
Having to have him have amazing games night in, night out. And it was refreshing to see yesterday the young guys, taking that on and trying to win that game. Hell, it shouldn't have been a game late.
No,
the Suns tried to give it away, but credit to Podziemski, credit to Chris Paul, Moses Moody, Kuminga. They were trying their hardest, and it was all for naught because of their veteran Draymond Green.
So the Warriors are just the second team ever to lose 4 straight road games with the combined margin of defeat in those games being 7 total points or fewer. The other to do this was the Syracuse Nationals back in 1959.
I remember
That's a crazy stat for you, Spinoni. I know you do remember that. 4 straight games they've lost on the road in which they've blown a double-digit lead. Now you look at the bench, and the bench was spent. You mentioned that, Podziemski, 16 points yesterday. 20 points yesterday. Sarge 15, Kuminga 16, Moody with 12, Chris Paul 15. But we got to keep it moving. We'll pick this up on the other side. Plus get to Nick Bosa and your phone calls. 888-957-9570. What the heck is going on with the Warriors and Nick Bosa? Nick Bosa, your reigning Defensive Player of the Year. Joining the roast at 6:30. That'll be in 15 minutes, and that'll be brought to you by Save Martin, Lucky, California.
To throw the ultimate holiday dinner party.
Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, welcome back to the roast. Welcome back here on a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. We got Nick Bosa coming up in 10 minutes. Nick Bosa, what question would you like us to ask Nick Bosa? Well, we'll take a question from YouTube, Twitch, or the Comcast Business Text line. What question would you ask Nick Bosa? Make sure they're appropriate and PG. No rated R questions, folks.
Well, Bonte and I were talking off air, and he was asking, he's like, well, yeah, what do we need to get out of Nick Bosa today? Obviously, the DPOY stuff, playing with Chase Young, his former teammate, all that sort of stuff. It's Steve Wilkes. But more importantly, the missus, Jade Spadoni, was like, can you ask him about his Skims line? Being with the Kardashians and stuff like that. I was like, yeah, I don't know how I'm going to broach that one. We'll come to that bridge when we cross it, though.
Nah, we can get into that.
Holiday gifts?
Skims?
You rocking the Skims, Bonte?
How comfortable are they?
We'll see.
Oh, I don't know how do we ask a guy how comfortable. That might get a little awkward. I don't know how we navigate through that. Maybe we'll make Big John the sacrificial lamb.
There you go.
Because I do like a good, comfortable pair of boxers.
There you go. All right. I'm not mad at that.
I'm not mad at that. Skims legit.
888-957-9570.
Skims. How expensive are Skims? Hey, Big John, look it up. What's the price of Skims?
Skims for Skims. I think it's Skims for him is what they are.
Skims for him.
Yeah, Skims men's. There you go.
Skims men's.
There you go. I'm looking it up right now. There's a lot of undershirts, a lot of very just like plain gray, black. But that's kind of what I'm into. Ooh, some of these jackets are expensive though. Oh man. I'm
looking at the underwear. Look at the Skims.
The Skims stretch right here. Okay. Brief 3-pack, $52. For Christmas, if it's good quality, I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that. $52 is a little pricey, but you can get some nice Hanes for that or some
Fruit of the Loom.
Calvin Klein. Yeah, I'm more of a Calvin Klein.
I'm finding another site that's 43 for a 3-pack.
That might be the holiday special.
The holiday special right there. The holiday special. I don't
know if we open with Skims.
No, I don't think so. I don't think we
maybe playing Kyler, and if he still gets up for that, obviously Nick Bosa, number 2 in that draft in 2019, and number 4 in that draft, his now teammate, Clee Furl
out of Clemson University.
That's right.
Look, Bosa's coming up in 8 minutes. But we're going to get to some calls about Draymond Green. And, Spadoni, I'm just exasperated.
Absolutely incredible.
I'm exasperated. What else can we say about Draymond Green? The Warriors are playing well. It's third quarter. And it's just, you say you're trying to sell a foul call. And you end up slapping a dude in the face. Like, how does that happen? And why does it only happen to him? Why? I'm just tired of explaining it. Enough's enough.
I wish I could tell you. Was this what it was like with Detroit Pistons fans, with Rasheed Wallace all those years, all those different teams? But that's the thing. Rasheed got punished because he had to play for how many teams did he end up playing for? 5, 6, whatever it was?
Yeah.
That's the thing. Draymond's been with one team the entire time. And he's gotten the benefit of having Stephen Curry, having Kevin Durant, having Klay Thompson, having Andrew Wiggins. And he was the defensive force on that team. So he's, he's a DPOY. His head coach calls him the greatest defender of a generation. You know what? We can live with him being a little edgy, right? Because we're still winning. But you're losing now. You lost last year, Bonte. The dark cloud that was supposed to be dissipated feels like a little bit is still lingering this year.
You can't scapegoat Jordan Poole any longer.
No.
You can't do it. Not when this is happening. I mean, think about this. The Warriors have played in 23 games. Draymond, in 11 of those 23 games, Draymond has either missed them due to injury, missed a game due to personal reasons, been ejected, or suspended in 11 of the 23 games. That's damn near half, folks. And his team's going nowhere on the court with him. Hell, they may not go anywhere with him on the court in the first place. But at least without him, you're not going anywhere. Here's Draymond Green on if he expects to be suspended.
I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, I know what my intentions were, and that's really all I can speak.
On the reason behind the ejection.
He was pulling my hip, and I was swinging away to sell the ball, made contact with him. As you know, I'm not one to apologize for things I meant to do, but I do apologize to you, sir, because I didn't intend to hit him. I sell calls with my arms. I don't fall to sell the call. I don't not flop it. So I was just selling the call because he was grabbing me and pulling my hip. So I spun away, and unfortunately, I hit him. So like I said, I apologize to you, sir, because I didn't intend to.
I mean, I just
selling
can't.
a call? This isn't WWE.
I just can't do it. I don't know what else to say about him. I don't know. You can't sell it. We got to play basketball, man. We're trying to win a game. We're trying to get back on track. And they're here trying to say, hey, we're selling the call. Well, you know what? I just don't know what to say about him anymore. I'm mentally fatigued from the Draymond Green situation. Because when he's on the floor, he's playing well. He is. But he's not on the floor enough. It's too many of what you saw yesterday. Nurkic. And the league is taking notice, Spadoni.
Yep.
They're coming down with the suspension. So he's going to have to miss more games.
I know.
He's going to have to miss a Clipper game Thursday.
I was going to say, is it going to be one? Like, they're using the priors now, and rightfully so. You know what? This is life, Draymond. You did stuff in your past. It's going to affect you in the future.
Why are you trying to flop in that situation? Like I just don't get it.
It's not even a flop. He hit the guy in the face.
First thing I said, somebody said, wow, he hit Nurkic with the USC super punch, the Superman punch. I don't know what the hell that was.
Dude, he actually is low-key collecting some great WWE signature moves. He's got the chokehold, right? The rear naked choke. We got the slap a la Hulk Hogan. What are we going next? We going Stone Cold Stunner out there?
It's easy to laugh, but it's killing his team.
No, it's true.
And it's affecting the young players for minutes. It's affecting the entire team. Let's go to Nick in San Jose before we get to Bosa. Nick in San Jose, Bosa in 3 minutes. What's up, Nick?
Hey, I love you guys. You are so keenly on point today. I actually am starting to break away from the team. For the first time ever, I didn't listen to Buki and, Fitzgerald. I listened to Van Gundy. And what he kept saying is, how can a team with this much success make such silly fouls, and these silly turnovers? And a lot of these turnovers are from our big three guys.
Yep.
Unfortunately, they're not from the rooks.
Mm-hmm.
And so I blame Kerr. What is he doing to have them incentivized to stop making these mistakes? That's number one. Number two, Nurkic hit on it. I don't know if Green is having marital bliss problems or something, but something's going on with Green. He's too smart to be making these mistakes. And look, my friends, Klay and Andrew Wiggins. I mean, Klay missed so many open shots yesterday, and then he forced his shots, and Wiggins is just a deer in the headlights. And the last thing I want to say is, even though Pods, Moody, and Kuminga, we saw positives, especially with Pods yesterday, they're just guys. They're just guys, and they're not going to get us over the top. I went from 44 wins to 38. We're down to 35 wins.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, do you guys put some of this blame on Kerr? I'd love to hear what you think.
No, absolutely. Kerr has not had a great year. I don't think he's had a great 2 years. In terms of Wiggins and Draymond Green, they combined for 6 of the 15 turnovers. Against Oklahoma City, Wiggins, Klay, Draymond combined for 14 of the 29. So they're just turning the ball over way too much. Andrew Wiggins just 1 of 7, 14 minutes of action, 3 points. Klay Thompson, 2 of 10, played 27 minutes. Somehow, some way was a +4 and a +-, which, again, I don't put a lot of credence into the +-, but just 7 points.
Yeah, I get what Nick's trying to say, too. It's like, hey, that's great that the young guys are playing well, but at the end of the day, if this was supposed to be another championship run, and that's what all the expectation is right now, and when you have Stephen Curry, when you have Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, this should be a championship type of a team. But when the young guys and the rookies are outplaying your starting unit, and it's 23 games into the season,
it's not good.
The expectations start to change. And if my team's not going to be all in top to bottom, and quite frankly, that's not what it looks like. Is Draymond bought in right now? Well, clearly doesn't look that way. Andrew Wiggins, I don't know what's going on there. Klay, you know what? It sucks. It is what it is. 2 major injuries. He's getting older. This is what usually happens. And then Steph, he's got the weight of the entire franchise on his back. He sees his window closing, and he's starting to press. I mean, 8 of 24, 4 of 15. He was horrible in the second half shooting. It's tough to watch. He's got to make a move.
They're going to make moves.
They got to.
You got to make moves, and you cannot wait until February to make some moves. The Andrew Wiggins situation, I don't know. We got 1 minute until Nick Bosa. Let's squeeze in Dominic and Pamol before we get to Nick Bosa here on the Morning Roast. Dominic, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, Bonte? Love you, man. I'm going to make it quick. What I got to say, man, you know what? Go ahead and take the loss. Get rid of him. Let these young guys play. We get on Kuminga. Man, you know what? Let him ball, man. When he makes mistakes, he's much more better than Draymond Green, knocking out people, slapping people. You can take the thug out the ghetto, but you can't take the ghetto out the thug. He wants to be a thug. Let him be a thug, man, and let him go. I don't even go to games anymore, Bonte. I'm not going to waste my money on this trash, man. And I appreciate you representing the Bay, representing sports here in the Bay Area, man. Keep up the good work and please keep speaking truth. I can listen to you all day, Bonte.
Right, thank you. I appreciate it. What about Spinoni over here? You can listen to Spinoni too?
Yeah, him too, man. Him too, man.
All right. Dominic, not everybody's like you, Dominic. I think some people are like, please don't Bonte for the next 4 hours. God, get him off the air. I appreciate you, Dominic. I got one fan. I got one fan there.
No, you got multiple fans.
No,
I mean,
I'm
expecting this guy to call in today.
Who's that?
Oh, my guy right here.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Oh, he'll call in. He tweets me every day.
He called in yesterday, but I gave him a pass because one of the hosts was out, so he gets a 2-day pass if he wants to call back today.
Oh no, he does. He could stay on timeout. He can stay on timeout. Look, man, we're going to get back to Draymond Green and Golden State Warriors in just a second. But the red hot 49ers. I'm thinking all day yesterday. Everybody's pivoted, saying, "Boy, we can't get enough of the 49ers. The defense is humming. Number one in scoring defense. Allow 16 points on Sunday. Allow 19 points against the Eagles. Shut down the Hawks on Thanksgiving. They're undefeated so far in this bird hunting tour that they're on. And just Brock Purdy and the offense and everything. It just feels like it's their year, Spinoni. It feels like it's the year.
They're top to bottom, just loaded. Offense, defense, special teams. Hey, quietly, Jake Moody, the concerns for me have gone out the window with that guy.
Wishnowski.
Wishnowski's balling, playing like an all-pro.
Wishnowski's quicker than Bosa?
Dude, 20 miles an hour? Are you kidding me? He might be.
Quicker than Bosa. Let's bring in Nick Bosa.
Chase kangaroos down there.
Yeah, let's bring in the reigning defensive player of the year. Obviously, he was the defensive rookie of the year in 2019. He's been a godsend. He's now in the top 3 in sacks, in franchise career sacks here. Nick Bosa quietly with 9.5 sacks on the season. Nick, good morning to you. Who can win in a foot race? You or Mitch Wishnowski? You guys got to get that 40 race down next year.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
It's good, Nick. It's good. Good morning. How early do you get up, Nick? I mean, 6:30 is pretty early. We get up at around 4:30 around these parts. What time do you usually get up?
On a Wednesday, I'm up. This isn't too early for me.
All right.
I'm about to walk in the building, so get my day started.
So you get your day started. Do you get it started with breakfast at the building, or do you do it at home? Do you have breakfast at home?
I eat at the facility pretty much all week. They do an amazing job at the cafe, but right now I'm about to get in the cold tub, which I'm not that excited about.
No, that is not exciting at all. What's the meal like? Do you do some eggs? Do you do the huge omelet? What's your go-to for breakfast?
I do 5 eggs scrambled, spinach and onions, and avocado.
Well, we had Mama Bosa on, your mother. She was on with Willard and Dibbs earlier this season, right after you signed, and she said, "Don't worry about Nick. He's going to be fine without Trady Kemp. He's going to be fine." But here's what she said about your breakfast, Nick. Here's your mama.
It's about 6 eggs and then maybe 2 egg whites.
Okay, 6 eggs, 2 egg whites, and then what are we putting in it?
Always veg. He loves onions, so always onions. Usually broccoli, kale, like whatever. He'll put Brussels sprouts in it. He'll put anything in it.
Okay, but no cheese?
Oh, no.
So no cheese, Nick? Brussels sprouts in your eggs?
Hey, don't sleep on Brussels sprouts.
Yeah, Brussels sprouts are top 5 vegetable, I'd say. No. She did a great job. She was my assistant chef for pretty much the entire training camp months. When I was still at home, so she did a good job and just kept me sane while I was missing out on football.
There you go. Nick, we're joined by Nick Bosa, reigning DPOY. And Nick, I want to ask you this, going back to football here, getting Chase Young on this team, your former teammate at Ohio State, coming off the bye, you guys were on a 3-game losing streak. And I don't know if it was the addition of Young, I don't know if you want to go to Steve Wilkes coming down from the booth to the sideline, but something shifted with this team off the bye week. Can you talk a little bit now about playing with your former teammate at Ohio State and how this kind of galvanized that defensive line there?
Yeah, I mean, the addition has been huge. Just having another guy who could rush out there, it opens things up but honestly, I think throughout the season, guys get better, especially new guys in a scheme. And we added Randy, and then just some young guys in the interior, Javon and Kevin, and obviously Javon Hargrave was learning the scheme and getting used to it. So I think everybody's just taking steps throughout the season, and I think everybody's playing their best ball, and we're going to be without some guys for a little bit here, so we're going to have to keep that standard high with whoever comes in to replace them.
Nick, how would you assess your season so far? You look up, you have 9.5 sacks. It was well chronicled, your slow start. You discussed your slow start. How would you assess this season for yourself as we go into week 15, I want to say, against the Arizona Cardinals?
I think it's been a good year. I think defense is playing great. I think I've progressed from week 1. Maybe a little rust in the beginning with not practicing much, but I feel as good as I've felt right now, playing good.
And Nick, and I mentioned it earlier, Steve Wilks, your defensive coordinator, much was made about, him being in the booth. Obviously, you've had, Robert Saleh, D'Amico Ryans, now both head coaches in the NFL, and they were on the sidelines. They were big passion, a lot of energy, rah-rah kind of guys. Steve Wilks, very calm in his demeanor when you see him in the booth, when he's speaking to the media. What was that adjustment like? And are we making too big a deal out of him coming down from the booth to the sideline? Kind of take us into that.
Yeah, I think he's got some pretty great energy behind the scenes. Obviously, everybody doesn't get to see him in meetings and stuff, but I think he's got just as much energy as the previous guys. Maybe not quite as much on the field. Everybody does it differently, but I think he's been a great addition. I think he brings a element to the back end that we haven't had, and I think it could pay big dividends for us on this playoff run. And coming down to the field, I can't really speak too much on it because I don't. He's kind of more focused on the back end, so you'd have to ask those guys. But seems to have worked, so I'm all for it.
Nick Bosa here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. The 2022 Defensive Player of the Year already has 9.5 sacks on the season through 13 games. Nick, what's your best move? Is it the spin? Is it the rip? Is it the bull rush? It's a spin move. What's your favorite move coming off that edge?
My favorite move or my most effective?
Both. Your favorite or most effective. What's your favorite first, and then what's your most effective?
I'd probably say power is my most effective. Power rushes, but I definitely have honed in on the spin move a little bit, and I'm starting to like it. So the spin is fun. Getting a sack on a spin is something I've been trying to do for a while. So it's always fun. But power is definitely my security blanket.
So you do have a lot of power, and we have Brian Baldinger on every single Tuesday. He joins us every single Tuesday at around 7:30, and he talks to Lane Johnson a lot for the Philadelphia Eagles. And apparently Lane, 2 days after he played you guys in Philadelphia a couple of weeks ago, basically was saying, my shoulders are still sore because of Nick Bosa, because of his power. Would you say that Lane Johnson has been maybe your stiffest challenge when it goes to attacking opposing tackles there? Because you and Lane seem to go at it, especially a couple of weeks ago in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, he's no doubt one of the best right tackles, if not just overall tackles in the game. It's funny, I was thinking about the fact that him and Trent were on the same team in college, which is pretty nuts. But yeah, he's really good. He's seen a lot of different rushers over the years, so nothing really surprises him. And then that scheme and that quarterback make it pretty tough to get him down as well. So that combination makes rushing them definitely exhausting and very physical.
Question about Lane Johnson real quick, because a lot's being made. Whenever you watch him, and the Eagles are in a lot of big games, he seems to get off a little quicker than everyone else, but it's within the rule book. How do you feel? I know I heard you little giggle there.
Don't get fined, Bosa. We don't want to get you fined.
It's technically legal, but he's getting a little bit of an advantage there, right?
seems like it. If he slowed down a little bit on the tape, but I don't know. I don't know if it's simultaneous or if it's a little before. It is what it is. So I just got to try and get off on keying him instead of the ball.
Nick, Brock Purdy obviously is playing, if not some of the best football in the world at the quarterback position. He's just on fire. We saw what he did last Sunday. We've seen what he's done all season. What was your first impression of Brock Purdy when you first saw him at training camp a season ago?
Oh, man, I don't even know because, I mean, you're not really – not that you're not paying attention to a human being, but you're not, like, super locked in on the third-string quarterback. But he was a nice kid and seemed like a pretty talented practice squad guy. But you're talking about last year, right? When he came
last year when he first, because like nobody knew. Like I remember, everybody's talking about Trey Lance and Jimmy being on the side field. Nobody really brought up Brock Purdy. Next thing you know, he makes the roster, and then all of a sudden the Miami game happens, and he's thrust into the role of starting quarterback, and he leads you guys to a victory against Miami, and then lights up Tampa Bay the next week. We're like, wait a minute. Who's this kid? I didn't think much of him, Nick. So I'm wondering, when we hear from like guys like Trent Williams and Fred Warner, they say, boy, we thought he had it. We were excited to watch him at practice, but I just wonder how much you watched him at practice because I know you're on the sled with Chris Kosaric and the rest of the defensive linemen. I didn't think a lot of people even noticed him, like you said.
Yeah, no, I don't. I, for one, did not notice. I mean, it's so hard to tell if guys are going to pan out in the league when they're first-round picks. So it's not like we drafted a guy number 3, and we had Jimmy, who's done a ton for us. So I'm obviously wondering which one of those two is going to be the guy. So not Brock, but I think it's one of the most pleasant surprises of my life. Brock Purdy coming in here and being an MVP caliber quarterback and just such a humble, good dude. And a lot of people change up when they have success, and it's definitely not who he is. So he just keeps impressing week in and week out. It's really an unbelievable story.
Going from Brock and being the most impressive on offense, and Bonte mentioned the guy's name earlier, Fred Warner Jr. Can you speak to this level of play from your star linebacker this season? Bonte here, he's been on a DPOY campaign for him. So how awesome would it be
I'm on back-to-back.
From one DPOY to a linebacker on your same team, back-to-back would be pretty sweet.
That would be awesome. Yeah, I mean, he's got some numbers this year. I think the most picks he's had to this point. But yeah, he's so consistent and just a standard of being a leader for this team, and he holds himself to such a high standard that it kind of motivates me each and every day. So, and it's just such a comforting, like, just knowing that you got Fred on the field, you think that you could get a stop no matter what. So, just having him, since I've been here, he's grown. We've both grown together, and I think it's pretty clear that he's the best linebacker in the game by a pretty big margin.
Yeah, I don't think it's even close, Nick. I mean, he's playing all 3 downs. Fred Warner, that is, and I thought he set the tone in Pittsburgh when he knocked Najee Harris. It seemed like he knocked the soul out. And the next thing you know, you guys are up 30-7. But this other linebacker that you have, who was part of your draft class, Dre Greenlaw. We know what happened in Philadelphia, but I love Dre. He seems to set, Draymond Green's on the Golden State Warriors. A lot of people don't want to talk about Draymond Green because of what happened last night, but he's that type of enforcer. But Dre Greenlaw, I like his recklessness at the linebacker position. He kind of reminds me of Alvin Mack of the program. Speak about your rookie classmate there out of Arkansas, who was part of that same draft class with you and Debo.
Yeah, I can't say enough about the linebackers we have. And it's funny you say the class because whenever a a member of the 2019 draft class makes a play, I just start yelling class because I take pride in just the guys who came in that year and the draft we had. I think it was one of the better ones. But yeah, he's the enforcer. He's kind of the inside linebacker of old that
right.
If you're coming across the middle, you're going to get smacked. But obviously you could cover and do everything you want in the modern game. So, and just his mentality, like
right.
you look into his eyes before a game and he's going to war, and it gives you goosebumps and makes you want to go play for each other out there.
I love the way he just hits his helmet before a game. He's like smacking himself up, and I'm like, man, that guy's intense, man. He's an animal. But you said you yell class, so do you like put two hands over your mouth and you yell class, or do you go 2019? How do you do that, Nick?
I just yell class. Nothing fancy.
Well, one guy you're seeing from that 2019 class is this Sunday. One Kyler Murray, the first overall pick of that draft, and you've made reference in the past. Kind of pisses you off a little bit still, doesn't it, Nick? That he was taken first and not you?
Not at all. I'm very happy to be a Niner.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Come on, Joe. You got to know he'd rather be in the Bay Area than Arizona.
I don't know. I think he's going to get a couple sacks this Sunday. I have a good feeling about that, Nick. Going out your guy Kyler Murray over there.
Sounds good to me.
Nick, real quick, I do want to ask you, because we're both Bay Area residents. We take pride in being from San Francisco. We take pride in being from the Bay and growing up Niner fans and Warrior fans and Giant fans. But you're from Florida, and we obviously know you were at Ohio State in Columbus, Ohio. What is it what did you know about the Bay Area? Did you ever even visit the Bay Area before you were drafted here?
I did not. Never been. I don't even know if I'd been. Yeah, I'd been to California before, but never the Bay Area. Didn't know much at all about anything out here, to be honest.
So what has taken you by surprise, and what is one thing that you love in the Bay Area? Is it the food? Is it the sights? I don't know if are you a winery type of guy? Do you like to go drink your wine? You don't seem like a red wine type of guy, Bosa, the way you eat your eggs and everything in your diet. But what is one thing that you love about the Bay Area? It could be anything.
I'd say the food is a big one. And I do enjoy going to Napa and I just moved out to Los Gatos, so I've never really been geographically in a place that has like hills and that type of scenery. So it's cool. It's different for me. I'm used to like flat ground and the beach and all that. So just kind of the seasons and all that is new and cool. I like it. And then the food, I love trying new food, going out to the city. Michael Mina is a good friend of mine. He's a chef, big chef around here.
Yeah,
so
he's a good guy to know.
Sick name drop.
Right.
Love that.
So yeah, he's kind of introduced me to some cool restaurants around.
Absolutely. And of course he likes red wine, Bonte. He's Italian. Come on, man. As a paisan myself, come on. It's not even
question.
Come on.
That's a silly question.
Let's get out of here with that. Where did the nickname Small Bear come from, Nick?
That was just I think I was in middle school and wanted to copy my brother. So his name was Big Bear and I followed suit.
Just got to call you Bear. Can't call you small. There's nothing small about you,
I feel like he's
Nick.
bigger than Joey,
We see you on the practice field. Your thighs are huge, man. You don't got a percent of body fat in your legs. Look, there's something small about you. We don't want you playing like a small bear. We want you playing like a big bear, Nick. We got to retire that nickname. Just be the Bear.
Change it now, man.
Oh, you just got to be the Bear.
Yeah,
come on, Nick. All right, lastly, before we get out of here, because we appreciate the time, and we know you guys got a big game coming up against Arizona. It feels like it's a year, but I know you guys are taking it week by week by week as you control your own destiny for home field advantage. But I know my guy Spadoni, both of our girls, they love the Kardashian show. And so my girl goes, when we saw you model it for Skim, she goes, Nick Bosa's on the Niners? My girl has season tickets with me. She didn't even know you're on the Niners, Nick. She didn't know it until the Kardashians. So can you talk about the Kardashian effect and how'd you come about dealing with the Kardashians and Skims?
Yeah, it definitely opened up a little different eyeballs on me. I'd say so. But it was just an opportunity that my marketing team brought to me in the off season, and I was at home for an extra month, so it was just a quick, easy thing in New York, and seemed like a good opportunity. Anything that the Kardashians touch seems to have pretty good success. So
that's true. Except the athletes, Nick. You don't go dating them.
Yeah, no,
all right, no, don't be doing that. All right. No.
Nick, you can date anybody you want to date. You're a big boy.
I mean,
you're a big
that's
boy.
a curse. I don't know if we can be dealing with curses right now, Bonte Hill.
Well, just know that our ladies love you now, Nick, because you're part of that brand.
Christmas list skims.
Yeah.
All right, Nick.
I wouldn't jeopardize this season for that. Don't worry.
There you go.
Absolutely. It feels like the year you guys are humming. You guys are clicking on all cylinders. Chase, Hargrave. We got to get Armstead healthy, but the offense is scoring nearly 30 points a game. A fun time to be a Niner fan. And Nick, it's been great to watch you through year number 5. You've been a generational talent, rookie of the year, DPOY, and next thing you know, you're going to have double-digit sacks again as we knock on wood here over the next 5 games. Nick, thanks so much for the time today. We appreciate it. Enjoy the cold tub.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one. Thanks for having me.
Anytime, Thanks, Nick. Nick Bosa, 2022 Defensive Player of the Year. A lot of fun with Nick. He's a fun guy.
He's fun. Hey, he can
got
see
a dry sense of humor.
It's very dry, but he's loosen him up a little bit. He'll have give us some red wine, Bonte, and he'll be chilling.
I didn't think he's
big
a red
Napa
wine drinker.
guy. Come on,
big Los Gatos, Shaquille Seed.
I mean, the Italians we're drinking red wine at dinner in high school. Come on. Don't promote underage drinking. Sorry.
No, we don't do that.
We don't do
that.
No,
we don't do that at all. But there's a couple things that kind of stood out to me. One, you talked about the linebackers, and he takes pride in being part of the 2019 class, which is quietly a very good class with Deebo Samuel, Nick Bosa, and Dre Greenlaw.
And Cleve Ferrell now.
From the Raiders. Of course, you had to do that. The former number 4 overall pick from Clemson University, of course. But also just the Steve Wilkes thing, like he really didn't make a big deal about it. He's just like, I don't really talk
and more for
to
the
him
secondary. So, like, he's probably talking to Chris Kasurek, the defensive line coach, if anything. Steve, and that is an element that we've seen the last few weeks. This secondary's humming, man.
It is,
and they're hitting, and they're playing on that fine line, which you need from a secondary, Bonte, where they're just physical enough that they're not going to quite get penalized, but their timing has been impeccable. Because if you're a little bit too early, they'll pull the flags out. And I don't know if you've been watching football this year, and I know you have been because you're locked in on fantasy and all this other stuff. The refs have not been great, Bonte Hill. I don't know if you've been seeing the news here.
Spinotti, you've worked with me a long time. The refs have never been great.
No, they haven't.
They get worse and worse by the year.
But now that Patrick Mahomes has to throw a temper tantrum, and now they're enemy number 1.
It's so bad that I don't even talk about it anymore. It comes with the territory.
It just is what it is.
It is what it is. It just is what it is.
So the Niners are playing with that fine line of being too reckless, and I think that goes, again, with Dre Greenlaw.
I'd rather be a lot more aggressive than passive.
Exactly. That's what you need to be. To be a championship-winning team, you have to be physical on both the secondary and that defensive line. And with the defensive line, it's always been there, but Jair Brown stepping up with Hufanga, Lenore. I don't like you punching people, so let's not do that in the scrum. Let's not get suspended or anything like that, a la Draymond Green. But play with that edge, and I think they're going to go a long way.
4 to 5 picks in that 2019 draft as we break here in just a second. Nick Bosa, Deebo Samuel, Jalen Hurd, Mitch Wishnowsky,
huge,
and Dre Greenlaw.
Jalen Hurd. Now that's a name I've not heard.
So one thing I missed out on, I should have re-asked the question about Wishnowsky, but does he yell class whenever Wishnowsky pumps a ball inside the 5-yard line? Does he yell class?
Oh, 1,000% when he was scrambling, which should have been a first down. Absolutely. Come on.
Deebo, class!
You love that.
I just want to know how
he...
I tried to get him to yell it. I tried to get him to yell it on the air, but he...
Nick Bosa doesn't yell. Are you kidding me?
Class. Does he do that? Class. He's a good dude.
Class, man.
I'm not mad at Nick Bosa. All right, we'll replay that interview a little later in the show. We got Anthony Slater coming up at 8 o'clock. Where do you want to go here, Spinoza?
It's a banner day.
Dude, you want to get back to Draymond Green?
Yes.
Do you want to get to Buster Posey, what he said about the city?
What did he say about the city? Oh, not Buster.
Oh.
I mean, Nick Bosa singing the praise. Nick Bosa goes to downtown. with his friend, celebrity shit.
Do I have to retweet my article from 2017 explaining why Buster Posey is in a Pro Baseball Hall of Famer?
Wow.
Do we got to go there, London? Tell me.
Say it ain't
We can
so.
find out on the other side of this break.
All right.
There you go.
Segment sponsored by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We are breaking right now, right? All right. New clocks for today, only because of Bosa. And then we're back on our regularly scheduled program. More coming up with Spinoni and Bonte here on The Roast.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibbs, and we want
The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. Sometimes I like to look at the YouTube chat during the break, and it never disappoints.
That's dangerous.
No, only during the break. Okay. It's pretty funny. It is. Twitch and YouTube. We love you. We love all the callers. 888-957-9570. We will get back into Draymond Green. What do you do about Draymond Green now? How long is the next suspension going to be? Because he's going to get popped. He's going to get popped.
Are you guessing 1 or 2 games?
Maybe 3.
Wow.
Maybe 4.
Jeez.
I have no idea.
So then that comes up to the total where he's going to miss half the games that he's been available for or not available. Like, it's just, I don't.
He's basically in 11 of the 23 games. Draymond Green has either missed him due to injury, the ankle injury, the first 2 games of the season. He missed a game in Denver due to personal reasons. That's 3. He got ejected in the Cleveland game the Saturday night. He got ejected that Tuesday night against Minnesota. That's 5 games right there that's been impacted. He had the 5-game suspension, and then he got ejected yesterday. So that's 11 games where Draymond Green has basically hurt the team. He's hurt them.
And they need him. That's the annoying part, Bonte. When he is on the court and not doing the crap that we saw last night, he's been a pretty good player. And he's still their best defender. And that's another conversation because Andrew Wiggins has just been lost out there. I don't know what he's doing on defense, on offense, anything. He's just going through the motions right now, worse than any time in his career. And then Klay Thompson, I mean, you've said it. It's unfortunate when guys, who have gone through major injuries, who get to this stage of their career, their level of play starts to dwindle, and we're seeing it there. So I am much more flabbergasted and disappointed, whatever words you want to use, with the play of an Andrew Wiggins,
right,
with what Draymond Green's doing, and then you juxtapose that with what the rookies are doing, and that's even more maddening. I'm seeing rookies in Brandon Pajemski, 3rd, 4-year players, whatever. What is it? 3rd-year players now with Moody and Kuminga?
Kuminga and Moody.
3rd-year players acting more like veterans and being more leaders than you guys are. It's frustrating.
Well, what Draymond Green did yesterday was it overshadowed some woeful performances by Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompson. And I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins, who scored 8 points in that first quarter against OKC Friday night. He scored 4 the rest of the way. All right? 4 the rest of the way. Last night he comes into Phoenix after 3 days off. Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And he went 1 of 7 and scored 3 points. Played 14 minutes and 40 seconds. Got benched to start the second half. Now, Klay's one issue. There's no doubt. We're not going to exclude Klay. We're getting Klay Thompson. And you know what? He took it on the chin yesterday. He said, look, I played like crap. I didn't deserve to finish that game. All right, cool. He understands it. So I don't think there's going to be a problem moving forward, in which Klay, if he's not playing well, he's not going to finish. It is what it is. He's not going to play. But Andrew Wiggins, Klay has his $43 million left on the books. This is the last year of the deal, expiring contract. But Andrew Wiggins, along with Draymond Green, has started the first year of his 4-year contract. And this doesn't look like it's going to age well with the way he's come out this season. He's averaging less than 13 points a game, Spadoni. No impact on the boards. No impact defensively. He can't shoot from 3. We have a serious Andrew Wiggins problem.
And this isn't, Minnesota Andrew Wiggins problems. If we had even a Minnesota type of Andrew Wiggins, I think we'd be, all right, you know what? He's at least giving you something. Right now, he's giving me nothing. Just empty calories. Splenda right here. I don't need that in my life. I need you to be the second best player on this team if we are going to be a championship contender again, like you were in the championship run a couple seasons ago. And he's a shell of himself, and it's so baffling because he was playing well at the start of last season. You've alluded to this. He's playing well, and he was playing well even after the 2-month gap. He came into the playoffs, and it was like he didn't skip a beat.
Yeah,
I was shocked actually about how well he played in the playoffs against the Kings, and obviously got hurt against the Lakers. But it's just.
But you know what stunk about that though? He came back, and it was good that he played well. But he came back.
Yeah.
And it destroyed Kuminga.
It did.
Because all of a sudden Kuminga stopped playing after playing well during that absence of Andrew Wiggins. Kuminga was starting to ascend.
There was some chemistry there that was built during his absence that I don't know if they can get it back. I don't know if they can.
And now Kuminga's starting the second half. He's finishing games. And look, there's going to be bumps and bruises. We talk about the patience with the youngsters all the time. But you look up, and it's a guy who puts pressure on the rim. He got to the free throw line 7 times yesterday, although he only made 3 of them. He's got to be better on his free throws. He got to the line 7 times. He's drawing fouls. He's rebounding better. He's attacking the rim better. He's not settling for the 3. Jonathan Kuminga played 28 minutes and 30 seconds, and maybe it wasn't even enough. But he has to play at least 25 minutes a night on this basketball team. This team's not good enough to not play Jonathan Kuminga.
It's pretty wild.
It's not good enough to play Moody, Spadoni.
No, yeah, I need Moody. I need Kuminga. Give me some more Pajemski. I mean, this guy's just giving me everything he's got as a rookie out here, and having to rely on that. And I know rookies have come in, they've helped, but to rely on 30 minutes of Brandon Pajemski night in and night out on the road too, no less. Like, you're asking so much of these young guys, and they're providing, which has been awesome to see. But you can't give me nothing in your starters. Like the tail of the game yesterday was the starters for the Suns just completely outplaying the Warriors stars. Not even close. And these aren't like household names, by the way.
So
who the hell is Metu? Never heard of this guy. You got Goodwin off the bench.
Metu, Sacramento legend.
Come on.
Sacramento legend.
Like, what are we doing here?
That's the second game of Kobe.
Bradley Beal comes back making his season debut. No Kevin Durant. He didn't even play all that well.
No, he didn't.
Devin Booker was Devin Booker. He played very well. Then
Jordan Goodwin coming off the bench and giving them a boost.
Huge.
Jordan Goodwin was huge. Along with Kogi for a stretch before he left the game.
I like Kogi. He does well on Steph.
Yeah, and Metu coming over from Sacramento. But you look at the starters for the Warriors. Steph Curry, 24 points. The other 4 starters combined for 12 points. The other 4 starters combined for 12 points, 7 turnovers. Looney didn't even take a shot yesterday. So I don't know what's going on with Looney. But you know what? I'm shaking it all up. If I'm Steve Kerr, I have to seriously consider starting Kuminga and starting Moody or Pajemski. Because Klay right now is not doing it, and Wiggins is not doing it. Now, Klay had a solid night against OKC. I'll give him that, but you see him yesterday. Defensively, it's atrocious. He just can't move. No. He doesn't have the legs. The shot's flat. He's wide open, bricking. He's still forcing. So I'm cool with just shaking everything up. Why not? You're 10-13 through 23. You don't know whether or not Draymond Green's going to stay in the game. You don't know where Andrew Wiggins is at. You don't know where Klay Thompson is at right now. Just bench them all. Blow it. I mean, like, shake it up.
Well, it's a good point. But you just heard from Stephen Curry this past weekend. Still too early, he thinks. Klay Thompson, hey, what are we, only like 20-plus games? It's still too early. Is it still too early for these guys? Or when does it start getting to the point where the urgency is there?
Yeah.
Because I'm not hearing it from my star players, Bonte.
No, I hear from Steph.
Okay.
I hear from Steph. You just don't like the tone in which he's speaking it, but I hear from these guys. You want them to yell and bang at tables?
I don't want that.
That's not going to work.
I don't like hearing saying like, oh, we'll figure it out kind of thing. I don't need that.
I don't think you heard it last night either. He just said, I was listening to Steph on the way in. It's just, we need to lock in. We need that. But you know what? It's just not there. It seems just not good enough. It's just not good enough. All right? So what are we looking forward to now? Are we looking forward to making a trade? Do you want to make the youth movement right now? Do you want to transition to the youth? What is the goal of the season now? Because it's not a championship team. By no means whatsoever. This ain't a championship team. You're not even in the play-in box right now.
I mean, I'm looking at their upcoming schedule. Clippers, Nets, and we know about the Clippers. That's not going to be. The Clippers have been playing a lot better, by the way. The Nets, okay. Lonnie Walker. And then you got Trailblazers for 2 of the next 4 after that. And then you got the Wizards, and then you got the Celtics. Then on Christmas Day, by the way, you're playing Nikola Jokic.
There's no gimmies.
There's no gimmies on this. Like, I was looking at the Blazers like, you barely beat Shaedon Sharpe and these guys. I'm not giving you these games. So the expectations, it's a great point. 888-957-9570. What are the expectations of this team right now? Because I don't know what they are.
I don't know. We'll play more Draymond sound
they
on the
know
other
what it
side.
is.
Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock. We'll replay Nick Bosa. A lot going on here. We'll get to Buster Posey's comments at some point, but I know a lot of people want to talk about the Dubs and what's going on with them. They are now 4-11. 4-11 after starting off 6-2. Starting the season off at 6-2. 6-2. And now they're 4-11 since then. So 10-13 overall. The Warriors are struggling. We'll take your calls on the other side. Carlos and Sean, we'll get to you on the other side. That'll be brought to you by Save Mart and Lucky, California.
To throw the ultimate holiday dinner.
time and everything that it's hard to attract free agents because of that. Well, most athletes, if you're buying a house out here in the Bay Area, you're not buying a house in downtown San Francisco. You're going to be on the peninsula. You could probably be in Pac Heights where you don't have those problems. But anyway, we'll get to Buster Posey.
So the president of baseball ops saying it, now the best player, if your franchise the last decade saying it. And then you fire the one guy that embraced the city and Gabe Kapler. There you go. Yeah, well. He was the problem.
Giants.
Hey, they got a signing.
The Ohtani deal.
Young Hoo Lee.
Yeah, Young Hoo Lee. I have no idea who he is. I have no idea who Young Hoo Lee is. But he got over $113 million, so he must be nice. We'll get to know him soon. There's, speed. I know he won Gold Gloves in the KBO. Well, 5 Gold Gloves in the KBO.
Not mad at that. You saw that he had
career average.
He had ankle surgery this summer.
He had ankle surgery at the end of July, so maybe he's rehabbing.
Okay.
Where's his power?
That's the thing.
Does he have power?
I saw the move immediately. I know I was hosting with you today. I was like, great, the Giants signed a guy. I have no idea what he's done. Is he good? Is he bad? I don't know.
I do think he's a guy who has a profile that will fit well for Oracle Park. He's a good gap hitter. As we all know, Oracle Park has very vast outfields with really big gaps to hit the ball to. So if you're looking for positives there, that's one, plus defender. I mean, if you're hoping for the Giants got their start, that this isn't the guy. He is not the star.
You mentioned
he could be a good, solid player. He's going to have to probably make some adjustments when he gets over here. The fastballs are a little bit faster here than they are over there.
That's what I was going to reference. Yeah.
But no, I would say, Farhan gets a cookie for this one. Not a great cookie, but a small
He gets
cookie.
a famous Amos little crumble one.
You
That's
gave this guy
tiny ones.
Yeah, the famous Amos specials.
Those are
I love those. Those are
really
money.
good.
You can kill those.
I don't know if I give him a famous Amos, but I mean like a circus animal maybe.
I like the famous Amos. You dip them in milk for about 5 seconds.
So fire.
You get them soft enough to where they're not too soft where they get soggy.
So
you get
good.
softer. You still got the crunch when you eat it.
Tis the season, Bonte, too. You can leave the milk out for Santa Claus. Got to eat
Or
that.
yourself. Or yourself. Got to watch yourself during the holidays.
The milk's for Santa, Bonte. It's not for you.
No, yeah, I am Santa Claus in my house. See my bank account.
Bonte Claus?
Bonte Claus, because I'm broke during the holidays. This month is not kind. Last year, 6 home runs for Young Hoo Lee.
Yeah, you did.
6 home runs in 86 games, 6 home runs.
Okay.
45 RBIs. He batted .318.
Hey, I'm happy it was an international signing.
6 stolen bases.
Okay.
He's never had more than 13 stolen bases, so I don't know. I don't know who he is.
I'm just happy it was an international signing. They finally got someone because as you know, Bonte, Farhan Zaidi was the architect of the Yoenis Cespedes deal with the A's, and I'm still waiting on a Cuban phenom to come over here. God,
I mean, come on, man. It's. I don't. Let's move on.
No, I will be optimistic about it.
I'll be optimistic about it. I saw $113 million. So I say, who is this guy?
Opt out after 4 years. So we'll see.
$113 million.
I will say for the Giants fans, I'm sure they're looking at this, and Sam's mentioned this. You mentioned that this can't be the only thing. So if this is the only thing, I would be disappointed, but I would be shocked if this is the only thing that comes out of this season. Another big name, somewhere, somehow, because apparently the Dodgers are now linked to Tyler Glasnow, Randy Arozarena, Josh Hader. We need some pitching in here as well.
Young Hoo Lee, gap hitter. So I love and sold. I'm not sold yet. The KBO, is it a good league?
Did he play in the World Baseball Classic, Sam?
I believe he did. There's a clip going around on Twitter of him teeing off on Yoshinobu Yamamoto in I believe it was the WBC. So,
okay. So he had the ankle surgery and he recovered.
He's got a little bit of street cred there.
He's got a little bit. So we shouldn't sign this pitcher for $200 million. So he got the $20 million posting fee plus a $113 million contract, and he can't opt out until after year 4?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
All right.
We'll see.
Hey, the Giants made a signing. They gave a big contract out. That's progress for Farhan. It's progress that shouldn't need to be progress.
It hit $100 million.
Good for him.
There you go.
Good for him.
Yeah.
So
he's almost competent.
All right, let's pivot back to the Warriors. All right, listen, Spadoni, after Draymond Green did what he did yesterday,
absolutely incredible.
You know what? We'll play what happened. We'll play what happened.
Just do it.
Just play it. Third quarter, Warriors up 4.
I need to hear some Tim Roy in my life.
Love me, Big John, when you got a chance here, producing on the fly. Draymond Green got ejected from his 3rd game yesterday, and he caught face with the slap. He said he was trying to sell a foul. So Draymond Green, mid-3rd quarter, Warriors about 7:35 left. They're up 68-64. And Draymond Green said he was trying to sell a foul.
They've been controlling the game up to this point.
Controlling the game.
Yes.
He's trying to sell a foul. And his arms.
Now we get a whistle. It's an offensive foul. No. Who's the foul on? We're going to review it. It might be on Draymond for for an offensive foul, and Nurkic is face down on the floor. They got tangled up, and Draymond might have popped him one in the chops. The coaching staff coming down, the security guys are coming down, and they're going to review this. This call and reviewed.
Ow! 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 After video review, Green makes unnecessary and excessive contact to the face. The foul has been upgraded to a flagrant foul penalty 2, and Green has been ejected from the game.
Just what we thought. Draymond got ejected, and he will jog off to the locker room with 8:23 to go in the third.
So 65-68, 23 left in the game. Here's what Steve Kerr said about the ejection.
Yeah, we need him. We need Draymond, but he knows that. We talked to him, and he's got to find a way to keep his poise and be out there for his teammates.
All right, Draymond, what was the reason on why you got ejected?
He was pulling my hip, and I was swinging away to sell the ball, made contact with him. As you know, I'm not one to apologize for things I meant to do, but I do apologize to you, sir, because I didn't intend to hit him. I sell calls with my arms. I don't fall to sell the call. I don't not flop it. So I was just selling the call because he was grabbing me and pulling my hip. So I spun away, and unfortunately, I hit him. So like I said, I apologize to you, sir, because I didn't intend to.
So that's Draymond Green's explanation. You buying it, Spadoni?
No.
You buying it?
I've heard this 50 times the last decade. What are we doing here? Sooner or later, like Steve Kerr, and he was extra short yesterday with the media.
Very short. It's as short as I've ever heard him.
Like he was just doing this past week. We need Draymond Green.
Selling a call.
Selling a call.
Five. You're a five. Spadoni, I don't even have the energy anymore to yell about it, kick and scream, rant, whatever. I'm exhausted from it. I'm officially exhausted from what's happening with Draymond Green. He knows he's on a tightrope. He knows that the referees are looking for him. Anything that he does that comes close to a flagrant, they're going to review it. He has a bullseye on his back, and he's to blame to have the bullseye on his back, whether he likes it or not.
And the problem is that you've tied yourself with this guy now financially. You need him to win a title. That is a fact. You are not winning another title without Draymond Green at this point because you tied yourself to him. The problem is, though, he's becoming more and more a liability every single week.
Every single week.
And sooner or later, the losses are going to pile up. You're 10-13 now. What if it becomes 10-14 against the Clippers? And then you're digging out of a hole. And you know what? It's the same as last season. And that's not good enough.
And guess what happened last season?
You didn't advance. You lost.
But what happened before the season?
Well, you punched the guy.
Wrecked this season.
You punched the guy in the face.
And now he's gone and he got scapegoated.
Yep.
So I don't want to hear anybody scapegoating Jordan Poole anymore.
No.
I know Jordan Poole's flaws, but don't
he's in Washington. I don't give a damn about what Jordan Poole's doing. This is the
so-called heart and soul of the team. Heart and soul of the team, the leader of the team. And in 11 of the 23 games, he's either missed due to an ankle injury, which he missed the first 2 games of the season. He missed the Denver game due to personal reasons. He got kicked out of the next game against Cleveland. He started talking trash to Anthony Edwards on that Sunday, got blown out by Minnesota. Then he got kicked out. Not even 2 minutes into the game, he got kicked out of the Gobert game, choked him out, got suspended for 5. So in 11 of the 23 games, Draymond has either been ejected, missed the games, been suspended, or been out due to personal reasons. And you know what? Enough's enough. I don't have the energy to even yell about it, Spadoni. I'm exhausted. I'm exasperated. You see it happen yesterday. As soon as it happened, I'll go, boy, look what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. Look at what I guess we could talk Brock Purdy. But this is the story right now with the Golden State Warriors as they're floundering. They're 4-11 after a 6-2 start. And there's no end in sight. They've blown 4 straight games on the road in which they've led by double digits. Yesterday, they led by 13. Friday night, they led by 14. Against the Clippers the Saturday before, they led by 22. Against the Sacramento Kings, they led by 24. They're just blowing leads. That's the 6th game this season. They've blown a game in which they've led by double digits.
When's the last time we spoke positively about the Golden State Warriors?
It's been a while.
After the Nuggets loss? After a loss is when we were talking positively about them. Like, that's where we're at. This is Stephen Curry's team. Top 10 player, one of the greatest players of all time.
Right.
The greatest shooter in the history of the NBA.
And you know what?
One of the biggest names in sports. And we're talking about Draymond Green's antics.
And he's not the only issue.
And Andrew Wiggins.
And Klay Thompson.
It's Kevon Looney.
Like, Your four other starters combined for 12
starting lineup.
points.
That's the entire starting lineup.
Steph scored 24, and he doubled up the other four starters.
Oh, my God.
You know, the bench has been really good this year.
Oh.
But a lot of these bench players won't be benching anytime soon because you know what? Kuminga's probably starting on Thursday.
Needs to. I need his
and
size.
You know what? Klay Thompson, he took it on the chin yesterday, but he may need to come off the bench too. So you got a Klay problem. And I know Klay's in his head because of the contract and the money, and he's pressing. Andrew Wiggins, what the hell is going on with him? What is going on with Andrew Wiggins? So I know what's going on with Klay. Klay just looks old. His legs don't move. He can't get open. He can't dribble. I know what the problem is with Klay Thompson. Now, can you fix it? Probably not. You just got to live with it.
I can live with that as a fan, just knowing what, and also the legacy of Klay Thompson as well. I can live with that. You know what? It might just be time for Klay. And you know what? That sucks. And the realization, and he might be feeling it now too. You hear him talking after games, the frustration, it's boiling over on the court. It might just be time there. But with Wiggins, this was supposed to be your centerpiece for the future, Vontae.
He's supposed to be your second best player.
Supposed to be the guy after Steph too. And nothing after Steph, but he's your second best player, right? And now the defense isn't there. The offense sure as hell isn't there. He's giving me nothing. Moody. Nothing. Insert Moody for me.
Nothing.
For the love of God.
Moody's playing well. Kuminga's playing well. But here's the thing, and we discussed this last week. If you go to the youth movement and you play the youth, you're basically saying we're not competing for a championship. We're basically trying to learn how to win games with this new group. And you got to somehow, some way fix it with the veterans. Because you're not a championship team right now. And if you do make this move, there's going to be bumps in the road. And I asked this last week, Spadoni, and I asked the fans again. How much patience are you willing to exhibit with the youth? How much patience are you willing to accept that, hey, there's going to be bumps in the roads with Moses Moody. There's going to be some cringeworthy moments with Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Podziemski. Are you willing to live with that? Because at this point, I am. I'm tired of seeing the same old, same old.
Yes, I can live with that, but the patience will only be there until it starts affecting one man's legacy.
Yeah.
That's Stephen Curry. The patience between the fan base and all the fans around the world, locally, global, whatever. Steph is the franchise. And when you start messing with his legacy and he's playing the best basketball, some of the best in his entire career right now, and you see what's around him, you know what the conversation would be like? Any other superstar, whether it's LeBron, whether it's Jordan, whether it's Kobe, whatever. This guy needs to win. It's about his legacy at this point.
Well,
I can't have these people around him affecting that.
Well, his legacy is submitted.
But I'm saying,
but to get that next ring, to get that's how you end,
yes,
you don't want to end like Kobe.
No, you
Rest
don't.
in peace, Kobe. But Kobe didn't make the playoffs. What, the last 5 years?
Correct. And you saw what went on around him. He had to shoulder the load of other. Steve Nash, he was brought in. He was aging. He was done. Dwight Howard, that didn't work out. But he had to shoulder the load until it ended up costing him his Achilles and his career at that point. And Stephen Curry right now is shouldering the load of this team.
Yes.
And it's
not
he's
good.
already dealt with injuries in the past. I don't want to see another one.
It's not good.
It's not.
And he didn't play great yesterday.
No, he
was
didn't.
8 of 24, 4-15 from the three-point line. They lost to the Suns in 7 of their last 8 contests of the regular season. But lineup changes. Kerr was asked again about it. Here's what Steve Kerr said last night.
I have no idea. I mean, honestly, we were just trying to win the game tonight, and we were struggling with some of the lineups out there, and we made the decision. I made the decision at halftime to put a different lineup out there. Felt good about it, but we obviously did not follow through and play a very good second half.
All right, Tim Roy on the call. Listen to this cut by Tim Roy last night.
Now the Warriors not only looking at losing Draymond for this game, but now when you take into account the way they're handing out suspensions based on past action, will Draymond be suspended for the Clipper game? Or maybe the Clipper game, Brooklyn, Portland. This is just a tough moment here for Golden State.
A tough moment. Let's go to the lines, Fidoni. The lines are lit up here. Let's go to Carlos in the city. Carlos, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Good morning. This might be a hot take. This has been saying about this for the last 2 weeks. It might be time to just blow this team up. And when I'm saying blow this up, I know we have a Draymond issue, a Klay issue, a Wiggins issue. I'm even thinking we might have a Steve Kerr issue just because the last 2 years, I think he's just been an average coach. And I know we're trying to the legacy of Steph. It's just at this point, if we just keep running the same line or having the same players, we're not helping that legacy either. I'm not sure if you guys feel the same way or not. And even for me, it's hard for me to even say let Draymond go, but I've gone to that point at this because of last night's actions.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have gone there before last night's actions. A lot of people have already been there. But at this point,
what is blowing it up?
Blowing it up is trading the core. Blowing it up is Wiggins, Klay, Dre, CP3, and Looney. What do you do with those guys?
Yeah. I mean, I think you're tied to Draymond Green. I don't know what his value is outside of this franchise right now. So you're probably tied to him. Klay, you played this season out, then he's gone. CP3, gone. Wiggins is going to be an interesting one because his value is at an all-time low, too. What are you getting for him if he's going to continue to play like this? Who would want him? That's what I'm saying.
Because there's going to be questions about him missing 2 months last season.
And his love of the game.
Whether it was personal or not, other teams are going to ask about that. They're going to inquire about why did you leave?
Looney, I don't
what
think.
happened? Looney,
she's not giving me anything outside of this franchise, I don't think. And people aren't valuing him around the league like the Warriors are valuing him. So then you go with the young guys, which you alluded to earlier.
It doesn't look like Looney's in shape.
No.
It doesn't look like he's running well at all.
Didn't even attempt a field goal last night.
Yeah, it was in 11 minutes.
God.
On one field goal attempt.
Come on.
Need a big. So I don't know what you do. I'm honestly, Spadoni, this morning I'm exhausted from Draymond Green.
I understand.
I just don't know. I don't have the energy to get all irate about Draymond Green. And I understand the fans getting irate, and you can call in 888-957-9570 if you are. It's just, again, we need you on the court. We discuss you all the time. When you're on the court, you're playing some damn good basketball. He is. Now, he had the bad foul against Chet at the end of regulation.
Horrible. He had some horrible turnovers
in that game, which is not acceptable.
The turnovers yesterday aren't even close, Bonte.
That's the veterans.
He's throwing it like into the stands multiple times yesterday. I was like, what are we doing?
I just
wasted possessions. You can't waste possessions when you're playing this poorly.
You foul Chet. You're gambling for it still in that situation which you shouldn't be. You're gambling for it still. You missed that, and then you foul Chet in the shooting motion. He hits all three. You turn the ball over. You commit back. When is enough? But yet, you got the contract with him and Wiggins for the next 4 years. At least Klay's got the expiring contract. So I can move. There's only 4 months of that left of bad shooting and not having good legs. And I love Klay Thompson more than anybody at the station. But it don't look good. But at least I know, okay, there's an end date. Draymond Green and Wiggins are going to be here through, if they don't get traded, they're going to be here through 2027, 28.
Do we want that?
I don't know.
That's the thing, too. And I'm looking at the season right now, Bonte. Didn't mean for the dramatic silence there, but it kind of is. The silence is deafening with the Golden State Warriors now with how quiet they're being after the game like last night. They're the 11th seed currently. They're 10-13. They're, 2.5 back from the Pelicans who are the 10th seed. They're flirting with fire right here because this is a crucial stretch in the season. Couple games you can make up here or there. It starts getting to 5, 6, and then it's feeling a lot like last year. You're playing catch up, and then at that point you're switching to the young guys and you're expecting wins, and then everyone's going to be upset because they're not winning. It's a slippery slope here.
And you still play the Lakers 4 times?
Yeah, you haven't even played them at all this year.
Haven't played them yet. You got to play Denver another 3 times or 2 times.
Play them on Christmas
in Denver, in a Mile High City. Altitude's going to be a factor. I mean, there's no gimmies on the schedule.
No.
So the hell we're looking at the Blazers saying, okay, that's a win. No.
Even the worst
struggled against the Blazers.
Struggled against the Spurs. What are we doing here? The worst team in the league.
It's not good right now, folks. Sean in Oakland. Sean, what's happening?
What's going on, y'all?
What's going on, Sean?
Look, man, this has been an ongoing situation for years. And the only time that I had Draymond back was a situation when LeBron stepped over him in the playoffs. The other time when Gobert was doing a little bit too much. He keeps shooting himself in the foot, and I'm tired of looking at it. And that whole situation last night was ridiculous. And he talking about he trying to sell a foul. What foul are you selling? It looked like a Hulk Hogan slap to the chest. It don't make no sense to me. I don't understand why Curry is still toggling this thing. Draymond trying to explain himself every time for this guy. If he was he was dealing with Greg Popovich Phil Jackson, something like that, he'll get told on. But right now, Steph need to check him. And I don't blame Steph if he pissed off right now or wherever how he's feeling, because I know he's tired of it, but he's so like the babyface assassin, and he don't want to ruffle feathers and stuff. But it's time to ruffle some feathers. It's time. I'm tired of seeing it. So something need to happen.
Some needs.
I don't know if that's in his DNA. I don't know if that's in his DNA.
You know what the worst part is? Is that 16 days ago when Draymond came off his suspension, he said, look, I got to be better at this and that. But more importantly, before the season, he said it was the most important season of his career. The most important season of his career. And in 23 games, in the first 23 games of the season.
I think he was talking about his hashtag new media.
New media?
He wasn't talking about his play on the court.
I mean, seriously. 23 games in, and in 11 of the games in the most important season of his career, he's been either kicked out, not playing, out due to personal reasons, or ejected. In the most important season of his career.
Absolutely incredible.
It is incredible. It is. And he's got 3.5 years left on a contract. They
made their bed, and they're going to lie in it.
They're going to have to sleep in it. Yeah,
they're going. No doubt. That's the rat on the table. Brought to you by Echo. All right. That's the rat on the table.
Let's go to Alex in Atlanta. Alex, what's happening?
Oh. Another day, gentlemen, another Draymond Green suspension incoming. No, I mean, watching the game last night, there are positives to take away, and I know people probably don't want to hear that this morning because Draymond's going to take up all the headlines, but the bench played great again. And I will credit Steve Kerr where credit is due. He was finally willing to say, all right, my starters aren't playing well. I'm going to bench my starters for the rest of this game or for the majority of this game. I mean, your bench is leading the league in bench rebounds this year. So that's a positive. Your bench is the second highest scoring bench in the league this year, I think only behind Orlando. So that's a positive. But a lot of the problems that were with the team last year, taking too many threes, they took 46 again last night, I think it was. That was half their shot attempts came from three. They're only shooting 15th in the league in terms of three-point percentage.
Yep.
They're really abysmal when it comes to shooting inside the arc. They're 25th in the league. They're shooting 52%. The turnovers were better last night. I will credit them with that as well. I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that the young guys were on the floor. And when you have the young guys out there, Kerr runs a less complicated offensive system. It's a lot less motion and off-the-ball movement and more simple pick and rolls and split action. So I like that. I mean, the turnovers have been a problem for this team since Steve Kerr got there. They've been in the bottom 5 in the league in turnovers for the last 3 years, and they're in the bottom 5 in the league in turnovers this year as well. So that's not something that's going to change anytime soon as long as Steve Kerr wants to keep running the standard offensive system he wants to have. I mean, heck, your starting 5 that you normally see, Looney, Wiggs, Dre, Klay, and Steph, they average 11 turnovers a game between the 5 of them. So I'm hoping to see in the game against the Clippers, I'm hoping to see a starting lineup that looks something like Dario Saric, Jonathan Kuminga, Steph Curry, Chris Paul, and Moses Moody. That's what I would love to see as your starting 5. You got a good mix of veteran leadership in that starting 5. You got explosive youth. You got perimeter shooting. You got everything you want there. I think that anyone not named Steph Curry that's a veteran should be on the trade block at this point.
Yeah.
I know that you're probably going to have trouble getting high value for Andrew Wiggins. If you're going to move him and you want to get a good piece in return, you're probably going to have to take on a bad expiring contract as well.
Yep.
That's just the reality of the situation.
Yep.
I don't know what team on earth takes Draymond Green at this point, because not only is it the price tag, it's the behavior. If the price tag was low, you could deal with the behavior problems, but no one's going to want to take on $25 million. And I'll tell you, I think it was a good bit of gamesmanship by the Kings over the summer, feigning interest in Draymond Green, drove up his price with Golden State, so they ended up probably overpaying him. And the last thing I'll say, guys, is in regards to Kevon Looney, I agree with you. He's looking slow. He's looking beat up. You guys got to remember, he played power forward in college.
Yeah.
You know, he was primarily a number 4 when he was in college. He was slotted into the center role because he sets screens well. He can defend at an above-average rate on the perimeter, and he rebounds well. So Steve Kerr said, well, I can't play him at the 4. We have Draymond Green. I'm going to play him at the 5. And I think playing him out of position for so long, you know, he's had the hip injuries. It's just catching up to him.
No, it is.
And he's not a starting center in the NBA anymore.
He's a role player. He's a role
Thanks,
player.
Alex.
And good call, Alex. The Warriors also, when he threw out throughout all those numbers, and he's right. You look at the field goal percentage, the field goals made per game. The Warriors are 23rd in the league when it comes to field goals made per game. When it comes to shooting percentage, they're 25th in the league, as he said. They're also last when it comes to points in the paint. So they don't even get easy buckets, Spinoni.
No. Well, nothing's easy for them right now. That's the thing. Watching it, it feels like a grind.
It does.
Whereas the peak Warriors basketball that we all grew up watching this last decade, it's been, fast, attention to detail, quick, running up the floor. So many times I'm watching this game where things are going well until they aren't. And then you look up, wow, you have a double-digit lead against the Suns, and then it dissipates because you make a change that you didn't mean to make, or you just made the wrong move. And it goes back to Steve Kerr. And before the season, we did say this is the most important season in his career.
Yep.
Like he's going into this. They don't have a contract.
Mm-hmm.
Is he coaching for his job?
Yeah, Steve Kerr doesn't even. He's in a tough spot. That's why he's got to go F-it mode. He's got to go F-it mode and just shake it up. Shake it up.
I mean, they're dealing with not only the player's legacy, his legacy at this point going forward.
So you talk about the grind of the offense, Benoni. The grind of the offense. It was 97-96 with 7:40 left in the basketball game. 1 point game. Anybody's ball game. Warriors scored 10 points basically over the next 6 minutes. Just their offense just shut down. Steph couldn't hit a shot. Kuminga couldn't create. Chris Paul kind of ineffective there down the stretch. Defensively, they were trying to run a zone. They were trying to trap. They don't have the foot speed to do so. Their zone's getting cooked. It's getting ate up. They can't play defense. They can't stand in front of nobody. This is not a good basketball team, folks. I don't know how to I can't. There's nothing else I can say about the Warriors right now. They're 10-13. They're below 500. They can't stand in front of nobody. They foul. They hack. They're one of the worst teams when it comes to fouls per game. They're in the bottom 6 in that department. And when that tells me, Spadoni, is you don't have the athleticism. No. You don't have the speed. You don't have the personnel to stay in front of anybody in this league. And Oklahoma City's better. Minnesota's better. Lakers are better. Denver's going to be there. Clippers just blew out the Kings last night.
They've won 5 straight. Clippers are humming right now.
They're humming. Yeah. They're starting to figure things out. So I don't know when this is going to end. To your point, I don't know when it's going to end. But look at these calls, Spadoni.
Those calls aren't going to end. Hey,
the calls are not going to end.
You say Draymond Green, we could be doing this for the next 20 years.
Draymond, and then patience with the veterans. And I'm guaranteeing you that's about Draymond. So let's go to Jay in Oakland, who wants to talk about Draymond Green and go to State Warriors. What's up, Jay?
What's up, Jay?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? What can be said about Draymond that hasn't already been said about Draymond? I think you guys played the Nurkic soundbite. Yeah. Thank you, Bonte. I think you guys played the soundbite, and it made when he said pretty much Draymond needs help, and it made me feel uneasy because as a black man, I'm hesitant to throw labels and say someone's out of control for another black man or say someone's angry, but Draymond has hit for the cycle. He's kicked, he's stomped, he's choked, he's slapped, and he's punched somebody. This just seems out of control, right? It's I don't know, man. It just really makes me feel uneasy. So, like I said, what can be said about Draymond that hasn't been said about Draymond? As far as the Warriors, man, I think one of my main problems about Draymond and Jordan Poole last year was the fact that Jordan Poole was kind of scapegoated. Mm-hmm. And I was like, where's the leadership?
Yeah.
And I feel the same way. It's like New Year, same issue. Where is the leadership? Yep. Kerr was at the podium, and this man sat up here to the reporters and said, I didn't see the replay. Are you serious? Your starting forward got ejected out of the game for hitting someone. There's screens all over the arena, and you didn't see the replay?
Yeah. It's good call, Jay. Good call, Jay. You're on it. You're on it.
It's almost like he's become like a caricature at this point. He's becoming the guy that everyone thought he was.
Yeah.
Here it was different, though, because we saw the value in Draymond when he was with Kevin Durant, when he was with Steph and Klay all these years, winning all these titles. We've seen the value of Draymond Green. The outside perspective for a lot of people is look at this guy. He's kicking people in the groin. He's stepping over. He's pushing LeBron. He's getting baited easily. He's this hothead. But it was okay here because he was our guy and he was winning. He's that guy that everyone would love to have on their team and everyone else hates him. Now everyone just hates him, even his own fan base.
You know,
and that's disappointing.
No, that is. And you know, I was thinking while because you're on it, a lot of fans are like, what's up with Draymond? I can't with Draymond. I hear that all the time now. Oh, what's up with Draymond? What's up with Draymond? And on the court, I think he's been fine. On the court. But then his acts on the court leads to him being off the court. That's a problem in the most important season of his career. But I was just thinking,
the most important season.
I was just thinking about this. Think about life after basketball for Draymond Green. Just 4 years ago, maybe even 3, whenever it was, he got the TNT deal. He had the podcast booming. Wonder where TNT is going to be at in the future. Is he costing himself broadcast work, broadcast jobs? Now, he'll always be able to podcast. I'm talking about in a more traditional format in terms of maybe color analyst, being in that studio with Charles Barkley, Ernie Johnson, Shaq, Kenny Smith. What is going to happen now, dude? Because is he likable? Part of being on TV is you got to be marketable. You got to be likable.
Because you're on TV, so you have a better understanding. Come on. You're doing a hell of a job, Mully and Festus, breaking it down.
Ratings going down by the day.
No, you guys
whenever you put me on there.
But it's interesting because what is TV like? What is any media like? We like clicks, right? We like clicks. We like the views. So that aspect, Draymond will always bring because he is a very fiery personality. He says what he feels. He's played against all these guys. He's going to keep it a buck, right? Keep it 100, as the kids would say. But there's levels to this where it's like the more you keep doing it, the more people are just going to think, you know what, this guy's just a clown. It's just a clown show. Why was this guy bringing any credibility, really?
Right.
Because he's just doing this now. It seems like for show. Like,
yeah, no doubt.
It feels like that.
And how fans think is like, well, you know what? He averaged 8 points a game. What do we need to hear from him? Correct. He's a glorified role player. That's how the common fan looks at Draymond Green. They don't, because they'll look at the box score like, oh, Draymond. But here's Nurkic. Listen to Yusuf Nurkic after the game. Now you're hearing this a lot from opposing players when it comes to Draymond Green.
What's going on with him? I don't know. Personally, I feel like that brother needed help. I'm glad he not try to choke me, but at the same time, it had nothing to do with basketball, man. Like, I'm just out there trying to play basketball, you know, they're swinging. I think we saw that often, but hope he, whatever he got in his life, he get better.
The difference with Barkley being on TNT was that he was always a charming personality, even when he played. He may have been a bully at times, but people loved Barkley growing up. A lot of my buddies growing up, that was their favorite player, Charles
There's
Barkley.
Also only one Charles Barkley. Like, he found that, like, little lane, like a lot, and I'm not comparing him because it's different sport. Like, John Madden had his own lane when it came to the NFL. Charles Barkley was the first iteration with that in the NBA when he came over to be an analyst for TNT. So it's an interesting point there when you talk about his post-media career. I do find it interesting. I'm thinking about all the guys that Draymond's gone after.
Right.
A lot of them are just like Europeans. And then you got Steven Adams in there.
Well, Michael Beasley.
But it's this as of late.
Steven Adams.
You got Gobert, the Stifle Tower. You got Sabonis. You got Sabonis, and now you got Nurkic. He's going after the Baltic states, man. What are you doing? Come on.
Man.
It's taking out the Eastern Bloc.
He really is.
And you know what? Those guys are punks, man.
No.
You better leave them dudes alone.
Brothers? I'm messing with any of those. And Jokic got kicked out yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that.
Quarter.
He said, luckily this game wasn't in Serbia. But you know what, Draymond, and I know we're going to spend a lot of time on Draymond Green. Anthony Slater is going to join us at 8 minutes coming up here on 95.7 Game Insider. Let's squeeze in one more call before we do so. But boy, the Draymond Green situation just overshadows what's really happening. Andrew Wiggins, another no-show. Klay Thompson, another poor performance. They don't finish the game last night. Podziemski and Kuminga and Paul finished the game. So where the hell are they at? You don't have just a Draymond Green getting ejected out of the basketball issue. You have an Andrew Wiggins performance issue and a Klay Thompson performance issue.
Andrew Wiggins scored 3 points yesterday.
Listen.
He's making over $100 million.
In his last
3 points?
No, in his last 7 quarters, Spadoni, he scored 7.
Oh, my God.
1 point a quarter.
That's unacceptable.
His last 7 quarters of basketball, or if you want to add the overtime period too, which is what, 7.5, he scored 7 points. So that's where we're at with Andrew Wiggins.
That's Draymond Green stuff, but Draymond Green actually plays defense.
To me, it's a no-brainer.
He's not slapping people in the face.
To me, it's a no-brainer. Start Kuminga or Moody in place of Andrew Wiggins. That's move number one. And then you have the hard conversation with Klay Thompson. And you know what? Klay, you're on a short leash too. If you're not coming off the bench in this next game, then it may happen Saturday night against the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah, 7 points ain't much more.
7 points in the last 7.5 minutes for Andrew Wiggins.
God.
Let's get to Skinny Bob and El Granada, and then we'll get to the injury report here on the roast.
Hey, morning, guys.
Morning.
Yeah, hey, I think Coach Kerr is definitely on his 1 year and out, but also Draymond last night. I think I was a fan. I'm not a lot of good analysis I hear from you guys and fans, but Draymond, he makes Dylan Brooks look good now, and it's not a good taste. Like you said, his afterlife, who wants to listen to a guy that acts like a bully on the court is, I don't know. He needs anger management. Take a month off.
Well, you take a month off this basketball team, you're probably not looking at the playoffs.
No. That's a sobering reality. In a season that you thought the dark cloud was lifted, we all thought Jordan Poole was the problem.
Yeah, some people thought Jordan Poole was a problem. I mean, I've never heard a guy get blamed for getting punched in the face. God. Anyway,
you didn't mean to go Hawaiian, but it always goes back to
it always goes back to the
That's an all-time
Guru. Shout out Guru, who had an all-time rant yesterday about Steve Kerr. Came out of nowhere.
You know what else came out of nowhere? The injury report.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
A true trap game coming up for the 49ers after beating up on Seattle, Philadelphia, and in Seattle again. They turned their attention to the Arizona Cardinals down in Glendale at that big, giant Costco warehouse that they call, what do they call that stadium? State Farm Arena?
Did they fix the grass from the Super Bowl yet?
Oh, Philadelphia's still complaining about that. But the Cardinals are hoping to have a pair of wide receivers on the field. You would hope so. You can't play football without a wide receiver. But Marquise Brown, a.k.a. Hollywood, has been battling injuries all year, but is expected to suit up Sunday despite dealing with a heel injury. Rookie wide receiver, a good one. And Michael Wilson is not suited up in almost a month as he deals with the shoulder injury. But he's expected to suit up on Sunday. So the Cardinals getting healthy. The Niners have some injuries here going into Arizona. Got to win this game if you're going to continue to have home field advantage. Got to stack wins here in the month of December. So the Niners and Cardinals, couple injuries there. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises. We're going to get to everybody. Casey, Anthony, Ken Opener, Cal, Steel Toe, Dave, Joel. Everybody's getting on the airwaves. No doubt about that. But first, we got to get to Anthony Slater, who's down in Phoenix, Arizona right now. We'll get to Slates on the other side here on the roast.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Another day, another dollar. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. No Shasky today. He'll be back tomorrow. Spinoni doing a great job for him. Spinoni always does a great job. So he's in for Joe Shasky, the butcher, who, again, will be back tomorrow. And I know he can't wait to talk about what's going on with the Warriors, the Giants, the Niners. Good morning to everybody out there on YouTube and Twitch, the Comcast Business Text Line, everybody out there in traffic. Hopefully you get to work safely, all the teachers, cops, students, you know who you are. And, by the way, congratulations to all the high schools finishing up their football season. I know Sarah got the tough end of the draw against Mater Day. They made it. Tough, man. It's really tough to play Mater Day and St. John Bosco. Just tough. The talent gap is
shout out Palma High School.
Shout out
my
Palma High School.
Out of
who won a
Salinas,
state championship.
Division 4A, first state title in Monterey County history.
Wow,
baby.
That's amazing.
Let's
Palma.
go.
Shout out to Palma High School. My De La Salle Spartans. They lost to Mission Viejo. I'm not happy about that. Go ahead, Big John.
Also, Soquel High out of Santa Cruz County, my old high school, first state title ever in Santa Cruz County history, Division 2A.
What's in the water down there?
831 is balling.
Dwight Lowry. Shout out Dwight Lowry.
Wow, the 831's back. Marin Catholic. Shout out to them. They won a state championship as well. Am I missing some others? Oh, Akalani's won a state championship.
NorCal doing numbers is what you're saying.
Folsom won a state championship, but that's up in Sacramento. That's Kitty and D.
Well, Northern California, so we'll claim it.
Yeah, we'll claim him. We'll claim him. All right. We got Anthony Slater. On 95
we'll claim
Game
Slater,
Insider.
too.
We claim Slater on the roast. He's our roast insider, but he does go on other shows. He does a hell of a job for The Athletic, who's down in Phoenix. Anthony, you still down in Phoenix, or are you flying out later on today?
I am. I'm flying out in about 20 minutes. I feel like this is like the fifth time I've talked to you guys from this airport.
Well, hey, Sky Harbor Airport, not one of my favorites. Not one of my favorites. But look, I do love Phoenix, Arizona. I love it. I'll just leave it at that. But I didn't love what I saw last night. And we can start with Draymond Green, but there's a Wiggins conversation. There's a Klay conversation. There's a light of conversation for like the fourth straight week. Draymond Green. What's your thoughts in real time when you saw it happen? What'd you think in real time when you saw him kind of whiny back there trying to sell a foul?
Well, so, I mean, I wasn't looking like directly at him. I don't think anybody was when it went down. And Frank Vogel, sprinted, Nurkic is on the ground. You're like, something happened over there. Frank Vogel sprinted over and, kind of started getting a little bit of an argument with Draymond. And then was clearly telling the refs, hey, review that. I'm sure, was pitching for an ejection at that point. And they didn't show the for some reason, even in Phoenix, they didn't show the replay on the big screen. So we had to get up the laptops and find the broadcast. And then you saw that, and it was yeah, that's going to be an ejection. And your mind obviously immediately goes to suspension. But there was no disputing on the floor. The review was quick, and Draymond, I don't know if the broadcast showed it. He just sprinted to the locker room, didn't argue or anything like that. I think he kind of knew, and he even said post game he agreed with the flagrant too.
So now you mentioned it, suspension. How many games are we looking at?
We'll see. I mean, that's I've hit up the league a little bit today, but they usually take the full day. I think on the 5-gamer we learned that at 6 p.m. or something like that. They'll talk to him today. We know his explanation, right? Because I was a little surprised last night. We thought he wasn't going to talk, and then we got in the locker room. He was in a pretty calm mood, and it was like, yeah, let's do a press conference. And I think he previewed what his excuse to the league will be, which is, hey, he was trying to sell a foul, didn't mean to hit him. A little reminiscent to, remember the Steven Adams groin kick back in the day? That was his explanation at the time. He was trying to sell a foul, kicked his leg up, went somewhere he didn't mean. I kind of believe that he, the Gobert thing, it was an act of violence of I'm going to go get Rudy Gobert. This felt odd, right? He wasn't in any type of tussle with Nurkic. It was just kind of out of nowhere. But I'm not sure the league cares for this to come a couple weeks after the 5-game suspension. I expect it to be pretty stiff, but exact game wise, I'm not really sure yet.
Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast. It felt like Steve Kerr was as short as he's ever been with you guys after the game. Very short, very quick. Obviously frustrated with everything that's going on with the Warriors. Are 4-11 since the 6-2 start. But when it comes to Draymond Green, what could you possibly do? Draymond's the one who said it was the most important season of his career, Anthony. And in 11 of the 23 games, he's either missed due to injury, personal reasons, ejected, or suspended. So what's next? I mean, what could you possibly do with Draymond Green? Because even the littlest things, selling fouls, why are you selling a foul? You're up 5 at that point.
Yeah, I mean, what's next is probably another suspension. So more, add to the tally. It's interesting because the tough part about last night for them is, when they make the lineup change at halftime, a lot of it was built on like what they want to be, which is Draymond Green at the center, speedy. Steve Kerr mentioned it. He thought it turned the game partly because they were really excited or, feeling good about the lineup they put on the floor to start the second half, the way Pajemski was playing, the way Kuminga has been playing. And it was working. Like Draymond Green doing like QB keepers and, speeding up the game. And like the reality is the other three starters, which I'm sure we're about to get to, are like in a deep struggle. Draymond, they still feel like he would have closed last night. They still feel comfortable about the way he's playing, but there's this other more massive issue that, like, to your question, like, I don't know what is the answer. What do? You just hope he stops, getting in these situations where he can't be on the floor because of disciplinary reasons.
Absolutely. And then Andrew Wiggins, what do you do with Wiggins right now? I mean, Anthony, the guy scored 3 points last night. 3 points. He's making over $100 million. He's supposed to be your second best player because he was 2 years ago when he won a championship, and you expect at least a semblance of that. This is his worst season in his career. What's going on with Wiggins? Because last time we had you on, he was playing a little bit better, and he said, you know what, maybe he's going to go on a little bit of a run. Well, he's been on a run, and it hasn't been good.
Yeah, I don't know if that finger injury like threw off his rhythm, but I mean, I would say maybe 4 out of the 5 games before he slammed that finger in a car door, he was like solid, including I think he had 29 in Sacramento, and then that happened, and he's come back. He's got 8 of 30 in 3 games, 10 turnovers. To me, the turnovers are worse. You just can't have him as a high turnover guy because he doesn't handle it that much. But he's seen him dribble. I think right when he got benched last night in the third quarter or in the second quarter, he like dribbled it off himself out of bounds, like stuff like that. What do you do with him? I mean, you either have a quick hook on him, considering, how his night's going early, or potentially, he gets replaced in the starting lineup. Like, I think that's certainly on the table. It clearly was at halftime last night. They went to Kuminga over him. Kuminga's been better than him. I think with Draymond maybe missing a chunk of games coming up, the starting lineup gets really thrown into flux. But 15 minutes for Andrew Wiggins last night, and it seemed like a very reasonable decision by Steve Kerr. Yeah. So, to answer your question, you just might do that. Especially the one thing you do know with Wiggins, usually within the first 5 minutes of his night, like what type of night it's going to be. So you just adjust, I think, on a night-to-night basis.
Well, he scored 24 points in this last 3 games, Anthony, and he's 3 of 8 from the three-point line. So to your point about the rhythm with the finger, maybe that has something to do with it. But in the last 7.5 quarters, he scored 7 points. And it felt like in the first quarter against OKC, okay, Wiggins, he's back. 8 points. He's being aggressive. He's trying to play some defense. And then he goes MIA. So that's 7. Now you get this game after having 3 days off. And so that may be the move, is to play Kuminga or Moody over Andrew Wiggins, maybe start him. Now you get to Klay Thompson. And the reason why I'm more bothered about Wiggins is because you have him on the books for 4 more years. Klay Thompson, there could be an end date. But, boy, when it's bad for Klay, it's bad. And last night was as bad as it gets. I don't know what it is about Phoenix, the Valley of the Sun, but, boy, he was bricking wide open with guys in his face, and that's not going away either. So what do you do with Klay?
Well, I mean, the big move was made last night for the first time ever, by the way. Klay Thompson, a healthy Klay Thompson was benched in crunch time. That's never happened. And Draymond, within his press conference where he had to talk about some other subject, mentioned that, like, hey, this is that, it's sometimes tough for a guy to take when you're doing it for the first time. So, but the seal has been broken, right? Like, I think Steve Kerr has now made it possible that, hey, I can bench Klay Thompson in crunch time, which you didn't know how he was going to handle it. He was not pleased last night. It sounded like the broadcast wasn't looking at him at all on the bench. You guys didn't see his reaction, right? Watching the game?
No. What was his reaction?
He was, kind of stammering around the bench. Steph at one point kind of had to pull him away. He was yelling towards the bench. It didn't seem like it was anybody in particular he was yelling at. I'm sure the coaching staff are making the decision, but he was making his opinions felt. Then he walked over and he hit something on the bench, and kind of like it looked like a cup rack or something went flying behind the bench.
Oh boy!
Yeah, I mean, he was.
I did not know that. I did not know that. Wow. Go ahead, Anthony.
Which, by the way, I mean, like, this was predictable with Klay. This is just, it's how he is. I will say he talks post game. I put up the full transcript in my post game article. I mean, he was professional about it. He said he trusts Steve. He said he deserved to be benched because he's been playing like crap. But yeah, he was upset with it. But again, you're asking all the questions on what do they do. I think Steve Kerr laid out the blueprint last night. Yeah. He benched Klay, he benched Wiggins, he benched Kevon Looney.
Wow. Does you think there's any chance he loses those guys? Because Looney's a professional. Looney's been through this before. But with Klay and Wiggins, Wiggins obviously been a lifelong starter. And I know he came off the bench in the first game of the playoffs, and he hasn't closed as much this year, especially early on in the season. But Klay Thompson's never gone through this. Is there a chance Kerr loses both of these guys before we even get to the new year due to all these lineup changes and not closing?
Well, I think three things here are on Steve Kerr's side. Their record is 10-13. It's desperate. You have to do what you have to do to try to win. I think Steph Curry's presence very much helps Steve Kerr because Steph Curry, is saying last night, look, like the results are the results. Tough decisions have to be made. People have to kind of, stay locked in when they get their opportunity. And then the other thing is, and I understand that like a Jonathan Kuminga and a Moses Moody don't have the Andrew Wiggins and certainly not the Klay Thompson track record with this franchise. But, they're benched sometimes. They're pulled from the rotation entirely. They have been this season. And the way they've got themselves back in it, and now, especially Kuminga has himself playing, 30 minutes a night basically the last 3 games, is like responded well, used it as fuel, played well, but played himself into the closing lineup where, to an objective observer, like he's playing much better. Play him in closing time last night. Like it's a reasonable decision. So, do you kind of maybe do they get upset with you? Probably, but the reality is they got to play themselves. Like Klay Thompson's going to get opportunities. I expect Klay Thompson to continue to start and close on most nights, but now you can get benched if you're not playing well, is what's been shown. So play well enough to not get benched, because we all know Steve Kerr's default will still be to close with Klay Thompson, as long as he's just not having a horrible night.
Absolutely. And from bad to at least good last night, the good was Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, Brandon Pajemski. Some of these young guys have really spurned some of these runs in these games to get them back in it or to keep the lead. And it's just frustrating when you're a fan watching it, and then all of a sudden, you bring in some of these guys like a Klay or Wiggins, and then the whole flow of the game just gets shifted now. I mean, it's urgent right now for the Golden State Warriors and Steve Kerr. So are you going to be expecting an uptick in minutes, whether it's, a change in the starting lineup, Kuminga, Moody, some of these guys, they need to be featured a lot more going forward, Anthony?
Yeah. Who knows what the starting lineup's going to look like against the Clippers? The Clippers play them a certain way where I wouldn't have expected Looney to start regardless. He didn't the last time they played the Clippers. Now, will Draymond really be on the floor Thursday night? That seems unlikely. So it's going to be kind of a mismatch starting lineup than you're used to anyways. I do expect more minutes, as you saw last night, for the young guys. I mean, Pajemski's playing really well. I thought he was awesome last night. What did he finish with, 20 and 11?
20, yeah. Yep.
5 offensive boards.
11 rebounds for a guard. He rebounds very well for a guard.
Yeah, how about that free throw rebound that led to a 3 that he had? He took the charge on Devin Booker to get his 4th foul early in the third quarter. He's just making plays. And Kuminga's playing with kind of the right downhill mindset. So, yes, I do expect more minutes for those guys. Again, I think it's going to be very dependent on Steve Kerr, adjusting on a night-to-night basis. Just who is playing well, and I thought he did that last night much more than he had been.
Last one for you, Anthony. I know you got to hop on the flight, but real quickly, I got to ask this question about Steph. I listened to his post-game presser on the way in to work today. Where's Steph at when it comes to the frustration levels? Because obviously he's doing what he can. He scored 24 yesterday. The other 4 starters scored 12. And they're turning the ball over. I could tell that it's starting to weigh on him, but you're around him every single day. Shoot around, practice, games, after games, before games. Where is he at mentally? How's he really feeling about the squad as they're 10-13 through 23?
Yeah, I mean, he's frustrated. I would say, he, to me, the most frustrated I thought at Sacramento and then at Oklahoma City. It seemed like it was weighing on him a little bit more than last night for whatever reason. But he's not shaking tables, demanding changes at this point. I mean, Steph. I mean, he's still operating in the sense of if Klay's kind of grumbling over on the sideline yesterday, it's him to go over to try to calm him down. And he's the one last night, talking about the various reasons for specific losses. He keeps such a, kind of calm mindset about everything that it doesn't feel like, I feel like you're almost, is it going to turn into some hardened situation where he goes, hey, look, it isn't happening here. Get me out of here by the deadline. No, I do not expect that to happen. Nothing signals that he would do something like that.
All right, Anthony, get on that flight, man. Safe travels to L.A. We always appreciate the time. I'll see you Saturday at Chase Center, but we'll be looking for your work when you're down in L.A., touching down when the Warriors take on the Red Hot Clippers.
All right, fellas.
All right, Anthony.
Thanks, Anthony.
Take a lot to take away there. Klay, I did not know Klay went crazy on the sideline like that. And maybe I'm being too strong there on my words.
He described it.
But he described it, said, he was not happy about it. Now, after the game, I did see that quote that Slater had in the story. And that was the first thing. I went to bed off of that quote, but then I didn't know the extent of it. Klay Thompson, of course it frustrates me. It's just Klay not finishing for the first time in his career. You think I'm just going to chill? I'm freaking competitive, man, but whatever. I guess I didn't bring it tonight. I deserved it. I trust Steve. I trust that he's going to make the right decision. I played like crap. That's just who Klay is. I don't know if it's selfish or whatnot, but it does feel like Klay cares about at least being good. He may not be good. He cares about it. But it's just not. But that's not what we're in the business. We're not in the business to be passing out who's next Capri Suns.
No, but
if you're not good, you can't play.
No, but I do give him at least some semblance of credit for that as a fan because I see what's going on with Andrew Wiggins, and that guy just not showing any emotion at all.
14 minutes, 40 seconds.
Nothing. So we're on opposite ends of the spectrum here. No emotion, a lot of emotion, and both suckage.
Yeah.
So
you're right, Spinall. It's hard. It's tough. And Klay's probably feeling like, boy, there's a lot of money getting flushed down the toilet now. What's that deal going to look like?
Seriously. Like if he's him, he's not only is he pressing for the season that feels like it's slipping away, but his future in the NBA may be waning as well. And that's a sobering moment for a guy that's had 2 major surgeries. He's overcome so much in his career to get back to that point, and for it to end like this, it never ends pretty. Like this is the thing in the NFL.
Yeah.
Not NFL, in the NBA and sports.
It rarely ends pretty.
It never ends pretty. Like Jordan leaving, guess what? He came back with the Wizards.
It didn't make the playoffs.
It didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
So it doesn't end well. It just doesn't.
Bully always talks about this, and I remember we had Eddie Johnson on. And Eddie Johnson was like, sometimes you just get old, man.
Yeah.
You just get old.
You heard
in
Eddie's voice there, too. Where it's just,
you just get old. And that was after game 1. After game 1. We're 23 in now. Chris Mullen talks about that. He goes, look, man, I came into every game as one of the slowest dudes on the floor. But, boy, when you don't have it and you get slow, it gets rough out there to the point where you don't even want to go to practice. You don't even want to go to the gym because you don't have it. Klay doesn't have it right now. Does Wiggins have it? I don't know if Wiggins has it anymore.
Well, that's the frustrating thing. Wiggins is, 28, 29 years old?
We're counting on this guy to be your best two-way player.
He's still relatively young. He hasn't had an ACL or an Achilles, the things that Klay has had to overcome in his career. So that one's a little just more like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with him. And then you get Draymond Green, Spadoni. Here's Barkley on the Dan Patrick Show.
Oh, boy.
Barkley has some comments on Draymond Green. Here's what Barkley had to say.
When your boss says, hey, you know what? It's time for us to sit you down because, you just lose money when the league suspends you. I think you need to be embarrassed when your boss says, hey, you know what? You're hurting the team. I'm going to do something to you. So I think it's up to the Golden State Warriors to, hey, you know what, Draymond? You've been great for this organization, been great for the team, but you're not worth the effort. We tired of dealing with this BS. So I think the Warriors need to step in and say, hey, even before Adam does anything today, because he's going to get suspended, if the Warriors came out and said, hey, can we handle this situation? I think that would be the right thing to do, Dan, personally.
What do you think about that, Spadone?
Going in-house?
Going in-house.
I like it. It'd be at least some sort of, credibility within the organization when it comes to disciplining Draymond Green, who's been running amok through your organization the last 2 years. Like, they didn't even suspend him when he punched his own teammate.
I know.
His own teammate, they didn't suspend him.
Things could have been so
it takes all this now, finally. It's just, then it comes across as, and I said credibility. Actually, then you have none at that point.
No, because then Jordan Poole's sitting there thinking, really?
Seriously.
It's Yusuf. It's a very astute point.
Yusuf Nurkic is the final straw?
Yeah, no, it's an astute point.
Come on.
You should have taken away ring night from him last season.
Yeah, at the very least.
At the very least. At the very least.
That's what the good organizations really do. You know what? And I know they suck now, but the New England Patriots, they cut your ass. real quick, not even close to anything like that. Like that's what the blue blood organizations do. And I get it. He's a made man here, and he's won all the titles. We love Draymond Green.
Yep.
But the last 2 seasons, how much have you really loved him?
So
how much?
So here's some things from some breaking news from Shams Charania. This broke about an hour ago before we get out to the lines. Klay Thompson's future has been in question. Shams was told that the Warriors offered a deal, 2 years in a range of $48 million, and an extension to Klay Thompson before the season. And now, there is no deal. So the extension would have gave him $24 million a year, which seems like a bargain for Klay right now.
Oh, my God.
With the way he's playing. And now, there's no deal.
And I don't know if there's going to be one coming forward.
So,
Unless it's a 1 year prove-it deal.
Yeah, Mike Dunleavy's got his work cut out for him. He's got his work cut out for him. What do you do with this team?
Wow, that's actually pretty crazy.
2 years, $48 million for Klay. And now there's no deal.
Now, do you think that's, posturing now to get ahead of it? Like, hey, we offered to try to make the organization look good. Hey, we offered this already, and he turned it down.
Maybe the organization dodged a bullet.
Maybe they did.
Oh, my God.
Let's go to Kerry in Scottsdale.
That's unbelievable.
That is unreal. This team has been unreal so far. Kerry in Scottsdale, what's happening?
Yeah, I appreciate you taking my call. I think with Draymond, goes maybe a little bit deeper, and some of you guys who called in have maybe talked about it. But I think he has a mental health issue, without a doubt. And I think you really need to sit him down. The league, the team, they made an investment in him, and they've got to get him some help. Because I think we can all agree that Draymond is a super smart, intelligent IQ player, but common sense or emotions get the best of him. Something is wrong with Draymond Green, and I don't know if he's seeing professional help, but I think they got to do something with him in that regard and take care of him so he can get to be a human being again. He's not even a human being when he does stuff like that.
Well, I mean,
my other comment. Yeah, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Finish up. Sorry.
Yeah, my other comment is I'm really, really enjoying watching the younger players play Steph. I think the Warriors are in transition, whether we want to believe it or not. And you know what? If the older players don't play as much, I'm okay with that. I think the Warriors can go, fairly far and make it to the playoffs with the younger players. They're going to get better and better. It's just exciting to watch them play with that energy.
It is.
So those are my comments. And thank you so much.
Good call, Kerry. Good call.
We'll react to you. The high IQ-ness, sooner or later, it's just like, the guy makes dumb decisions in the game. How high IQ is that?
Yeah, no, there's no IQ.
You lose credibility.
No,
with
when
that.
you're a veteran and you turn the ball over 4 times against OKC, Wiggins, I think, had 6 turnovers against OKC. Klay had another 4. Your veterans have not played smart basketball.
And the mental health conversation, you got to want help before you get the help.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I don't know if he cares anything about that.
Should have got it last year if he is getting help. But also, and it's all coming to light now. Because last year when we discussed this, and a lot of people were anti-youngsters, the veterans were blowing games on the road. It wasn't the youngsters. The veterans were unable to score down the stretch. They were taking bad shots. They were turning the ball over left and right. The veterans have been responsible for a lot of this. And Draymond Green now, ejected in another basketball game. Klay Thompson, according to Shams Charania, said no to a 2-year, $48 million deal. Now there's no deal at all. Now there's no deal. And Andrew Wiggins. We got an Andrew Wiggins problem. We just got problems. From 3/5 of the starting lineup. Well, 4/5 really, because Looney didn't take a shot last night. I love Loon. This team, man, got problems.
Frustration right now. That's the word.
Anthony, Ken, Oper, Cal, Joel, Jr., you guys are next on the other side. We'll get to everybody here. 888-957-9570. What should the Warriors do now with Draymond Green? What should the Warriors do with this team? Is it too early to blow it up? Because as the great Yogi Berra said, it gets late early out there. You don't want to fall into a hole in the Western Conference this season. That could be problematic. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by the Golden State Warriors. Your phone calls here on The Roast.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
I don't think BPA is optimistic, Spadone.
Sure not, Brian. Come on.
I don't think there's not a lot of Warrior fans who are optimistic right now.
Is this the rejoin for welcome back to Draymond getting another suspension?
Nah,
is that what that is?
Welcome back to being off the floor.
Oh my God.
Welcome back to the podcast life. I don't
Welcome back, Bonte.
Welcome back.
Took the day off, and now you got Draymond Green to respond.
Yeah.
Is that what you thought?
No, it's a tough day yesterday. I was out.
Yeah.
Shasky's out today.
I'm sure he'll have thoughts tomorrow.
Yeah, no doubt. But, obviously, one of my cousins passed away, and this is why, honestly, not to spin it here and take us down this road, but, go get checked up. Go to your doctors every 6 months, every 4 months, whatever you got to do. Because, unfortunately, my cousin left this earth. He's got 4 kids plus 2 stepdaughters and had a blocked artery in his heart. Had a blocked artery, and it sucks. And so all day yesterday was with family. So I took the day off of radio and TV.
Good for you.
I'm sure people like that. Kind of got tired of me here.
What?
95.7 The Game on television.
No, we had Laura last night. Laura's great.
It needed a break for me. But no, seriously, the soda diet was so beneficial for me. I know we made a lot of fun, but health is wealth, man. You want to sit, my cousin's not going to be able to be at his daughter's middle school graduation, And so when I think about people growing old, and baby Chaz is fortunate to have her great-grandma, Bablik, and she's 86 years old, and able to see that through and live a long time. It's important, man. So health is wealth, man. Be careful with your diets. Get your checkups, man. Seriously, there's too many people leaving this earth, especially during the holidays, Spadone.
I never knew either of my grandfathers. Both my grandmas, they lived until their late 80s, early 90s, but I didn't know either of my grandpas, and both of them smoked their entire lives.
Yeah.
So, just take care of your body.
Take care of your body, man. Health is wealth. Health is wealth. So, anyway, that's why I was out yesterday. But everybody at the funeral they want to talk Warriors. Leave me alone. Let's honor my cousin Antonio Johnson. And they want to talk Dubs. And it's the same questions. What's up with Klay? What's up with Wiggins? Is Draymond going to stay on the floor? We're tired of Draymond. Everybody's tired of Draymond. That overshadowed. Look, I'm not exonerating Andrew Wiggins for 1 of 7 from the floor at 3 points. I'm not exonerating Klay Thompson, who has struggled more times than not this season. And we know who he is. And now you got the report that Shams Charania is saying that the Warriors had a 2-year, $48 million deal on the table for Klay before the season. Well, now that deal's off the table. It's gone.
That's surprising to me. What did Klay think he was at this point?
I don't know.
He ended the season so poorly. I understand he's these guys are wired differently than I am. They're wired differently than anyone else because they've been at the best. They've been at the top of their craft their entire lives, Bonte. Klay Thompson grew up in this. His dad was part of the Showtime Lakers. He grew up watching Kobe, watching Shaq, watching everyone. And he got into the NBA and had very quick success. And all he has known in his whole career is winning.
Yep.
So this has got to be a very humbling part of his life these last 2 seasons, especially how it ended last year. And last night.
The first time he's ever been benched at crunch time, Spinodi, it finally happened. And you know what?
Says it all.
Look, to me, it's never been about who starts. I've been consistent with this. It's about who finishes. And yesterday, Klay found out he wasn't finishing, and he threw a hissy fit on the sideline.
I think that hurt more.
Anthony Slater, we'll replay that sound in just a second. We'll flip that sound with Anthony Slater, what he said about Klay Thompson. But Klay, after the game, he kind of said, hey, look, man, I played like crap. I trust Steve. But no, I was not happy. But boy, hearing that from Slater, because I did not see that on the broadcast, and I got the iPad in, just looking back at the Draymond situation. Well, I got to go back and look at Klay. See if there's another angle of Klay Thompson. Because that's not good, folks. That's not good. Here's Shams Charania from The Athletic on Klay Thompson's extension.
And Klay Thompson, 2 of 10 last night, 1 of 8 from 3. I think we all believe he deserves an opportunity just to see this through, and he should have limitless, opportunity to try to figure it out, get out of this rut. But his future's been in question. We talked about on the eve of the season, they're not close on a contract extension when they were discussing one before the start of the season. I'm told that the Warriors offered a deal, 2 years in the range of $48 million in an extension to Klay Thompson before the season. And now there's no deal. We're into the season. He's going to play it out. They're going to play it out. And we saw last night, Jonathan Kuminga played a lot. Brandon Podziemski played a lot.
Oh, sure.
Could we
Why
see?
not?
Could this be as much as we all want to see the Warriors and their vets get a chance to ride this out to the sunset?
Absolutely.
We're seeing 2 young players start to play more, and I think it's interesting.
Very interesting from Shams.
Podziemski, by the way, Shams.
Podziemski.
Not Podziemski.
Podziemski?
Come on.
Podziemski.
Polish pride here. Come on. Let's get it right.
Podziemski.
But I heard something interesting there at the start of it. Did you hear that? That he should have limitless run to try to.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's how you sink your organization.
At the expense of what exactly? The organization?
No, this is what I do. I know people are going to call me an apologist for this, but I will say this. Before last night, in his last 9 games, Klay was trending up. Now, what is up for him? Being a 3rd or 4th option.
Can only go up.
Being serviceable. Yeah. Can only go up. But in the previous 9 games, going into last night was all-time bad. 2 of 10, 1 of 8 from 3. Just couldn't play defense, blowing assignments, bad shot. Klay was just unplayable, which is why he didn't play in the 4th quarter or in crunch time. But Klay Thompson, 18.5 points per game, 4.5 rebounds, 2 assists, 40% from the floor, 38% from the three-point line. So it was getting a little better. And I thought OKC, he was better than the Portland game. Now, there's going to be some games mixed in here where he goes Portland, 3 of 13, 11 points. But he had a good stretch here. Where he scored at least 15.
I'm expecting stinkers occasionally with Klay Thompson.
Occasionally,
you're going to get those with him.
So those stinkers, you look back. OKC, 5 of 13, 16 points. 7 of 16 against the Houston Rockets, 20. 8 of 17 against Phoenix, 23. 3 of 11 against against San Antonio, 15. 6 of 14 against Sac, 20 points. 8 of 18 against the Clippers, 22. 5 of 13 against the Clippers, 17. Then he had stinker against Portland, and he had the stinker last night.
Yeah.
And so I'm cool with Kerr saying, you know what? You're not good. You're not good. You're not playing.
Stick with it, Steve. If I'm a fan right now, I'm like, you know what? It needs to be more cutthroat going forward.
40% from the floor is not good, though.
No.
It's not good at all.
It's not.
Not good at all.
And if you're Klay Thompson right now and you're hearing this news get leaked, and we all remember it was during the Kings series that I think it was Woj, the max deal. Right. Adrian Wojnarowski reporting Klay Thompson and his camp want a max deal. And this is in a series, by the way, in which Klay wasn't playing that well. And then he goes on to have the worst series in the history of his career in Los Angeles. Yep. Not the best, a bargaining chip, if you will, Bonte, when you're trying to get a deal done. And this one is, if he's betting on himself, it's failing.
Well, you know what?
Way.
For Klay, I think, for Klay, he needs to be in a situation where he's got guys around him that could create shots for him. Losing Jordan Poole, where you don't have anybody outside of Steph, you got nobody who could break their man off the dribble.
Wiggins ain't doing it. Looney's not doing it. Draymond's getting ejected.
He's a floor spacing role player at this point, which he can have another 5 years in his career if he's just on the 3-point line shooting open shots. If the Lakers could make Cam Reddish serviceable and LeBron James, then they can make Klay Thompson serviceable.
Cam has got his name back because of the Lakers. He used to be Scam Reddish. Right. He's going back to Cam right now.
I look at a situation like that. I look at a situation like Milwaukee. He needs guys around him at this point of his career. In this situation with the Golden State Warriors, he's getting exposed for who he is at this point. Let's take some calls, Spadone. We got a lot of people on hold.
We got full lines.
Let's go to the phones. A lot of people been holding on hold. Thanks for the patience, everybody. Let's start off with Anthony and Benicia. Then we'll get to St. Louis for Cato Cal. Anthony, what's happening?
Top of the morning, Chill Hill and Spaghetti. So I got a couple of things. One, when it comes to Klay, it's just a combination of injuries and age. Like 33 and 34 isn't old by normal human standards, but it is when it comes to the NBA. And then you couple that with 2 catastrophic injuries, this is what you're going to get. Jamal Crawford said something on the broadcast, I think right before the game started. He said that this is the least amount of spacing that he's seen the Warriors have. And so we said this last season in the playoffs, and we're saying it again. Klay needs spacing. And so, unfortunately, this is the byproduct of it when you don't have people that can create their own shot. Mm-hmm. Now, I will say that if Kerr tweaks the lineup more consistently, you can play Klay with some guys that can space, because Podziemski and Moody, Podziemski can create more than Moody, but both of them are a threat to score. So that will benefit Klay. The other thing I want to say is Wiggins. Like, I know that we don't want to talk about the shot and stuff like that, but I remember he was very, very he didn't want to get the vaccine shot, and I believe that he was kind of forced into it. I have no idea if that's playing a role now, but I think when you think about some of the things that he's been through over the last 2 seasons, it can all just be coming ahead, because he doesn't seem very motivated. And we all know that Jordan Poole was his road dog. And I think when you just combine all those things, he just might not want to be here anymore. And we don't know how he feels about Draymond Green on a personal level. He's very professional and he's already really quiet. So maybe that's just, this is just how he responds to stuff that he doesn't like.
Well, they did, Anthony, not to cut you off, I'll let you finish, but they did win a championship the year he took the vaccine, right?
He did, but I know that remember when he was like, man, I don't, like, it's my choice. And he came out and said, like, I didn't want to do it, but eventually I just think he felt the pressure of doing it. And so, like, in the moment when you win the championship, all is forgiven, right? But I think when you look at that punch, man, I know people don't want to talk about it much, but they keep talking about this black cloud, and I don't think it's gone, because part of that black cloud is Draymond Green. And for whatever you want to think about Dre, I'll leave my comments about Dre alone, because I have my own personal feelings about him. He is part of that black cloud. And just because you get rid of Jordan Poole, that doesn't mean that the negativity that punch brought is gone. So I kind of want to give kudos for Steve Kerr for deciding and going with, you know what, I'm sitting these guys, because in the words of Shannon Sharp, you don't get what you deserve. You get what you earn. Mm-hmm. And those young guys have earned the chance to play. And I think he needs to stick with that if he wants to continue to be a coach here.
No doubt.
Good call.
Good call, Anthony. Good call. I like that with Steve Kerr yesterday.
Yeah.
Forget the patience. I've been patient enough.
He can't be. He's looking at his own head coaching career in jeopardy right now. Like, and he'd get opportunities, but I'm saying this year, he's coaching for his job. And also, a lot of these guys on this team right now, and we use this kind of jokingly here at the station because the whole legacy season.
Yeah.
But a lot of legacies are kind of at stake right now. Well, when you look at them right now, and legacy's strong, but like the future of their careers, they're kind of looking like, if I'm Klay Thompson right now, if I'm Steve Kerr.
Here's how I look at it, because I think you bring up a good point. Steph's legacy cemented.
Yes.
4 championships, finals. Steph's Teflon. He's the top 10 player of all time. It's Teflon. Klay Thompson is always going to be the what if because of the injuries. Now, is his legacy? No, he helped win the 4th championship, and he played the most minutes during that postseason. I think Klay will be elevated through that sense. And I think a lot of Warrior fans will look at Klay Thompson this last year and a half and say, you know what? The injuries caught up to him. He was never the same.
Yeah.
We get it. Draymond's legacy is the one I think is, were you part of the core? Could we have won championships without you? Now, I don't believe the Warriors could have won championships without him. I truly don't. But Draymond's going to be, when it's all said and done, fans are going to look at him and say, well, he helped run Kevin Durant out of town. Whether or not that's true or not, we don't know, but fans are going to look at it like that.
Correct.
Jordan Poole, we don't need to say much about that. We know what happened there. We know what happened with some of the other young guys yelling at. He got kicked out of a game for yelling at James Wiseman, his own teammate. He got kicked out of a game for yelling at his own teammate, for crying out loud. And not to mention the shenanigans that's happened in the playoffs. And he gets $100 million, and you're thinking, boy, you signed back up for this guy. And he said it was the most important season of his career, and he's impacted 11 of the 23 games that they've played so far due to injury, personal reasons, suspension, or ejections.
I mean, they rewarded the guy.
That's the guy, Spadone.
They rewarded the guy after he punched his own teammate in the face. Right. And after it was a dumpster fire of a season that he caused, he was the dark cloud. The dark cloud still remains on this team. So that's, to Anthony Benisha's point, that's the problem.
Well, that's your point when you're talking about legacies being on the line.
Yes.
If we want to play that game, Steph, fine.
No,
Klay, people will have the caveat saying, well, we know what happened with Klay. We know what happened with Klay.
It's Wiggins and Draymond right now.
Well, Wiggins is just lost. All the love he got, he flipped the narrative. He flipped the narrative during the NBA Finals. And in the first 15, 20 games, whatever it was last year before he suffered the adductor strain, Wiggins was fine. It was like, wow, look at Andrew Wiggins. Fans were starting to love Andrew Wiggins more than they ever loved Kevin Durant. Think about that.
That's a fact.
Think about that.
You know what we were saying? This was Warriors basketball, Bonte. This is a real Warriors basketball.
They were loving Andrew Wiggins more than they were loving Kevin Durant.
That's wild.
A year and a half later. And we don't know what happened due to the personal reasons. He missed 2 months last year. But some fans are saying, boy, you missed 2 months last year. And this is what we're getting this year? He's averaging 12 points a game.
He scored 3 points last night. And you said, what, 7 points in his last 7 quarters?
7.5 quarters.
Oh, my God.
He had 8 in the first quarter against OKC. He scored 4 the rest of the way, plus the overtime.
How do you,
right now, who's a better player, Wiggins or Kuminga?
How do you justify starting this guy if I'm Steve Kerr this long?
That to me has been a bigger issue.
That's like Moses Moody is playing his ass off. Jonathan Kuminga, he makes mistakes, playing his ass off. Brandon Pajemski playing his ass off. Like, I'm sorry, sooner or later, you're just trying to make the playoffs or play-in tournament.
No doubt.
And these guys are costing them.
Let's go to Ken Opener Cow in St. Louis. Ken Opener Cow, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up,
First
Ken?
of all, let me give a shout-out to Drew Down and to you, Bonte. Let me give you my condolences on losing your family member like that, man. You know we love you, man. We always will. But let me go ahead and go red light and keep everything real, man, because I feel like if Steve Kerr was coaching the Lakers along with LeBron James, would he had a job after a year? I just want y'all to answer that real quick.
No, probably not.
Okay, then. You cannot say that we don't have no bigs on this team. That's a big deal. That's why they're getting beat. This is basketball. All the CEOs of all these other teams, the executives, they want bigs and stuff. They say they want to start off with a big. You cannot say we don't have a big and don't make a big deal about that. And then we're having the same trouble that we had same last year. Steve Kerr said after the game, the last game that they lost, not the Phoenix game, the last game that they lost, he said we got to be better as coaches. He said that last year. When I'm sitting up here trying to tell y'all, stop it with the trade talks. Steve Coach ain't tradable. Ain't no other team gonna want Steve Coach, and ain't nobody gonna want to come play for the Warriors because the Warriors is centered around Steph Curry. Don't nobody want to play that. They want to be able to play freely like all these young guys are doing. Look what Houston doing and stuff like that. Our young guys showed Steve Kerr when they was playing New Orleans what they was. I told y'all then that Steve Kerr need to start these boys, and they'll do something good, and then he'll start the next game doing the same thing. And then everybody's talking about Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson scored 20-something points last game. Yeah. Why is everybody talking about Klay? Every time something goes wrong, they're talking about Klay. When everything was going bad with the 49ers, they went after that coach, but yet and still Steve Kerr's under the witness protection program. What happened to the world team, the USA team, when he coached them? They lost because he wants to play small ball guys that don't work. Ain't nobody scared of the Warriors, Bonte.
Yeah, no, that fear factor's gone. That fear factor's gone, Ken Opener Cow. You got anything else to cook on, Ken Opener Cow?
Man, I don't want to say is y'all said that Draymond Green is the second best player. Y'all said that about Chris Paul a few weeks ago. Looney ain't scored nothing. Wiggins ain't scored nothing, and nobody else can do it. Who the biggest player next to Steph Curry on the game? It's still Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson got trade value. He shouldn't have to settle for $24 million when Draymond Green is getting $25 for 4 years. Make that make sense, man. And Draymond Green's supposed to be the second best player when he couldn't even score when Klay was out the game for 3 years. What was Draymond doing then? Draymond couldn't score nothing. There was a lottery team. You understand what I'm getting to? There was a lottery team. Draymond Green don't do nothing but bring a big cloud over this team. I'm tired of it, y'all.
Yeah. No,
the dark cloud is still lingering. Wow. Color me shocked.
I mean, look, Klay has not had a great season by any means. It's been very average, according to, especially when you consider his standards, but he's not the same guy.
And also, coaches coach and players play. Like I know Steve Kerr gets a lot of heat right now this season, and rightfully so. But I can't defend 3 points and 7 points and 0 points and 0 field goal.
No,
who was my guy comparing Kevon Looney to Nikola Jokic the
Horace
other week?
in Texas.
Horace, God love you.
Horace
Come on,
Texas.
man.
Horace
that was the most freezing of freezing cold takes That take was made in an igloo.
So look,
in Antarctica.
It was a bad.
Come
take.
on.
It was a bad take. It was a bad take. It was a terrible take.
It's called the week. It was a call of the week too.
You kind of get the theme of caller of the week. If you say something crazy, you're probably going to win that award. 10 games. In the last 10 games for Klay, he's thrown up, I say 3 clunkers of the 10. 3 clunkers. The other game's pretty average. I thought he was okay against OKC, 22 points. He did turn the ball over 4 times. Can't do that. But I see 3 legit clunkers in the last 10. Andrew Wiggins has had nothing but clunkers. Andrew Wiggins may have had 3 good games this year. All right? So I do think we've kind of scapegoated Klay Thompson in a way. Now, I'm not defending Klay Thompson. Last night was awful. But when I look at this roster and I look at who needs to be what, damn, it's Andrew Wiggins. He needs to be your best two-way player. I thought he was the most important player coming into the season. Well, man, we're lucky to get 20 quality minutes from him right now.
I think that's the most – it's very difficult for fans right now, Bonte, and tell me if I'm wrong on this one. They're trying to compartmentalize this team as a championship team still.
No, they're not. They're not.
And they're not. So when you start saying, like, start playing all the young guys and move Wiggins and Klay to the bench, what that signals to a lot of fans is you're ready to just, you know what, the season's over championship-wise at that point. Yeah. And I don't think a lot of fans are ready to come to that realization yet. You're 23 games in, so I understand fans like, no, you got to give him some patience. You got to give him time. Hey, don't blame Klay. Don't blame, like, maybe one guy here or there, like a Moody or Kuminga, but you can't take out both of them. So people, I get it. The ending of a dynasty is very tough. I'm not saying it's completely over yet. Can they turn it around? Could they go on a win streak and everything's fine come next week? Sure, that could happen. But no, they haven't shown me that's going to happen all season long.
No, I don't say it. And in this situation, so Klay gets benched in crunch time for the first time in his career. First time Steve Kerr's ever done that. First time. And you know what? Klay didn't deserve to finish a game in Sacramento with 4:26 left, which is what led to Guru's rant yesterday. Moses Moody gets yanked. Klay was not good in the second half of that basketball game. He had a good first half, but he was not good in the second half. He was 1 of 5 for 3 points. Now it's time for Moody. Now you don't go to him. Steve Kerr admits his mistake a couple days later. Then last night, Steve Kerr said, to hell with it. I'm going with Kuminga, Steph, CP3, Podziemski, and a combination of Looney and Sarge. Klay did not play. Wiggins did not play. Here's what Slater said about Klay's benching.
The seal has been broken, right? Like, I think Steve Kerr has now made it possible that, hey, I can bench Klay Thompson in crunch time, which you didn't know how he was going to handle it. He was not pleased last night. It sounded like the broadcast wasn't looking at him at all on the bench. He was kind of stammering around the bench. Steph at one point kind of had to pull him away. He was yelling towards the bench. It didn't seem like it was anybody in particular he was yelling at. I'm sure the coaching staff are making the decision. But, yeah, I mean, he was making his opinions felt. Then he walked over and he hit something on the bench and kind of like, it looked like a cup rack or something went flying behind the bench.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Dude, I mean,
he sounded like Tim Roy there calling the game. Oh, boy. No.
I mean, come on, man.
You sounded like my dad when he watched me play baseball. Oh, boy.
What we all assumed is that he's not going to be able to handle it well. Well, he better, because this ain't the first time it's going to happen.
Well, he needs to handle it well because you know what? The rat on the table is, again, there's a lot of rats today. He's auditioning for other teams right now, too.
Because Shab Sarania said this earlier.
And Klay Thompson, 2 of 10 last night, 1 of 8 from 3. I think we all believe he deserves an opportunity just to see this through. And he should have limitless, opportunity to try to figure it out, get out of this rut. But his future's been in question. We talked about on the eve of the season, they're not close on a contract extension when they were discussing one before the start of the season. I'm told that the Warriors offered a deal, 2 years in the range of $48 million in an extension to Klay Thompson before the season. And now there's no deal. We're into the season. He's going to play it out. They're going to play it out. And we saw last night, Jonathan Kuminga played a lot. Brandon Podziemski played a lot.
Oh, sure.
Could we
Why
see?
not?
Could this be as much as we all want to see the Warriors and their vets get a chance to ride this out to the sunset?
Absolutely.
We're seeing 2 young players start to play more, and I think it's interesting.
Very interesting.
He thinks it's interesting. They're laughing. People are laughing at the Golden State Warriors situation right now.
2 years, $48 million. I bet you there's some Warrior fans who think they dodged a bullet.
I mean, 888-957-9570.
$24 million a year.
Klay betting on himself. It seems to maybe have saved the Warriors, but also it hurts you a little bit as a Warriors fan that it's come to this, right?
It does hurt.
It hurts, right?
It does
Deep down,
hurt.
like you don't want to have to say this about Klay Thompson. Like Andrew Wiggins, like a little bit I could get it because he did win a title, but Klay's one of the core guys.
He's one of the guys.
He's a splash brother. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame. He's a statue guy. You love Klay Thompson. To see him playing like this, it's got to hurt your soul a little bit. To see the frustrations boiling over because he feels it.
I did not know that he did that.
He feels the mortality of his career waning right now.
Yeah.
And it's tough. You saw it.
But it is what it is.
You saw it on the biggest stage last year in the playoffs. You saw him shrinking under the lights.
Right.
And his own father had to call those games. You think that was easy for his own dad to even watch that too?
But there was a product of this roster.
Yes.
And the roster construction when you have two big lineups. Well, Klay Thompson needs spacing more so during this stretch of his career than any stretch he's ever had. He needs spacing. And I don't think these lineups work for him. He has to be in good, like playing with CP3 and Sarge, that's a start. Maybe playing with Kuminga, that's a start. I don't care when it happens, whether it's he's starting, coming off the bench, middle, second quarter. I do not care. He'll get his 20 to 25, maybe even 30 minutes. But he needs to be with lineups that can help make the game easier for him because he's just not that guy anymore. He doesn't have the legs. You see him move in the motion offense. It's hard to watch. It's hard to watch him move off the basketball right now. And then defensively, hell, I mean, he may not even be the worst defender on his team. I mean, when you go to that Chris Paul, Steph Curry lineup, and they're in the backcourt, you see Devin Booker saying, which one? Well, this time around, I want to attack CP3.
Oh,
this possession, I'm going to attack Steph.
The Olay defense?
It's just not good. You don't have anything at the point of attack.
I saw yesterday multiple times, and you didn't mention him, but Dario Saric trying to defend the paint, and Eric Gordon, who's like 50 years old, bodying him and getting to the rack still. I just had to giggle a little bit. Like, this is what it's come to. Dario Saric, who's been playing well on the offensive end. Like, he's giving you something there. I'm not mad at Dario. It's just, it's a sad state of affairs right now. It is sad.
And Steph Curry was sad in the fourth quarter. He went 1 of 8.
Yikes.
1 of 5
He's
from
feeling
3.
it, Bonte. He's feeling the weight and the pressure of having to carry this franchise once again.
1 of 8 in the fourth quarter. And that last shot, we haven't even got to the last shot, which is not a good shot. He anticipated getting fouled by Eric Gordon. Didn't happen. He missed. It's still Steph Curry, but look, down the stretch. Lou Dort Friday night, going 1-on-1 against Lou Dort. Settle for a bad 3. You go to overtime, right? Turn the ball over against Sacramento in the last 50 seconds. All right, the Clippers game. Had a bad turnover. Made the play to give it to Draymond Green from the corner. Now, Draymond Green shot the 3 well, but you would like to see Steph Curry go to the rack or something. It's not good. All around, it's not good right now. We're going to play a Draymond Green cut in just a second. Let's get to Joel and Alameda, man. He's been on hold for over an hour. We apologize, man. We'll get to you, though, Joel. Joel, thanks for being patient. What's happening?
What's up, Joel?
Hey, no problem. Thanks, guys, for taking the call. Hey, when you saw Wiggs' first shot drop last night, you thought, wow, what's 1 for 7? But he was 1 for 1, and he was the first person to score. You thought something was going to move. But then to see him playing like 15 minutes or less just was not a good thing. On a fan base part, I'll tell you, would I play the younger crew? When you look at 70-plus bench points just last night and watching that fourth quarter, that just kind of gave you, an insight to what could be. But definitely the bench came up big with the 70-plus points. And you look at the last thing when you talked about panning in on Klay, there was one pan during the broadcast. And, my wife just said, as a season ticket holder, is this what it's come to? And I said, well, this is what you want to see. This isn't championship basketball. So, it's just a couple interesting points to look at. Wiggins, I think his mental state, I wonder if he's still there. Is he a good fit without Poole? So, there's a lot of little pieces that we could just talk about.
Yeah, no, it's where did we end? Where do we end with this team?
We're going Avengers Endgame right now?
Endgame right now. We're Thanos. Who is Thanos? I don't know.
Thanos?
What's his name?
It's Thanos.
Thanos.
It's okay. You're close. I know that's not your game. We actually did a whole segment yesterday. We did a whole 10 minutes on comparing 49ers players to Star Wars characters.
Of course.
I hope you weren't listening to that one.
Yeah, I was.
It might have been the 10 best minutes of this morning's show.
Well, I did hop in the car. You guys were talking about superstars and what is a superstar, who's not a superstar. I tell you what, Purdy wins the Super Bowl, he will be a superstar.
Now, if he wins an MVP, he's a superstar, right? Like Super Bowl, absolutely.
Star Wars thing, I'm sure you lost half the audience, but
you're underestimating the amount of people that was.
There's a lot of Star Wars fans. I saw grown ass men dressed up as Star Wars characters at Disneyland. I just didn't get it.
Benny got his Darksaber there. It was fun. Did you do Star Wars Land down there real quick?
No. Baby Chaz is in the Frozen and Moana.
That's fun. Did you meet some of the princesses?
She did.
Benny
she
did
met
too.
Elsa. She met Elsa.
Oh, Elsa's a clutch.
She met Elsa.
Benny met Anna and Snow White and Mulan.
We met Olaf.
Yeah. Nice.
The Olaf summer song is really good.
Oh, it's great. I love, Disney always makes
Frozen
bangers.
Soundtrack hits.
It hits.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought I'd never say
Love
that.
is an Open Door? Let's go.
Love is an open door. Love is an open door.
I saw a little crack in that window right there on that high note.
Dude, I'm telling you, let it go. The cold never bothered me anyway.
That's what Steve Kerr and the Golden State Warriors need to do right now when it comes to starting lineup. Let it go, Steve.
I said I'd get to Star Wars one day. I just don't have the time right now.
Right now, the Warriors are like the sequel trilogy. It's not very good right now. I just need to save you that.
What is enough? That's all I'm saying. How many more renditions of Star Wars do you need?
Well, we only needed the 6. Then they added on the Rise of Skywalker, which is basically just a rehash of the New Hope. It's all.
It's enough. See, you can admit that. It's overload.
I don't recognize the sequel trilogy as canon, which means canon meaning it like goes with the storyline for the other ones. I don't recognize it.
Listen, enough's enough. We get it. If it's a classic, you don't need to remake it.
But you do need to remake
the White Man Can't Jump, Jack Harlow.
I was trying to bring it back there for a second.
All right.
The Warriors are a classic that needs to be redone. There are ways that you can do it tastefully. Godfather 1 was awesome. Godfather 2 was also amazing.
Godfather 3?
3? It's kind of looking like the Warriors right now. Ooh. Oh, no. Although it was still Oscar nominated, so if they can get to a conference finals, maybe they can get there.
Gosh. You guys talk Star Wars. I'm glad I missed it.
Oh, the Godfather for you. That's more your speed. I respect it. George Kittle is Chewbacca, by the way.
I don't even. Who's that?
Exactly. The big furry
RD, was it R2D2?
There you go.
Yoda. I do have a Yoda t-shirt, by the way.
Yoda's sick.
You're listening to
That's Mike Shanahan, by the way.
Mike Shanahan. He is Yoda. Romanowski proved that.
There you go.
Mike Shanahan is very much involved with the 49ers.
Yep.
Just be ready.
That's right.
Your time's coming. Don't know when, but be ready.
We don't know.
You heard Nick Bosa earlier today. He joined us on the Morning Roast. Go find that interview on the new 570game.com. He said, yeah, I really wasn't paying attention to him. Oh, this practice squad guy. Okay, cool, great. Awesome. I thought it was between Trey and Jimmy. Well, it wasn't.
Bosa's funny, man. He's an interesting cat.
Yeah, go listen to that interview.
We're talking about underwear, too, with him. There you go.
Yeah.
That's a tease.
Yeah.
Different kind of tease.
We're going to go back to the lines, man.
Let's go to the phones.
Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. You giving Bosa dating advice is very underrated. Don't forget, you can also watch us every day on YouTube and Twitch. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there.
He agreed, by the way.
He didn't say it.
No, he said, I'm not touching the Kardashian curse. He's like, I'm not messing with that mid-season.
If you guys get out there on social, y'all go cost them some money. So don't get that out there on social. Please don't. You got to cost them some Skims underwear. And we'll never get a Niner player ever again. I'm kidding, Lovin. Don't look at me so crazy. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Your trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Shout out to the Comcast Business Sex Line. Let's get back out to the lines and go to Junior in Pacifica. Junior, what's happening?
Junior.
Gentlemen, we got 99 problems, but at least Kuminga ain't one. So there's a bright spot here.
There you go.
Hey, but that points to something a little sad because there's a role for Draymond in helping these young players along, whatever happens, with championship and so on, and he's fading out of it. When I saw that last night and saw the replay, it actually looked like Dre was falling, and it looked like he put some pepper on his hand as he was falling, like he kind of turned it into. It's like, oh, I'm going to touch this guy, so I might as well make it a good one. So it was sad to see. Check it out and see what you think. And then, I think he's this is all a league problem now. I think I would say this even if he wasn't a Warriors fan. I think we got to stop counting NBA units like games and start looking at calendar units. If I was the NBA, I would make this one a month and the next one would be a quarter and
The one after that, sayonara. It's serious. I think it's affecting their image. They've worked so hard to clean up the game to all of our benefit. So that's me, but I think this is serious.
A lot of kids watch the Golden State Warriors. A lot of kids. And whether or not you like it, I know Charles Barkley had the famous commercial, I'm not a role model. Your dad should be your role model, or whatever it was. But he basically was like, hey, I'm not a role model. I shouldn't be a role model for you. But a lot of kids do look up to these athletes. They look up to these players. And a lot of kids in high school look up to these players. You don't want to see that in high school games, college games. Draymond Green basically said he was trying to sell a foul. We don't want to play basketball like that. We're trying to get away from that. We don't want to sell flopping.
That's what we make fun of LeBron James for over here. That's what the stuff we don't do that over here. James Harden. That's not about us. We're playing the game the right way. Refs be damned. You know what? We're not giving into that. And now Draymond, maybe he's been hanging out with LeBron too much. I don't know.
You're trying to sell a foul. The referees are not going to buy it. It's Nurkic guarding you on the three-point line. Nobody's trying to foul you, Draymond. I know you're shooting 45% for three. Nobody's trying to foul you on the three-point line.
No.
You're trying to sell a foul?
And also stop fouling guys when they are taking three-pointers, a la Chet Holmgren.
Well,
oh, God.
Lubman, this Draymond cut. This was right before the Sacramento game a couple weeks ago, correct?
Oh, can't wait for this one.
Draymond Green, and we're going to get to the lines in a second. Messi, Allen, Scott, Tone, Dale. We'll get to y'all.
We got Lionel Messi on there?
Nah, this one's in Phoenix.
Oh.
Not South Beach. Or in Argentina.
Yeah, just doing numbers.
Or on some private jet.
Yeah, right. He's wherever he wants to be.
I mean, yeah. We got to take him to school coming up, too. Draymond Green, when he got back from this 5-game suspension, they're getting ready for Sacramento. That Monday before the Sac game on a Tuesday, here's what Draymond Green had to say about being on the floor and understanding that he needs to be on the court for his teammates.
For me personally, I have to be on the court for my teammates. Our chances of winning drops dramatically if I'm not out there. So I have to be better and, at being there and as one of the leaders of this group. You just got to find different ways. And I think for me, that's the biggest lesson in all of it. Is just like, you got to be there for your teammate, but you have to do it differently. The same way you would do something when I was 26, I can't do at 33. And so that's kind of what it boils down to, and so I can be better there, and I will, continue to grow through different things that you go through in life, and that's what I try to do with these situations, but I would never sit and judge it based on this guy choked that person or this guy swung at him and what did they get. That I don't do that.
Well, you just did it yesterday. You just did it yesterday. Nurkic said, man, my brother needs some help.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
All right, real quick, Spadoni. Let's take him to school. Let's
go.
All right, taking them to school. The vets may be disappointing, but the young Dubs continue to shine. Pajemski.
Kuminga gets the Beal assignment. Beal pushes off, gets the ball back up top. Crossover the right hand. Pass stolen away. Pajemski to steal. It's a foot race. Pajemski goes up, takes the hit, scores, and got fouled. My goodness. A rookie shouldn't be able to think like that going full speed.
His first career double-double, 20 points. 11 rebounds for Brandon Pajemski. The rookie continues to shine. He's going to get some minutes. He also had 5 assists, 9 of 14 overall from the floor. That was Taking Up to School, brought to you by Peralta Community College District. Spring is free at Laney, Berkeley, City, Merritt, and the College of Alameda. Taking Up to School here. The youngsters playing well. Spanoni will get to the rest of the lines. Messi, Allen, Scott, Tone, and Dale will get you all. Where are we at with the Golden State Warriors through 23 games? Where are we at here? Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins. Spadoni, we sound like a broken record.
I mean, the future is in very much doubt right now for the Golden State Warriors. I'll just leave it at that. I know we got a break, but oh my God. And by the way, if insult to injury, LA Dodgers are making more moves, folks. I just going to keep that in the back of your mind for hot stove.
Oh, they just made another move?
Talks right now per Ken Rosenthal, The Athletic. Tyler Glasnow and Manuel Margot.
Well, Jung-Hoo Lee's coming to the Giants. Jung-Hoo Lee, baby. I don't know who he is. Played the KBO. The grandson of Lynn? So that means he's quick.
Wait,
we got athleticism.
That's his nickname, the grandson of the wind.
So he must be fast. He's going to steal 60 bases, huh?
His dad played in the KBO once upon a time, was the MVP back in 1994, I believe, and his father's nickname was the son of the wind, so therefore the next generation is grandson of the wind.
Okay. You don't sound very convinced when you were talking about
I've never seen it. I've never heard of the guy.
I'm just explaining the logic of the nickname.
Yeah, look, I keep hearing about the pitcher. I never heard of this guy.
Hey, get Yamamoto too. Then we're fine.
All right.
We're cooking with some grease.
We could compete against the Dodgers. By the way, Ohtani deferring $68 million every single season.
Guy wants to win.
Do you think Lee deferred any of his money?
No.
You think Draymond's deferring any of that?
Can we defer Draymond's years?
More of your calls coming up. Brought to you by Consumers Cellular Freedom Calls. I'm exhausted from Draymond Green.
Oh my God!
When's it going to stop?
The fans, the lines are lit the entire show. So honestly, they were probably at 5 a.m. Like, oh, Jonas Knox again, man. They could have been lit there. We'll get him on the other side though.
Draymond go bye-bye.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Warriors lose to the Suns last night, 119-116. The bench actually brought them back into the game, had a chance to tie with under 10 seconds left. Steph Curry missed the three. But unfortunately, we're not talking much about the game. There's some of the plays that happened. Booker's special, 35-7-4, but 32-7-4, I should say. But they won without Kevin Durant. Josh Okogie got hurt, and Bradley Beal was not, Bradley Beal was okay.
First game back.
First game back.
This is a game you should have been able to steal, I think. No Kevin Durant. Bradley Beal's finally, he's trying to get, comfortable within the system. Devin Booker had his game. You got to win that game. They were controlling it for the most part, Bonte, until, they weren't. And that is far too often this season. We have seen that. It's going great. 20-point leads. Gone, as Kuiper would say.
Gone. Gone just like that.
Can't wait for John Hooley to some of his home runs, though.
Draymond Green, Klay, Wiggins. It's like we're just spinning a wheel every single day, and it falls on one of those three guys. Klay was not good. And here's Anthony Slater, who joined us in the 8 o'clock hour about Klay Thompson being benched in the third quarter. And then, of course, he didn't close. Listen to Slater explain what happened on the bench when Klay Thompson found out that he wasn't in that starting or that finishing lineup.
The seal has been broken, right? I think Steve Kerr has now made it possible that, hey, I can bench Klay Thompson in crunch time, which you didn't know how he was going to handle it. He was not pleased last night. It sounded like the broadcast wasn't looking at him at all on the bench. He was kind of stammering around the bench. Steph at one point kind of had to pull him away. He was yelling towards the bench. It didn't seem like it was anybody in particular he was yelling at. I'm sure the coaching staff are making the decision, but he was making his opinions felt. Then he walked over and he hit something on the bench and kind of it looked like a cup rack or something went flying behind the bench.
Oh, boy. And then you get Shams Charania with more on Klay Thompson and the money off the floor, which obviously has affected his performance. He may just not have it. I'm not even going to try to make that excuse. It's got to be on his head. But listen to Shams Charania earlier today from The Athletic.
And Klay Thompson, 2 of 10 last night, 1 of 8 from 3. I think we all believe he deserves an opportunity just to see this through. And he should have limitless opportunity to try to figure it out, get out of this rut. But his future's been in question. We talked about on the eve of the season, they're not close on a contract extension when they were discussing one before the start of the season. I'm told that the Warriors offered a deal, 2 years in the range of $48 million in an extension to Klay Thompson before the season. And now there's no deal. We're into the season. He's going to play it out. They're going to play it out. And we saw last night, Jonathan Kuminga played a lot. Brandon Podziemski played a lot.
Oh, sure.
Could we see? Could this be as much as we all want to see the Warriors and their vets get a chance to ride this out to the sunset?
Absolutely.
We're seeing 2 young players start to play more, and I think it's interesting.
Limitless opportunity. I disagree with that.
Yeah.
And then you could look at this 2 ways, Spidoti. 1, 2 years, $48 million, not bad. $24 million a year. Or if you're like a lot of people are saying, boy, you dodged a bullet.
Where's Shams getting that from, you think?
Probably his agent.
Oh, his agent? Clay's?
His agent.
Okay.
Or somebody in the Warriors front
That's what
office.
I was wondering, because
he's got sources.
Who's saying that Klay needs to have limitless run the rest of this season?
Yeah, I don't.
The Warriors or Clay's camp?
I don't know if he's talking about this season or the next 2 or 3 seasons or this. Yeah, no. If he's not playing well, you don't finish.
No, not even close. And finally, we're finally seeing that from Steve Kerr, and it's very refreshing to see that, you know what, if you're not playing well, you ain't going to be closing the games.
Just ask Andrew Wiggins.
Thank you. Played 15 minutes last night and scored. How many was that, Bonte?
3 points.
He had a 1 3-pointer to open scoring.
He was 1 for 1.
Oh, my God. And he's making $100 million. And Klay wanted another, max deal.
Well, can you blame Klay?
Get your money. Hey, get your money.
I'm seeing Draymond and Wiggins get paid. Well, what about me? Andrew Wiggins has scored 7 points in the last 7.5 quarters of action.
It's pretty embarrassing.
He had 3 days off after OKC. Scored 8 points in the first quarter, scored 4 the rest of the way. You don't see the defensive tenacity that he had during that run against the Celtics and the Mavericks and the Grizzlies and the Nuggets. You don't see that same intensity on the defensive end of the floor. Offensively, even when he's finishing, it's hitting the back rim. From the 3-point line, he's shooting under 30%. He's averaging 12 points a game. 12 points a game. And Wiggins was supposed to be the second best player on this team.
The second best.
I knew Klay would be slotted at 3 or 4, but even Klay's not that. I'll give him. Klay hasn't been that. Let's not make any excuses for Klay Thompson. He's not been that.
So there was some, legitimate injury excuses for Andrew Wiggins. Obviously, he had that late injury, was it the rib injury against the Lakers there? He tried to guard LeBron. He had the flak jacket on or whatever. He couldn't go at LeBron in the playoffs. He was clearly compromised. He was done. So he had some time to recover, had a slow start to the season. You know what? I can deal with that. I can understand it. But now, and Slater mentioned he had the finger injury because he slammed it in a car door, some freak accident there, what have you. That happens, I guess. But it's all healed up. And it was just bad.
Just bad.
Last night. I'm trying to be like Zion Williamson pronouncing lackadaisical. That's what it was last night. If we can find that, please, for the love of God. Zion Williamson.
When did he do that? We're lackadaisical?
He tried to say that yesterday. He tried to say the word it's like a phrase. It's a word, right? Lackadaisical.
Yeah, lackadaisical.
He tried to say that, and it looked like he was stressing big time. Like Kevin Garnett trying to pronounce, what was it again?
Oh, man. What did he pronounce? What did he pronounce? Somebody on the Comcast Business text line, YouTube and Twitch. What did Kevin Garnett try to pronounce? That was hilarious.
Equivalent. That's what it was.
Equivalent.
He couldn't say the word equivalent.
Well, he didn't go to college. Zion went to Duke for 4 months.
Well, he skipped all the classes. Must have been online. Well, we've learned what happens at Duke University when it comes to classes. In North Carolina, nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
And then Coach K will come out to you saying, "What's your major?"
Somebody's doing your homework for you.
There you go.
Scott Moran, what's happening? Scott, you're on the roast, man.
Now it's all AI doing the homework.
Hey, what's up, Scott?
What's up, Scott?
I just wanted to get to the actual basketball. You look at these guys crying about, the Warriors need bigs. They're second in the league in rebounding. They out-rebounded the Suns last night by 17 or something. The problem is they're not shooting the ball. Let's see, Wiggins, Curry, Thompson, 11 for 41 last night. Game.
Yeah.
So my thing with the rebounding, a lot of these teams are getting second and third opportunities against the Warriors because they're so slow and small.
Yeah.
The 50-50 balls, which is where the youngsters help, they're getting to them. You watch Steph or Klay or Dre or Wiggins, Looney, they try to get the loose balls, even Chris Paul for that matter. It's just not happening. So they did out-rebound OKC. They out-rebounded Phoenix. But they are the worst team in the league when it comes to scoring points in the paint. They need, and his team, and what did I tell me? When teams are going and attacking the paint, for the most part, they're dominating the Warriors inside the paint. Oklahoma City outscored the Warriors in the paint 78-50 Friday night. 78-50. What does that tell you, Spinone? You don't have an Anthony Davis back there. You don't have a big who could block shots and alter shots.
And Looney hasn't been playing well.
No, he hasn't. And he's never really been a rim protector.
Exactly. Slater kind of mentioned that. And, to ask him to be doing that, he's had the injuries, obviously. And Nurkic, 11 times at the line last night. 10 of 11. You just go to the free throw line, by the way. And the Warriors, and when they got to the line, the Warriors, 18 of 27.
Not good.
That's not good. 29 of 34 for the Phoenix Suns.
What, though? You know what, though? At least they're aggressive. Kuminga went 3 of 7. Moody went 4 of 6. They're drawing fouls.
They were.
You had 6 free throw opportunities come from your starters. Steph with 4, Klay with 2. Looney didn't even take a shot. Draymond took 3 yesterday, and Wiggins was 1 of 7. And he doesn't like to go to the free throw line because guess what? Andrew Wiggins is shooting 59% from the free throw line. So it's not just Draymond. It's not just Klay. It's Wiggins. It's trying to find minutes for the youth. This is turning into a disaster for Steve Kerr to go to State Warriors.
How much is going to be helped when Gary Payton comes back with this?
Well, then all of a sudden, I don't know, because all of a sudden you're going to take minutes for somebody.
Yeah.
Gary Payton is very good when it comes to defense, picking up full court, playing in a dunker spot. But I could play Kuminga in a dunker spot. Kuminga can do the things that GP2 can.
Yeah.
Podziemski, wouldn't you rather see Podziemski at this point more so? It's not a knock on GP2.
But I'm getting way more offense from Podziemski. It's not even close.
You need to get buckets in the NBA.
He's quick. He's a lot quicker than I thought. And I know most people are going to be like, well, he was a white guy coming out of Santa Clara. Like, was he Steve Nash? And by the way, Steve Nash was there courtside watching it. They kept trying to do that connection. I was like, let's relax. Steve Nash, one of the greatest players in the history of basketball. But you know what? Podziemski is one of the better players on the Warriors right now. So he's got to be featured. He's got to play.
Moody's got to play.
Yes.
Kuminga's got to play. These guys have to play.
It should be obvious at this point. Yep. And I think it's becoming more and more clear to Steve Kerr and the coaching staff that these guys need to play more.
Let's go to Tone in Oakland. Tone, what's happening? You're on the roast. What's up, Tone?
Hey, what's up, fellas? So, man, I think I understand the reason why I couldn't find the blue and red Origins jersey in 23. I wasn't meant to have it.
Draymond Green jersey?
Yeah, man. I was scouring the earth trying to find it. I couldn't find it.
Wait, hold on, Tone. You're trying to find a Draymond jersey? Oh, man, he hung up.
He hung up there.
I wanted to know if he was trying to find a Draymond Green jersey before this season. Because the timing seemed to be odd, but you know what? He can't find it. I guess he was saying, I don't know.
I don't know what that was.
I don't know what I wanted to see where it was going.
That was on me. That was a fat finger mistake.
Tone in Oakland called back. I want to hear the Tone in Oakland. Let's get weird, folks. Tone in Oakland, where were you getting at?
Red and blue. I was like, Detroit Pistons? Like, what are we doing?
I don't know what he's talking about. I have no idea. Allen in El Dorado Hills. Where's the El Dorado Hills at?
I have no idea. This is your area, brother.
Sacramento, right? I figure Sacramento. Allen, you up there in Sacktown?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes,
I figured that. Yeah. What's up, Allen?
All right. So everyone touched upon the players. I just wanted to see your feedback or what your thoughts on how warm or hot is Coach Kerr's seat. I'm looking at the schedule between now and New Year's, and I'm calling out 13 and 22. You know, yeah, a couple of games here and there. Obviously, some of the teams are going to play. You kind of look at now, but prior to the years, you can say, "Oh, that's a dub." But now I'm looking at maybe the Brooklyn game, maybe the Wizards game. Okay, all the other games, I'm flipping a coin, right? But as the season wears on, as Kerr has to adjust and have to make changes, I've also saw some major blowups or some major bad calls. Moody on the sack game.
Yeah.
Telling him he's not going to play. Then he saves them and does it. So how warm is that? And if they do decide to blow up the team or decide to make major changes, is he the right person? He's in the final contract or the final year of his contract. His style, you know, I've yet to.
Well, his seat's not hot. It just may be empty after the season.
Correct.
Because we understand what he's coaching through. He doesn't have a deal on the table. But Kerr's made it a point saying, hey, I want to coach. I enjoy coaching. I love coaching. But he doesn't have a deal on the table. And I don't know what's going on behind the scenes.
It's kind of reminiscent of Bob Myers last year, where it's just like it was out there. Like,
I thought Divs was onto something at the summit when he said Kerr's going to sign in 3 weeks. And I was waiting for that. I thought the extension was coming. What do you do if you're Joe Lacob now? He can't be happy paying all the taxes and seeing all the different lineup combinations. And
you're Mike Dunleavy Jr. now. What hell of a first year for you dealing with this.
Yeah.
You get rid of Chris Paul. You get Chris Paul. You get rid of Jordan Poole. You got the situation with Draymond Green. Andrew Wiggins is a no-show.
This can't be good.
It's tough year for my guy, Mike Dunleavy Jr.
It's not good right now.
And he's got some questions to be answered here in the coming months when it comes to the trade deadline, too. What are you going to do there?
Yeah, he's not tied to the core, right?
He's not. Like, I know he's been with the organization, but he wasn't Bob Myers. So when he gets elevated to this position now, listen, he can be cutthroat. He can be.
Yeah, he can. Here's Steve Kerr on Draymond Green.
Yeah, we need him. We need Draymond, but he knows that. We've talked to him, and he's got to find a way to keep his poise and be out there for his teammates.
More on Draymond Green from Steve Kerr.
Draymond's still a hell of a player. Still a really good player. So we need him. If we're going to be a really good team, we need him.
And then, are there going to be lineup changes? Everybody's been asking about lineup changes basically for 3 weeks.
He sounds so defeated.
Who? Steve Kerr? Yeah, he
sounds
was sure. He knows.
I have no idea. I mean, honestly, we were just trying to win the game tonight, and we were struggling with some of the lineups out there, and we've made the decision. I made the decision at halftime to put a different lineup out there. Felt good about it, but we obviously did not follow through and play a very good second half.
So lineup changes, veterans not showing up. Got a Wiggins and Klay problem, a Klay and Wiggins problem, whatever you want to say. Two of your top wings on the team, they're not getting it done. It's just not. The starters have been horrific.
We're 23 games into the season.
It's 23 games into the season. It's just not. It's not good. Now, if you play the Kumingas and the Moody's and the Podziemskis and you elevate them to the starting lineup, I said this last week and I'll say it again. Let's please have patience with these youngsters because it's not going to be pretty early.
No.
if this is what you want to do when you come to lineup changes and you're begging for lineup changes, well, you're probably going to get some lineup changes. We got to have patience for these youngsters.
And that's the thing. Because if you start doing flipping flopping with everyone, then no one gets consistency. Then the chemistry's all effed up, and then the losses start to pile. The blame game begins. We've seen this with bad franchises in the past, and the Warriors aren't a bad franchises, but you've seen it with teams that aren't organized. I should say, top to bottom. You see it in the NFL when you bench your quarterback, then you try to, it doesn't work for the other guy. Then you bring so and so back, and then that doesn't work, and then the wheels fall off. Then the head coach is looking for another job elsewhere because he couldn't find the right combinations. So yes, patience with the young guys if you elevate them because they will make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? I can live with those mistakes because they're playing better than the guys who aren't showing up and making mistakes on top of it.
No doubt.
So at least they're giving me something on one end.
They're giving me something. And you know what? That's what's disappointing too, though, about Moody and Kuminga is last year was their time to show something. And they got screwed last year.
The start of the season, Steve Kerr got cold. They got cold feet because they made some mistakes in the first few games.
They got screwed last year. And you think about the playoffs and what happened with Kuminga. And the report comes out 15 minutes after they lose to the LA Lakers in 6 games that, hey, if he's not going to have a major role in this team, he wants to get traded. Remember that, folks? Yep. And he's going to showcase his game in Miami, New York, all over the country.
He was doing articles mid-King series with C.J. Holmes.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Who's now with the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah, no doubt. Mid-series.
Mid-series.
So he wants to play. And when he plays, he gets better as the game goes along. You do not want to trade. I would not trade Kuminga whatsoever.
I was about to ask that right there. What's his trade value?
Yeah, I would not trade him.
But he's got some value.
He's got value, no doubt. The guy who could put pressure on the rim, who's athletic, jump with the best of them. I think he's a future slam dunk contest winner. Come on, man. Kuminga's got to play.
Because now you're starting to sell off all your young guys.
I'm not doing that.
You already got rid of Poole. Say what you want about him. The guy was a champion. He did some good things with this team. And now you're getting rid of Kuminga. Those are your two athletic upsides. And I love Moses Moody. He's very consistent. He's very good. He does not give me the upside of a Jonathan Kuminga.
Dude, Wiggins is averaging 12 points a game. So is Kuminga.
There you go.
So is Kuminga.
And how many less minutes? Right?
At least 7 to 8. I got it up right here, Spadoti. This is fascinating. 20 minutes a game for Kuminga, 47.5% from the floor. Now he's only shooting 28%, but I don't like him from the three-point line. I don't like him at the three-point line. I want him in the post, dunker spot, elbow, face up.
I don't hate his three-point shot. But
it's not that he has a bad shot. I just want to shoot it when it's open, not off the dribble or anything like that. 66% from the free throw line. Well, Andrew Wiggins is shooting 59%.
I was going to say Wiggins is worse.
He's worse. All right, now I just want to see the rebounds here with Andrew Wiggins. And, the assist numbers, Andrew Wiggins giving you 1 assist a game. 1 assist. Excuse me, that's Kuminga. 1 assist a game. But I think Kuminga could pass a little bit.
Andrew Wiggins is giving me like computer numbers. Like when you're playing your team on 2K and it's just you solo and you're going up against ranked opponents and the entire team is just computers.
Right.
He's putting up computer numbers, which is just average and not doing anything. Turnovers, no, this guy's getting benched immediately.
So,
and it's
he's playing 7 more minutes of Kuminga, averaging the same amount of points. Shooting 41% from the floor. Kuminga shooting 47.5%. Wiggins shooting 28% from 3, which is the same as Jonathan Kuminga. And now he's up to 62.7% from the free throw line. He had the uptick over the weekend.
Oh, my God.
As Kuminga shoots 60. So I can't deal with Kuminga. I can't deal with Kuminga. That's one guy I've got to keep.
Okay.
I'm looking to move off the money of Andrew Wiggins.
Okay.
If I'm going to make a deal. And then you have the Chris Paul factor there with the team option. So
I think you'd rather do it sooner than later with Andrew Wiggins because if he's bad the rest of the year, then that's an entire season. That's an entire season's worth of this guy's just done. At least with now, he's had some injuries. Maybe I think you can get something for him now. Now again, would it be an expiring contract that has to be attached with that? Who knows? But you need something. You need a jolt in this lineup. And right now, Andrew Wiggins ain't giving it to you.
And if you ride it out through the season, then you got 3 years left of, 70 plus. And then what are you getting?
Yeah.
You may have to take back an expiring contract just to get off of him. I don't know. I don't know what you do. Here's Charles Barkley on what the Warriors should do with Draymond Green. Then we'll get right back out to the lines. Here's Charles Barkley on the Dan Patrick Show.
When your boss says, hey, you know what? It's time for us to sit you down because, you just lose money when the league suspends you. I think you need to be embarrassed when your boss says, hey, you know what? You're hurting the team. I'm going to do something to you. So I think it's up to the Golden State Warriors to, hey, you know what, Draymond? You've been great for this organization, you've been great for the team, but you're not worth the effort. We tired of dealing with this BS. So I think the Warriors need to step in and say, hey, even before Adam does anything today, because he's going to get suspended, if the Warriors came out and said, hey, can we handle this situation? I think that would be the right thing to do, Dan, personally.
You think the Warriors will do that?
Great. The guy punches his own teammate, you don't suspend him, but Yusuf Nurkic, that's just a step too far.
Man.
The chokehold, whatever. But Yusuf Nurkic, I'm struggling over here.
Yeah, I'm struggling. I'm struggling trying to watch this team right now. It's been tough.
Come on, I understand where Chuck's coming from there.
Yeah,
I understand.
You're basically saying it's too late to police him.
It's too late.
Yeah,
you've made your bed. You got to lie in it at this point with Draymond Green, and I expect 10 games here. I'm going to be honest. I'm expecting a lot from the league to come down. We were surprised by 5 games.
No, I wasn't.
I think coming off of this that quickly, he just got done serving that suspension.
No, I wasn't even. I wasn't even surprised. I was actually surprised it wasn't 10 games the first time around.
I think he's going to get 10 here.
Wow.
And that's good luck the rest of the way.
Draymond's explanation on the play. Where is it here? Oh, on the reason for his ejection.
He was pulling my hip, and I was swinging away to sell the call. Made contact with him. As you know, I'm not one to apologize for things I meant to do, but I do apologize to you, sir, because I didn't intend to hit him. I sell calls with my arms. I don't fall or to sell a call. I'm not a flopper. So I was just selling the call because he was grabbing me and pulling my hip back. So I spun away, and unfortunately, I hit him. And so, like I said, I apologize to you, Seth, because I didn't intend to hit him.
Spadone, flailing your arms is a part of flopping, right?
Yeah, I don't know what he was. That was a word salad right there. Come on, dude. You smacked him in the face with your forearm.
Well, hand.
I don't know what it was. It was just if the guy got concussed, I would have been. I'm like, what are we doing? This isn't WWE. He's practicing his signature moves like he's Triple H or The Rock. Gosh. This is the NBA. This isn't the NWO. What are we doing here? He's practicing Hulk Hogan slap moves. Oh, Dennis Rodman had to wait till his career was over, right, to be doing this stuff? Or maybe he was doing it mid-career.
He was doing it mid-finals.
But
he's doing it mid-Eastern Conference Finals.
But you know what? What did he do during the games, Monte? Was he getting ejected? Was he getting ejected with the? But no,
yeah,
but
sometimes he was kicking cover mid. You weren't around for Rodman. Especially Rodman was. Rodman was.
He was a mood.
He was.
I saw the doc.
He would do some things.
I saw the doc.
He would do some. You saw the doc.
Phil let him go to Vegas.
That's not even half of it. That's not even half of it. So you don't want him going full on Draymond, Dennis Rodman. But Rodman knew his role.
He did.
Rodman knew his role. But Rodman did some things where you're like, boy.
But I will say this with Rodman, MJ got after him too. I'm going to need Stephen Curry to get after his boy right here.
Yeah, maybe it's happening behind scenes in a Steph Curry way, but it hasn't worked yet. Here's Draymond Green. If he thinks the foul warranted a flagrant 2.
It's a hard hit, so if you listen to the definition of a flagrant 2, it's an excessive hit, so I can't argue that it was a flagrant 2 because I did make contact. As I said, my intent wasn't to make contact, so if that's a part of the definition, then I know for sure it wasn't, but I made contact, and it was hard contact. So I think the flagrant 2 was warranted. It's a hit above the neck, or at least I think the neck, or somewhere over here. And it's hard contact, so that would meet the definition for sure of a flagrant 2. But as I said, it wasn't my intention to make that contact, any contact at all, really. Like I said, I was spinning away and trying to sell the foul. But yeah, I think it definitely meets, the definition for sure. But my intent wasn't to hit him.
All right, last one here. Draymond Green responded to Yusuf Nurkic. Nurkic basically said, he needed help. Hey, I'll play Nurkic, and then I'll play Draymond's response.
I like that.
Here's Nurkic.
What's going on with him? I don't know. Personally, I feel like that brother needed help. I'm glad he not try to choke me, but at the same time, it had nothing to do with basketball, man. I'm just out there trying to play basketball. You know, they're swinging. I think we saw that often, but hope he, you know, whatever he got in his life, he get better.
So, Draymond Green shot to sell a foul. First thing I thought, I go, babe, Draymond just hit it with the Superman punch from Mike Tyson's Punch Out. I don't know if you ever played Mike Tyson Punch Out. Old Nintendo.
I'm aware.
Nintendo.
Yeah.
But the Superman, before you get to Mike Tyson, you had to fight Super Macho Man or whatever his name was. And he had this punch where he goes in a circle. And he just spins. And he spins. And then Draymond Green kind of just spun and hit with the Superman. It's like, Draymond, now I got to spin out because my cords are all, you know.
I've done that
giving
before,
people entertainment on YouTube.
No, you're good. No, hey, we're doing numbers on YouTube today. I think we're going to have a banner day at 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we had over 1,000 earlier today. Go figure. Spinoni is the reason why.
Oh, thank you.
The straw that
I'm just Draymond Green.
All right, let's hear from Draymond. Draymond asked, responded to Nurkic.
Nurkic was just asked about the play, and he said that brother needs help. What's your response to that?
Respect. I still know what my intentions were, but respect. I think we all need help. I think any of us are too perfect, so respect. But I'll tell him the same thing I just told you. I'm gonna apologize to him, and I didn't intend to hit him. So, but he has a right to feel how he want to feel about it, and I'm not gonna sit here and try to go back and forth on how he feels about it. It's on him.
Jared Greenberg, yes, that was TNT Jared Greenberg right there.
That was Jared Greenberg right there?
1,000%.
Hey,
trying to stir the drink right there. And I respect it. You know what? No, that question needs to be asked. He's like, I think we all need it. He did not just go, we all need some help. Are you kidding me?
He's not lying.
Oh, thanks, Captain Obvious.
I need to go hit my therapist up, man. I need something.
I'm not forearming Matt Steinmetz or Guru or Bonte Hill during my show. I don't need help, Draymond. All right?
I need help, Draymond. I do need help. I will be the first to admit I need help. But Draymond showed the maturity. He didn't go after Nurkic. Yes. He didn't clap back at Nurkic. All right? You got to think positive here.
Showing maturity.
Glass half full.
After he hit the guy.
Glass
you know what?
half
I'm going to
full.
apologize. That's the bar. The bar for Draymond Green now.
Glass half full. Glass half full, Spadoni. He's not going to go back and forth for Nurkic. Let's go to Adam in Oakland. Adam, what's happening, Adam? Let's get to everybody out here.
Hey.
Adam, what's happening?
What's up, guys, man? I really appreciate the time, appreciate the space. Hey, man, I just wanted to real quick, my issue, what we're seeing from Thompson, what we're seeing from Wiggins, and I'm not as mad about the things that they're trying to control, but they're not being successful at. They're not hitting shots. They're, maybe passes are not, as crisp as they should be and things like that, maybe it's mental, they want to get better. My issue is the effort, bro. Like the effort that they're not putting in, when you said they look lackadaisical, they do. I saw a play where Moody was out on the floor. He closed out 3 different people on the 3-point line. There were 3 other, players, covers, like for Thompson and for Wiggins and for Looney. Like the young guys are flying around, and that's what you hear when, they interview Kuminga at the end of the game or whatever, and they say, hey, man, how can you affect the game? How can you stay out on the floor? And he's being the mature one saying, hey, if I'm not hitting shots, if I'm not doing things, I'm trying to do the little things. I'm doing the rebounding and the flying and the defense, et cetera. That's a mature way to approach it, and we're not seeing the same maturity from Thompson and Wiggins, and that's my issue, B.
Yeah, no, good call. Good point there. No, I'm with you there. Klay Thompson not showing maturity on the sideline. Anthony Slater told us earlier that Klay Thompson was not happy. Not happy, and we kind of knew that would be the case. But after the game, he sucked it up, said, hey, look, I trust Steve. I believe Steve. I trusted the system, but no, I'm a competitor, man. I didn't want to be on the bench, which is fine. I get all that, but you're not playing well. This may not be the first time it happens for you, Klay.
No. And I think that was him coming to that realization, I think. Yeah. Hey, listen, I'm not that guy anymore. I'm not. So, listen, it's tough when you see your career not where it once was and it's not getting better.
No.
And it's not getting better for him right now. And it's frustrating. And
it's not getting better for the Warriors.
It's not going well for the Warriors, and I understand it. But at the same time, you got to be cutthroat if you're Steve Kerr. The season could be slipping away right now in this month of December. You got a tough stretch, tough game coming up. Yep. And I say tough stretch, and people might laugh. Every game's a tough stretch for the Warriors.
There's no gimme games on the schedule right now for the Dubs.
None.
We thought Portland was a gimme game. Well, the Warriors didn't lead in that game until midway through the fourth quarter, 90-89.
And not when you're blowing 20-point leads left and right.
And Jeremy Grant and DeAndre Ayton didn't play in that game.
They didn't have their best players.
Yeah, you've blown 4 straight road games when you had double-digit leads. You've blown 6 games this year in which you've had double-digit leads. So you're not closing. No. You're not finishing quarters. You're not finishing halves. And you're the slower, smaller, and least athletic team in the NBA.
And maybe that's the key. Maybe the closing lineup, maybe that changes things. Maybe they can go on a run here. It just doesn't look like that's in the cards at this moment. And especially if Draymond Green's going to get suspended for a lengthy amount of time, makes it a lot more hard because one thing about Draymond, he's still a very good player when he is, wanting to play.
That's the problem. 11 of the 23, he's either been ejected, missed a game, or been suspended. Not good enough. Jeff in San Francisco, and then we'll finish with Francis in Oakland. Jeff, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, Bonte?
What's up, Jeff?
Hey, just gotta vent a little bit. It's on a topic that's old, but just with Draymond getting ejected for the third time, it's just bringing back all the defense I had for Jordan Poole last season, and I think it was the right decision, because of just the headspace to where that player was at. He was unplayable a lot of games. But one thing I respected about you and Shasky's show is just talking about the human element of just what that player was going through last year. And it's just annoying with so many fans, brushing under the rug, like what that kid did to contribute to our championship. And I just look at the need right now for a second scorer, a second creator.
Man.
And seeing Steph. And it's just that's just as frustrating as the defensive woes. It's just seeing Steph have to carry so much. And yeah, I mean,
Jeff, you're so on it. No, I want you to continue this call. Don't hang up, but you're so on it. Last year, I think people don't understand, man, when you get humiliated like that, and the entire world is the entire world's seen it. It's over 50 million views. And even NBA 2K, a game that Jordan Poole plays all the time, is out there mocking you with the black eye on your player profile and the new games coming out. You're going to, that's tough for a young kid in the social media era. I don't wish that on anybody. And we did not, and he got scapegoated and scapegoated and scapegoated. And people, well, Jordan Poole, this and that. Well, I mean, what did you expect?
Yeah, completely agree. And I hear it all the time. Like, he was just expendable. He was not a player, a warrior, quote unquote warrior player. And we're getting a lot of that today with the young kids. I think the one silver lining of this whole thing is that they're finally getting some time to shine. And some of these fans are realizing that, hey, you don't have Sean Livingston and Andre Iguodala as your role players anymore. That luxury's gone.
Yep.
You have these kids that just need to play through things. So it just, it sucks, though, not to see Jordan Poole, what I thought he was going to be. I was one of those guys getting all the pool party gear and everything. Right. And, I had this vision of what we were going to be in a couple years with some of these young guys ascending, including Jordan Poole. And now he's just obviously his headspace is all screwed up in Washington.
Hey, Poole may be ruined forever because of what happened last season.
He might be. You know what's not ruined forever, though?
No, what's that?
The Xfinity Fast 5. Huh.
Go ahead, Spadone.
You made your bed. You will lie in it. Golden State Warriors when it comes to Draymond Green.
I thought you were talking about Jimmy G and the Raiders.
No, please. God, please.
I thought you were talking about Josh McDaniel.
Aiden O'Connell, Easton Stick tomorrow night, Thursday Night Football. It's going to do numbers. It's going to do numbers.
Thank gosh.
Both teams are 5-8.
Thank gosh for Warriors and Clippers.
Huge. I'll be locked into AOC, baby, not scoring any points. Horrible. Just awful.
Where's that game at, SoFi?
No, this is in Vegas.
What's it over-under?
Who knows? Raiders are favored by 3 points, I think, though.
Oh, my God. It's an ugly game.
It's going to be horrible. The Raiders need to lose it, by the way, but they won't because, Antonio Pierce and whatnot. My final thoughts is, though, it's Draymond Green. I mean, did you expect anything less heading into this season after he gets rewarded for punching his own teammate? And I hate to go, back to the punch always, but it does. I don't think they're going to win another title because of that move at the end of the day, which sucks.
Spinoni did a hell of a job today. My final thought is just as we get through the holiday season again, love your Love your loved ones, man. Hug your people. You never know when you can say goodbye to somebody or when it's the last time you say goodbye to somebody. But more importantly, health is wealth. You know, I went on a soda diet this year, SOTAweightloss.com, and it's changed my life. The way I eat, and you hear about heart attacks. We know Shasky's dad just went through his heart situation, and he's alive and kicking, but you don't want to go through that stuff, folks. So go get checked out during this holiday season. Go see a doctor. Health is wealth, man. I want everybody living till we're about 100, 150 years old, man. How cool would that be? We don't want to go out early, man. You don't want to do it. I had to see my cousin get buried yesterday. He's got 6 kids. He's 43 years old. They're all young. It sucks. So health is wealth. Go get checked out. Big John, love me. What you got?
Well, my condolences for your loss there, Bonte. The San Francisco Giants are not my final thought. No, my final thought is Jonathan Kuminga. I want this to be your time. Draymond Green's going to be out for the next however many days. How cool would it be if when Draymond comes back from suspension, Jonathan Kuminga has a spot locked up in the starting lineup? Ooh, that would be kind of cool. Also, NFL going to Sao Paulo, Brazil next year.
Yeah, I saw that. And SoFi getting another Super Bowl the year after Levi Stadium. Go ahead, Big John.
That sounds about
all right. My final thoughts. I'm kind of with Spadoni, Draymond here. If that smack last night, if Bosa was on that team, he would have yelled out, "Class!" Also, Draymond, if you're serious about that help, I got a number of a great psychologist. Hit me up.
We all need help.
Hey,
Shout out Tracy.
We all need help. By the way, if you didn't get the class reference, go download the Nick Bosa interview, 957thegame.com.
Really
Nick
good.
Bosa joined us at 6:30 in the morning. He was fun. We had him on for 20 minutes. I can't believe we had him. I thought it was going to be a 10-minute interview. We had him on for 20. But something about class. Maybe that could be a trivia question in the future when we give out a T-shirt or something.
Winning with class?
Winning with class, or just yelling class whenever Mitch Wisnowski makes a play. He punts 175. Class! Well, class is over here on the Morning Roast today. Spadoni, hell of a job today. Shas could be back tomorrow. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru here. I didn't see Guru earlier. Who knows? Tune in. You'll find out. Hey, what's going on?
praying you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
It's like the nose in the Costanza Seinfeld. I don't want to talk about the nose. I don't want to think about the nose. Man. But here we go. We got to think about the nose again. Draymond Green, ejected yesterday, lost to the Suns. And I was trying to tabulate, Goo, how many shows have we done where Draymond gets ejected the night before?
All right.
So we'll spend today talking about what he did, and then we'll talk about how many games he may or may not be suspended. And then Thursday, we talk about how it's going to be hard for them to get continuity without Draymond for the next 5 to 7 games. And meanwhile, now you're going to be 30 to 35 games into the season, and we're not really making any progress.
Yeah. Partner, good morning.
Yeah.
I hate this is what we got to tackle, but it's real life, and I'm going to say this. Still got no voice from my current rant yesterday, Steiny. I'm over Draymond Green. I truly am. And yesterday signaled to me what I feel bad about in the pit of my stomach right now, and I'm going to share it with you all. I feel bad for the Warrior players. I feel bad for the logo. I feel bad for Joe Lacob, because this is a team during this run that's had 4 parades, that's played the prettiest brand of basketball you've ever seen. And now, anytime that we talk about the Warriors, dating back to last year, it's about drama. It's about a man that can't control his emotions. And when I rank everything, and I know Evan, producer E-Dog, disagreed with me. He thought the chokehold on Gobert was worse than last night. I thought last night was worse than the chokehold, because I could say Dre was coming to defend his teammate. To think I'm 5 years old, Draymond Green, to make it seem like you didn't know where you were, the old spin around whoopsie-doo, catch you in the jaw. And the worst part is he left his team hanging in a game I believe they could have won had he played. Now, you've been suspended 5 games after the 1 game, and there's no way you don't get 10 games because you got a track record. First Take led with this. Barkley was on Dan Patrick. I mean, how can this team get any continuity, Stoney, when this guy, one, is not available? And the worst part is what I was looking for last night as I watched all the post-game fallout. Who's going to stand up and say and call him out? And again, that didn't happen, and it hurts me as a Warrior fan.
You said you feel sorry for the players.
Oh, I do.
Who? Why?
Curry. I feel sorry for Kerr.
Who's the logo, too, by the way?
The Golden State, with the logo on not Jerry West, the logo. Just the Warrior brand in general. Because now
they've brought it on themselves.
No, one guy is doing this. It's one thing to lose and maybe has some slippage and just get outbeat. But now this is bad juju, Stoney. This is bad optics.
Well, it's been this way
dude's
for a while.
knocking dude. This is like worse than Lambeer. Like, come on,
God,
Draymond.
It's not even close to Lambeer. I mean,
we just talked about this 3 weeks ago, and he said he apologized to his teammates. And we got to hear him up there in front of the mic last night talk like he didn't know it was inadvertent. The gist is up, man. I like, seriously, I don't know. They're going to be without him probably for 10 more games. It's embarrassing. And he doesn't care how he's leaving the rest of the team. That's what hurts most.
Yeah, he does. He can't. I think he does care. I think he just can't control himself. I really do.
You believe that?
Do I believe that Draymond Green cannot control himself at times? Who would disagree with me saying Draymond can't control himself at times? It's beyond his control. He needs help. It's so funny. My daughter came back from college yesterday. She's kind of a sports fan. And
she heard this.
Yeah, and she's like, this guy's got He's got problems. He's got problems. Can't control himself.
I'm going to throw you to Mike Steiny.
He can't control himself.
I got a new caveat in all this.
And here we
Do you
go
think
again.
there's some slippage in this play?
Yes.
Of course there is. Some of this is out of frustration.
Of course there is. You know, we
taking the ball out of the basket more often than not. Just not him just getting beat, the team getting beat.
But he's not the first player to get old. Like,
talk to me, man.
There's nothing to say. There's nothing to say. I'm not.
Well, they got a problem because
Guru, I'm not acting as though we have a new problem here.
But I thought the Jordan Poole fiasco could.
Well, you thought.
This is worse now because this is like slices of it. The national media in the basketball world is honed in on Golden State, not their 10-13 record, but because Draymond hit another dude in the face by accident. And then how's that going to leave the team? Okay, guys got to step up, but it's not reality because when he comes back, then you got to implement him back in. Like, it's so tiring, man.
But I've been saying it's tiring for years. Why is it tired? Why is it more tiring now?
I guess because you hope that he figures it out.
But like now that makes you want to just laugh at you
or hit me.
No, not hit you, because that doesn't make me mad. It's
well, what do you do?
It's too late. You signed the guy. You know what?
Now, after the 15th, you could do some stuff.
Let me tell you something. The people are going to be knocking down the Warrior doors for stuff.
But the fans, they're tired of it. If you looked at anything last night, and even on the TV stunt.
You think? I bet we get a lot of calls saying, Draymond's Draymond. Got to live with it. Wow. I guess what bothers me most is the idea that
talk to me.
You guys, some of you guys, let Draymond convince you that Jordan Poole was the problem and Jordan Poole is gone.
Damn.
And I'm going to give Evan credit for this, and I don't know if he wants me to give him credit for this because there's going to be a lot of back to the punch.
Uh-oh.
But you know he's right. The punch matters. And it still matters because the punch, Evan said, fractured the whole organization.
Wow.
And I do think it pitted the young players against the older players. And it still has a residual effect. They're 10-13. He's been suspended. He's missed, let's see. Try to figure it out. He's been suspended.
One game.
He's been ejected for 3.
All right.
Ejected for 3. So 3 games he can't even finish.
Wow.
5 he gets suspended for. That's 8. He missed another 2 for personal reasons. That's 10. And guess what? He going to miss another 5 to 6. So I'm telling you, it's not quite the same. And I don't say this lightly. But Draymond, what's going on with Draymond Green right now, to me, reminds me so much of 15 years ago when Steven Jackson got a contract extension from Bobby Rowell while Chris Mullin was sidelined. And Bobby Rowell signed Steven Jackson to a 4-year suspension.
A deal, you mean?
And you know what? Steven Jackson got the deal and said, I want out. I want out. He said he wanted out of his contract right after he signed it.
You're not insinuating Dre?
I'm insinuating that Dre doesn't. Yes. I'm insinuating that this smells like Steven Jackson. That's what it smells like.
Wow.
This guy's got 4 more years under contract. And here's the other thing.
Go ahead.
It's only one of the issues.
That's what I was good. Like, you got a basketball issue at the core. I don't know if you noticed last night, partner. Wiggins, Looney, and Klay were on the bench to end the game.
That's what you all wanted.
Are you going to lose them? I don't know. I'm the Kerr is finally.
If you have nothing, you can't lose anything. Klay stinks. Wiggins stinks. Why? What is risk losing them? What does that even mean?
Mentally.
Hey, they're already mentally fried. What are you gonna do something to Klay and Wiggins where they're gonna be worse? Please.
Well,
what if we lose Klay? He's long gone anyway right now.
And I was listening to Spadoni and Infrashevsky did a great job in Bonte on the roast. They had Slater, and Shams is reporting Klay turned down a 2-year contract offer from the Golden State Warriors. Steiny, like...
According to Shams Charania,
oh, man,
the Warriors offered Klay Thompson a 2-year, $48 million extension. So what that would have meant is Klay would have signed that before the season. He would have been paid $43 million this year, which is what he was owed. Then he would get 24 after that and 24 after that. So if you do the...
Yeah, we got to say this,
go ahead.
Yeah, my bad.
Thank you. My bad.
Thanks, E.
And Klay Thompson, 2 of 10 last night, 1 of 8 from 3. I think we all believe he deserves an opportunity just to see this through, and he should have limitless, opportunity to try to figure it out, get out of this rut. But his future's been in question. We talked about on the eve of the season, they're not close on a contract extension when they were discussing one before the start of the season. I'm told that the Warriors offered a deal, 2 years in the range of $48 million in an extension to Klay Thompson before the season, and now there's no deal. We're into the season. He's going to play it out. They're going to play it out. And we saw last night, Jonathan Kuminga played a lot. Brandon Podziemski played a lot.
Oh, sure.
Could we see? Could this be, as much as we all want to see the Warriors and their vets get a chance to ride this out to the sunset?
Absolutely.
We're seeing 2 young players start to play more, and I think it's interesting.
So what I find interesting is, we never heard any numbers this summer about Klay, but you know what was thrown out there? 3 for 90. Remember 3 for 90? Would you take 3 for 90? Well, I thought that number would be meant he plays this year for 43. Then he gets 30, 30, 30 over the next 3, and that would line him up with Curry and Draymond. But I find it interesting that Klay's making 42 this year. Then next year, he turned down 24 and then 24. If you add up those 3 numbers, comes out to 90. So what I'm getting at is maybe this 3 for 90 number was really 42 this year, 24 next, 24 the year after that. And I'll tell you what, I would have said no to that too if I'm Klay Thompson. And I'm coming off leading the league in 3-point shots, 3-point makes.
And now Shams also said that deal is off. It sounds like it's off the table.
Would if you're the Warriors right now, would you sign Klay for $24 million for the next 2 years after this year?
If you're Klay Thompson, do you want to know what that offer is going to be right now? It ain't going to be 2 for 48.
Man,
I wonder.
Feels like he's losing money every game.
I know.
Unless another team wanted to get him in uniform.
The agendas of last year, there are no fewer agendas right now with this team this year than last year. Jordan Poole's gone, and the problems have not subsided one iota. That's really
Dre's
what we're
out of control.
Okay, right.
And still getting a pass. Nobody will call him out. Like, I just, as a consumer and a fan, and you see a guy go to Instagram like Draymond did and say, you guys don't know who I am, I'm not going to change. He talks about the apologies across to the whole team, the coaches. Like, Steiny, I'm telling you, lie to me as a fan. And, hey, Curry, you know what? Go call me out. Just say you did, and it'll look better. Like, give me some of that. This dude just can't ride roughshod like he's doing.
Stop, like,
he's above the law.
I guess
Shout out to the rap group and from Pomona. He's above the law.
Well, you just said he can't run roughshod like he's been. I wish somebody else were saying that so people wouldn't think I'm responding to you. But you can't allow Draymond to run. What does that mean? He has for 12 or 13 years. They've given him encouragement, essentially, by not dealing with this. Like, I'm not incredulous anymore. I'm saddened.
It's a bad look for the organization, man.
Well, okay.
Just his action.
It's their organization.
No doubt, right.
And somebody had said this, and boy, it's bad optics. It's their optics. Yeah. Nobody's creating these optics for the Warriors. It's their optics. What were the optics last night? Draymond punched the guy in the face accidentally, but he's going to get hit. What were the optics last night? Klay Thompson apparently doing a little pouting and upset.
Slater,
what were the optics last night, according to Anthony Slater? Curry got frustrated. Somebody said he punched the chair, kicked the chair after Klay took one of his numerous bad shots. What are the optics? Andrew Wiggins doesn't care. That's an optic that he's responsible for. The optics, too, are telling me that Steve Kerr's not sure what's going on.
Wiggins logged 15 whole minutes last night. 1 of 7.
Let's go to Montclair. Zaccaoni. Let's just go to Montclair.
Right.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
talk to us.
Draymond grew up in Saginaw, Michigan, the ghetto. Not many people know he was arrested for punching out a guy at East Lansing nightclub, a student who maybe arrested him a little bit.
Yeah.
So nothing happened from that. And with all the other violence that Draymond has committed, Kerr, suspends him for 1 game for a horrible, violent sucker punch, which could have killed the guy. Now, this is my opinion on why Kerr is doing this. Kerr is very woke. I've talked to him personally about this. Now that Draymond grew up in a evil ghetto. And
yeah, right. That'll do it.
Yeah,
that'll do it.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
None of that.
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
What about
what now?
iPod dishes on the First NorCal
it's not the
YouTube
time.
chat?
It's not the time to be creating nicknames.
Yeah, Steph's 50 at Golden 1 was the beginning of the end. Maybe he's saying the fact that he had to address the team and take the mic from Draymond.
Well, I would say that was the end of the first year of the beginning of the end.
Oh, man. We talked yesterday just about the basketball component of this, and now Dre goes and put his
Tell you what,
like some Bisquick.
Let me tell you,
he puts his little ingredient into the bowl, man. And now you got to just hail.
Let me tell you, he's got a big clenched fist right now. Clenched
Bobby
fist.
Myers.
No.
Oh.
Andrew Wiggins. Because he stinks, and I'm looking at our phones. Draymond. Crisis, Draymond.
Wow, right.
Andrew Wiggins is a big fist pumper right now.
Myers,
and
man.
so's Klay Thompson.
Well, they got a game to play tomorrow, so that ain't going away. They got to, you know what I'm saying? They'll get another crack at it, but the youngsters they're playing better than the starters right now, most of them.
Oh, boy. Let's go to, you want to take Chucky on Draymond, Matt on Draymond, Nick in Berkeley, Draymond needs help. Tom in Sonoma, Draymond Green is in crisis. Big Smoothie in Oakland, this is the end. And then Rob in Dublin says Draymond and Myers.
Which
one do you want to take?
Draymond needs
help. Good morning, everybody.
Draymond needs help.
Draymond needs help or Draymond in crisis?
Needs help.
Okay. Draymond needs help is Nick in Berkeley. Hey, Nick in Berkeley, how you doing?
Doing good, man. Look, man, the Warriors are enabling Draymond for all that, for all his crazy. It's like somebody that that has a certain problem with alcohol or drugs, and you're just trying to help him, but he just keeps turning back to it. The man needs help. Just like the player who got elbowed in the tops last night. Come on, man. You're a grown man. You expect us to believe that you didn't try to elbow him? Now you try to soft stew us with that? You tell him the truth? Nah, man. You faking, man. Wiggins is on complete bum status. As a coach, I'm a coach. We get players, they approach bum status. You got to do something about it. I mean, dude, you're making, 60% of your free throws? What are you doing in practice? You should be in there at midnight shooting free throws, having some pride about your game. Where's the pride? Where's Draymond's self-control? I mean, come on, man. These guys are getting paid millions of dollars. We get paid like nothing to bust starters. And you know what? And these cats are out here playing the kids' game, and they act like they're entitled to go out there and punch people. It's on the Warriors' ownership. We never should have signed Draymond. We just should have signed a 1-year deal, and then on the terms of any type of altercations or ridiculousness, you got to go, man. You need help. Go get some psychological help, man. You out there punching folks in public, and it's translated onto the court, and there's never repercussions. It's like a little kid at school bullying people. If you keep letting him bully people, he's going to bully the other kids.
This is
Rackham. Like, it's crazy.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it.
He's right.
And he has also introduced a new phrase, bum status.
Yeah.
He's saying that
fit. Wiggins is
bum status for Wiggins. But is bum status worse than playing like a Scrabini
or scrub?
I don't. No. In fact, Ross Tucker. I had this discussion with Ross Tucker. I think
who's down by the way.
I agree with Ross that when you call somebody a scrub, that's an insult. But you say Scrabini, it makes it a little more nice.
Well, I'll tell you what. You're a father. I'm a father. I've been a kid. I've hung out with the Eddie Haskells of the world. Like, I know fadanglers, hustlers. The worst part of this for me was he did the Michael Jackson spin as if he didn't know what he was doing. But, oh, by the way, bap, that's what hurts. And then he goes to the podium and says,
I got to tell you something.
I didn't know where that's an insult to me.
But
and the Warriors and the team that pays you. You know what you did. You swung and decked the dude. And then you apologize to Nurkic, and he goes, you know what? I need some toilet paper. I'm going to go public and say you apologize, but that dude needs help. That ain't basketball. At least I didn't get choked. That's worse than the actual act. Like, the jig is up.
You know what's funny is half the way through that, you were continuing to kind of laugh. And that's
when you cry, laughing's better than crying.
Well, but everybody still keeps laughing. The point is like we're still smiling about it, and that tells me we're still not even close to being serious about this issue.
Oh no, we are.
No, you're not. You're not though. Really, it's like
I think you're talking to the wrong person.
No, you're like,
and then
how about he did this and that?
No,
it's
we made the documentary. Of course, Stanley, we come hard. I'm not right.
We got Draymond. We're gonna play Draymond at 10:30. 10:30. Goo. He talked to the media after the game for 10 minutes, and we're playing the whole thing at 10:30.
All right.
Because maybe he'll say something. You know, one of the things I didn't hear all 10 minutes of this. I only heard snippets, so I'm looking forward.
It was hard to get through.
To hear what? How come?
Because I didn't believe him.
No.
Steiny,
But I bet he said he's gonna try to cut down.
I just want to know when we get a number of games. It's got to be 10, right? I'm not lobbying for 10. He just got 5, and then you went right back in the cookie jar, not even 2 weeks.
I mean, this is where the NBA has put themselves in a position to do whatever they want.
Ooh.
See, to me, the Gobert choke was worse.
That's what Evan said.
Because to me, last night was unintentional. But if you take, to me, last night, give him 2 or 3 games. That's what I would give him because I don't think it was as big as the Gobert choke. But if you're up in the penalty, every infraction, even though this one might not have been as bad as the choke,
this is how
maybe
it works.
he's going to get 7 or 8 games.
Wow. Strike 2.
Man.
For this year.
You think we're at all close to the Warriors saying, Dre, why don't you take off for a minute?
I do wonder. Get yourself right.
Just take off. We'll pay you. Just get yourself together.
Dude.
I think that's
maybe he needs that.
I think it's possible. I think it's very 5
possible. Games. Just saying.
Well, that's true. You could just wait and say, take the next 5 games. Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. On the other side, we're going to play you the Draymond Green press conference. It's about 8 or 10 minutes, but I think it's got to be heard so you understand where he was coming from after last night's incident, et cetera, et cetera. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. It's also brought to you by Lucky California. Draymond Green on the other side, and we'll take more of your calls on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you, 95.7 The Game. We will have Monty Poole on at 1 o'clock. Monty Poole, 1 o'clock. NBC Sports Bay Area. Monty Poole, 1 o'clock, talking
Keeping
about the
it real
Golden
out
State
here.
Warriors. They lose 119-116. Made a run late with Pajemski and
Did Steph rush
Moody.
that three?
Of course.
Or he thought he was going to get fouled?
Which one? I
The
can't-
one to tie it.
Which miss?
The last one where they were within three, got the inbound, and then he kind of just
I
threw
don't
it
know.
up there. I was like, damn, he got that off.
He's
but-
missed. He's 0 for 6 on those this year. I can't keep him straight. This idea that you want, that the best shot you can get is Curry trying to create off the dribble 30 feet from the basket. Can he make a shot like that? Of course he can, but it's bad offense.
Man, Phoenix tried to give it away. And no Durant.
Well, not only that, they missed a couple guys. Apparently they had 3 rotation guys out.
You're right.
Who might they be?
Well, Kevin Durant was one of them.
Yeah.
Grayson Allen.
That was the big omission last night because he brings the toughness.
And of course, Nasir Little. As
I'm not giving you Little.
Well, apparently Chimezi Metu was pretty good.
Well,
Where did that come from?
what do you mean?
3-ball, wop. Dude, this.
You got to
Steiny,
realize,
I'm gonna
Warrior
tell you
fans
something.
have to realize that other teams have better young players than Kuminga and Moody and Pajemski.
Ask me right now.
Oh, we got to get to the Draymond
Okay,
press
yeah,
conference. No, get your thoughts. Sorry, my bad.
This has the ingredients, and God, I hope I'm wrong because I'm talking to you, of this team not making the playoffs. Right now, today,
Of course.
this has we're waiting on a suspension. Steiny, this thing could get off the track fast.
It is off the track. I think it's off the track.
Wow.
Here's the other thing I was thinking before we get to this Draymond Green sound. Tell me if you follow this. I put it on the thread, and of course it was crickets. But I thought, boy, that's poignant, Steiny. It's unfortunate that nobody gets it. The more you struggle, the more this team continues to lose, the more wins become less meaningful.
Damn.
It's just, look, now they're 10-13. They go into L.A. tomorrow and win. It doesn't matter anymore. They have to then win the next game against the Brooklyn Nets. The Nets.
Saturday.
But what I'm getting at, you're now 10-13. You have to, one win doesn't fix anything anymore.
Well, you got to start somewhere because as you accumulate losses, Steiny, then it's over.
That's right. And you go 10-13 and you get beat by the Clippers. Then what? You come home and you beat the Nets. Now you're 11-14. You better win 2 or 3 in a row to get up to 500 because if you don't, you're going to be 12-17. And then what? Well, then you string 3 wins together and you're still 2 wins under 500. So they are in the danger is losing touch with 500. And because if you're losing touch with 500, the first thing it means is you're not a good team. So teams that lose touch with 500 don't typically rip off 9 in a row because they're not a good team.
And they're not even the 10th spot right now.
No. All right, Draymond Green ejected last night, third ejection of the season. Now we await whether or not the league will suspend him for more games. He did take the podium last night, which actually, let me set it up this way. Very interesting that Draymond Green talked to the media after the game, after an ejection. He does not normally do that, which makes me believe either he wanted to get it out there or the Warriors wanted to get out there right away that this was an accident. But let's take a listen to the whole Draymond Green kit and caboodle. It's about 10 minutes.
What happened on the play you got ejected?
He was pulling my hip, and I was swinging away to sell the call. Made contact with him. As you know, I'm not one to apologize for things I meant to do, but I do apologize to you, sir, because I didn't intend to hit him. I sell calls with my arms. I don't fall or to sell a call. I'm not a flopper. So I was just selling the call because he was grabbing me and pulling my hip back. So I spun away, and unfortunately I hit him. And so, like I said, I apologize to you, Seth, because I didn't intend to hit him.
Have you seen the replay?
Yeah.
How did it look to you on the replay?
I mean, as I've said before, any replay, if I go look at every replay of everything, a replay it's never going to look good, but like I said, I know my intentions. My intentions were to sell the call. And, I also don't think I'm an accurate enough puncher to do a full 360 and connect with someone. So it's unfortunate.
Last time when you got suspended a couple weeks ago, they said that there's a history of unsportsmanlike acts was a factor in your suspension. Do you anticipate that happening again?
I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, I know what my intentions were, and that's really all I can speak on.
After the last incident, you talked about how important it was to be there for your teammates, and Steve made a point today of saying they need you to win games.
I'm aware. And like I said, if I intended to do that, then I'd feel awful about not being there. But my intentions were just to sell the foul. And he was, as you can see, as I'm posting up, he's moving forward. So as I'm moving back, he's still coming forward. And like I said, it's unfortunate. I apologize to Nurkic. Because I hit him. So I do apologize to him, and I didn't intend to hit him. So I think you guys have known me long enough. If I intended to do something, I'm not apologizing for it. But I did make contact with him, so I apologize because it wasn't my intention.
Do you think you deserved the flagrant 2, or is that?
It's a hard hit, so if you listen to the definition of a flagrant 2, it's an excessive hit, so I can't argue that it was a flagrant 2, because I did make contact, so now, as I said, my intent wasn't to make contact, so if that's a part of the definition, then I know for sure it wasn't, but I made contact, and it was hard contact, so I think the flagrant 2 was warranted. It's a hit above the neck, or at least I think the neck, or somewhere over here. And it's hard contact, so that would meet the definition for sure of a flagrant 2. But as I said, it wasn't my intention to make that contact, any contact at all, really. Like I said, I was spinning away and trying to sell the foul. But yeah, I think it definitely meets, the definition for sure. But my intent wasn't to hit him.
I understand you said the intent wasn't there, but with this team's small margin for error and where you are now a third into the season, do you think there needs to be some sort of alteration to how you approach these situations to not put the team in a situation where you may not be available?
Yeah, but that's not that situation. That situation is me trying to sell a foul call. So on most situations, yes, I'd agree with you. Can't put the team in a bad spot. But I didn't intend to put the team in a bad spot. I intended to get a foul. And I made contact with him. So Yes, in most situations. And, to Steve's point, of course, I need to be there for us to win. I understand that, which is why I haven't been arguing with Ruff since I've been back. I haven't done any of those things because I do understand that. I haven't gotten into it with any players since I've been back because I do understand that. Unfortunately, bad luck. Trying to draw a foul and I made contact with him. But this ain't those same things. I'll be the first to tell you anytime I intend to do something, anytime something was wrong, the turnout was wrong, but that wasn't my intention. So, yes, to answer your question, I haven't changed my approach on how I approach things. But that wasn't the same thing. I was trying to draw a foul. I accidentally made contact with him, and it was, again, I'm swinging away like he's holding my hip. I don't know if any of y'all ever played against nurturers, but he's strong as and so I'm trying to just spin away out of him holding my hip like this, and my momentum continues forward and hits him. So, not quite the bad situations that I've put my team in before. This wasn't that. Just accidentally made contact with him trying to sell a foul.
Draymond, what did you think about the rotation tweaks Steve made, taking Andrew and Moon out of the lineup to start the second half and then not closing with Klay?
Steve told us that in the first day of camp. Really, was it the first day of camp? It could have been before camp. That we have a very deep team, and he's going to go with the players that are playing well. But I was minus 15. So, you look at, you look at our bench, they're all pluses damn near. So, I probably would have got benched too had I not had the event not happen because, it's clear. We were struggling. So, and yet, Klay's +4 on the night. So, it's not something that I'm shocked by because, you're trying to find a rhythm, you're trying to win games and just trying to go with the guys that are playing well and producing. So I don't look too far into who's benched or whatnot. You're just trying to find lineups that works. And I respect, Steve's calls on that.
Nurkic was just asked about the play, and he said that brother needs help. What's your response to that?
Respect. I still know what my intentions were. But respect, I think we all need help. I don't think any of us are too perfect. So, respect. But I'll tell him the same thing I just told you. I'm going to apologize to him, and I didn't intend to hit him. So, but he has a right to feel how he want to feel about it, and I'm not going to sit here and try to go back and forth on how he feels about it. So, yeah.
He's been a guy in the past, when Steve says, hey, we're going to, like in the playoffs last year, right, come back, hey, we're going to start Luna over you, you're going to come off the bench, instances like that. As you just said, you've always been very open to that, go with the flow, okay with that. For other guys, Klay was just talking to us and how he said it was very strange for him not to close and looked visibly upset on the bench. I know you're not inside Klay's head, but how does a guy how do you check your ego and your pride sometimes in those moments just for what has to happen to win?
Well, I don't think, I don't think anyone's overly worried about someone being upset that they're not playing because we're competitors. You work ultimately to play these games and put a great product on the floor and play great because that's the job, right? So I don't think anyone's overly worried about someone being upset that they're not playing because we're all competitive, But, as far as ego goes, egos always have to be checked on a team because it's a team sport and it's made up of individuals. And, the goal is always to make the sum of those parts work together. And, sometimes it goes better than others. And that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But I think, for Klay, and for anybody in this situation, the number one goal for everyone just has to be to win. Whether that's you're playing or you're not playing, the number one goal of a team in order for a team to be successful is it has to be to win the game. And you figure out everything else after. But I don't think Klay's ever had to deal with that. And so your first time dealing with that is different, and your reaction, you never know how you're going to react to something like that until you go through it, and so that's foreign territory for Klay. I don't think anyone's mad that he was upset about it. You don't want somebody that just go sit there and like, oh, it don't matter. You want guys that's going to compete.
All right, that was Draymond Green from last night. I got no reaction. I got to be honest with you.
Come on,
I was monitoring the text lines and hearing what people say, and I'll be honest, I tuned out.
And
I tuned out the last 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. It doesn't matter anymore.
And what if I told you it's almost insulting? Like, the only reason he did that to me, I'll put the rat on the table early, brought to you by Atco. He knew the jackhammer's coming. He spoke to Hope to let the league know whatever you come with, that I thought that's the only reason you did that. Like, you have no leverage right now. And the worst part about this is the team is in a free fall with you, and now you're going to be gone. Like, I just don't get what dinner they had to where we say he drove over to Lacob's house and what they talked about, but this couldn't have been it. Because he's acting like an infant in regard to, you are a grown-ass man, a father, a husband. You cost this team a championship with this type of action. 2016. It's 7 years later, bud. It is 7 years later, and I'm supposed to sit there and trick myself into thinking you didn't know what you were doing?
Well,
you're strong as hell?
Well, you have for 6.5 years.
No, we tolerated it.
Oh.
Why are they so scared to do something as an organization? And if that means play without them, because you're doing that anyway.
4 rings. 888-957. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Let's take some calls. Yeah. People have been hanging out, listening. What's up, Tom in Sonoma? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. How you guys doing, man?
We've been better, man.
To you yesterday, man.
Yeah.
Hey, the definition of insanity is something when you do it over and over and over again and expect different results.
Wow.
Draymond Green is in crisis mode. Management and the NBA need to tell Draymond he needs anger management. He needs to see somebody. He does. This is more anger. It's not just, it's off court and on court. He is the maddest I've ever seen a man. He's in trouble. He's seriously in trouble, guys. When your bench is scoring 70 points, you're the number 2 in the league. You shouldn't be losing games like this. Okay? The guys, the stars, they can only play for 24 minutes. I almost want to play the young guys the first half and the senior guys the second half and see what happens, because we don't have 48 minutes in these guys. They no longer exist. This team, it used to be a dynasty, man. The last 2 years, it is a toxic septic tank. Nothing's changing, man, and it's
appreciate it, man.
We're in crisis mode.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. Is it theoretically, if you have a toxic septic tank, couldn't that theoretically be good?
I was going to say redundant.
Well, yeah, or maybe the toxicity. Maybe that septic tank gets toxic, which means it's clean. Then maybe.
No, you need something to clean it once it gets toxic.
Well, what do you know about picking up a broom and a brush?
Dude,
you are white collar.
I can mop a mean
You're a
floor.
salesman.
Yeah.
Because you eschewed
80 points
physical labor
from the bench last night.
All right.
And normally you'd say, yay, that's my Steiny. But when you look at the starters, Like, what are you really gaining? It's the one step forward, two back.
Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, yeah.
Except he said 3 steps up and 2
Refer
steps
to him
back.
as the boss. That I know.
San Jose Jazz fan, one of our favorites, agrees with you, Goo. It's insulting.
I mean,
there's one thing. Oh, by the way, I had a real visceral response to this text on the Comcast or the YouTube chat. It says, Steiny, let me guess, you think they should tank? They're not good enough to tank. They're not good enough to tank. This is who they are, and they're 10-13. You can only tank if you're good.
And if you have a pick.
Thank you.
Oh, don't Evan, that even makes it worse.
Boy. Well, you know what? Hey, now's as good a day as any to let you know that the Golden State Warriors, they don't have their first round pick this draft unless it's a top 4 pick. So,
oh man, I'll tell you what. Everybody's on the table except Steph. That's how you fix this.
No.
That's how you try to. Every name is on the table except Steph.
Well, you know.
I mean it.
Well, and you know what I mean? And maybe Steph's on that table too, depending on how he feels.
Dude, I do wonder what's going on.
You all think Steph's the nicest guy in the world. We'll see how nice he can stay.
Well, publicly, he's not called out Draymond Green.
But who knows? That's right. That's because he's Steph Curry. That's because he's Stephen Curry, and he doesn't do that. That's
but Draymond
not
needs the
MO.
public humiliation.
Well, that's not
because he's
Steph's
doing
job.
it to the team.
You're missing my point. My point is, if Steph Curry, don't let him get tired of this crap.
I think he's the only one that could fix it.
How?
Calling them out publicly. I'd like that.
Let me ask you a serious. Okay, what does that sound like?
It's not about what it sounds like. Dre's got to do better. I told him.
Okay, that's not.
That's all we got left, Steiny. Lacob gave him a contract.
We are so past that. It's not even fun.
This toxic is going to continue.
Well, that's what I said when they signed the guy for 4 years. You all believed that Jordan Poole was the problem, and now Dre's got his voice back. Who says, I've got my voice back? Who does that?
Yeah.
No.
All right.
Y'all wanted him because you knew you couldn't win a title without him.
All right.
Seriously.
I got to get this
I don't want to go down this road, but.
I went and watched that. I know you'll give me a break. I watched it again. If you watch the mannerisms of one Kevon Looney, forget how you think Looney is playing. Evan, I mean what I'm about to say. Looney has a look of like,
they all do good.
It's
over.
When he was on the bench, I could almost read Looney like, and I'm almost like he's sick and tired of the whole circus of what is Draymond.
You continue.
I'm telling you, there was something in the look of like, I'm over this. And I could be wrong. I don't think I am.
You're not. You're not wrong at all. You continue to notice that this team is a nightmare. What I can't figure out is why you think there's magic fairy dust that can be thrown on this. This is 2 years of issues.
No, what's
Jordan
he holding
Poole was an
over
issue.
to get, like, what if they were to look to move him? Like, there is life without Draymond Green.
No, there's not. They've never had life without Draymond Green. Like, this is
not how it's supposed to be.
Yes, it is.
In the first
this is how dynasties end.
No, but you just signed this dude up for 4 more years.
Yeah,
and he's doing this.
I think he signed I don't think he signed the contract for the right reasons.
Wow.
I don't.
Dude, everybody's talking about the Warriors for the wrong reasons. This is embarrassing.
Right, it's been a couple years of that now. It's been years.
I think of Oakley. I think of Xavier McDaniel, Vernon Maxwell, even Lambeer. Yeah, theirs was basketball tough. This is just anger management. Like, what? Do you think he's feeling mortal, Steiny?
I don't care.
Like he knows he don't have it. Like
it's the hardest thing for me to say.
Maybe he's
I don't
frustrated.
care. I don't care. He's not the first player who's gotten old. Like, do you think Dre? Like, I'm not.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
I want to make it clear.
You don't have to.
It's not you. I'm not mad at you.
I know. I'm not taking it that way.
Hey, Draymond Green, what do you think? I don't care. I'm over it.
But what about the respect as an organization to say we're not going to our fan base, let this man walk all over us?
Well,
I got to stop yelling.
But
go.
Yesterday isn't the first day we realized that the organization
But there comes a
enables
time,
him.
Matt. There comes a time.
Oh, so now's the time. You're there.
Oh, I've been there.
What? Since when?
Before he got the new contract.
Oh, man.
And I was saying, Kuminga, let's go. We got to go.
Hey, with the holidays right around the corner, now is the best time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo, plus outstanding segments like the Morning Roast this morning with Brian Baldinger. That was yesterday. They had Peter King on. I'm talking about the afternoon show, that is. Peter King was on with Willard and Dibbs. You can take a listen to that. Steve Kerr scheduled. He's scheduled. We'll see. You can always hear the old interviews with Steve Kerr, too, on the Odyssey app. We're going to take some calls on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. He's at it again.
Get in where you fit in.
Gordon for three left side. No good. Podziemski's got the rebound. The Warriors with 24 seconds left have a chance. Podziemski waits for Curry. Curry tries to get free. Podziemski dribble drive down the lane to the rim. Scores. It's a 1-point game with 15.4 to go. Now the Warriors have to foul.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The dramatic music in the
Kanye got a
background.
new album dropping Friday, baby. Yay.
He's a clown.
But musically, he's a genius. I'll give you that. Out the studio.
Okay. You'll give me that he's a clown
Yeah.
out of the studio?
Yeah.
I'm not giving you that he's a genius in the studio.
That's right.
Oh, man.
And I wonder.
Let me tell you, I'm
Go
not
ahead.
asking anybody out there to feel sorry for me.
Your hip?
No.
But dude, you've been in
that
good. You ain't complaining about the hip.
It
Yeah,
still
go ahead.
hurts, but it's more like I don't want to come in and do 4 hours on this guy.
No doubt, man.
I don't want people
It's
to be
real.
like, I can't believe this. This is unbelievable. I can't believe it. And me saying, well, what do you want? What do you think? Yeah.
Like it's not fun.
Let's do, here's what I like to do sometimes on a day like today. Let's let some callers kind of dictate the tempo.
All right.
I need the callers to be the point guards. What kind of day are we going to have today? We going to run up and down the court?
If it's
We're gonna
anything
play a
like
fast
the roast,
style?
I'm gonna tell you what kind of day we're gonna have.
What happened with them?
No callers, anger, frustration.
All right. Well, let's see. Let's go to Gil in Livermore. He's going to start us out.
All right,
Hey,
Gil.
Gil. How are you, buddy? What's up, man?
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Do well.
First time caller, long time listener. I just thought it was time to give a call. I mean, the team as currently constructed is done. I've seen a lot of scenarios, trade scenarios where they're talking about trading the young players. I think we should be trading the old players. Wouldn't getting rid of Klay give another team some cap relief because it's an expiring contract? Same with Chris Paul. It's time to move on. Draymond's untradeable, but I mean the other guys, we gotta move on. Even Wiggins, Klay, Chris Paul, those guys got to go at this point. We've got to move on.
Appreciate the call, Gil.
What are your thoughts?
Thank you, Gil, and thanks for listening. Really appreciate it. My question is, I'll say it.
The Warriors will be a boneyard.
Oh, Priest, where are you
That
at?
is an unbelievable soundbite.
I
One of
don't
the
like
best
it.
in 2023. It's not because Priest has a cadence that I like.
There's no doubt. He's Luka.
Who's with me? And we kind of knew it. There are two bad choices. Let Draymond go or re-sign Draymond. Two bad ones, but they made the wrong decision. Wow. The idea, see, there's two things with Draymond. There's, okay, this year we're now 10-13. What are we going to do? Can we get it back together? Can we turn it around? But then there's as of right now, Draymond will be back next year. And then he'll be back the year after next year. And then he'll be back the year after next year, the year after next year.
That's 4 more. That's tiny.
I mean,
what's he going to look like physically?
He's just let's just say he just signed a 4-year contract, and 30 games into his new contract, he will have been ejected 3 times and been suspended twice. I mean, who in their right mind is out there as a Warrior fan saying, you know what, I think this one he's going to get. I think he's going to get it after this one. I think he understands what's going on.
And my question to you is, and the listeners, if I kept getting suspended and leaving you guys to do a job without my services, at what point do you, Evan and Spadoni and John, say, you know what? I just got to side-eye you, Goo. We are sick and tired of you apologizing. We're losing the games that you leave us hanging in. At what point does that happen once that buzzer went off last night in Phoenix? Does he get that? Or is he getting a pass? And my boy Gerard just texted me, Santa Barbara.
Mm-hmm.
He said Steph quietly could get Draymond traded if he wanted to.
Draymond could have gotten him. I mean, Okay.
See, but that's my point.
Right.
I had your back, but you keep doing it. So
you ready?
eventually, Guru, I'm not going to do it out loud. I'm going to do it behind closed doors, and I believe Dre could get you something.
What? From whom?
Milwaukee, Boston.
Why?
Milwaukee
and Boston are 1 and 2 in the East. But why would they? Who are they give? Why would you have the best team in the East?
He's a dog, and I'm wondering if he would be shook. The fact that I gotta be on my best behavior.
You're out of your gourd.
Yeah, and I'm out of my gourd when I said Kuminga.
The Celtics are the best team in the East. The Milwaukee Bucks are the second best team in the East, but they're going to give up something that's working for them for the wild card of Draymond Green.
But I got to say,
no,
let me preface
they
it
will
with
not do that.
I'm talking about playoff basketball is where they would really benefit from Draymond Green.
Well, guess what? You give up a player to get Draymond Green for the playoffs, you probably get worse in the regular season. Why would you call out your teammate, Draymond, in front of the media? That's like Steiny calling you out on air, or Guru calling Steiny out on air.
Because he's never going to change. That's why you do something different. My parents used to give me a pass. I do it again. It's hell to pay. This has gone on since 2016.
Well, it's going on
and now,
longer than that.
I'm being real with you and Evan. And the listeners, I wonder if this is Jordan Poole-esque part 2 in regard to him not being available. Like now we're just talking about Draymond and his possible suspension. It's everywhere. It's got to be Tyron for Kerr. He looked zapped. He had no zest at that podium last night.
Too bad.
Clay's throwing hissy fits that he's not in the game. I didn't see that on the TV, but Slater told Montez Spadoni that. There's a litany of issues with this team, our team, man, and I don't know if they got the antidote to fix it. That's why I'm in a church. I'm in a basketball church, rubbing my cross and my beads, hoping that there's a major move that Joe Lacob. Like, what is Joe Lacob's breakfast tasting like this morning? Or is his not pina colada? What's the thing you have in the morning? The Bloody Mary. It's got to be bitter because he's got to be upset.
Joe Lacob doesn't drink.
Change gonna come.
Joe Lacob doesn't
What's
drink.
my guy's name?
Don't tell me.
Not Marvin Gaye. Sam Cook. It is. Change gonna come.
Right.
And that's where I'm at with this Warrior team. And as long as it ain't Steph, sign me up.
Yeah. Well, you ain't getting much better if you're trading. Like,
throw me a bone.
No, I'm not going to do that. So you're another team out there. You're looking at the Warriors and you say, well, Wiggins stinks. Klay stinks. Draymond is the biggest head case he's ever been in his career. Let's trade them some of our good players for some of their players who seem to be mailing it in. It doesn't work
Before
like
you get
that.
to the phones, and I'm using your word. You know it's more nuanced than Wiggins stinks. Maybe it's a change of scenery. So some
he
teams
just got here. And
no, but you know what I mean? I really believe Wiggins, whatever went on last year is affecting him, and the Jordan Poole departure, as Evan brought up.
That's not what you thought at the beginning of the year.
No, I didn't. I never thought it would get this low, but I'm there now.
Say Steiny.
Oh, hell no.
Steiny. It's real. Nah. Just say Steiny.
Nah. I still got
Draymond snookered us.
I got street cred. I can't lose it.
Hey,
well, Dre did.
I want to. Can we play the Slater? My board. I'm having a little trouble reading the board. Can we play the Slater cut where he, if you know offhand, where he talks about Klay's actions off the camera that nobody saw?
Man.
Can you try? My bad. We'll go to a call in the meantime. Let's go to, let's see, Draymond situation, Draymond and Klay, Draymond antics. Jimmy in Dublin. Let's go to Jimmy in Dublin. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How you guys doing?
Need answers, Jimmy.
Hey, first, I want to start off by saying this, though. Hey, this is my 100th time calling in, bro. I literally keep a tab every time I call, put it in my notes. This is my 100th time calling in.
There you go. Back.
Anyway, hey, moving right along, man. I don't understand why everybody is sitting here with their mouth wide open in surprise. Like, we know this guy. Like, we know this guy. So all these callers is calling in and saying this and that. Like, we've heard this 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago. I mean, the guy threatened his coach. He threatened Kerr at halftime a couple years ago. I mean, he cold-cocked Jordan Poole. I mean, the guy ran one of the top 10, arguably one of the best NBA players ever out of Oakland. Like what else does he have to do for people to wake up and get it? Get rid of the dude, man. The dude is a cancer. And then as far as the trade, who's going to bring in a good team guy, a good locker room guy for a nutcase? Like, who's going to do that? Like, he's throwing off the whole chemistry. Andrew Wiggins, he doesn't want to even be there. Kevon Looney is fed up. But why can't anybody man up and say something to the dude? Like, what is he going to do to you? You guys have a good day, man. Have a great day.
Man.
Thanks.
That's what I'm lobbying for, Stoney, not
what?
physicality. So, like, the least somebody can do is call his ass out publicly.
Who?
Looney. Anybody at this point. How about the owner of the coach? But Bob Myers had to babysit. We did the executive show throwing him bones for, you know how to calm down Frankenstein. Like, no, let's do tough love now. It doesn't play well when you cold cock your teammate and don't get suspended. Jordan didn't have, he hit Kerr. Who has that power? And Dips put out a tweet last night. I was about to go to bed, him and the boss, saying, you guys can laugh. I rank this up there with the punch. This was not, like Evan, not by himself, he thought the Gobert chokehold was more sinister. I thought this was worse. Dude, Steiny, and then bam.
Here's the other thing that I was thinking, and you're going to take it as a shot at Steph, and that's fine, but I don't necessarily mean it that way. I just mean it in a general way. This is what happens when you give players too much power. This is what gets you into trouble when you start saying, well, what does Steph want? Well, if Steph wants Draymond, then Draymond must be here at all.
Well, that's
all right.
It is.
Yeah. Well, then Steph bears some responsibility in this also. So if you look at it from a practical level, if you guys are right about Steph, I need Draymond, I want Draymond. Now you can't say all of a sudden, Steph, to get Draymond under control. You can't. That's not how it works.
Well, you're 3 games under. Your season is just this is not acceptable. Well, and now you're about to have a practice today, waiting on another jury decision on how many more games you're going to play without number 23. Yeah. Like, what are we doing?
Well, we know how to deal with this. We've done it 19 times before.
But you lose most of the time without them.
Yeah. Let's go to, I'll tell you what. Not yet, City Boy. He wants to talk positives.
Is there a positive? Oh, he's going to say Kuminga or Moody taking
it. Okay, let's play the Klay sound. Go ahead. You want to do whatever? This is Anthony Slater of The Athletic, covers the Golden State Warriors. Apparently the cameras didn't catch this, but here's what he had to say about Klay Thompson last night.
The seal has been broken, right? Like, I think Steve Kerr has now made it possible that, I can bench Klay Thompson in crunch time, which you didn't know how he was going to handle it. He was not pleased last night. It sounded like the broadcast wasn't looking at him at all on the bench. He was kind of stammering around the bench. Steph at one point kind of had to pull him away. He was yelling towards the bench. It didn't seem like it was anybody in particular he was yelling at. I'm sure the coaching staff are making the decision, but he was making his opinions felt. Then he walked over and he hit something on the bench, and kind of like it looked like a cup rack or something went flying behind the bench.
Oh boy.
Not old baby. Boy. Like, we didn't see that. I'm thinking Klay is wow, Steiny.
Yeah, I don't think it's a wow.
There's cracks in the vase.
There have been cracks in the vase. There have been. They were there all last year. They're in the exact, you know what? They're in the exact same place as last year, only worse. Because they're a year older, and that Draymond's going to be around for 3 or 4 more years. And the other thing is,
and Klay's mad at himself.
The problem with Draymond and trading Draymond is you're everybody. If you start saying we want to get off Draymond, and the league starts, you're getting nothing for Draymond. The minute the Warriors say, you know what, we're open to trading, that means you're not getting much for him.
And
I don't know why you would. Why would you get
CP3.
like? Here's the other thing: if Draymond were on the last year of his deal, that'd be one thing.
Right.
Then I could see a contender being like, you know what? But so you're a really good team, and you're saying, let's get Draymond in here for 3.5 more. No, then I'm out.
Man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Candlestick Rick at SFO. And you know what? I'm interested to hear what Candlestick Rick has to say. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Stein and Goo?
Yo.
So I want to start off really quick by saying we stole that championship a couple years ago. We got Wiggins to play like he's never played before. We got the most we possibly could out of Jordan Poole. We got the most out of everybody that year, and we straight up stole that from the league. So just everybody appreciate that one and stop being so upset right now. First off, I just want to preface by that.
Well, real quick, and I'll let you finish, Candlestick. The bottom line is that championship is part of the reason why we're here, exactly why we're here. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm not saying to give that fourth championship back and redo it, but the bottom line is when they won that title, their strategy changed going forward. All you.
Yes, that is true. So another quick couple of points I want to make really fast is that I need my guys, Draymond and Klay, to age a little more gracefully. They're not going to be great. Steph is going to continue to be great for a few more years. They are not. But what they need to do is what every older player has done. Adapt. Learn how to get more assists. Use your body. Come on. It's like, stop being so depressed, Klay. You know, you're one of the greatest players ever. Now adapt to the game. Let me see you do that. It's another challenge. You can do it.
Right.
Wow.
Thanks, Candlestick. Have a safe flight.
Because he is mad at nobody but himself, Steiny. Klay.
The 901, if I got it right, can we talk about how Kerr is the biggest problem? Any great coach would have changed rotations at every playoff loss was okay. So Kerr's the problem, but and if you want to say Kerr's the problem, I'm open to him being part of the problem. But the other thing that any coach is going to have with right now with the Warriors is how you coach Steph, Klay, and Draymond. I mean, that's part of the problem. Is it's easy to say play the young guys. It's much easier said than done if you're Steve Kerr.
We got a donation, Steiny.
Oh,
$2.
Yeah, we like a little more than that.
We appreciate it.
Tell you something. Could you? They should rip off a percentage for our show.
Remember, I asked about the proceeds.
That was really funny. That was about wasn't that about the T-shirts?
Yeah. Posey and P-Town, Bob Myers, quotation marks, Magic Johnson, I ain't going to be here.
See,
what did
funny.
he know? No, seriously. How genius of a move does that look now, him waking up like, I'm going to go chill with Stephen A. and rest of the gang, and this? Like, do you think what Barkley said last week about the Titanic, I thought it was a cheap shot, but this hadn't even popped off. Like, who saw this? Like, I don't even know how. No, I don't know what this is. That's how flustered I am.
Couldn't you say he's gutless?
Bob Myers?
And saw this coming.
Don't do that.
Didn't want to be a part of it.
Don't do that.
Like, is there something to that thought?
Okay, I could say, actually, he might have been the only guy with guts who was ready to make the hard decisions.
No doubt.
And they were like, nope.
No doubt about that.
Bob, I know you are reluctant to sign Draymond Green, but Steph wants him. And whatever Steph says, we do.
What voice?
Of course, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, but I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Leo's in San Francisco. Oh, we got to get the City Boys some positivity at some point. Leo in San Francisco. What's up, Leo?
Hey, how you guys doing today? Crazy day.
Hey, Leo.
Again, Leo.
It's a good voice.
I was just about to comment on it.
Unbelievable. Hey, first of all, I've got zero sympathy for the organization. I got zero sympathy for the team, and the team meaning the core, specifically Curry. I got zero sympathy for Kerr. I think you guys are right on. I think Myers saw this coming and he took off because signing Draymond for 4 years was crazy. But first of all, and I said this last year on radio, if after that pool incident, They did not hold him accountable, didn't suspend, and this is obviously the organizational fault. And Lacob could care less because he's selling tickets, he's selling out that place. If Steph tells them, I want Draymond here, and we've heard that, and Kerr said the same thing, that they can't win without Draymond, then it's on those two guys to fix it. And Curry, and I've said this before about him, he's a quiet leader, but he could have cut Draymond off at the knees a long time ago with this kind of behavior. He refused to do it, and now they're paying for it.
Wow.
Appreciate the call.
And that's the worst part. When he gets suspended, because it's coming, he's not even there to help his brothers. That's the worst part of all this.
What about if this text from the Comcast Business text line, if Bob Myers was still around, Draymond wouldn't be acting like this? Interesting. I mean, the argument against would be like, well, Myers was around last year when he punched Jordan Poole. City Boy. Hey, City Boy.
Our guy.
How about Pajemski?
Man, he's who don't like him?
Oh my goodness! Isn't that the truth?
Yeah, I mean,
at the end of the game last night, the fourth quarter, he had ice in his veins.
Yep.
I mean, it was really good to see. And I don't know if you guys noticed Devin Booker patting him on the butt when the horn sounded, and he looked at him like, "Hey, this is a guy." You know, he's not a guy now that's going to help us win. That he can help us win a championship, but you know, he's not. The problem with the Warriors right now, and I'm not going to cry over spilled milk because you guys know how I feel about Draymond. There's a lot of revisionist history. There's a lot of feelings about things that have been done, not suspending Dre, et cetera, et cetera. That's all over with. You know, what I'm seeing right now is a team that's 10-13. They've lost a lot of close games. I mean, if you look at those 13 losses, how many games were lost in the last minute?
Evan?
Or overtime.
Let me get that number for you. Hold on, City. Evan?
They've been involved in 19 clutch time games. So games decided by 5 points in the final 5 minutes.
And their record is?
9-10.
I'm smelling a 500 team.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is they're not getting destroyed. Like, you look at Detroit, you look at some of these bad teams, you know. So, and what I'm enjoying about this team is I'm seeing guys flourish. You know, I mean, Kuminga and Moody are in their third year. They look like third-year players. They look like they're coming into their own. And they came out really young, too. So, I mean, they're third-year players, and they're super young. So the future is bright there. Pajemski looks like a third-year player in his rookie year. So I'm excited about that. You know, what I like about this team is the second unit is great. The problem is that the first unit is terrible. And
I mean, it's kind of like Patrick Ewing. Yeah, we make a lot of money, but we spend a lot of money.
Exactly.
Hey, City Boy, let me. Go ahead.
One more City. We got to get out, but all you.
Do you see a little Steve Nash and Pajemski? Okay.
No.
All right. We got to go to okay.
I mean, personally.
All right.
Thanks, City.
But I just.
City.
Yeah, we had to go.
We love you, though, buddy.
We love you.
He knows. He knows. He knows. That's something they could put in on their tombstone. 2023, 2024 epitaph. We weren't Detroit.
20 in a row.
I love City. I'm going to give him grief. He goes, hey, at least we're not Detroit getting blown out every night.
Or San Antonio, 17 in a row.
I'd rather be San Antonio right now. I know you think I'm crazy, but why not?
This is bad for the league.
They're sitting with when it's what?
Bad for the league.
What is?
These losing streaks.
Oh, hey, get in my ear. Get in my ear. Hey, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. And here we are again, a day after a Draymond Green ejection. We await a suspension, and then we calculate how many games or weeks Draymond Green will not be able to help the Golden State Warriors. Your calls on the other side.
Jingle bells, jingle. Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to sing. I'm supposed to tell everybody.
You like asparagus sorbet?
Eligibility and terms at discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
I'm pregnant with this next take. I want to get off.
Move on, Joe.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, you know who we are. Monty Poole, you know who he is. He's coming up at 1 o'clock.
Ooh. He's been in this bag, man.
NBC Sports Bay Area.
There you go.
I always have to think.
Oakland, California's finest, one of them. I was born in Oakland. You know the hospital? I hate you, so I really did.
I just lived in Castro Valley. I want to say for a long, long time.
Anyway,
Monty Poole, 1 o'clock.
Think we'll have an answer with the suspension by then?
Yeah, probably. Expect.
Then they go to the Clippers.
I'm saying 3 to 5 games.
Are you really saying that? Oh, I'm saying minimum 10.
Okay.
We can bet.
I'm not going to bet.
I don't want to be right.
I'm not going to bet.
Okay.
Oh, I don't. Who's that? Who am I thinking? If love is wrong, I don't want to be wrong. Right.
Right. Yeah. If loving you is wrong,
there you go.
I don't know the artist.
Yes, sir.
It sounds like Al Green.
It's a big boy. I know that. It is a big boy.
The white guy comes in. My black car, boy.
Let's go to. Here we go. Oh man, it's one of our favorites. See, you never know. You never know if the description fits accurately. But we got Bobby in Los Altos.
Okay, Bobby.
Bobby with a voice.
There you got. That's a 4.
But the title's listed. The description, it says Draymond wake up call. Now I cannot believe Bobby's going to be like, no, this is it. This is the one. What's up, Bobby?
Gentlemen, thank you for your time. Listen, I want to say this after the what I will call the assault of Rudy Gobert. All your callers called in and defended him, saying we wouldn't have won all those championships without Dre, blah, blah, blah. But today it seems everyone's in outrage. So I find that very interesting because I actually have a counterpoint.
Me too, Bobby.
So you guys know I'm not a Dre fan. But my take is, yes, in fact, this is a wake-up call. Because if you listen to that very long presser that you guys played in fall, he sounded like a kid who knew he was in trouble. Did you hear his voice?
Exactly.
Very soft. It was very measured. He knew he messed up, and he realized he could not get away with it anymore. Personally, I hope he gets 12 games. But the reason why I think this is the wake-up call is that I know he's a smart guy. And as mercurial as his behavior is on the court, I don't think he's ever been in trouble off the court. And that tells me he has a filter. He can control it if he wants to. And that's why I think this is the wake-up call. Now, obviously, time will tell. But I think finally it's caught up to him, and he knows that the league, his teammates, his team, and the fans, they can't defend him anymore.
Wow. Appreciate it, Bobby. That's something you just lay out.
You want to break it to him?
That it's not?
No, that there's been some transgressions.
Depending on either slap the guy from
Hey, I'm going to stick up for my partner. You see Steve on the YouTube text line says, chat line, this is Christmas for Steiny. You don't enjoy this. I know you don't.
No.
Because that would mean you want the Warriors to stink. Nobody is happy this is
I enjoy when some of the things that I think and believe
or come
are
to
based in reality.
Yeah. Well.
They are.
I'm fighting a good fight still.
When Draymond Green came out and said, Poole's gone, everything's fine, I got my voice back, woo, 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 no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, no. I don't.
But he's doing this.
I don't believe
to
you.
the other team.
And I do believe Bobby in the sense that, yeah, I do believe there was some contrition up there, but that's like
he was doing that to soften the boom, man. He sounded like it.
Look, here's an easy way out. I'm solution based. You move. Get Wiggins to Washington.
For who?
For Kuzma.
Oh my gosh, in a Warrior uniform. I'd go to SFO right now in the caddy.
They're 3-19, so how good is Kuzma?
Well, how good is Wemby? They've lost 17 in a row. How good is Cade Cunningham? They lost 20 in a row.
Kuzma's been in the league 8 years.
I know, but I like Kuzma.
I know you do.
Yeah.
He's a good dunker, right?
I do. Please.
Would you give up Wiggins, Kuminga,
check,
and a 2026
check
for Kuzma and the comedian Jim Gaffigan?
Sound good. Gotcha.
Daniel Gafford.
I'm sorry, Daniel Gafford.
Yeah. Dude, give me a guy that can get a bucket. What? You know that's how they keep score, right? You got to put the ball in the hole. Dude, Steiny, this is bad, man.
I know it's bad.
No, this is it. Now TMZ is back. And you know what? It's bad publicity for the organization. The people, Raymond Ritter, you think he wants to deal with this?
Stop acting like
who's the guy you introduced Evan to when we interviewed Pajemski?
Yeah.
The guy that sat down with us.
I'm not sure.
He's been with the Warriors before.
Brandon Schneider?
Yeah, Brandon Schneider. Like, this is not good for anybody. It's not good for the players. Like, seriously.
They are the players who are causing it. There's this excuse built in, like, Steiny, why is there this black cloud that just keeps hovering over this team? It's so unfair. It's because the team's a black cloud.
Right, but some people don't have the power to cut it off. And if they did, they're whispering, I would have done that. You go look. I'm being so real. Go look at Kevon Looney in the third quarter when that went down.
See,
he looked like my grandma when she would look at us and know that hell was coming.
You want it both ways. I get it. You want to sit. I get it. You want to sit here and say, Steiny. You can tell even Kevon Looney's sick of it. They're all sick of it. And then on the other, Steiny. What can they like? Hey, but he'll be. They need him for defense.
I said I've been an advocate for him to be moved.
Now
I know. I said Kuminga should have never got that deal in the offseason. You don't listen. I said Kuminga, ride or die with them. But damn, this cloud that this guy is Karl Malone and still the defensive player of the year, like that's how they're looking at him to me.
Well, you've been saying that he hasn't really lost a step in the last year.
I was judging him to Klay.
And by the way, I'll ask you one more. I'm gonna ask you.
I told Willard I'm on tape at the
You're on tape.
Summit. Is this a championship team? I said no.
Well, then stop being so mad that they're not a championship team.
No, I'm mad at the negative. I can take the losses. I'm mad that this guy.
Because you're going to take a lot of them. You taking a lot of them.
13. Dude, this is rough early.
It's about what I expected. I expected about 12 and 11.
But you didn't expect Dre to act like this. Seriously.
You know what,
to miss
Goo?
this amount of games.
You know what, Goo?
Seriously.
Take this the right way. Shut up, Goo. Shut up.
Look, you don't, dude. Come on, man. You didn't expect this.
Goo. Let's. I'll tell you what. Let's start from the baseline. For the next minute, let's be sincere.
Yeah, that's all I do.
No, not all the time. Don't you dare look at me and say, Steiny, you thought he was going to get better. Don't you dare do that. Don't you dare do that. Draymond Green is a problem. He's always been a problem. He was a problem when he was a good player. He's not as good of a player anymore, which makes him more of a problem. Did I think for 1 minute that he was going to sign a 4-year extension and be a different guy than we got to know for 12 years?
A mentor.
No.
To these young dudes.
So
that's what he was preaching in the offseason. Oh, I wasn't a vet.
And you know what?
I didn't talk to Kuminga.
See, this is what I do get, man. This is an act. You're not this naive.
No,
you're not this naive.
I just believe people when they talk sometimes, and I'm done believing Draymond.
Well, I got news for you. We got another. Santa Claus is coming to town.
You did that yesterday, and
I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
Just don't throw in Easter bunnies.
Hey, you know what? Maybe this is the one. It's the one.
Well, that's what the Warriors are doing. So you're taking it out on me.
Who? I'm mad at you for actually trying to say that I.
So you think I
knew this? This is
I think you're giving. Hey, Steiner, you're in the ballpark, buddy. You're even on first base. I think you're taking a victory lap of you knew.
There's no victory lap.
He would be doing these type of things.
Of course we did.
This early on.
We all knew it. I'm not just me. We've had caller after caller after caller after the contract was signed, before the
Well, the ejections were going to come when Steph wasn't playing.
You're in the
we
boat.
Talked about that.
You're in the boat with whoever else
No,
you're in
I'm
the
out
boat
of it
with.
now. I'm swimming back to shore.
But yesterday, you were in the boat of Draymond, I think, is going to change. And Steiny, we'll get the good Draymond. That's fine.
I really did.
Well, I never did. I didn't before last year. I didn't.
And I ripped him for not being that vet to Kuminga and the other guys and not talking to him on the road. And I asked Dunleavy and Bob Myers connectivity. That was the theme. I never once in a million years thought with Steph on the court he would get ejected 3 times early on. But
he's
now
been ejected
I believe.
He's been ejected more times than any player in NBA history.
Okay, right.
Like, why would you? So wait a minute. He's been ejected more times than any other player in NBA history. But you're surprised that this year he's got 3 early. Like, come on.
No, it's more than 3
Meet me halfway.
No, these are suspensions too now.
That's even worse.
One 2 weeks ago, and you follow that up with probably what's going to be a 10-gamer. My point to you is, I thought he had enough respect for Steph Curry to keep himself in check this early on.
Okay.
Because you don't have to tell me anything. What he's doing is disrespectful to the team, his teammates.
Is not something that's just
and mainly
started.
The guy I believe that has kept your ass in town, and that's one Wardell Stephen Curry.
You know what?
Because you're about to be gone, buddy, for a good 10 games. And I don't know what this team's going to do without you, but they're not better without you. That I know. And it's disrespectful. Yeah. This is how you pay the organization back that gave you a contract that a lot of people thought you shouldn't have received. This is how you pay them back, Dre. Look, this is how you do it. Cool. Okay.
Put a rat on the table.
Go ahead. Brought to you by Echo.
I like when we do it in synthesis. You know how Dre looks at Curry like a chump.
You don't believe that?
He treats him like a chump. That's what I think. I think you're right. I think Steph Curry's had Draymond Green's back as much as any player in the league. And you know what? Draymond treats him like a chump for never getting better. That's Draymond's lack of respect for Curry.
Damn.
That's what I think.
I hadn't heard
I think Draymond Green, what's Steph Curry going to do? Steph Curry going to do? Come on.
Well, he knows he has the power.
Who?
Dre knows Steph has to, make a call midnight without Dre even knowing to affect his future.
Hey, that's overblown. So now,
Myers told on the set. Remember, ESPN said Curry had that. Yeah,
you're right. No, you're right.
I appreciate you saying what you just said because it is disrespectful. It is, and I don't know. Am I wrong? Am I? I don't want to compare myself. I can't do the pay stub to Skip Bayless because I want somebody within the Warriors organization to publicly come out and just criticize the guy for these shenanigans. Does that make me a bad American? Does that make me a Draymond hater? This guy has 100,000 lives. Not a peep.
Let's go to Jason in the Central Valley. Hey, Jason, how you doing, man? Good to hear from you.
I'm good, guys. Thank you very much. And, man, I love the fire, passion that you guys are going back and forth with. I freaking love it, man. That's why I called and try to chop it up with you guys. But, hey, just looking at the situation yesterday, and I agree with the caller before myself, it's very, very difficult to continue to back up Dre, even though I've been a lifelong Warrior fan, because his antics are just, just had it up to here with that, man. Like, this guy needs to be on the floor helping the team, but he's just not there. And what I want to see is hopefully maybe if this team not necessarily can turn it around and become a championship team, but at least on the way out, just start aging gracefully, kind of like the Spurs did when Kawhi and Danny Green came in. That core three kind of, sailed off into the wind. They were still a playoff threat, even though we knew that they weren't going to win titles. But maybe the Warriors can take a page out of that book and become like that at some point. Maybe there's a guy out there in free agency. I don't want to drop any names. Maybe Levine, Siakam, or could be guys that can help the system. And, Klay is a guy that can still stretch the floor, open up the floor for those guys. But who knows? I'm not a GM or anything like that. But that's just my take, guys. I just wanted to throw that out there. I appreciate your time and keep the fire and passion alive. I appreciate y'all. Thank you,
buddy.
Thanks, Jason. Hey, by the way, do we even talk about the fact that
what?
Luckily this game got lost. Draymond's foul on Holmgren? What are you doing? That's a rookie foul.
No, man.
Like, what are you doing?
That hurt, man. That cost him the game.
Oh, another game.
But to that caller's point, and I didn't tell you this yesterday, it had me thinking. The minute you play the youngsters, and I'm going you because you said it, you're signaling that it's over.
Uh-oh, you can't do that for Steph.
That didn't sit well with me yesterday when you kind of said it. But
no.
Once you go that route, oh, my gosh, man.
Yeah, no, they got good game out of Podziemski. I thought Moody was pretty good. Kuminga looks like he's playing. They're 10-13. You know, the other teams have good young players, too.
No.
And they're playing.
Right.
I got 2 words for Warrior fans when they say, man, we got great young players. Great. Metu. How was Metu?
That's one word.
Look at Evan.
I did it for effect. His last name is Metu, M-E-T-U.
But just admit he got you.
No, it's like I just said the Washington Wizards center was Jim Gaffigan. Right. I know it's Gafford, okay? I get it.
All right.
But if I can bring a chuckle to somebody out there, then that's worth it. Even if it's at my expense. That's fine.
I mean, what's the NBA doing? Hurry up. The Warriors need to know.
Oh, yeah, the Warriors need to know. Well, then life should stop. The NBA, shut down the NBA. The Warriors need to know.
Now, I think we're all under the assumption he will get suspended.
Yes.
If he didn't get suspended, do you think the Warriors should or would suspend him?
I'm saying hell no, Evan. Go ahead, Stein.
I'm saying they should. I'm saying here's what should happen. If I'm the Warriors at this point, even though I wouldn't be at this point with Draymond. Okay. We'd have been past this by now. He'd been gone.
Yeah.
But okay, he's done it again, and we go into the front office meeting, and I say, well, I told you he was going to do it again. And they say, okay, but no, that's fine. You're right, Siney. You're always right. But what do we do about it? And I would say, well, let's see what the league says. So if the league suspends Draymond 5 games, let's say, I would say, okay, Draymond, the league is suspending you 5 games, and we're suspending you 5 games also. Not an extra 5, but during a guy's suspension, they can work out at the facility. They can work out at the arena. They can attend shoot-arounds and practices. If Draymond gets suspended 5 games, I would just say, why don't you take off for a while? Just don't, just leave. Go get your head right. Go get your head right. 5 games takes us to whatever it is, December 26th, December 25th. Look, you're going to be out till Christmas. Go spend some time with your family. Get out of here. Get your head right. We'll come back in 5 games. See, we'll come back in 5 games and bang our head against the wall again. But that's what I would do. I would tell him to not be around for a while.
And I think why it's going to be more than 5 games is 5 was last time. There's a track record. He sat up there and did the whole tour of, I was defending my teammate. But I think the league is looking at the Warriors like, this is your problem, and it's obvious you can't check this cat. And it was just 3 weeks ago this file was on my desk. Joe Dumars, sit this one out. We know you got Michigan Saginaw ties, and we're going to bring the hammer on them. That's why I'm worried this is going to be double digits. I really am. And then at that point, then there's another rat on the table for the Warriors. Okay, we'll develop a rhythm while he's gone, but it'll be like Wiggins. It won't be 2 months, Donnie. But if it's, you know what I'm saying? It's always another carrot they got to incorporate back into, there's no continuity. And he don't think about that.
Doesn't matter if he thinks about it or not. It's outside of his control.
Can you just do this for me tonight before I see you tomorrow? At some point, even before the show.
You're saying
the Michael Jackson, James Brown spin. Oh, I hit you with my right strong hand accidentally. Come on, man. Really?
Yep, really.
Nurkic sold it too. He stayed on the ground. I have to laugh. I'm crying.
Right, but that means you're still not serious about any kind of action. No, seriously.
The action's in New York. It's coming, Jack. I told you the action. Move them. I've been on this train before you were on it.
It's a nice try. It's a nice try. No, seriously, it's a nice try.
You sold your soul. You created Frankenstein.
You're doing shows that I've been doing for a year.
Right. Nah, Steiny, there's not. How many people are defending Dre? Normally we get 1, 2, 4, 5. There's no, even in the forget Warrior land, look out in the landscape, the world. This is an eyesore.
Right, and that they've punched themselves in the eye. They've punched themselves. I do think the suspension, if it comes, is going to be telling because here's the way I look at it. I look at it as though, to my way of thinking, what he did to Gobert was worse, and it was more intentional. Okay, but now the league is saying that they're taking into account past actions. My feeling is what happened last night is a 2-game suspension, 2 or 3 games. But if you're telling me it's going to be 7 or 8, if it's more than 5 games, well, then that tells me that they are upping the punishment, even though they don't believe the crime is as severe.
No doubt. They're not going to do what the Warriors are going to do. That's why 5's not coming. And Steiny,
well, let's not pretend like we know what's coming with the suspension. I mean, I'm just telling you right now, I can see 2. I've heard 20 from Tim Legler. I've heard 2 or 3.
Okay,
so who knows?
Give me this. He talked last night only to lower the boom.
Of course.
Because if you say no,
Raymond Ritter told him to do it.
There's no doubt. Because some would say, that's growth. He never talks after.
Guys like you would say it sounds to me like he's contrite. He's contrite.
Oh.
People so mad at you right now. 888, no, I'm not. 888-957-9570. You.
Oh, good Lord. I'm trying to get Bonte in here. He's in the hallway. Because they got a potluck nobody told us about.
What do you mean get him in here?
Get on the mic.
We got a break in a minute. Let's wait a minute. Okay. Why don't you wait a minute? We'll get Bonte in here.
I'll give you a
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. And don't fall for the Guru tricks today. Try to slide in little one-liners. Don't take them to heart. 888-957-9570. Monty Pool at 1 o'clock. NBC Sports Bay Area. 1 o'clock, Monty Pool. And right now it's 11:56 in downtown San Francisco. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking. No compromises. We'll be right back. We got calls. I'm going to get to them. Mm-hmm.
What could have come out of my mouth?
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman.
the Warriors will be a boneyard.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Priest.
And Drew Down. The rapper Drew Down. Can you feel it?
No, that's Shaq. Can you dig it?
That's a 4.
Yes,
but
sir.
This is Drew Down. Can you feel me?
Drew
I
Down.
didn't like playing the Priest right there. It didn't fit today.
Yeah, it did.
I didn't-
It fits from here until further notice.
Well, you ever got suspended from school?
School?
Yeah, high school.
School?
Yeah, high school.
No.
Okay, I have.
But you didn't say from basketball.
No, yeah, school. Well, that we know you're a hothead.
Look, let's just be honest about what happened here over the last year, because I think this is to me kind of the way I look at it is. So last year, Draymond Green came into the season, and we all knew he was going to opt out, and then he punched Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
So he punches Jordan Poole, and at that point he realizes, you know what? I'm still in a contract year, so I got to be careful. So what did he do? He spent all last year talking about his voice and how he lost some respect and how he's got to get it back. Oh, and by the way, did you notice he played 73 games?
That he did.
He played pretty well when he played, and then he spent the whole year, hey, I shouldn't have done this with Jordan. I was wrong. But he said, guess what? Year goes by, he plays 73 games, and they fell for it. It was he was like on his best behavior after the punch, and he was playing as much as he was ever going to play because it was a contract year.
Well, I'll tell you what about that.
Come on, we'd say it about any player on any other team. Why can't we say it about our own?
Because when you say it, and I know you're trying not to have this effect, but what I want to let people know is, and I'm not lobbying for this, but I wouldn't be shocked if this is the straw that broke the camel's back, which I don't think it is, Steiny, he can be moved. Now, I know you'll be like, goo, what for, blah, 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 but that is a reality. If Joe Lacob and company and even Curry were like, you know what, enough is enough, that contract doesn't have him to where that's his Geico to where he's Elliot Ness and untouchable.
No, but it's not good for the organization. It's not good for the organization.
Well, it's not good for the team when he's missing by suspension half the games.
Well, then why'd you resign him? Say it.
What's your thing?
Because you thought he was going to be a good boy.
Or no, you thought he couldn't win without him.
Well, that's the other thing.
Because I'm liking Kuminga.
I know you are. Because here's the guys who, not you. We can't win without Draymond. We can't win without Draymond. Okay, so then they re-signed Draymond, and now it's, well, we can trade Draymond and get better. What? Like now it's like, now we can now trade Draymond. Well, you're not getting Draymond back.
Well, somebody else could pass it to Curry.
I guess what my biggest frustration is I feel like you're like, wow, we're all surprised. Why? Like, it's the end of a dynasty.
He's a grown man.
That's the end of, okay. Well,
that's natural. This is not natural.
No, this is natural
this is a man
to the end of a
letting
dynasty.
his emotions get the best of him. At some point, doesn't that get old, Steiny? The basketball element of this and the science of it, you are right. I bow down to any. Okay. Hey, I get it. It's now. But this is something different.
No, it's not.
This is embarrassing.
It's the same as it's always been.
And now the Clippers are probably going to take on the Warriors tomorrow. Oh, by the way, they won 4 in a row, and they got their groove back without a Draymond Green on the Warriors. That's the reality. And then the team after that, the Nets, who were 2 games over 500 quietly, come here on Saturday like, I mean, good God, man, you're supposed to be a leader.
Again, is Draymond Green a great teammate or a terrible teammate?
You know what? I'm not a part of the Warriors, so I'm being real here. I want to say no, but the obvious answer is yes.
Okay, well, he's not.
Because he's still here.
He is and he isn't. He's a great teammate and he stinks as a teammate, which makes him half a teammate. Man, let's go to, I'll go to Corey in SF. Hey, Corey, thanks for hanging in there, buddy. Appreciate it, man.
Corey.
You got anything you need?
Yeah, I'm good.
Is there anything
How
I
are you guys?
can
How you
get
doing,
you?
guys?
I'm good.
Yeah. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, I just think this is the first time where I've felt like all Warriors fans are kind of all over it. And with Klay and Wiggins, with Klay and Wiggins, I'm just hoping, they can make more shots when I'm watching a game. When it's Draymond, I'm just hoping he doesn't get tossed from the game. And, him obviously getting techs and suspensions is nothing new, but there was always a trade-off since he was a Hall of Famer, being crucial to championships, and we've always given him passes. It's like, oh, yeah, he got suspended from the finals, but he came back and won DPOY and back-to-back ships with KD. Yeah, he ran KD out of town, but we won another title without KD. Yeah, he ran Poole out of town, but Poole was the issue. Now this is 2 years in a row where the Warriors are a mediocre team, so it feels like it's kind of just not worth it anymore. So just very frustrating to come to that realization. What do you guys think? Thanks for taking my call.
It's frustrating, but it's something every player's got to come to terms with.
No doubt.
I want to go to there was a guy. Should we go to our friend Robin?
Yeah. Oh man, let her unload. I can't wait.
Should we?
Yeah.
Hi, Robin. How are you?
Hey.
Welcome to the show. Robin we got to hold on because Evan's back there alone.
Hey, what you do before that last call?
We'll get you on, Rob.
Okay, now there she is.
I meant to say, is there something you want to say?
Okay.
I felt like you were waiting to say something, so I was like, can I help you?
I'm waiting on Robin. I'm waiting on Robin.
All right.
Hey, Robin.
Gentlemen and ladies, start your engines. Hey, Hi, Robin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
we
ma'am.
can.
Okay, so first of all, what that last guy said, all those were excuses for Draymond's behavior. When you have kids and you continuously justify and rationalize and make excuses for your kids' behavior, it's kind of like this, Daryl. It's kind of like this, Simon. If you live in a neighborhood, say the neighborhood's not so great, whatever, but your kid is always in trouble, and you move away to a better neighborhood, and your kid still gets in trouble. Well, guess what? The problem is not the neighborhood. The problem is your kid. I say that to submit to this. Poole wasn't the problem. KD wasn't the problem. Okay? All these examples should tell you who the problem is, okay? And so when you continuously make excuses, right, you enable. They teach you that in NA or Alcoholics Anonymous. You're an enabler. And the Warriors organization has done nothing but enable this guy, okay? The heart and soul of the team. The heart and the soul of the team does not quit on the team. The behavior has to match what's being said, okay? Oh, we can't win without Draymond. Well, that's crap because they won with KD and they didn't need Draymond. The only reason why Draymond's become so valuable is because he's the only one along with Klay and Curry and Looney at the time that knew the offense. They lost all their playmakers. I mean, just stop with the excuses with this boy. This boy is arrogant, narcissistic, egotistical, and he's an asshole. Peace out.
Whoa. Wow. That was like
she's done something that you've never been able to do, and that's leave me speechless.
Man, what's where the comedians and singers go in Harlem?
Apollo. The Apollo. I thought we were going for like a little, we are the world. We are the future.
I always thought that was overrated. But
they had every great musician on the planet in the same place. How could it be overrated?
I mean, that came out wrong. But Steiny, wow.
Yeah, I mean,
who can answer? Is it Steve Kerr or is it the owner?
It's everything.
We could say, why did Draymond get this pass? Is it Steph? Who do you're the mailman, not Malone. You set that package down at whose door? Is it the owner?
I'm not
the general manager.
It's everybody.
It's everybody.
It's everybody.
How did he get this pass?
He snookered him.
But
He's Steven Jackson.
With what?
With getting your head coach to say things immediately after the season like, we can't win without Draymond. And here's what I say to that.
I forgot. This
is the one thing and let me just say it like I want to say it. Dynasty. Is this a dynasty? Are they still in the dynasty? And can they still? It's like it doesn't even matter. But you're going nowhere. This team's going nowhere right now. Just like it went nowhere last year. They were 44-38 last year. They won a playoff series. They lost the playoff series. They're going nowhere with this guy right now. I firmly believe at this point, with Draymond Green, they cannot become a better team.
But I am so blown away with
How can they become a better team when he's going to miss the next 5 games, even though he's on the roster?
No, I'll give you that, but I got to go back some. Stoney, that was passion. I believe you believe that. But you're the same guy that told me he got the contract by default because they couldn't let him walk for nothing.
That's what they said.
But are you saying you would have went down that road to have addition by subtraction?
I would have let him go.
Me too.
Well, I don't like to be agreeing with you on that.
Yeah, I see you're uncomfortable, but damn.
But the other thing is, I'm sure this is part of the Warriors' plan B. We're going to re-sign Draymond, and if he's a jerk like we probably expect him, or if it starts not to work, we'll move him. Okay.
And what's Klay thinking? Just throwing it all out there now about forget his play. Oh, Dre gets re-signed.
Klay's thinking of himself.
Well, so was Dre when he drove over to Lakers' house.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe Klay should have went for dinner.
Scott's in Marin.
Hello, gentlemen.
He's going to need the whole weekend
How you doing
today? Doing well.
Hey, Steiny, listen. There's a couple of things that are true. First of all, I want to get past this Draymond's contract is chump change in today's NBA.
Right.
Let's be honest. The money is nothing.
I mean, I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight you on nothing, but it's not prohibitive.
Relatively.
Fair. Okay.
Relatively.
I got you.
Okay. So, it's also true that they won 4 titles. He's a massive reason they did so. Nobody can take that away from him. Okay. Now, he's also wrecked this season. He is absolutely wrecked because I'll guarantee you he's going to get at least 10 games because I know that these people at the NBA have had it with him, and they probably told him this happens again, it's 10 games, and if he does it again, it's 20 games. You do it again, you're done. I mean, it's over with. And the clown, I could not believe he came out yesterday after the game. I thought he was going to be quiet. I could not believe he came out there and tried to hoodwink people into thinking, I was just trying to sell the foul. That's the most ridiculous thing that I've ever heard. He deserves 5 more games for that. I was a defender of him all the way up until last night. But he has absolutely wrecked the season. We haven't even been able to see what this team can do.
You know what?
Last night they were 11 for 41. Wiggins, Klay, Steph. Steph was terrible shooting last night. 11 for 41, yet they were 3. They could have won the game. I mean, they have thrown away games with the stupidest stuff I've ever seen.
Wow, man. And
I understand, Steiny, that age is playing a part of it because they have a better roster. That backup roster, you don't see the guys they put on the floor when those big guys come out now is way better than it was last year. This team has the pieces. Wiggins is gone. I don't know what his, this Draymond thing has basically covered for him. He has disappeared. I don't understand what his issue is, but
maybe it's Draymond.
There, it's just, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's just.
I agree with you, man.
It was the last straw for me, and I'm 100% sure the league is done with him. It's going to be 10 games minimum, and then that's going to wreck them.
Well, thanks, Scott.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
I was Scott, man. I don't know what I didn't not agree with, but Steiny, he's like me. I was surprised he talked, but he's too smart. And the only reason he talked is to try to lower the boom that's going to come here probably later today.
Well, I think there's a likelihood that the Warriors said go out like
I got you.
Look,
yeah.
Draymond knew what he did was wrong. That's why he didn't complain. That's why he just ran off the court. You saw his reaction. He looked up, saw the replay, and knew, well, I'm in trouble now.
And when does he ever apologize?
So I'm sure the organization, why don't you go out there and just say you didn't do it on purpose?
At least you can.
Because I don't think he did. But again, here's the other thing. What if the league comes out and says, here's my thing.
What if it's 15?
It doesn't matter. They're screwed either way if it's 10 or more. But what I'm getting at is there might have been a player in the league that did the same thing last night as Draymond did, and you know what? He'd get a 1-game suspension, whoever that player is. If you're telling me Draymond's getting 8, then I come back to my original premise where even if I grant you the league is out to get him, that means we're in trouble. Like, if you're telling me that we've not only got a behavior issue with Draymond, like we've always had, but now we know for a fact that the league is going to go boom, boomer, boomist with the punishment, well, that's not even like a Draymond Green issue anymore. It's we have to be prepared to not play with this guy 27 games a year because of suspension.
Well, I'll tell you what, to that,
we can't do that.
You know what? They only gave him, if they were after him, they're not after him on the last infraction because he only got 5 games for the Gobert if they were if they were targeting him.
5 games a lot. 5 games is a lot.
Wow.
If this suspension, to me, if this suspension
10 for sure.
is more than 5.
He just got 5. How can it not be? And Stoney, what about the recency? This was just 2 weeks ago.
That's what I'm asking. Those are all questions I'm throwing out.
This might be 15. I don't want it to be, but somebody has to send a message that his own team won't to him. And now the league is like, does this dude not get it? Just me, man. 5 games? I will bet my right arm now to anybody that thinks this is going to be another 5-gamer.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I disagree with you that I disagree with you that we have any notion about this.
Okay, do you think it's bad that he just got suspended a couple weeks ago?
I know it's another incident. Yeah, I don't know if it's a couple weeks.
As fast as it happened again. Well, like that means something to me.
Do you believe this was less intentional than Rudy Gobert?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, I think you're in the vast minority there.
I give him a pass on the Gobert. I thought he was defending his teammate. Now, did he hold on too long? This was
the point.
Oopsie doopsie, clock you. Come on, what?
Dude, he's choking Gobert, and this was like a swing of the arm. Like
all right, I'm gonna be honest.
One is far more to me.
Gobert had his own. I'm not gonna. I hear you because I'm not. But Gobert had Klay in the same position Dre had Rudy
he didn't.
in just for
no, he didn't.
If you look at that video, he
did not choke Klay Thompson. He had it over the shoulder.
Well, but Dre couldn't see that. It looked like he had him.
But why is
I'm sorry. That's part of the problem, though, is there's always been something defensible about Draymond, and that's kind of why we're at the point where people are. Do we not give him pass? Do we not? It's like because you've given him passes every single time, whether it's because his teammate was in quote unquote need of help, or because he felt disrespected, or because it was some other player that did something. Like, I'm sorry, but that's kind of the issue, Goo.
Right. No, totally. So
because you're giving him a pass for 12 years.
You're also not looking at it from the league's point of view. Like, you're looking at it as, to me, Draymond was okay the first time. He was defending a teammate. Well, the league looks at that as much worse. Defending a teammate like that is significantly worse than flailing your arms and catching somebody in the face.
We'll see. And to Evan's
you
point,
agree with me because you think the suspension's going to be 10 games.
Right. I think it could be 10 or more. But I'm not telling you what he did to Gobert, Evan, was not bad. I'm just telling you it's not going to be the same. And because he has that on his resume, there's no way the league is going to give him another 5. Like, because you were in the system just 3 weeks ago, however long ago, you're going to get more just because we got this file again. That's my only point.
But I also think
it sounds like you guys are not.
Well, I don't necessarily think it has to be, well, he had 5 last time, so now he's got to get more. Maybe what it is you look at last night, and if it were anybody but Draymond Green, you might not even suspend the guy. You might say, you know what, guy doesn't have much of a history. It does look like an accident.
Well, we're way past that.
He got ejected.
Flagrant 2.
Right. So if he gets a 3-game suspension, to me, I'm not saying, wow, that's not a lot at all. Because you know what? I don't think anybody would have gotten suspended for it other than Draymond Green in the first place. So that's why I think he could get 3 games or two or 3 games. Yeah. Let's go to Brian in Hayward. Hey, Brian, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. First off, I'm not calling to defend Draymond. Maybe about a year ago, I would have been calling to defend him. I'm not calling to defend him this time. I'm calling to say that I kind of remember a similar but different incident with a little scuffle with LeBron and Stewart. And LeBron threw a swing on Stewart from the side. Now, LeBron's one of the best passers in NBA history, so I know he saw him on the side of him. And that turned ugly. Nurkic fell. He got up and he said, the brother needs help. I think that it may be too late, but we should start looking at Draymond's behavior as something that can be controlled and honed. I know it's 12 years into the career for him, but Steve Kerr is the disciple of Zen master Phil Jackson. So he should bust out that stage, light it on fire, have everybody sit in a circle, cross-legged, and, we can hash this out because I'm out of options. And I just want to end by saying, man, if this was the 80s, everybody would love to play with Draymond. We wouldn't be having this discussion. We would be constantly giving him Defensive Player of the Year awards. And I can't wait for us to get back on track. Come April, we'll be clicking on all.
What about April? 2027, I think we'll be okay.
They might, at 9 and 10, close games, decided by 5 or less, Evan said.
So you mean what?
If your veteran guy didn't foul a three-point shooter,
Right.
God, this is on the heels of that game. They had 3 days off.
Let's go to Matt in Oakland. Hey, Matt, how you doing? What's the word? Matt 8.
Gentlemen, loving the show as always. Steiny, you played 2 songs by the band yesterday. Unbelievable.
Thank you.
Saw them with Dylan back when Guru was in kindergarten.
Yep.
Life-changing.
It's impossible to explain to the kids that band's greatness. As Evan rolls his eyes, I saw you roll your eyes there, Evan. Go ahead. Let's stick to basketball, Matt.
Possibly.
That's fine. They don't know what they don't know.
They don't get it.
Yep. Just want to take a step back here. Right. A month from now, these guys play in the Milwaukee Bucks, which they'll probably lose. I looked at the schedule, and I think you're looking at about 16 and 25 then. Draymond or no Draymond. Look, I think I speak for everybody. I don't even want to talk about Draymond. I think I speak for everybody. Wouldn't we rather watch Kaczynski and Kuminga and Moody play hard and lose than watch Wiggs, Draymond, and Klay sulk and lose? I think we would. So they're not in as bad a shape as people might think. This era is over. Let's move on. I mean, they got $73 million in expiring contracts. The Lakers would take Draymond. I know they would because he can go sniff LeBron's you know what. Get rid of him. Start over. It's an absolute illusion that they had a chance of doing any of the things this year. The league's passed them by. Play the kids. We've been Warriors fans for 40 years, and they stunk forever. This is better than them. They still got one of the best players in the history of the game. He was bad last night, too. I mean, they're losing with Draymond. Who cares? I mean, let's move on, man.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the call. But, unfortunately, it's not that easy. Play the kids. Well, that flies in the face of what you have said your entire strategy is now, and that is to surround Steph Curry with veteran players who can win a title. So hey, everybody, if you want to play Pajemski and you want to play Jackson Davis and you want to play Moody and you want to play Kuminga, you know what you have to do first? You have to get Steph's permission. You have to get his permission, like any superstar. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. And
tough day today, man.
But very predictable, but easy to see coming. It's a completely easy to see. It's a tough day today, but it's a day that we all knew would come again. And it has, a little sooner than we expected. And you know what? There'll be another one. It'll happen again. I would say probably by the end of January 2024. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. I see the phone lines. We'll get to more calls. Boy.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place.
All the great musicians.
Absolutely incredible.
My fault.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru. We'll be joined by Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, 1 o'clock. And Monty's been all over the trials and tribulations of the Golden State Warriors. And just to recap, Draymond Green ejected last night. I think it's fair to say he's facing a likely suspension. We'll find out probably today how many games. We've got Klay Thompson struggling. Can't make a shot. We got Draymond Green, attitude and behavior issues. We got Andrew Wiggins, AWOL. And unfortunately, it's all happening as Steph Curry loses a step right before our eyes.
You're something else.
What?
We're having a potluck. Look like you went out there. What'd you get?
I got 2 pieces of turkey.
Okay,
sliced turkey.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, unfortunately, this isn't happening at a time when Steph Curry could not mitigate it, but could fight back against it as much, like in his prime.
Well, he's averaging 29, 5, and 4.
Yeah, he's
47% from the field, 42 from 3.
He's not having a great year.
He's 50, 40, 90.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that shows you how great he is, but he's not like this is the other thing. Steph Curry is still a top 10, 15 player in the NBA. But if you slip from the 3rd best player to the 14th best player, while you are still a great player and nobody's devaluing that, you aren't the player you were 6 years ago. And so you're just not as good, even though you're still great.
Or with what's around you erodes.
Since when did Steph Curry need the helpers?
No, I'm just saying that's when you would like he hit 2 game winners last Friday, got no credit for it. Because Draymond, you know what I mean?
He did not hit 2 game winners. In fact, he hasn't made a game winner this year other than the 1 game after sack.
Well, that counts.
Right. But he's 1 for 7 on game winners this year.
And my whole point is he should be 2 for 7. 2 for 6.
No. It's got to be the game winner has to be the shot that wins the game for you, not a shot with 2 minutes left that puts you up 1.
This was 50 seconds and 30 seconds. So you're saying Steph's a problem? I know
I'm
you're
not saying no,
that.
And that's why I need people to listen a little more closely. Steph Curry's still a great player, but he is declining. And to me, it's more seeable this year. He's turning the ball over too much. He's not making, don't let me try to figure out his 3-point percentage after the first 7 games.
Right.
But again, of course he's not the problem.
Right.
But what I'm saying is he is 35. And so combating all this bull crap and all this crap that happens around him, he's not 28 anymore. He's 35. It's a little harder for him to do things for as long as he has in the past.
And that's why I think his fuse, not saying he's perfect, you just laid that out, but his fuse has to be shorter than it's ever been because he knows he's mortal.
Let's go to Coach in San Diego.
Fix it, Coach.
Hey, Coach, how you doing? What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
So I'm never going to defend Draymond again. I was done with Dre after the Lakers series last year because I really felt like he didn't play hard. He didn't have none of the smoke for AD and LeBron that he had for Sabonis, and it was so telling, even after we lost, all of the smiling and laughing. So that's my thoughts on that. But I do think we're losing focus. I think this is the worst coaching job I've seen Kurt do. I don't know why we decided to trap Booker when we were hooping yesterday. We was up 13 and we decided to do this stupid trap and they hit 3 straight threes on us for 9 points. And you had Looney not being able to close out. So I just think that Kerr is going to have to finally grow a backbone, have an uncomfortable conversation. You either get rid of Wiggins or you move him to the bench. And the same goes for Looney. I still will start Klay because of the ebbs and flows, and I feel like he'll shoot his way out. But I do think we can be successful without Dre.
Well, last night might be the first glimpse of that, Steiny, because they sure, as far as finishing, all 3 of them, the trifecta of Looney, Klay, and Wiggs are on the bench. It was weird.
Let's stay a little bit with that same theme. Let's go to Quentin in Memphis. Wants to talk about Steve Kerr. Hey, Quentin, how you doing, man?
How you doing, man? Steiny and good. What to do?
Hey, welcome.
Yeah, I want to talk about Steve, like how we don't ever just bring up Steve Kerr's bad coaching job, just like the guy said before me, and how Steve Kerr never plays the young guys. Just think about this for a minute. Okay. I got 2 points I want to get past. Just if Steve Kerr inherited a young Steph and a young Klay, he would have never played them. So it would have never been a Steph Curry or a Klay Thompson because the coach wouldn't have played the young guys. And another point is just think about the last 3 Warrior playoff losses. It was to rookie head coaches, Tyronn Lue, Darvin Ham, and Nick Nurse. What great coach loses to rookie head coaches? Thanks for having me on, guys.
Thank you, Quentin. Tyronn Lue's considered a great coach. Maybe he was considered a great coach only because he beat the Warriors that year.
Yes. Spoelstra lost to Udoka.
What's that?
Spoelstra.
Saying best coach in the league, Eric Spoelstra, lost to Ime Udoka when he was a rookie.
Yeah, I think the thing that he's getting at was Spoelstra's never lost with a better team.
Dallas?
Man, no,
online.
Oh my God, Dallas was a juggernaut.
I thought, well, I mean, it's because Rick Carlisle's such a great coach.
Well, you know what? I gained a little respect for him for laughing at the tournament. Steve Kerr's a lot of people. I'll be honest with you. By the way, your guy Harry's not a big Steve Kerr fan.
So he liked my rant yesterday.
He didn't hear it.
So the hell with Harry.
He just happened not to listen yesterday. But he texts me and says, Steiny, you're afraid to. I'll do a voice. He goes, Steiny, you're a big baby. You're afraid to take Steve Kerr on. I don't think he's doing a very good job, and you are afraid to criticize
about him.
There's nothing to say.
Yeah, and you said the reason the contract status is where it's at. I'm not laughing. Maybe because that's a sign.
You want to play the youngsters? Fire Kerr. It's not that hard. So the last year of his deal. The reason I don't take as much issue with Steve Kerr as Lacob, as I put on Lacob and Dunleavy and the players, is because this is who Steve Kerr is. It's who you hired to take over from Mark Jackson to get this team to a championship level. He got him to a championship level, and the residual of that is he will play the veterans. He tells you game after game, year after year, he prioritizes the veterans. If you don't want this team and organization right now prioritizing the veterans, then get rid of Steve Kerr. Just get rid of him. Now, that's going to bring on an issue maybe with Steph Curry, but you cannot. You can't ask Steve Kerr to be somebody he's not when he's telling you my entire coaching style and philosophy. Okay, guess what? I'm going to lean on veterans. It's just what I do. 50-50 call, I'm going to veterans.
What if it's 70-30 to where the rookie is playing better than the veteran? That's all we ask.
If he's not doing what you want him to do and you're Joe Lacob, fire him. But what you can't do is say, if you want to play if you're ready to play the young guys more and Steve Kerr doesn't play the young guys, fire him.
And this is
I know it sounds
Vieira. How's this got, man?
Keith's in Oakland. Keith, what's going on, my man? How are you?
All right, what's going on, man?
Hey.
You hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, my man.
Okay, yeah, man. I was calling about this Draymond situation. You know, Draymond, if you took it to the level of what he did last night, that's like him being on probation already, and the judge don't tell him if you show up in my courtroom again, you're going to get some time, buddy.
Man.
You know what I'm saying? If we look at the real world, he'll be getting some more time for real because he was on probation just now. They let him out for a minute. I didn't think he was going to do nothing that crazy and that stupid because I'm a Draymond guy. And but Draymond, I don't know. He need a little bit more time to regroup and understand why he's even playing basketball. You know what I mean? I understand you want to stick with your team, you want to do this and that, but that was kind of lame last night. It was disappointing too.
Man,
I agree.
Yeah, and the judge told him
Keith.
that. Yeah, and I believe that's going to play a part. I hope I'm wrong, Stoney, but that's going to play a part in the suspension.
Yeah, Draymond Green. You know what his line was last night, Evan? 2-2-2.
Here I go.
Yay! 2 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 turnovers.
When do we hear from Mike?
You forgot 2 flagrants.
Wow. And I'm sitting there, Evan, thinking, is it a flagrant 2? Maybe not. It is. And the ref was
refs are out to get him.
Evan, the ref was like, flagrant 2, he's out of here. Like, we ain't scared of nothing. He deserved that. When are we going to hear from Mike?
Mike
Dunleavy.
Hey, by the way,
because Myers was always.
Let me disabuse. He doesn't have a show this year, Dunleavy.
Yeah.
He's chosen not to do one. Maybe because Bob didn't do one until they won 3 championships. Okay, so Dunleavy probably doesn't want to do one, and he's not. But he doesn't.
I want to hear from him.
Right, I'm sure you do, but it means nothing that you want to hear from him. He doesn't. Mike, we've had a bad loss. We need you to talk to the media.
No, we've been fine with that. This is something.
Mike, one of our local talk DJs.
Daryl
Johnson. He works for our flagship.
When something happens like this, I want a State of the Union. I feel like it's your job to talk to the fan base.
Well, it's actually not.
We discipline Dre. We're doing this eternally.
How many State of the Unions? So every time Draymond acts the fool, Dunleavy's got to come out and talk.
No, we would hear from Bob. And then to piggyback off that, when Wiggins came back, he couldn't even go to the mic not accompanied by Bob Myers. That's what I like. Like, I just want to hear what he's thinking.
You like that your killer 3 can't go to the mic alone without a security blanket?
Oh, man. 10 and 13. Who would have thought?
I would have. Stop it. I would have.
I don't got the energy today.
Of course you don't.
Only reason you're getting away.
I mean, eventually,
I'm
it's
tired.
like you're finally like Draymond.
Evan, I'm tired.
He's like Draymond.
I'm
tired.
What?
After 78 times, you know what? I think Goo gets it. I think he's going to turn it all around now.
Oh boy, tough game tomorrow too. That's the worst part. I am a system. We were supposed to be doing what the Clippers were doing, getting our groove back.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
The Warriors.
Let's go to Pat. Pat's in Foster City.
Willard's hometown.
Talking about the Warriors, an 11 seed. Knocking on the door. Pat,
guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Yeah, sure.
Hey. Yeah, I'm starting to think maybe, the dialogue around the Warriors, we keep saying, we need the starters to, who's going to play with Steph. The way the bench is coming through, I'm starting to think, that we should turn it around and say, we need a starter that can play with our bench. Because the bench is looking great, and, Stanley, you were saying that Kerr doesn't play the young guys, but, when he took over the team, he did. That's because they were good when they were young, and now I think he's not quite sure. He's not sure about these guys now, but I think he's got to be getting more and more sure as the bench is starting to deliver. And, I'm glad you mentioned Dunleavy because he was on my mind when I was on hold, and you brought it up. But, look at the guys that Dunleavy's got to the team. He's done a good job, so – what's to say that if they, and I'm starting to lose faith. I've been a faithful fan forever, but I've seen enough now, frankly. I just think it's going to happen. So I'm thinking maybe it's time to break this whole thing up and, let's trade.
Break it up like Pat's call.
No, I'm going to give you 2.
Next question. By the way, there is one piece of good news.
Oh. Pajimski, Moody.
No. It's good news for me is we had a caller call in yesterday that said by February 1st, the Warriors will be the 5th seed. Our man, Matt Rational Mike in San Jose.
Oh, boy.
If they are not a 5th seed by February 1st, he's treating me and John Lucan to a round of golf at Half Moon Bay. So we got that going for us.
Unless John gets a tan, I'm going. Yeah. I'm glad it's not just me that wanted to hear from the GM. He was on his mind.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to hear from him, and that's why you're not going to hear from him. See, if I were Mike Dunleavy, I would drive into Chase right now. I don't know if he's traveling with the team. Right. And I heard Dowling, I need a State of the Union. My first thought would be like, well, I know now what I'm not doing. Like I would. I'd be like, oh, they want to hear from me? No.
Well, it's a crisis, Johnny, a reoccurring one.
No. A crisis is something that happens infrequently so that when it happens, it is actually a serious issue. Right. This happens so frequently, it's no longer a crisis. It's actually what they call protocol. They are so used to dealing with this that it's no longer a crisis. It's Draymond. It's not called a crisis. It's called a green.
Yeah.
And those happen far more frequently than crises.
So I believe they were 2-3. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. The last 5 games Dre missed.
Well, I guess.
They're 2-6 in games he's been either suspended or ejected from. But I'm curious on the Dunleavy kick. Like, what do people want to hear from him? It's his first year as GM. He's not really in a position to say, like, if people want him to bring down the hammer on Draymond, what is he going to say? Oh, well, you know, under my leadership, we're not going to have this anymore. Well, like, what is he supposed to say?
Well, first of all, honestly, I was giving Gulo grief, obviously, about that. But I would, if I were Dunleavy, I'm not talking until the suspension comes down.
Well, and I was talking more to the people calling in about it, but like I'm just curious what they
I do think that
want him to address.
Well, I think if Draymond gets suspended for 10 or more games or whatever, even if it's 5, Dunleavy will probably make himself available to the media.
And Evan, I would want to
guess what he's going to say?
What?
We need Draymond to be out there.
See, that's what Evan, I'd like to hear, because he's been here. He's seen Bob handle it, but Mike's been here. He knows the ledger. Not, we're going to put a foot in his ass, but almost like we talked to Dre, this can't happen again, or has anything changed, or is it just, like Steiny said, it'll be the same thing they always say, the company line of nothing to see here, we need Dre, and he'll be back.
I mean, if anything, the fact that he's an extension of Bob Myers in some sense probably doesn't make it any easier because, like, if Bob was up there and said, hey, we don't appreciate this is indefensible and intolerable, well, then you kind of been lying. Like, and if Dunleavy says the same thing, you know, even if he referenced Myers for whatever reason, I just don't know what good it does.
I'm kind of with you. 408 with a great one. No crisis. This is standard operating procedure.
Well, your team's the talk of the basketball world, and it's been for all the wrong reasons
and
today.
That's happened many a time over Draymond Green's
Don't make
career.
It right.
That's right, it doesn't. But what it does make it is for everybody was okay with it till last night. Now again, like you.
Man.
Let's go to, how about we go to Joe in San Jose? How you doing, Joe? What's going on?
Joey.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey.
What's happening, guys? Hey, about the Warriors, I'm seeing that, of course, the big three is they're running out of gas, man. We just got to, as fans, we got to just understand that, you know, it's like, you know, the old dog and the puppy, you know? The puppy wants to run around, the old dog just wants to lay around.
Sometimes you got to put that old pup out of its misery.
Another thing I have
humanely. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is the other thing that I have concern with is that the players that have played with these guys, they're not learning fast enough. They're always getting the Steph and Klay and Draymond are always telling them where to go. They should already know where to go. You've been playing with the legends, and you're still making mistakes that you should clean up.
Appreciate it, Joe. Maybe right on the table is the veterans aren't great leaders.
Well, Moody and Pajimski are getting in, but Kuminga gets
No, but I'm talking about the veterans.
Oh.
You think Klay's a good leader right now?
Well, no, he's a totally different guy right now.
But he's never been a leader.
Crisis.
But we always knew as Klay got older, he was not going to like Klay was never going to be the kind of person who was going to usher in his replacement.
He was a good vet for him, I believe, before the punch.
Right, good is good. He's not a leader. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm not going to fight you on it. Klay Thompson's not a leader.
And I'm not telling you, I'm just saying a good teammate.
I don't care to hear from Dunleavy. If I'm going to care about anyone, it's going to be Steve Kerr and Green. Honestly, I want to see action now, not words.
Well, we heard Green yesterday.
Oh, God.
I'm not going to do it again, Mom.
Freaking insufferable at times.
I haven't heard one person today call the morning or our show, The Roast, and defend Dre. Normally you get a few.
I know. It's been really disappointing.
No, not one.
Yeah.
Man. It's getting old, Steiny.
But they'll defend everything else.
Wow.
Except opposing point guards.
2.
Why did Phoenix try to throw that game away? It was incredible.
It's an NBA game, and the Warriors had young players in who were all wound up.
Ty, you're right. Their things were done, and they're like, are they going to pull this off? Curry just
okay, what if they would have pulled it off?
And Dre would have got still...
Yeah, everything happened, but they won.
That would be the lead.
What?
Because this win wouldn't have been... It's what you said, and I didn't tell you. That would have superseded the win to me. Just the
right, so it didn't even matter if they were going to win that game.
Well, because season's not over. Klay told us that, but in a sense, Steiny, it would have. But it would have been drowned in... They're going to be without... Like, this would be going its same course. Because you almost forget they lost. It's just the fact that they came into the game 2 games under 500 already.
Yep.
Man.
Oh, Dave's in San Jose. Dave wants some praise. What's up, Dave?
Yeah, I want my flowers because there's a lot of times, Steiny, where you said, terrible call. Terrible call with me.
Wow.
So a few weeks ago,
okay.
I love you too, brother. A few weeks ago, I called in. I don't know if Guru will remember, and I said, maybe Bob Myers left because he knew this was going to happen. And Guru literally said, wow, that's something to think about.
I remember.
Dave.
Yeah, I remember.
Dave, you're the man. That's a fact. You are the
man. I just thank you for the I just want to say, like you're saying now, we got to get rid of Dre. We got to get rid of Klay or Wiggs. I'd love to keep Klay because he's more Warriors.
Exactly. You know what? I'm with you there. Thanks, Dave. I appreciate it.
Love you.
Thank you. And that's why it's, I'm not black and white. Like I'm not the most loyal person in terms of, I'm very loyal that way.
Show is.
Yeah, right.
My point is that I'm not like you guys. And we can never, they can never leave the big 3. Even if they stink, they can never leave. No, it's like move on when they're not very good. They're not very good. It's not.
Well, the old Klay.
Time to move on. Time to move on. Time to get going.
I don't know.
Tom Petty. It wasn't a good one. Can we come back with time to move on?
We can come back with Monty Poole.
I'll tell you what. I'll interview Monty Poole. I'll interview Monty Poole if you come out of break with time to move on.
I want free fall.
I want Monty to interview you.
Fall. Well, he could do it because he's a media guy. 888-957-9570 is the number. And don't forget, it's Christmas time, so maybe there's a Christmas miracle out there for the Warriors.
I didn't like that.
Well, maybe there is.
They don't need one yet.
And maybe the miracle will be that the Bay Area will realize these guys are getting older. It's been a tough
24. Why are you laughing?
Just because. You know why? I'll tell you exactly why. Because I've been like Draymond's. Like to me, like it can't be funny to you because it's always been funny to you. I'm dead serious, and now it is funny because it's so past the point of anything rational.
Well, it ain't cute no more.
I think it kind of now. I actually think it is cute now because
I want to see somebody flip over a spread. Like I want Curry to snap.
Well, and then we'll get 7 games in a row.
All right.
Woo! It's 12:57, and we'll be back with Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bears.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard and Dibbs, and we want to wish everybody
I would run around this studio naked.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's up? Dude, what are you doing?
Lights.
I asked you to come back, please, with Time to Move On from Tom Petty.
Flashing lights. Way to go, Evan.
Did you think I was joking about that?
Well, as you know, during Steiner in the break, I had a lot going on.
I put a stop.
Hey, by the way, Monty Poole, we're rescheduling to tomorrow. He has a late commitment. Yep. He was supposed to join us at this time. He'll get us tomorrow. Yep. He's always solid with us.
And we'll probably know how many games by tomorrow.
True. Yep. But it opens up some phone lines at 888-957-9570. It's all Draymond Green and the Warriors and Klay Thompson. And once again, hey, who's the best skateboarder? Oh, no, he's like
Tony Hawk.
Okay, who's the best figure? He's like Dorothy Hamill right now. There's a dating over
Michelle Kwan.
Michelle Kwan.
Or Sarah Yamaguchi.
Yeah, Christy.
Shout out our guy, Yamaguchi.
Brett.
Yeah.
Her brother.
Oh, my God.
Works for the Warriors. Yeah.
What up, Brett?
My point is that Wiggins continues to skate. As Wiggins continues to be awful, nobody cares because
what if I say this?
We've got worse problems than Wiggins.
I told Evan this. Wiggins is playing like his heart is broke. And when your heart's
be careful.
No, I'm just saying, when your heart's broken, you really can't put your all into it. You try it. That's how he looks, man.
Do you mind if I play devil's advocate for one time in my life? You know, Goo,
I've had my heart broken.
I can't say that I know what's going through the mind of a professional athlete.
Yeah.
But I love sports, and it's always been a tremendous outlet for me. And one thing I've found is when I go through those times in life that are harrowing, I get dejected, a little depressed, want to give up, think the world's out to get me. Sometimes you can find a sanctuary.
No doubt.
On the basketball court where everything goes away. All your problems dissolve. I guess that's not the case for Wiggins.
And you, because I've seen you dealing with stuff off the field, and you come in here and you're a wreck.
That's right.
And
I have a bad show. The hardest part of this job for me is wanting to knock you out, but having to continue acting civil.
Please.
No, I do. I'm terrible at not bringing stuff out of the
But take me out of it. Just coming to do the job.
It's not easy.
It robs you of your zest. And he looks like before I was like, what? Now he looks like it's almost unfair to think this is the basketball version of Andrew Wiggins, even though it's been pedestrian throughout his career. Steiny, I'm watching him. He looks preoccupied. And I don't want to say
not with getting to the bucket.
Well, he didn't do that too much last night.
Exactly. He's not preoccupied.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
You know what? I haven't heard this sound of Charles Barkley. He was on with Dan Patrick this morning. Hey, Charles.
Terrible.
Draymond Green is. What are we going to do about Draymond Green?
And Klay Thompson, 2 of 10 last night, 1 of 8 from 3. I think we all believe he deserves number 1.
Barkley, shut up, Barkley.
When your boss says, hey, you know what? It's time for us to sit you down because, you just lose money when the league suspends you. I think you need to be embarrassed when your boss says, hey, you know what? You're hurting the team. I'm going to do something to you. So I think it's up to the Golden State Warriors to, hey, you know what, Draymond? You've been great for this organization, you've been great for the team, but you're not worth the effort. We tired of dealing with this BS. So I think the Warriors need to step in and say, hey, even before Adam does anything today, because he's going to get suspended, if the Warriors came out and said, hey, can we handle this situation? I think that would be the right thing to do, Dan, personally.
This never happened. This ain't Michigan. This ain't college. Self-imposed and come on, Steiny. Oh, hey, NCAA, we'll do it within. You've never done it. And I don't think that's how it's going to work. And I think Adam Silver is not going to let Draymond warrior him. We're going to stand up to the bully. And who was the caller that alluded to it, Steiny? The judge. They do that. I don't want to see you back here, Steiny. So, in essence, you're getting a pass, but it's going to be hell when you come back. You're going to pay for that. And that's why I'm scared for Warrior fans that Dre might get more than we think.
I don't know. It'll be interesting to see, Goo. No doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. And the Warriors right now, they feel like a mess.
Man, what a word.
They feel like this is the thing. When did Draymond get suspended? What was their record when he got suspended? I should figure this out. My point is that
he got suspended after the second Minnesota game, correct? So they would be 6-6.
So
after that game.
Okay, so about 500, and now he's going to be suspended again, and they're 10-13. So where this really messes things up, it was a little bit. I thought it was a little bit of hyperbole, but he's kind of wrecking the season because if he gets, let's say he gets 8 games,
right?
Okay, that takes you through 31 games. Okay, then he gets back. And we got to shelve everything? And Draymond's back.
You did it last
Wiggins.
year. Yeah, you did it last year when Wig came back.
Okay, well.
No doubt. I hate that. And also, somebody brought this point up. I keep bringing up Dunleavy. I'm serious, Steiny. If I were a reporter, you tell me if I'm off my rocker. I want to find out what the big fella's thinking.
Who's that?
Joe Lacob. And he ain't afraid of no mic. Now, again, it's about access, but Steiny, somebody's got to be hitting the big guy up to, like Jerry Jones would let you know Al Davis would let you know. I wonder if he's seething right now. So Mike, I love you. It's Joe Lacob I want to hear from.
I mean, I can tell you how he feels. If he thought this was a championship team, there's part of him is really angry right now. But you know what? Part of him probably feels stupid. That's another reason why a guy, I'm not saying Joe Lacob might, but one of the reasons I might not feel like talking right now is because the last thing I said was this was a championship team, and people are going to laugh in my face.
We saw him here.
So.
Well, he's probably on the phone with the league. Give him 3.
They're probably saying, give him 20. We don't care. Make it easier on us.
Perkins said 25. He was doing that for effect.
Gus and Tracy.
Kendrick.
What's up, Gus? How you doing, man?
Good. What's up, Stein? What's up, Goo?
Hey, you tell us, man.
Hey, listen, I think the Warriors, I think they're a 500 team at that. And after last night, Wiggins was, I think, 17 minutes and 3 points. Klay was 27 minutes and 7 points. Regardless of the suspension or not, they really need to change things around right now, or the ship's just going to sink. I mean, Steiny, like you said yesterday, you said Wiggins. I mean, he's out there like he's on the ozone layer. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't guard anybody. Or like yesterday, for instance, when right before the second half, when I forget who made that 3-pointer, and Wiggins was right there, and he didn't even try to go and block the shot. He just looked at him, and boom, 3-pointer. What do you guys think? You think they should change it around right now?
I mean, how do you do that?
It's a great question. Well, you change the starting lineup.
Well,
I just don't think that's going to do a lot.
Well, we saw he changed the ending lineup. And tell me if I'm going too far, you and Evan, on this take. We've all talked about it. Dre may play 6 more years. But
want to bet?
We talk about how good he is behind the mic, and if Barkley retires, and Vic on the First NorCal YouTube chat said, I hope Dre takes Chuck's job. I'm just throwing this out here to you and Evan and the listeners. Steiny, I'm telling you, this thing is getting so far down the road to where I'm wondering if he's going to start harming himself for that gig that we think he's already got. Like, this can't.
It's interesting.
No, I'm serious.
That's
like
what I said. It's
last night there was nobody in his corner. And it's like the little boy that cried wolf.
But why should there be anybody in his corner right now?
Because he is technically getting a pass every time something happens. A light suspension, a light suspension, a light. Like, when are you going to figure it out, man? And I'm hoping the hammer doesn't come tonight or today.
What do you mean?
Like 15 or 20 games.
You're hoping it doesn't?
I hope it's not that length.
Well, what's the best case scenario?
3 or 5, like you and Evan said.
Okay, so he gets 3 and he comes back in 5 games?
Then we're good.
No, we're not good. We're right back where we started. That's the point. They're on a hamster wheel with this guy. I'll say it again. I don't ask me if the dynasty's over, dynasty this, dynasty that.
They're answering it for
They're
themselves.
not going anywhere with this team and this guy. Right now, they're going nowhere. I said it last year. They went nowhere last year. They're going nowhere this year. Now, they may get to the playoffs. Maybe. Man. They may win a round, but they're going nowhere. You can't win like this. They've got chemistry issues. They've got attitude issues. They've got age issues. They've got Wiggins, who doesn't seem to care. They've got Klay, who's inside his own head. They've got Draymond. I'm selfish, and I think about myself more than the team. They've got Steph Curry, whose head's spinning around because he can't figure it out, and he's still playing at a high level. You got young guys who think they're going to play and not going to play. It's like they ain't going anywhere this way. Ain't no magic pill.
So what do?
You did already what you did, and now you did it, so guess what? You can only do what they're doing, which is ride it out. Because if you don't ride it out, you're rebuilding. And then where does Steph Curry come in? And I'll tell you what, now I'll argue, you know what? Give me a break. Give me a break with the wasting Steph. Draymond wasted Steph Curry's 2022-2023. And Draymond, once again, is spearheading a wasting of a year of Steph Curry. Like, let's go. Let's go. Let's put the rats on the table.
No, they're
leaving the sinking ship, and they're all on the table. Draymond Green has been as responsible in the last 100-plus games for wasting Steph Curry's career as anybody.
And he gets rewarded with 4-4 hundo. That's off the court stuff. Like that was an error. Bill Buckner.
Trey and Vallejo wants to get in here. Hey, Trey, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Dynamite.
Thank you.
Oh, man. I mean, Guru, I want to touch on something that you said earlier. Speaking of Steph, I wanted to talk on that because you know what? You talked about how Draymond doesn't really respect Steph. I think he respects him, but you got to look at it like this. He doesn't respect him vocally. Now, yeah, everybody knows Steph is the leader, but he's not a strong vocal leader.
Correct.
That's not Steph.
Right.
And I'd say the same thing. Even if Draymond went to the Lakers, he wouldn't respect LeBron vocally. They're not those type of guys. Now, Jordan, he had to deal with Dennis Rodman. Rodman respected Jordan vocally. Like, I'll say the same thing. Artest, he respected Kobe vocally because they knew these guys would get in there, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's not their strong points right there. And I think Steph will never be that type of guy.
I agree.
You know, you just can't turn that on. It has to be installed in you in day one. And that's just not Steph's game. And that's why Draymond does what he does, because there's nobody vocally. And I even say that about the coach. Like Steve Kerr is not a vocal strong dude. I'll say this. George Karls was that dude who could probably get Draymond's attention because George Karls was a strong vocal guy. And you gotta have that installed in you in day one. And guys who know that will respect that. And I'll take your thoughts off air.
Wow.
I agree with the whole I find the whole idea of Steph Curry's leadership very interesting because I do agree with you. He is a leader. There's no doubt about it. But he's a little like Chris Mullin, by example. Chris Mullin wasn't a huge chirp, chirp, chirp guy, and Curry's not that way either. But it doesn't mean he's not a leader.
But what if I say that's fine, Stoney?
You can't lead this guy.
But what about when the leader needs to call somebody out?
You can't make some,
when somebody said player needs to be called out.
You can't
like a Draymond Green.
Okay, this is like asking Steve
George
Kerr to play the young guys.
Yeah, and I love Kerr.
Steph Curry's not that kind of leader.
Right, but Kerr, is he that type? Like, I'm just thinking about a Chuck Daly or he said it. George Karl would say something to not embarrass Dre, but let him know it's unacceptable.
Whoa, jeez. Can't embarrass Dre.
No, that's
he's embarrassing himself.
Right, but the one component is nobody's calling. They're not saying, they're not sharing with everybody else what we should know. Like, this is not cool what he's doing and leaving us hanging. Like, to the caller's point, Trey's point, there is something to their psychology. We're going to talk to Dre. We're going to talk to little Johnny.
No, this time we're going to yell at him.
We're going to. He's getting passes left and right.
That's right.
And he's getting new contracts.
But now we're going to yell at him. Cat's out. The cow's out of the barn. We're talking about stuff that is not realistic anymore.
Well, that's going to happen again. That's
a walk-off. Thank you.
Is there a new door over there? I've never seen you move that. No, I'm just telling you, man. Like, Josh Rom, the ship has sailed. So you're telling me.
I'm telling you that I've never agreed with you more. I'm never going to fight you again.
We're good then.
You're right.
We're good then.
It's going to happen again.
And we're going to just accept it. I'm not. Okay. I'm going to do my part.
Doesn't matter.
I'm going to try to fight the good fight.
It's up to the Warriors.
Because the fans don't agree with it. And it's probably why Bob Myers is at ESPN.
Yeah.
Because he was tired of dealing with it. And maybe you're right. Maybe Bob didn't want to bring Dre back.
Don't say maybe. Just say I'm right.
Well, I just and you know what? You know I love Steph.
Oh my God!
Here we go
to a fault, and it's a little uncomfortable.
You're a leader or you're not. And I don't. I'm
he's
tired
not.
of this.
Then he's not.
And he probably is telling the time he led was when the rap was on the table.
You can't lead
when
unless
he grabbed
you yell.
the mic from Draymond and addressed the team.
If you don't yell, you can't.
No,
lead.
I'm not saying that.
He's never going to yell. It's just not who he is.
All right, who's the sheriff on this team?
Draymond.
To show some tough love.
Draymond.
No, who
David West.
Everybody has to report to somebody.
David West. Bogut.
They're gone.
Livingston.
They're gone.
Thank you.
So who's taking their place?
He's the leader. That's what you signed up for.
Nobody is above reproach. Somebody has to get Joe
When you
Lacob.
gave him $100 million and he's 33 or 34, you don't. There's nobody that can babysit that.
Wow.
And if Chris Paul, remember we were saying, Chris Paul better not.
Draymond said it.
Chris Paul better not come in here and think that he's going to be a leader and he's got to take over some roles. And Chris Paul he doesn't have to. He better not come in here and try. Yeah. Now let's let it run with Draymond as
I'm listening
the driver
to
of the locomotive.
And I mean, this dude's got a great life. It's the basketball.
You know what I felt like? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was like, can I finish? I forgot. Oh, we're going to talk
7 times a week.
We're going to
sure, what?
We're going to talk to him.
Who?
Dre, yesterday, because Kerr was short. He's like, we're going to talk to him. We'll talk to Dre. And I was just like, I wanted to flip over the table.
No, you didn't.
Like, about what?
No, you didn't.
You've talked to him.
You didn't.
When
You're the reason we're here.
Yeah, please.
You and your enabling Warrior fan.
Next question.
Was that...
Can I hear?
There's enough crap.
Can I hear Wilkes? I'm built for this because that's what I need right now.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Man, that's what. That ain't starting. That's it. We're built. Pick your chin up. Let's go. We're okay to you, the Warriors. We're okay. Regardless how many games he's gone. We're built for this.
The Warriors thought that they were built for this.
Every day that goes by, and this team thinks it's a championship team. It's a day wasted on.
Now that's
Steph
deep,
Curry.
man.
It's not that deep. It's not that deep. I'm just using what I've observed and what they've said. Okay? The goal is to win a championship. For most of the reason, it's because Steph deserves it. That's fine. But what about when you look in the mirror and you say, we're not good enough to win a championship? The minute you say that, you better get your ass in gear.
Well, they're not.
Because you've got to figure out what to do with Curry.
They haven't said that yet.
Okay, well,
but
then
I
again,
know how you feel.
There's nothing to see here then.
Well,
we go
you're
try
saying
to
they're
beat
not
the
dealing
Clippers.
with reality, which scares me and the fans.
They're not.
I'm hoping.
If they
Call
think,
me Bob.
If they think this is a championship team, I can't prove them wrong.
No doubt. They control that.
How's that working out for you?
Well, when without
2 years
one
ago?
of your main guys, come on, Steiny.
Right, but come on, Steiny, what?
That has a lot to do.
What does?
They're weaker. However many games he's going to miss, they are not the best version of themselves.
They're a terrible version with him. He's not a difference maker anymore. 2-2-2. That's what he was getting you last night.
But you had a lead with him.
You were down 15 in the fourth quarter. What are you talking
about? He was
about?
already gone. But I'm just saying. When he was out there, he had the lead.
I don't know why I'm getting worked up.
Yeah.
Goose still thinks it's funny.
It's tears.
No, it's
but
amusing.
Laughter.
Dre's amusing, isn't he?
No, this is not good.
Hasn't been good for a long time. Let's go to Ali Campa in Fremont. Hey there.
Hey, my brother. Time to make a trade. Time to make a trade. Time to make a trade. Klay
Give me some
Thompson,
names.
my brother. He got to go, my brother. Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, they holding us back, my brother. Guru, premature celebration, my brother. You talking about 6-2? Oh, championship team.
Yeah.
You jinxed us, my brother. You jinxed us.
Blame it on me. I'm here for you.
No good.
Okay.
You jinxed us. You make a celebration, but it's no good. Premature celebration. We suck. We no good. That's it. I don't have nothing to say.
That's where you got to lay out.
Yeah,
yes,
you're right.
Good job.
Yeah,
Bill.
no, you're right.
Yeah, Ali Campa.
Now,
yeah. Hey, by the way, how we feeling after that close Denver loss?
Remember that you and Willard got into it.
Did I leave early that day?
Well, you do every day, but
I leave at 2:12. You know the percentage of sports talk show hosts that do shows for 4 hours and 12 minutes? I bet it's less than 10%.
I'm gonna blow your wig.
It's less than 10%.
I'm gonna blow your wig. Our sister station in Dallas, their afternoon show.
5
hours. That's
well, they got a football team to talk about.
That's a zero because we got the Niners.
Oh yeah, that's right.
5 hours on the mic, G-Bag Nation.
There are 3
That's
of
about
them.
half what you do a day. because you come in at 9 and you do a show with our salespeople. Then you do the regular show with me. That's 5. And then, of course, you don't get out of here.
Why would you laugh and hide behind the computer with the salespeople, please?
I think we're going to be okay.
Shut up.
So we're on record. Yeah, I'm going to put it on the Twitter. I'm going to tweet it.
Here we go.
You got 3 games. Evan 5. I got 10.
I don't know. I don't
want to be right.
I'm not doing this because this to me, this is one of those things that it's stupid to do.
Yeah, because then people think you'll be happy.
What I think is
we got to go.
It's
called paying the bills.
I hate when he does this. I hate when he doesn't pay any attention to the clock until
I just pay attention to Evan. I love Evan.
How about Dre and Klay for Zubats? How about 3 sleeping pills and I'll catch you in the morning? I mean, yeah, Zubats. All right, let me look at my sheet to make sure that I get it on. Take care of business. 12:50. Oh, it's 1:30. Wow, it's 1:30. Goo. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises, and don't forget, download the Odyssey app. With the holidays right around the corner, now's the best time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru, plus outstanding segments like the Morning Roast this morning and Willard and Dibs with Steve Kerr. He's coming up tomorrow, Friday. Steve Kerr, Friday. Hold on. No, we got this nailed down. Steve Kerr is going to be here on, please hold, Friday. Not going to be here tomorrow. He's got a game to lose on 95.7. I'm kidding.
You jinx us. You make a celebration, but it's no good. Premature celebration. We suck. We no good.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full...
Hey, my brother. They holding us back, my brother. We got to go, my brother. We suck. We no good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tell you one team that's monitoring the Golden State Warriors. That's the Portland Trailblazers.
Because?
Portland's there saying, uh-oh, they're not this bad, are they?
Fix your camera.
We don't want them to be this bad.
Well, lay it all out.
Is that why they lost that game last Wednesday?
Don't.
I got a question.
Dare get one of the top 4 picks this year, Warriors. Because it goes.
Can you and Evan remember Portland. That game as I was in the hospital watching? Because I got something I just want to say.
The Portland game?
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that's
Warriors were up 1. Oh, they missed the shot. Portland has the ball with about 26 seconds left. The guy's falling out of bounds for Portland under the Warriors' goal, right next to Chauncey Billups. And Chauncey doesn't call a timeout like he's falling back. Why wouldn't Chauncey call timeout? Nobody cares.
Not really.
That's why I don't have nothing to say.
I didn't like. That's why Evan didn't
like him.
Music. No, I
why didn't you like him? Good.
I loved him.
Why didn't you like him?
I loved him.
Come on, let's get to the bottom. Why didn't you like that call?
Try to put words in people's mouths.
What was it about that call you didn't like?
I loved that. Yeah. Hey, but anyway,
you got to go, my brother.
It's because
saying I celebrated at 6-2.
You did. Not celebrated,
dude. That bet, we got to call that bet off. The road record bet.
It's not called off.
They've lost 6 in a row on the road.
You can give the.
What are you laughing at?
It was the easiest bet I've ever made in my life. Except that year that I won the bet with the Warriors and didn't get the money because of the lockout. Okay. I'll tell you what, I love a caller where it says Pierce in Redwood City and it says a different take on the Warriors.
Oh.
You better come then, Pierce. I caught that. Hey, Pierce, what's up, buddy?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
How you
sir.
guys doing?
Dynamite.
That's my first time calling in. To me, I have a little bit of a different take on what's going on. I don't think that this team is washed or as bad as you guys are making it out.
All right.
I usually completely agree with you, Steiny, but this team has gotten monster leads and then literally just self-inflicted themselves turnovers and fouls. I haven't seen other teams actually, just go out and blow this team out. To me, these are very fixable issues, and if they stop turning the ball over and fouling, they can have a winning record. This team can make some noise in the playoffs. They could make a deep run. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Pierce.
It.
I feel like we should almost table deep run right now. Although I guess
it's Operation 500 right now because you're 3 under and you're the 11th seed.
I mean, I guess I think if you say we can make a deep run, then you're disagreeing with me when I say I don't think this team's going anywhere.
Right. Which
a deep run is a deep run. I'll give you a deep run.
But the bottom line is fouls. Their margin of error is not as big as they've always turned the ball over. They never just fouled this much. Now they're last in pace. So, yeah. What did I come in here yesterday before the game, right when the show started? I'm positive. I've tricked myself into believing, you know what? They're in these games. They're up 24, up 22. They're blowing up. You're telling me it's age, stamina, but I'm still like, well, they got something. They got something to get up on a good team like Friday. So, again, another close loss last night, a lead blown. At some point, caller, maybe they don't get past fouling because that, to me, is age. And maybe they don't get past the turnover issue because your best players are committing these turnovers. And Dre threw a couple before he got ran in the stands. I just don't get it. But, Stoney, it's not like they are losing like the Spurs and the Detroit Pistons. 37-game losing streak between the two.
Now that makes me laugh. That makes me laugh.
A loss
because
is a loss.
The mere comparison to those teams is an acknowledgement that deep down inside, they're not very good.
Well, I was having some fun.
Yeah.
Because of no comparison.
I love having fun. 650, oh my gosh, this is on the Comcast Business text line, and it's from our guy, Rotz. And Rotz is usually money. Rotz is very seldom wrong. In fact, he corrects me all the time, and I love it, particularly with CBA issues. 650 says, it's crazy to think the Celtics could win the title or make a deep playoff run and end up with a Warriors lottery pick. Rotz. Didn't the Celtics move that pick to the Blazers, Evan?
They did, for Drew Holiday.
Right. So this might be Rotz's first mistake in, I think, about 7 years.
Do you remember where the pick came from?
The Drew Holiday trade.
Well, do you know
Gary Payton
Memphis. It went from Memphis to Boston with Marcus Smart.
Why did the Warriors send it to Memphis in the first place?
The Warriors sent it to Memphis because
Andre Iguodala.
To get off of Iguodala's contract.
Wow, good.
Maybe it's time to retire. Light years.
Evan, boy.
Hey, Rotzi, I need to hear from you.
Man.
I need to hear from you, Rotzi.
E9.
Yeah, maybe I misunderstood. Let's go to Hunters Point Ray. What's up, Hunters Point Ray? How you doing, man?
What up, Ray?
What's up? Hey, what's up, guys?
Talk to us.
Hey, Goo, I saw you dancing, man. I didn't know you had that in you.
Boy.
Listen, real quickly. You guys talked about Curry and giving leadership.
Yes.
Well, it's hard to give leadership when you are part of the problem. Curry leads the Warriors in every category, almost scoring, turnovers, fouls. And so how can a player of that like that give leadership to a team when he's part of the problem. Number two, Klay. No one wants to accept this, but Klay's through. He's done. Injuries have affected his career. In his mind, he still thinks he's have it, but when you watch him play, he can't guard anybody. Everybody just go right around Klay. His shot is flat. He gets upset when Kerr takes him out. He's done. And then I heard this morning from Bonte that they offered him a contract, and now they took that off the table. Klay is done. Klay is done. Number three, Wiggins. Wiggins is a ball player. He's a he's a person, that don't like to deal with problems. And dealing with Draymond, that just upsets him, and he's finished. Wiggins is done mentally with the Warriors.
Oh, man.
Watch him. Watch his attitude.
We're watching.
But not least.
We're watching.
Yeah. Last but not least, Draymond Green, he's supposed to be your leader. You can't lead. He has no respect. He's leading out of fear. The players fear him. The coaches fear him. And so when he comes around, he's just a cancer to the whole team. So the Warriors have a lot to do. They have a lot to do next year.
Wow.
Racket. The racket.
Well, let's itemize it like he did. Oh, we got to go. Damn.
Oh.
Time flies.
Shoot, those guys are coming in next, right?
Yeah. No, we could get. Those are our buds.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
You got to go, my brother.
Yeah, well, I got to get to the bottom of that one, too. All right, let me look at my sheet. Hold on, everybody. I'm not a real host.
Traditional, he said.
It's a Warriors Wednesday. You know what that means. It's usually the day after a Warrior loss. I'm kidding. Jeez, it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. A trusted name. I mean, I'm not talking like a little bit. Talking like totally trusted since 1922. Visit it now, friedmansappliance.com. Let's go. 222.
Sticks and stones can break my bones, but names never.
Ooh. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll fix my camera for that. Steiny and Guru joined by Willard and Dibbs, and I didn't realize this, but the betting line is
double
out.
Dibs right now on YouTube.
The betting line is... and it's got two separate camera angles.
Yeah, close-up dibs and distant dibs. Yeah.
Let me get out.
And YouTube numbers going up. Yeah.
I need that one far back.
I'm clearly in the minority. I think he's going to get 2 or 3 games, but everybody seems to think he's getting more than that.
I think he's getting more than that.
He's getting 10.
Can you believe? No doubt.
He's getting 10. And last time it broke in our show, so stay tuned to Willard and Dibbs. Last time it was like 5:15.
Yeah. 5:10.
Yeah.
Look at my guy.
Here's my first question.
And 12 seconds.
Why would Steiny think 3 games?
I'll tell you why.
Because he's thrown many.
I'll tell you why, and I know what.
2 weeks ago.
I'll tell you why. And I guarantee you, if Willard would have said the same thing, you'll say, wow.
You got this little bit going, but anyway.
Well, when I say things.
I'm not
the E.F. Hutton of this station.
Tell me why.
Even though they say past actions matter, that to me is a way for the league to give itself some wiggle room of really hitting a guy if you need to hit him. And I do think that when we look at intent, this one, I do think it was kind of an accident. Does it mean he shouldn't
get out of here?
Well, I'm just telling you.
I mean,
to me, this was less egregious than what he did to Gobert.
Oh, I agree completely.
Okay, all right. So time out. Now, this is what it's all about to me. If what you're telling me is Gobert's a 5, then without any context, that's got to be a 2 or 3.
Yeah, but there is context.
I know.
Yeah.
Now we're getting to that context.
Yep.
So now we get to the context, and it becomes 8 games because of past. So what you're telling me now is you're going to overpenalize him, even if the last infraction is less than the previous infraction.
I don't think the last one was a 5. I think that was an overpunishment.
Okay.
5 was an overpunishment that reflected his history.
So,
and they stated as much.
If we can ignore, let's say the incident though itself, guys, we all deem is
the incident itself is maybe a 1.
Okay, so
on a scale of
he's a rookie that's not gotten in trouble before. I don't even know if that's a suspension.
I kind of agree.
What happened last night?
Oh, it's for sure a game.
That's an ejection.
He turned around
or a flagrant. It's a flagrant
and clocked the guy in the face.
Man. Yeah, like no look. I mean, that's
there was a look.
Come on, man.
I mean,
it's a nothing burger if he's not Draymond.
To me, this was not a loss of balance flail.
No.
This was I got pushed, collect, turn, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Brandon Pajemski did that,
it's a game.
Maybe.
No, it was a 2, flagrant 2.
Yeah.
He punched. Like I could go to the
minimizing
chalkboard and say,
I know.
Oh, whoopsie doopsie! Oh, I caught you.
We're not talking about 5 or 10 game suspension if this was a rookie.
Mark, I'm scared it could be more than 10 for the Warriors.
I am too.
This popped off a month ago.
Yeah.
So I'm just telling Steph with that call, like, you're back in my courtroom. And I'm starting to think the league is looking at the Warriors, since you guys are timid and not going to do anything, we're going to drop the hammer. First takes lead, not like everybody's saying Perkins, okay, he's a nobody. He's saying 25 games. Like, there's got to be a message somewhere, man.
You guys want to hear the odds?
I would love to.
Yes, but I
go, okay, we can hold it. Go ahead.
So I guess what I'm saying is if let's say Draymond Green does something next that's marginal but suspension worthy, you're telling me he gets suspended
incrementally more
each time, even though the offense is lighter.
It depends on the offense. To me, and if you look at his last 26 games of basketball, 26 games, including the postseason, he's got a punch of Nurkic, he's got a choke of Gobert, and he has a stomp of Sabonis. Stomp, choke, punch. Stomp, choke, punch. One more time.
Is this a chant?
Stomp, choke, punch.
Okay.
And so you're telling me you go from stomp, 1 game, playoffs, choke, 5 games, you were defending a teammate, punch, I lost my balance, 10, and what's the next one? Is it a body slam?
I guess what I'm saying is if it's failure to leave the court in a timely manner, you telling me they can suspend him for 5 games because of that?
No, but you're a parent. You know how this works.
Speak on it, Mark.
You know how this works, right?
And Mark's in there right now.
I may as well be the enabler.
The kid breaks the curfew.
Steve Kerr.
The kid breaks the curfew. Curfew's 11 o'clock. Kid comes home at midnight.
Okay.
And have been doing this now. We're doing this for a year. Okay. We've been battling on this, and the punishments keep going up. And then you finally have the come to Jesus conversation. Listen, kid, this is the deal. This is my house. I make the rules, and if you would like to live and eat the food under this roof, you have got to live by these rules. Come to Jesus conversation. Kid says, Dad, I hear you. I'm sorry for everything that brought us to this moment, and I am going to change.
Okay.
2 nights later.
Yes.
11:20 for an 11 o'clock curfew.
Okay.
oh, the hammer's coming down.
Down.
Okay.
Because this boundary needs to be established. And I think firmly that that's what the NBA is thinking today.
See, you're probably right. I look at it as, let's say the last incident was Gobert. Okay? And you're the father of Gobert. And you said, Rudy,
I'm tall.
Rudy, you got to get in by midnight.
Yeah.
But it's Draymond. So what Draymond does, the equivalent to what Draymond did with Gobert wasn't coming in at 12:15. Draymond came in at 5 in the morning.
Right.
You know?
Right.
He came in at 5 in the morning, and then it's like, well, that's a 5-gamer. Got Draymond. You got to, okay. So then 2 nights later, he's 10 minutes late. You can't give him 10 games.
Oh, this is not 10 minutes late.
Sure you can.
This is not 10 minutes late.
See, I think it's less. But you agree with me? It's less egregious than Gobert.
Oh, no, there's no doubt.
Okay.
Oh, it's way more egregious than Gobert.
No, but
without a doubt, it's way worse than Gobert. He was defending a teammate, and he held on to Gobert a little bit too long.
But he choked a guy and dragged him a quarter of the floor. Like, no, this is the way I look at it.
But there was honor in that, Willard. He was trying to defend.
I agree with you,
That's an emotional
You can make an argument he dropped Nurkic.
But I think
he dropped him.
From behind. I mean, guys, it doesn't even matter is kind of my point. Wouldn't we all agree that the Gobert suspension, which you call a 5, I don't think that was a 5 for the act. In fact, you guys are sitting here calling it honorable right now.
It was a Donovan Mitchell thing. Remember, he got ran.
It was the first time that the league wrote down on a piece of paper, we are no longer suspending you for just your acts. We are suspending you for who you have become. And we are telling you firmly that you are not allowed to be this person anymore. And he waited about the equivalent of 4 seconds before gone and done it again.
Well, it's actually 4 weeks to the day.
And he's
4 weeks.
The league is going to be offended by that. It is essentially the kid looking at the dad and being like, the hell you going to do about it? And the league's going to go, oh, this is what we're going to do about it.
And what are you going to do about it, Dad?
Because
10 games.
Mom is the Warriors, and she's not doing anything
Double-digit games.
Yeah.
I mean, 4 weeks to the day. So 4 weeks ago, he choked Rudy Gobert. Whatever. He was running to his teammate's defense, and then he grabbed Rudy, and he dragged him for a quarter of the floor, whatever he did. And Rudy's poor eyes were bugging out. Shout out, bugging out. And 4 weeks later, now he loses his balance, and he comes around, and he just straight clocks Nurkic.
But Nurkic is strong as hell, as he said.
Sure. But think about Draymond's victims in terms of what a bully does. Nurkic, Euro. Gobert, Euro. Jordan Poole, young player and dramatically undersized. Steven Adams, Kiwi. I mean, Draymond finds these people who he inflicts his acts upon who don't fight back. To me, it's an easy 10.
KD?
Well, KD fought back, and that's why Draymond got a game.
Well, yeah, and I would not. It doesn't matter, but I would.
That was verbal.
Yeah, I wouldn't put Steven Adams in there because I think Draymond doesn't want any part of Steven Adams. You know what I mean?
Which is why he kicked him in the balls.
Right, but what I'm saying is he
didn't come at him like come at him.
Like he wasn't going to come at Steven Adams like Jordan Poole.
No.
Yeah. No, I got you. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Mark, I want to see those odds.
You want to listen to the odds? All right, so here they are. And again, you take these with a grain of salt or a big old brick through the wall, whichever you want. And these come from your guy's boy, Jimmy Shapiro. So he sent this out about three hours ago. How long will Draymond Green be suspended? Plus 100. So in other words, the most likely of answers on the board.
Okay.
Even though still less than 50-50, but the likeliest of all the groups. Plus 100, 21 to 30 games.
What?
Plus 100.
Oh, my goodness
21
gracious.
That's actually even money.
Yeah. Even money.
You bet 100, you get 100.
Yep.
Slight tick up, plus 150. Slight tick up, plus 150, 11 to 20 games. Now, quite a leap. Quite a leap to plus 500. So in other words, you can bet 100 and make 500.
Yeah.
If
1 to 10 games.
Oh, God, I want to jump on that.
Totally right.
Only a slight tick less likely.
This one I want to jump on.
Plus 600 is 31 to 40 games. Almost the remainder of the season.
The last one
That
you
ain't
want.
happening.
Yes.
Plus 900, 9 to 1, rest of the year. And then the unlikeliest of all things, at plus 3,300.
I kind of would. Tell me.
No suspension at all.
I actually think it's more within the realm of possibility he doesn't get suspended, that he gets suspended 31 or more games.
Oh, I'm not getting 31 or more. But it is startling to see that there's a house out there taking bets at even money of 21 to 30 games.
Can we
I will
all
not
agree?
be surprised in 3 hours if they suspend him for 25.
I'm
I'm not predicting it.
Those odds,
we don't
I will
want
not
it
be
because the
surprised.
season will really be.
Those
it'll
odds
be
mean I
finished.
won't be surprised, but wow.
I will not be surprised.
How about this? If I say what I'm going to say, you guys are going to be like, well, duh, no kidding. But so there's no measuring of intent anymore with Draymond. Like, intent doesn't matter.
No. I mean,
Okay.
what is the intent of any act from any athlete?
I'm just saying,
when it comes to intent,
right,
it comes down to the individual and asking them what the intent was. And when you look at Draymond Green and you think about all of the other acts that he's committed on the floor, then intent goes out the window.
Okay.
Because you have to
that's fine.
assume that
I just want to know that.
Well, and that's what I'm thinking about in terms of the league. So you've got all of these incidents where he has committed flagrants, he's been ejected, and he's done what he's done on the court. And then you add in the sprinkle of Jordan Poole in a practice, and you think about intent, and now you've got a player 4 weeks removed from a choke and 4 months removed from a stomp, and now we don't even have to worry about intent. Who cares about intent?
Well, good. I get that. I totally get that. But intent does matter for a lot of other players. Would you agree with that?
Of course.
Okay. So that gets me back to one of my originals is the league's out to get him. That in and of itself is not out to get him, but if you're telling me they're going to go boom, 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 boom.
Are there separate rules for him? Yes.
Okay, then we have a problem as a team.
Yes.
Like forget anybody, then that's just a tangible issue that this guy might do something that ordinarily would cost him a game. It's going to cost him 10 now, which means it costs us 10.
Exactly.
Because I really do think we can judge anything we want. I really do think, he grabbed Gobert, he choked him, and he walked him back 10 yards. I was like, damn. Last night, I think there's a scenario in which you could look and be like, he flailed and he hit him in the head, and to me, it wasn't in the same severity note. Well, you know what? We get that, and we agree with you. It may not have been as nasty, but too bad it's Draymond, so it's twice as many
Did he
games.
rush over after the contact with Nurkic? Did he immediately charge over and oh my God.
Here's my question.
Oh my God.
Here's my question. If somebody in the league office looks at Gobert and then looks at Nurkic and makes an assumption that they agree with, not saying it's right, and the assumption is, you know what, the Gobert thing was more vicious and it looked like there was more intent, and they acknowledge that, do they still hit him with twice as many games?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all I want to know.
Heard of three strikes
Okay.
and how it works.
That's
The
fine.
third strike could be still in a Snicker bar.
I just
it
want to know.
doesn't matter.
That's
It's
fine.
redundant that you keep. That's all.
Okay.
Like I always kind of balk at this when people go, "Oh, there's got to be the same rules for everybody." No, there doesn't.
Right.
No, there doesn't. Where the hell does that exist?
Because Stoney was almost like
the same
they
rules
were picking on Dre.
for everybody. Yes.
No.
He has well earned that.
Man.
Of course there are Draymond rules. Of course there are. Just like the Pistons had Jordan rules, and just like every class clown has separate rules, and you have separate rules for each of your kids because they need it. Some of them don't, and some of them do. Like, of course there are different rules for Draymond. That is well-traveled, well-earned. And he's got no one to blame for that but himself.
I don't feel like I'm doing a good job of explaining myself. All I want to know is, let's say last night Joe Schmo does what Draymond did. And we say, well, Joe Schmo may not even have gotten suspended.
Slap on the hand.
Okay, well, not even gotten suspended.
Yeah.
Joe Schmo. I want to know, because it's Draymond, you know what? We got to hit him more than Joe Schmo. Okay, well, hitting him more than Joe Schmo is 3 games. That would be a severe punishment for a Joe Schmo. But no, it's Draymond. So because it's Draymond, it has to be a greater punishment than his last infraction, even if his last infraction were more egregious.
See, that's a judgment.
I got to be honest. I don't think that's fair at all.
That's a judgment that you're making that I don't agree with. Well, I think this infraction.
I'm asking the question.
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Even if they think that this infraction was correct, the same as the choke, or even less egregious as the choke, they've already put on the record that they are using his past as a guideline to suspend.
Right.
So you got 5 for a choke, and 4 weeks later, now you're punching an opponent in their eyes. It's a flagrant 2, whatever you want to call it. So now you're not going to give him 3. You're going to give him 5
and
at
you
least.
got nothing for punching your own teammate. Don't forget.
Well, that has nothing to do with the league.
Well, you skated on that. But the league is looking at that, Steiny.
Looking at what?
Looking at the fact that the Warriors didn't do anything on that one.
But they didn't do any. The league didn't do anything with Jordan Poole.
That's why I'm saying when Willard says it could be 25 today, you don't know if they're taking that into account, which I believe they are.
They might. They very well might be.
This is out of control.
Indirectly, I do think that it affects what the league is doing.
My goodness.
Because when, for instance, what the league does with John Morant, that's an image issue. John Morant, I know that there's legalities there, but John Morant, even though there have been all of these images that you could argue the damage of them, it's not like he has not physically hurt anyone with those. He's not done anything on the court with those, but the league is like, we're not having this. So when you punch Jordan Poole and then you start taking stuff to the court, I think all of it is in the same bucket. And yes, I do think that there are different rules for him, and you're right that weakens who he is for the Warriors because, for example, look what the Niners did to DK Metcalf on Sunday. They knew. Kyle Shanahan said, Christmas present for whoever gets him to go over the top because we know that he will. So you're telling me now, if you're an opponent, I'm going to grab Draymond's jersey on every possession. Because I know I can get him kicked out of the game and the next 3 weeks of action.
All right, I got one for you.
Piece of cake.
I got one for you.
Yeah.
A month from now, the Warriors are in a game and Draymond's on the bench. And there's a fight. And he gets up to go help the fight. And he takes one step over the line, like a lot of players do. Yeah. And guess what? They get hit for a game usually.
Yeah.
Will he get hit for 10 games?
No, just one.
That's a different act.
Yeah.
What does he do when he steps over the line? Does he choke someone again?
Exactly.
Sure, something untoward.
I mean, or does
you're playing the percentages?
Or is he an innocent bystander who goes in and grabs his teammate and walks him to the locker room?
Then 20 games.
Nope.
Wow.
Nope. It's physical acts of violence on the court.
But the Warriors are in the news for the wrong reasons, and I'm telling Stoney all day today, this is bad for business.
Of course it is.
It is just, and they don't do anything to him.
We should make sure
they don't do
But it hasn't been bad for business
bad.
before today.
No, it's good for our business, bad for their business.
It has been. It's been bad for business for a while.
But I don't think it's been like I don't think it's been like this till now.
Oh, I think it's been the last.
The punch was terribly bad.
No, but what I'm seeing now is an organization overwhelmed by frustration.
Man.
And that's not just Draymond. That's everybody. Bob Myers, gone. Steve Kerr, no contract. Klay can't keep his emotions about him. What the hell are you doing, TNT, by the way, that apparently Klay's freaking out on the bench last night and you didn't show it on TV?
Oh, my goodness, you're right.
What on earth? So Klay Thompson can't get a hold of his frustrations. Andrew Wiggins can't even seem sometimes to mentally and sometimes physically show up. And now you have Draymond Green, who has been given the ultimate shape up or ship out and can't change one iota. They're getting short with each other. They're getting short with the media.
Man.
They are overwhelmed by frustration. And it's similar to what I said a couple of weeks ago. It is the opposite of what made me as a fan fall in love with this team. For years, it was they play with joy. They're moving. They're unselfish. The ball's all over the place, and it's a beautiful brand of basketball. Now it's just guys.
The fans are fed up too.
Now everybody's just pissed
Nobody's called to defend them one time today. Normally you get it sprinkled. Even I'm telling you, man.
I saw a little bit of it on my Twitter feed. A couple people like, what's he supposed to do? His jersey's getting pulled, and he lost his balance and all that. And, the fact that Draymond apologized may make it go from 10 games down to 7, but he's getting something. And I think Mark hit on the overarching real problem, which is frustration, because Klay's frustrated and Draymond's frustrated.
Look at Looney.
And Andrew Wiggins still has a uniform.
Dibs, Looney, I was telling Steiny, he just had a look of like, will you look at, I'm speaking
he
for
had
Looney.
that all
Will you
last
look
year.
at this? Like,
they all knew.
And I'm on
year.
the bench, just like it's happening again. Almost like, I was just like, man, I wonder what's going through his mind.
Seen, you know what? I'm good. I'm being a jerk, but I've seen that look all year from Draymond, especially last year. Like, guys are tired
like a
of
side
it.
eye.
What happened when Andre Iguodala made the gesture when he went over and said something to LeBron? Like, I really do think that a lot of guys are. They can't just be over it because he's a teammate. But I do think I think Kevon Looney's been rolling his eyes at Draymond for a year and a half since the punch. Just it ain't right. And Looney's a good guy, and I don't know what they do.
And they're 10-13, guys. Lost that game last night.
Gutsy comeback.
Let's just do it. I guess I'll stay by 3 games, even though that looks like a
I'm
terrible
going 10.
one.
I'm doing with
10 for you,
10.
Goo.
Yep.
It's 10.
10. Oh.
It's. I mean,
Willard, what'd you say?
No. It's 10, and it's to think that it's 3.
Okay, it's 10 then.
No, I mean, no. You can be
Evan
right.
said 5.
You know what? If it's 3, I'll come on. I'll give you your flowers.
No, I don't want them.
It's
flowers not accepted.
Especially for a guy. Don't steal from my brother. And you've tried to co-opt that expression as a guy who never once committed a flagrant once for you.
That's a good question.
And and I was going to bring up the house party you had in terms of
I gotta go.
you did.
My mom and dad, after 35 years,
I've never seen you
just
do it.
got over that
you
party.
actually took the headset off.
Yeah.
Steve Berkowitz
Put
fell
the
down
bag
and hit
on the
his head.
shoulder, Steiny.
Roger Crawford.
I always forget.
Dad was a police chief.
Who's the big guy?
Don Charlton fell into the
Who's the big man?
in-ground
Who's
pool.
the big guy in your team who you always disrespect on Franklin?
Ed
Marshall?
Lackman.
Thank you, Ed Lackman.
Eddie, I love you. He's a doctor now. Who's got the last
Ed
laugh?
Lackman couldn't catch a cold in a COVID ward. That's my.
He did make one big move in the MAC championship on Reno Brueggemann, who was the co-player of the year in the
These are my
conference with
favorite.
me.
These are not
But
real
I gotta
names.
see. You know
These are
what?
not
I
real
don't even
names.
have to say I'm leaving now.
When he
We'll
goes
talk
to
more
Ed
about my
Lackman
college
stories,
career.
I love
Didn't think so.
Anytime you go to Ed Lackman, I'm in.
That's not real.
Ed Lackman.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so what do they do? What should they do?
I mean,
What
what do
should
the
they
Warriors do?
Yeah, what
They
should
sit
they do?
and wait.
888-957-9570.
You wait for the league to do what they do,
No,
and
I mean,
then
that doesn't. What does
bigger
that matter?
picture.
What does that matter? Yeah.
Bigger picture.
What do they do?
Well, you have 2 choices. Either you hunker down and still talk about how they're a championship core and we feel like we can still win a championship and we got championship pedigree and all the rest of it, or you get to the deadline and you blow this thing sky high. You got Klay Thompson being benched. You got Draymond Green, who cannot stay on the court for a month in a row. And, there's Andrew Wiggins. And I think he played last night. Did he?
Not really.
Yeah. So you either double down and go all in or you blow this thing sky high, because what you have right now is either good enough or not good enough. And if it's not good enough, then you got to end it, Mark. You got to end it.
You know the word that just kept bouncing around in my head last night, and I know that I don't want to know if I don't know if defended is the right word. I've accepted Draymond through the years. I think I've understood that it's a fool's errand to ever think that he'll be different. So all of that as the backdrop. Last night I watched the whole thing, and you and I we're all sitting there, Grandy, Lucas, we're all texting as this is happening, and I had to watch it on a little bit of a rollback because I had to run a quick errand, and it happened while I was gone. I come back.
That was pretty funny. You're like, wait, what the hell?
Yeah, you guys were all texting, and I'm like, yeah, what happened? Where'd Draymond go?
All 3 of us had our own views on it, and then you watched it, and then you're like,
oh, okay.
You know? And I've been there with the baby. I got a 15-month-old baby. A lot of times I'm like, wait, what happened?
I had to go get some moving boxes. We're moving it a little bit.
Good for you.
Yeah, we're moving to a new place next month. So
boy.
I went on the next door, and I'm like, free moving boxes. And someone had like been 10 minutes. They're like, free moving boxes. I'm like, stay right where you are. I'm on my way.
Nice.
And so I got a bunch of moving boxes, and I came back, and Draymond had moved from the court
to 4
to the locker room. And I'm like, what happened? And I watched it, and I went, you know what? This is exhausting. And I wonder if that's how a lot of you feel. Now, you're not supposed to act on emotion, right? You're supposed to calm down and get some sleep, and okay, we'll figure it out in the morning. And I don't know how many times the Warriors have done that through the years with Draymond Green. I'm still working through what even makes sense, what the options are on the table. But today, for Warrior fans out there, like, what is the exhaustion level? What should the Warriors do? And we'll get to later, what can they do? I don't really have an answer yet, other than just to say, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted with this topic with Draymond Green. And my sense is that a lot of Warrior fans feel the same way.
Yes, and I think that what you're saying is absolutely true, but I don't want you to think that we can separate what you're saying from the actual issue, because you said, I'm so exhausted with this topic and Draymond Green. This topic is Draymond Green.
Yep.
So for me, if you're exhausted by this topic and Draymond Green, and many of us are, well, then you're exhausted by Draymond Green, because this is Draymond Green. And I mentioned it during the crossover. His last 26 games, stomp, choke, punch. And that goes back to last year against Sacramento. He stomped on Sabonis. He got a game. He came back. They beat Sacramento. He came off the bench. They played the Lakers. He lost. This year, he came out and he choked Rudy Gobert, and he got 5 games. And now he has, I don't even know if you want to call it a punch. It was more than a slap. Comcast, NBC Sports Bay Area called it a swipe. And I think a swipe is underplaying it. Whatever you want to call it, I think he clocked him. And whatever that was, he got ejected. It was a flagrant 2. And now he's facing however many games. So 26 games, barely a quarter of a regular season, stomp, choke, punch. And so this is Draymond Green. So if Draymond sits for 5 or 8 or 10 or 20, whatever it is, when Draymond Green comes back, it's going to be the same thing, Mark. It's this Draymond Green is the Draymond you're going to get for the next 3.5 years.
Right, which is why
stomp, choke, punch.
I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. It doesn't matter what the act is anymore. It matters who the person is. It matters who the actor is, not
and the
act.
actor will continue to commit the act.
Well, then he's going to continue to get suspended.
Right.
And he is going to continue to miss the majority of the season. Right now, he is already at almost exactly half of the season in which he has either been suspended, ejected, or just missed for personal reasons. Already half the season. What are we at? 23 games? It's 11 of the 23 games. Okay? So, and I know we're making an assumption, but my guess is, based on everything that we're hearing and reading, that by this afternoon, we're about to find out that Draymond is going to go through an extended period of time that's going to make it a lot more than half the season.
Right.
Right? So it doesn't matter anymore what the act is. It matters who the actor is. And maybe for the first time, this is what's different for me, I guess. What's different for me, in my opinion, about Draymond is, for the first time in my life, I think that that's totally fair. I think it's completely fair if the NBA goes, I don't care if this had a little measure of accidental in it, because the majority of it wasn't. You know what I mean? I get into the, like you used the word earlier, intent. And like I do this with the kids all the time. You know what I mean? You kick a ball in the living room, and it knocks all the ornaments off the Christmas tree. And what do? You look at the kid and go, what the hell are you doing? Well, Dad, I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
I don't care that you didn't mean to, because your mistake is not that the ornaments are all broken and on the ground. Your mistake is that you took liberties in a situation that did not make sense.
Liberty bibberty.
And that's Draymond Green last night. You took liberties in a spot where you're not able to do that. Was it accidental? Was there a measure of I'm just flailing? I have no idea. But my dog, you are Draymond Green and you may not flail your arms. Mike Singletary can do it. And the league has been trying to tell you that in a bunch of ways. Soft ways, not as soft ways, hard ways.
Sure.
And none of them have worked. And so I am usually the first one to be like, you guys call too many texts and you're throwing out people who are the reason we buy tickets, and all of this stuff is ridiculous more often than not. But the bottom line is we've reached a spot where, to me, it is completely fair. Whatever happens to Draymond, he did this.
Yeah.
He earned it.
He did, and he earned it. And the act in and of itself, and Steiny's right, if it was Podziemski or Pazimski, however you want to pronounce it, and we'll get to that a little bit later in the program, but another new one. If it was Steph Curry, let's say Steph Curry was in the exact same situation and he lost his balance and he got tugged and he turned around and he did what Draymond did, he probably gets a game. He might get two, because it felt to me like a pretty dramatic act of a forehand, a right cross. But the fact that it's Draymond Green and he's 4 weeks removed from a 5-game suspension for coming to the aid of a teammate. And yeah, he came to the aid of a teammate and he grabbed Gobert about the neck and he dragged him across the court. I get that. You get 5 games for that sort of a choke situation, but you get 5 games for a choke, and now 4 weeks later, you haul off and smack a guy. And, you could talk to me about he flailed. Yeah, sure, you flailed and hit a guy so hard that he went down, and maybe Nurkic embellished it. I've never been punched by a all-star power forward.
By the way, I'd have no problem if he did embellish it. Draymond admitted that he was embellishing, and that's why it happened.
Yeah.
He said, I was trying to sell the foul.
Exactly.
That's the definition of embellishment.
And that's how you sell a foul, by pivoting 180 degrees and swinging your right arm at the offending player.
He flailed. He tried to make it look like
right. Normally when you flail, your arms go up.
Yeah, and they did.
That's a flail.
They flew out.
They flew out. Around and back. And I'm not going to try to adjudicate the incident.
It doesn't matter.
He got a flagrant 2. Intent doesn't matter either. It's Draymond, and he's got a history, and the league already said your history is being looked at in terms of additional punishment, and that's why he got 5 games for the choke.
Yeah. So here we go. And I think, look, we're going to find out, I believe, before our show is up. We're going to be with you every step of the way. We'll react to that suspension when it comes down. I have absolutely no doubt that there will be a suspension. But the bigger question for each of you fans, because I always stress this, you do have a voice. You have a voice in this. I think sometimes we go, oh, gosh, the team's going to do what they want. Why would they listen to fans? Yeah, they're not going to listen to one person sitting down and going, you should cut Draymond. But the bottom line is fans do have a voice. We've watched it many times. The collective group of fans. Watch what's happening with the San Francisco Giants. Are they going to $113 million on a 25-year-old from Korea who's never played Major League Baseball before if they weren't listening to the fans? Of course they're listening to the fans. They're terrified that you're all going to go away. And the Warriors are at a complete and total crossroads. See you at the crossroads.
Thank you.
We're here.
Is that Bone Thugs? Look at you.
Come on, man.
You surprise me.
But by now it shouldn't surprise you anymore.
Mark, you surprise me because you keep pulling out little dollops of hip-hop.
I got you. You
surprise me.
But it shouldn't anymore.
Give me 20 more. It's like Draymond Green. You get to a point where you're not surprised anymore by the Draymond flagrant, and that's where I am with Draymond. You need about 4 or 5 more real good Pauls. Bum, bum, bum. I see you at the crossroads. Look at Miller,
There's no problem. There's no problem.
I see you at the crossroads.
I accept the physical challenge.
Give me 5 more and I won't be surprised anymore. Like Draymond, I'm no longer surprised.
Yeah, more on the way.
And neither is Joe Dumars in the league office.
Yeah, so so here we are. So I think it's absolutely a day for us to explore what do the Warriors do about this. Charles Barkley suggested that they get out ahead of the NBA. I don't think they will. I don't think there's any way in hell they'll do that. But he suggested they get out in front of the NBA and send them home. Enact their own suspension, if you will. And he made one very solid point, and this was from the Dan Patrick Show earlier today where Charles visited. Like, he made a very, very good point. You know, Dan's like, look, but the Warriors have had his back at every turn. Necessary evil. He goes, right, when you're winning.
Right.
Now you're not winning. And that's what I meant earlier by, no, not everybody gets the same rules. Of course not everybody gets the same rules. If you're a winning player, they're going to allow all kinds of stuff. If you're a losing player, they're not going to allow anything.
Right.
And we've watched this in sports over and over and over again. So if the same act does not bring winning with it, I don't know why you would tolerate it anymore.
Well, you'll tolerate it because he has 3.5 years left on his deal. And if he gets 20 games, whatever he gets, I know this, there are 27 more games until the trade deadline. I'm not saying that they will trade Draymond, but as you mentioned, you'll tolerate it if he is a winning player on a winning team. If he's out for a long stretch and you continue to play basketball like this, maybe you get to the trade deadline and you look at things a little bit differently.
It's a Warrior Wednesday, and oh my, yes it is. It's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. We're all set up. What would you like the Warriors to do now? 888-957-9570. We'll be taking your calls all afternoon. It's Willard and Dibs.
During the Jeep Wrap-Up the Year sales event.
So now we get a whistle. It's an offensive foul. No. Who's the foul on? They're going to review it. It might be on Draymond for an offensive foul, and Nurkic is face down on the floor. They got tangled up, and Draymond might have popped him one in the chops. The coaching staff coming down. The security guys are coming down, and they're going to review this. This call and reviewed. Ooh, Draymond whapped him. They got tangled up, and Draymond whapped him in the face, and he's going to be gone.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I feel like it might be a good time for this sound effect. Are you ready?
Sure. You drinking? You won't.
Cheers.
Oh, it's soda water. S-O-F-T.
No, S-O-L-E-I-L. Soleil.
S-O-D-A.
That's a raspberry lime sparkling water.
It's a Soleil.
It's delicious.
In honor of Rudy Gobert.
And it will allow us to complete a full 4 hours today right here on 95.7 The Game. If anybody out there was experiencing some technical difficulties, we got that thing all fixed. Sources are telling me that based on what we were about to start saying, Draymond Green drove his truck into our transponder, and so that took us down there for just a moment, but we fixed the situation. So welcome back to everybody on Willard and Dibs. We still here, and we still taking your phone calls all day, 888-957-9570, and the question is, what do you do? What do you do now if you're the Golden State Warriors? I'm not surprised. You know, you mentioned this earlier that you've had a lot of interactions on social media since last night.
Yeah.
Basically saying people have, as my mom used to say, had it up to here.
Yeah.
Whenever you heard my mom say that, things were about to take a turn. You're about to get sent to your room, grounded. Something was about to come down when she looked at you and said, I've had it up to here. That means my well is full. I got no more room for any of your crap. And therefore, we're done here and you're punished. And I think that that's where a lot of people are with regard to Draymond Green. They've had it up to here.
Yeah. And I saw a lot on my social media, people using the phrase, I'm done. I'm done with Draymond. And, you know, the Warriors should ... with Draymond. And the Warriors should suspend Draymond for the entire year without pay. The Warriors should trade Draymond. I'm done with Draymond and all the rest of it. And I hear that, and it's emotional, and it makes sense in the moment because this is 4 weeks removed from Rudy Gobert and a choke and a 5-game suspension, and he punched Jordan Poole and he stomped on Sabonis. And, like, how much of this can a Warrior fan really tolerate and still want to be a Warrior fan? But the practical part of it is, well, what are they supposed to do?
Yeah.
And by then, I mean the Warriors, Mike Dunleavy, and Steve Kerr, what are they supposed to do? If they think Draymond Green is a winning player, and he has been, and he probably still is, if this team is going to win, you need Draymond. Well, they might not win anyway. But taking the premise of if you're going to win, you need Draymond. And I believe that's the case for this team. So if that's the premise that you believe in, what do? Because you need Draymond, but Draymond can't keep himself on the court most of the time.
Is this a wild idea? Because I feel like you and I should have something here as far as a firm answer. I don't think they should trade Draymond. I don't know what's out there. I think you're asking for serious pennies on the dollar if you do it. And quite frankly, you'd have a hard time getting somebody to agree in that he's got over 3.5 years left on that contract. I agree with you. This is still a winning player. However, what I don't think you can do anymore is this. I don't think that you can continue to turn a blind eye and empower this because we have finally reached the spot, and this is where I've always tried to get to. I get if somebody's emotionally annoyed with Draymond.
Right.
If you're just like, I don't like what he does. Okay, fine. Sorry. It helps the Warriors. He's a winning player. They're a winning team. So what are you going to do about it? Deal with it was kind of my response for years. But now we've reached a spot where it's not that. So if we spill over to the other side of the fence and agree that this is now hurting the Warriors, a team that has nowhere near as much wiggle room, needs its top players on the court, and the guy just cannot stay on the court, Well, now you're in the other direction. So this is hurting the team. However, if you're the team, you've got 3+ more years of him. And while I know everyone wants the team to stand up to him, you do have to navigate that relationship still long term. And Steve Kerr can't, quote, lose the players, right?
Right.
If I'm the Warriors, I might go the opposite direction of what you usually do. Time to zag instead of zigging. I'd call the league office and I'd ask them to make it even longer than what they're thinking.
Wow. What if that gets out?
It won't. You won't.
It might.
It won't.
I like what you're saying. I want to hear more on this.
Okay. He needs to
Hey, Dumars.
Yeah.
It's Dunleavy.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're thinking about like maybe 6 or 7. Let's make it 20.
Let's go 15 or 20.
Let's make it 20. My guy Willard's got a bet on 20 plus.
No.
Plus 500.
Something needs to shake the branches. And even though Draymond, I also firmly believe this about all humans, all people, because man, a lot of us are stubborn. I am too. A lot of stubborn, and Draymond is stubborn. But Draymond will sit there and say at every press conference, I'm never going to change. And by the way, Draymond, we believe you. We really do. We believe that you're never going to change. But I don't even think what you're asking for here is change. You're just asking for a tweak. You're asking for a tiny bit more restraint. Because if you don't, you simply can't stay on the floor. So the Warriors in this case, I think, should be activated by, look, we're 10-13. If you're going to miss 7 games, we're kind of up a creek already. So, make it 15. If you think that this will be so dramatic to Draymond that he will finally go, okay, I got it.
Right.
And I know that sounds ridiculous. Maybe he never will. But you got to go down trying, right? Because if you're just going to shrug your shoulders and go, well, there's no getting to him. Well, if there's no getting to him, then you just reached the start of a new 4-year deal where you signed a player to a lot of money who's going to do more harm than good.
You've already tried the there's no getting to him approach when he punched Jordan Poole, and you didn't suspend him. He got no suspension. He got a couple of days off from practice, and he came back for ring night, and all was good. And Draymond Green, took him some time to get his voice back, Mark. He didn't have his voice until about January, but we had reports from Jordan Poole's side that he never apologized to Jordan Poole.
Yep. Jordan
says he never made good on it, and yet last night, Draymond Green, within hours of punching or socking or smashing or whatever you want to call it, what he did to Yusuf Nurkic, he apologized in a press conference, and I'm not sure if he actually went to Nurkic himself and apologized, but he never apologized to Jordan Poole. So maybe Draymond Green, maybe he's learned his lesson this time, Mark. Maybe he's learned, darn it, maybe this is the time where he's learned his lesson.
But this is different to me. I know everybody wants to draw back to the Jordan Poole situation, and we're never going to get critical mass on that. We just aren't. I'm never going to say Jordan deserved it, but I am going to firmly believe, to my core, that all the evidence is there that people were really upset with Jordan about something.
Sure.
Did
Nurkic deserve it last night?
No, that's my point. Okay. This is different.
Yeah.
The Jordan Poole thing is one thing, and yes, we can have had that conversation.
We have?
This is the stuff that's going on in the 48 minutes where you're playing basketball. And if you've reached a point in your life, and this is my belief of the Golden State Warriors right now, it's not just Draymond. The organization has been overwhelmed by frustration. And I can only guess that is largely because they're getting older. You can't do what you used to be able to do, yet you still believe that you can do what you used to be able to do. And so while the rest of the league now is starting to run circles around you, instead of adjusting, instead of evolving, or just going with grace, that's not the way this works. You get really, really mad, and you start to buck. And so that is yelling at a coach when you're left out of the closing 5, or physically assaulting people on the court, or throwing mouthpieces, or walking off the court in the middle of a play or holding up four fingers to an opponent to let them know that we used to be good, or just leaving and going AWOL entirely. All of these things have happened this calendar year.
Yeah, wow.
In 2023. Yet this team then finishes these games and runs to press conferences to tell us that everything's fine and they're still going to win a championship. It's like, look at you guys. I'm not here to tell you you can't and you won't. That's not my style. I'm telling you what I am seeing. You look like you're bubbling over with frustration and can't handle it anymore. That's what it looks like to me.
Right.
And this is Draymond's version of that.
And Draymond's version has been this way even before he got frustrated, quite frankly. He's been frustrated, long before this point of where his skills have deteriorated, I think. He's always been this player where he's lived on the edge, but now we're seeing it in more of a rapid fashion. And I go back to Sabonis last year. That to me was not a frustration situation. That was just pure aggression. That was him acting out and seeing an opponent down and choosing to stomp on Sabonis when he didn't really need to do that. And then this year, the Gobert thing, I do believe that he was trying to rush to his teammates' defense, and he got a hold of a guy who's been a little bit of his rival.
A little bit of both, right?
A little bit of both. I don't think that was frustration. I think that was an opportunity where he jumped in to help a teammate, and he got a hold of a guy who he probably doesn't like, and he took the opportunity to escort him in a certain way. I don't think that was because he's not the same player he used to be.
No, but I'd argue that's acting on years of frustration with Rudy Gobert.
Yeah.
Just a different frustration.
I would use a different word, but I'll allow it in terms of this conversation.
Okay.
Last night, to me, was a whole different level of just blowing your stack for no reason. Because, Nurkic was grabbing him. He was pulling on him. But that was a big, giant nothing burger. That was out on the perimeter. And, Nurkic and he were engaged. And are you telling me that's the way you try to flop and flail to draw a call? That I don't believe. And the fact that he comes out and apologizes right away tells me that Draymond went back in the tunnel and saw the footage and thought, oh, my God, that's way worse than I even thought that it was.
Either he saw the video or he was keenly aware that he's about to get suspended.
Right.
So you find a microphone and go totally unintentional. My bad. My fault.
Totally. What'd you have?
Damage control.
Fist in the face?
Which won't work.
No.
It won't work.
Especially now, 4 weeks after an incident where you get suspended for 5 games. And hopefully today before 6 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game, we will get official word from Shams.
Yep.
Or it'll be a Woj bomb or somebody will release the information of what the league will decide. This to me is this is an easier one than the Gobert one. Because the Gobert one, you looked at it and it was a fracas, and you looked at his role and you thought, okay, he jumped in, and Gobert I thought should have gotten a game because he grabbed Klay and he didn't get anything, and then Draymond got 5. Draymond probably would have gotten 1 or 2, but it's Draymond, so he gets 5. So last night, that act is probably a 1. It's a 1-gamer normally. But on the heels of the 5, I think it's going to at least be 7.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
thought 10 would be the number.
Look, we don't know. We don't know. We don't know what it's going to be. But that would be my prediction as well, that it is now less about the act and it's much more about the actor. And I think that's the way the NBA is going to play this. 888-957-9570. If you missed what Draymond had to say after the game when he got to the microphone, we'll have that for you coming up in about a half hour, okay? But until then, let's keep taking your calls. If you're a Warrior fan, what do you want him to do? What would you like the team to do here? Mike and Hayward on Willard and Tibbs. Hey, Mike, what's up?
Yeah, how you guys doing? I agree with you, man. The team should suspend him, man. It's an embarrassment for the league and the fans and the players, but they're not holding him accountable and they letting the league do it, right? As long as the league don't say this, that. The guy got emotional problems. He got issues. So the team should stop pussyfooting with him and suspend it, right? That's what they should do. And then he might get the message. But see, while they worried about the relationship with him, he's like a wife you got to separate from for a while, right? And hopefully you get back together. That's how I look at it.
Well, Mike, I hear what you're saying. This just me. The issue with that, because I emotionally have no issue with what you're saying, but Steph Curry might, and we cannot take him out of this conversation. Whenever I see someone, and there was a lot of this last night, wow, 4 years and $100 million.
Woo.
What the hell were the Warriors doing? Well, I'll tell you what they were doing. They were doing what Steph Curry asked them to do. So you've got to understand. We have this conversation a lot, and in my opinion, you got to understand the situation the team is in. And it's not that easy to just be like, just drop the hammer. Just be mad at him, and poof, that's it. Well, that's your emotional reaction to his emotional reaction, and what's the long-term play there? So that's not being scared of Draymond Green. That's taking all things into account. And I do think whether you're a team, a boss, a parent, sometimes you need to let the world take care of the consequences, because you taking care of the consequences is going to end up having further negative consequences for you.
For you, exactly, in your relationship. And I liked your analogy you made earlier about being a parent, and this is a case that fits if your kid gets in trouble in school and, you want to punish your kid, but sometimes it's better to wait and see what the school does. So, the kid threw a rock and broke the window in the science class, and he got caught, and you're mad, and the school's coming down on him, so you let the kid know you're not happy with him, and you wait, and you bide your time, and the school goes, you know what, you're getting a 2-day suspension, and then it's easier for you to come in and go, okay, 2-day suspension. On top of that, I'm going to go ahead and take your car for 30 days, and, you're grounded for a month, and, no video games for 3 weeks or whatever it is after that, right? But depending on the action, you go ahead and and this is the case with Draymond now, the team is going to wait and see, and you're going to find out what they do. And I do think it's interesting that Steve Kerr told us on this very program about, I guess it was about 4 weeks ago after the Rudy Gobert, Draymond, he knows he needs to improve, and he's working on some things and this and that. And, we're going to help him to try to be better about that anger management.
This is a part of what you're talking about, although I think this is an updated version. I think this is from last night. Yeah, Steve Kerr? I mean, what you just said, he said to us 4 weeks ago. Yeah, he said it again.
Yeah, we need him. We need Draymond, but he knows that. We've talked to him, and he's got to find a way to keep his poise and be out there for his teammates.
And then he was asked, at what point does Draymond become more of a minus than a plus?
Draymond's still a hell of a player. Still a really good player. So we need him. If we're going to be a really good team, we need him.
Steve Kerr's exhausted too.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the shortest answers he's ever given on this. And you can hear in his tone. You know what I noticed about Steve all year? He's like, do you guys want me to say the same thing that I've been saying again?
Turnovers and fouls.
And Draymond needs to find a way to keep his poise.
Yeah.
The team needs Draymond Green.
But
no wonder he's not signing a new contract.
And
he's
I do
tired
think
of saying the exact same thing over and over, and maybe the team is tired of listening.
And I wish we had Steve on today. We're going to get him on Friday, and I don't know how to ask that question without, because it's not really whatever. It's our business because we're fans of the team. But I don't even know if Steve could or would give an answer to that, because what I hear from Steve in all these press conferences, and I hear Steve on with you and I every week, and he sounds tired. And I think about Steve Kerr in a contract year, and the question is, Steve, do you even want to do this anymore? And I
says he does.
Right.
Says he does.
I mean, I wonder if that changes, though, night to night and week to week, because
I don't know.
You blow a lead against the Clippers, and Draymond fouls Holmgren. You lose to OKC again on a late game foul, and then you don't beat Phoenix because one of your best players punches the opponent early third quarter, and you just don't have enough talent to win it. I wonder if Steve isn't like looking at this and going, you know what, maybe one more year of the Olympic team, and I'm good, guys. I'm good.
Get on over to youtube.com/957 The Game. You can watch us live. We connect and chat with you guys in the chat room during the breaks. Get over to youtube.com/957 The Game. I will agree with anyone who says the Warriors need to step in and suspend the guys or the guy if it meant this. Again, what I want right now is for someone to get Draymond's attention. I want this, whatever this punishment is, whether it's from the Warriors, from the league, whatever, I want it to get his attention. I'm not sure that anything can. But that's what I'd root for. So if someone could convince me that it coming from the Warriors instead of the league would help, like, embarrass him into evolution, then I'd be all for it. I just don't know that that's the way that it would go.
It won't go that way.
Yeah.
I don't know what would get Draymond to change his way. To me, the answer is nothing, because this is Draymond, and he said as much. This is the way I play.
Totally.
You're not going to change me. You're not going to change who I am. This is who I am. This is how I play.
Well, and then I understand where people are coming from. Then the Warriors need to come in and say, well, you're not going to change us. And what we want is players who put their uniforms on and go play basketball. That's what we would like.
Right. And
you know what I mean?
It's so interesting because it all comes down to the one guy, if this was ever going to change.
One man.
And it's not Draymond.
No, of course not.
And it's not Dunleavy or Lacob or Steve Kerr. It's Steph Curry.
It would be interesting if Steph had a tirade in Draymond's living room. It'd be interesting. I mean, if that doesn't get his attention, then cut him. Because nothing would.
No, that's it.
Yeah.
And I think that's
so there's
where
your
we
answer.
are.
Then there's your answer.
I think it comes down to that. If Steph says, to Joe or Dunleavy or Steve, I'm done, guys. I'm done. He's traded before morning.
Yeah. But I don't mean that. I mean, and who knows? Maybe this has already happened. We have no idea.
I would bet it has.
Steph, take your 5-iron over to Draymond's house and hold it to the sky in the living room. I assume he's got high ceilings. He's well paid.
Nice.
Hold that thing up and be like, my man, we are not going out like this. Or there won't be a we.
Right.
I doubt that would happen. I don't think that's in Steph's DNA. I don't think that he even feels that way. Or, hell, if I know, maybe it happened last night. I have no idea.
Right.
But on the spectrum of what would get Day-Day to pay attention and react, I don't know. That feels like it'd be pretty high up there. Feels like it'd be pretty high up the list.
Sure. I mean, that might work in the short term, but at the end of days, Draymond Green is going to be Draymond Green.
Yeah,
and he's proven over 12 years that this is the player that he is.
It's all your calls next. We will let you hear what Draymond had to say right after the game, coming up in about 20 minutes as well. But, boy, Jesse and Jim and Joe and RG and the coach and RJ, stay right where you are, because here we come. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, Willard and Dibbs.
This is the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying in.
HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
After video review, Green makes unnecessary and excessive contact to the face. The foul has been upgraded to a flagrant foul penalty 2, and Green has been ejected from the game.
Just what we thought. Draymond got ejected, and he will jog off to the locker room with 8:23 to go in the third.
Bay Area is Draymond Green, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I wonder if you're listening, Draymond. You know what's funny? I don't even know why they review it anymore. After further review, Draymond punched the guy and he's out. You don't even need to look. Next time you go to the video board when it's Draymond Green, save us all some time and just send him to the locker room.
It's procedure, and you see the referee immediately, who did an excellent job on the play. He calls the foul. It's offensive. We go that way. So immediately it's boom, fist in the air, which indicates a foul. We're going that way, and then it's twirl. Whoop, whoop. We're going to look at it.
We're going to take a look.
It was a 1, 2, doot, 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 twirl.
We're going to go to the phones. A lot of you want to weigh in. I got something real quick, though, for you first on Yamamoto.
Okay, go ahead.
Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
I believe in Farhan, so I know this is going to be good news. They're getting him.
It's not good or bad. It's just a thing.
Okay.
It's interesting. According to The Athletic, when Yoshinobu Yamamoto had his meeting with the Dodgers, right? He met with the Giants a few days ago. Then he met with the Dodgers the very next day. When he had his meeting, guess who was there?
Buster Posey? I'm sure it wasn't in the city.
Buster was there going, now this is a real city.
Totally.
Now this,
this
is beautiful. Am I right?
Am I right?
No, Shohei.
Oh, wow.
Shohei.
My next guess was going to be Hideo Nomo.
Shohei was part of their pitch to Yamamoto.
That's bad.
That's bad.
You said it was neither good nor bad. That's bad.
No, it's all because actually I should change. It's potentially bad.
No, it's really bad.
You don't know. Maybe Yamamoto hates the guy.
Maybe.
It's just like, oh, this guy.
I should have dotted you.
He's going to get all the attention if I go here. I don't know. But he was there. But we're here, and you're here, so let's go. Hi, Jim. Jim in San Jose. What's up, Jim?
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, so I love Draymond. He's a great player, but unfortunately, he's a serial recidivist at later, he's going Patrick Swayze, Roadhouse, Roundhouse. He's given it's a middle finger he's given to the NBA and to all the officials who are tired of his complaining. So I don't think they can suspend him as much as they want. I think he's going to get a 15-game suspension this time. But what I think has to happen for the good of the team and for the good of Draymond, who is still a great player, is a trade. And people say, well, no, he's damaged goods. Who wants him at this point? No, he's a great player. You put him on a different team, you take away his comfort zone. Right now, he's the school bully who's friends with the principal. You put him on a different team, he's going to have to get along with that team. I think he'll go back to 2015, 2016 Draymond, who's a great player and who's not going to get suspended.
You know, it's interesting, Jim. Jim, thanks. I get it. I mean, I do think he was offered more money elsewhere, and Draymond's very aware of his value as a Warrior and his role as a Warrior. So he knows that that's both a good thing financially and for basketball. What we'll never know is if the Warriors have ever even just threatened this. You know, like they've had his back so often that I would gather they've probably never done this. But maybe rather than, everyone wants the Warriors to suspend him. Don't suspend him. Threaten him. No?
With what, a trade?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, what does that do? I don't think that. You're gonna trade me? Please, guys! I'll never commit another flagrant. I'll never bark at another ref.
No, but the Warriors wouldn't ask that.
This guy's beyond threat.
No, but they wouldn't ask that. They're not going to say, stop being aggressive. But they're like, look, if you can't adjust this to our advantage, then there's no reason for us to have you here. And if I'm Draymond, by the way, absolutely, I'm terrified of being.
Yeah,
I'm being traded to Charlotte. Are you kidding?
He's not terrified of anything.
Well, then.
So you trade him to Charlotte, and then he goes full Iguodala. And you remember, Iguodala got traded to Memphis and never set foot in the state of Tennessee.
Well, and the problem is he's not expiring this year. And not expiring next year.
Right.
And not expiring the year after that.
So where are you going to trade him?
I don't know.
You're going to trade. I'm just going to play this out because I'm thinking about it in terms of Draymond. So you say to Draymond, you know what, Draymond? We've had it up to here, to quote Ellen Willard, the great Ellen, the half of the Tom and Ellen, great pairing who I've never met, but I love them both nonetheless. So I've had it up to here. Okay. What are you going to do about it? Mom, I'm going to trade you. Okay. Trade me. And you know what? You trade me, and I'm going to go full on. I'm going to go full on no show. You let that team know that I'm lucky if I even showed up.
But he doesn't want that.
No.
Right? So that
what he wants is what he has.
I think whenever we get to these conversations, we're sort of suddenly we run with the premise that the Warriors and Draymond are at odds with one another. And they're not. They're on the same team. And they've had each other's backs for over a decade. So I am starting to, I get what people are saying where the team needs to step in on some level because I would imagine that Draymond would hear the team or Steph more than he would hear Adam Silver because they're on the same team. They've had his back over and over and over again. And he doesn't want to be somewhere else. He would not be talked about. His podcast would not be cared about. His style of play would not be welcomed. All of those things, they don't work somewhere else. So, again, I don't know if it's a threat as much as it is just something that comes from the team that's stronger than Steve Kerr in a press conference saying that we can't do that anymore.
Right.
Well, but that's not working.
I don't think that anything is stronger than that other than Steph Curry saying, this is it. And this is the end of it, and I can't take it anymore. So that to me is the only thing. It's not Steve Kerr. It's not a threat of a trade. Draymond Green's got $100 million guaranteed. So you trade Draymond to fill in the blank team. What's he going to do? He might no-show. He might do whatever he has to do. He's got a guaranteed deal. You can't touch him.
I don't think that.
I do. The only thing that can touch him is Steph Curry. If Steph went to him and said, look, Draymond, I need you on the court and you're not playing basketball because you can't control yourself.
See, I see that as the same thing, though. Steph is the Warriors.
Right. Yeah. But if Steph decides he's fed up and they trade Draymond Green, you're not getting value back for Draymond Green, and Draymond's going to go and do whatever he does. His brand doesn't get hurt at all.
But Steph has been backing Dre the whole time. The first move would not be Steph gets fed up and says trade Draymond. Again, the first move from Steph would be for him to become the voice in the room over Draymond's. And yes, it can be done. Never forget the night before Game 7 in Sacramento. Right? What did they say? They texted with one another in the middle of the night. And Draymond is the vocal leader, except for the team is used to hearing from Draymond. And at a certain point, it becomes Charlie Brown's parents. Wah, 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 wah. There's Draymond talking again, especially at that time, it was a room that had Jordan Poole in it. Draymond's credibility had been zapped on a number of levels. So what did Steph famously text him? I'll take this one.
Right.
And then he delivered a speech that almost everybody in the room apparently said was so effective. Don't get on that bus if you're not going to follow my lead. And they all did. And he dropped a 50 burger and the Adorables went home. We all know the story. Like Steph has this in his hip pocket. He just doesn't use it because it's not him.
Right.
Well, I don't know. You tell me. It seems like a time where it might be good to show that play again if you're Steph.
It depends on how long Draymond's going to be out.
Yeah.
And, we're expecting a suspension later today. We don't know how long it'll be. He might not get suspended. I think he will.
Oh, my gosh.
When he gets suspended for however long, then it's going to be up to the Warriors to figure out how to navigate it. Life without Draymond again. And at some point, Steph's going to get fed up, I would imagine, and maybe he already is. And if you get to that point, and if Draymond's out 10 games, and when he comes back, you're 13 and 20, well, now we have a different conversation about this year and the future.
All right, we want to continue to get to a lot of your calls. We also want you to hear some of what Draymond said after the game last night. So all of that is coming up. And stay right where you are, 888-957-9570. But put this into your opinion as well when you talk about how long Draymond might be suspended, or as you said, Dibs, a moment ago, maybe he won't get suspended at all.
Right.
Monty Poole just put this out on NBC Sports Bay Area 20 minutes ago. He said the NBA is image sensitive. Media contracts expire in 2025. Negotiations are underway with billions at stake for the next deal. More money benefits all. The league seethes when the conduct of Draymond jeopardizes appeal and value.
Seethes.
Oh, he won't get suspended.
I'm telling you, 10 is where I put it.
I might take the over.
Over on 10. Wow, I love it.
I might take the over.
You want to put something on that?
I don't.
I didn't think so.
I don't want to root for him. I want to root for the guy to get 28 games.
You're afraid of what I might offer.
I'm terrified of you. We're sponsored by AC Transit. Your calls and Draymond's comments next on Willard and Dibs.
Are you a mechanic with at least 4 years under your belt?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The fantasy playoffs start tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And this is going to be good, man. The Chargers play the Raiders with no Justin Herbert and no Keenan Allen and no Josh Jacobs and no Devontae Adams and, but Austin Eckler's there. Have a great Thursday night, everybody.
Jeez. I mean, that's some high-caliber players right there.
Lord. Now, I'm speaking out of turn on the two Raiders. Jacobs and Adams are both questionable.
Thank you.
But neither of them practiced all week.
Right.
So, and Allen is definitely out, and Herbert is out for the year. Aiden O'Connell, Easton Stick, LFG.
Let's go.
I mean, come on, baby. I can't wait for 5:15 tomorrow night. Woo!
And if you're Devontae and Jacobs, I mean, you're not mathematically eliminated. You're 3 back with 4 to go.
You out.
So you're saying there's a chance. But honestly, for a team with no coach and no GM and no quarterback, are you going to really bust your hump to get out there?
Good Lord.
Right?
They've been mad all year, those two. So anyway, 888-957-9570. We're taking your calls on Draymond Green. And in less than 5 minutes, we will let you hear everything that he said last night after the game. We think it is very much worth your time. You probably have not heard all of this, and it's all pretty interesting. Till we get there, though, Joe, San Jose, next up, Willard and Dibs. Hey, Joe, what you doing?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Listen to you guys. I just want to quickly say that I just think that the new guys that's coming up in the rotation, you want to build a positive influence. You want to give them a positive influence, and you don't want to take unnecessary focus away from them and Draymond Green take that focus away from the young players. He's just a bad influence on the young players that are coming up. And I'm not saying it's Draymond Green's fault. It's Steph Curry's fault. It's Steve Kerr's fault for allowing this to go this far. So they take some of the blame, too. So I don't think it's all on Draymond Green. But I would like to say that they need to change the infrastructure. And part of that infrastructure, they need to get a new coach. They owe it to themselves to keep that big three and try a new coach. Steve is just a puppy. You pull a string and you do what you say do. But they need a better coach. They've never been able to fix the turnover problem. Steve Kerr never been able to fix a turnover problem. I think they need a new coach. They need to go in a direction.
Yeah, Joe, it didn't need to be fixed till now. But are you suggesting that with Draymond's behavior, I know you said it's a shared blame, but Draymond's behavior leads to a situation where you would fire Kerr and keep Draymond?
Yeah, definitely.
That's a tough pill to swallow.
Why did they need Kerr? Why did they need him?
Well, I could argue, why do they need any of them right now? They're 10-13. You think this is salvageable with their current roster?
Well, I'm just saying that they need to build a better image, a positive influence on the young players.
New culture. I know what you're saying. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, Joe. Here,
I know what you're saying, Joe, but I think that all of it is interconnected. And if you replace Steve Kerr and you have Steph, Klay, and Draymond, what new coach is going to come in and really be able to, quote, change the culture? To me, the culture changes when the core three and Steve Kerr, they all go.
Well, but that's sort of that's an in-the-moment thought, and I get that. But that's like saying, how do you salvage the big three? What I think Joe is also saying, and this is where I do think there's a healthy conversation, the Warriors player development program, whoever is really running that, is questionable. It's questionable. They developed Poole, then Poole became Poole. Kuminga right now is the one where you're like, I don't know. How far back do you go? Obviously, they developed these three guys once upon a time. But,
Jacob Evans.
Yeah, but right?
Jordan Bell.
When I look at James Wiseman, I don't think, player development. I think bust. I think a guy who can't play. But I know there are many out there who feel like the Warriors player development staff is off or their system is off. And if you are of the belief that the big three's days are done running this league, and I think that's probably most of you right now, then maybe there is a healthy conversation about who's in charge of what you do next.
Right.
That's fair.
I always wonder.
Question.
To me, the whole idea of player development is more than a double-edged sword, especially when you're talking about a championship team. So they win the title basically now 18 months ago, almost to the day. And 18 months ago, they're champions. And no one's talking about player development. No one is mentioning that James Wiseman didn't play any minutes at all on your way to a title. And then last year, Wiseman plays and he gets traded, and Kuminga's in, then he's out, and he's in, he's out, and he doesn't develop, and Moses Moody kind of develops, but not really. How do you develop players and win a championship at the same time?
Tough.
The answer is you don't.
You don't.
And no team really in history has done that. And you could look at Kawhi Leonard with the Spurs, but he was a player who already developed in college, and he came in already as good as he was going to be as a pro. He walked into San Antonio and he was already developed. He was already good. So the whole idea about player development for me is more of a player issue. And you mentioned Wiseman, and now we see Jordan Poole, one of the most inefficient players in the association. Did they not develop him, or did they develop him so much that he got paid? And now Jordan Poole is showing you who he actually is. Is Washington not developing Jordan Poole?
Well, I actually think that's one thing. Everybody ripped the Warrior culture last year, and I think it was the Warrior culture in many ways is the only thing that sort of threw a blanket over the fact that Jordan Poole looks like a clown show on the court. Because that's what he looks like now, because he's in a really bad culture now.
Yeah.
All right, there's a lot more discussion. Those of you on hold, we're coming to you. But we also want you to hear everything that Draymond said. So stay right there, 888-957-9570. Here's everything that Draymond Green said last night, and it starts off with a question from our buddy Slates.
What happened on the play you got ejected?
He was pulling my hip, and I was swinging away to sell the call. Made contact with him. As you know, I'm not one to apologize for things I meant to do, but I do apologize to you, sir. Because I didn't intend to hit him. I sell calls with my arms. I don't fall or to sell a call. I'm not a flopper. So I was just selling the call because he was grabbing me and pulling my hip back. So I spun away, and unfortunately I hit him. And so, like I said, I apologize to you, Seth, because I didn't intend to hit him.
Have you seen the replay?
Yeah.
How did it look to you on the replay?
I mean, as I've said before, any replay, if I go look at every replay of everything, a replay it's never going to look good, but like I said, I know my intentions. My intentions were to sell the call. And I also don't think I'm an accurate enough puncher to do a full 360 and connect with someone. So it's unfortunate.
Last time when you got suspended a couple weeks ago, they said that there was a history of unsportsmanlike acts was a factor in your suspension. Do you anticipate that happening again?
I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, I know what my intentions were, and that's really all I can speak on.
After the last incident, you talked about how important it was to be there for your teammates. And Steve made a point today of saying they need you to win games.
I'm aware. And like I said, if I intended to do that, then I'd feel awful about not being there. But my intentions were just to sell the foul. And he was, as you can see, as I'm posting up, he's moving forward. So as I'm moving back, he's still coming forward. And like I said, it's unfortunate. I apologize to Nurkic because I hit him. So I do apologize to him, and I didn't intend to hit him. So I think you guys have known me long enough. If I intended to do something, I'm not apologizing for it. But I did make contact with him, so I apologize because it wasn't my intention.
Do you think you deserve the flagrant 2, or is that?
It's a hard hit, So if you listen to the definition of a flagrant 2, it's an excessive hit, So I can't argue that it was a flagrant 2 because I did make contact, So now, as I said, my intent wasn't to make contact. So if that's a part of the definition, then I know for sure it wasn't, but I made contact, and it was hard contact. So I think the flagrant 2 was warranted. It's a hit above the net, or at least I think the neck, or somewhere over here. And it's hard contact, so that would meet the definition for sure of a flagrant 2. But as I said, it wasn't my intention to make that contact, any contact at all, really. Like I said, I was spinning away and trying to sell the foul. But yeah, I think it definitely meets, the definition for sure. But my intent wasn't to hit him.
I understand you said the intent wasn't there, but with this team's small margin for error and where you are now a third into the season, do you think there needs to be some sort of alteration to how you approach these situations to not put the team in a situation where you may not be available?
Yeah, but that's not that situation. That situation is me trying to sell a foul call. So on most situations, yes, I'd agree with you. Can't put the team in a bad spot. But I didn't intend to put the team in a bad spot. I intended to get a foul. And I made contact with them. So, yes, in most situations. And, to Steve's point, of course, I need to be there for us to win. I understand that, which is why I haven't been arguing with Ruff since I've been back. I haven't done any of those things because I do understand that. I haven't gotten into it with any players since I've been back, because I do understand that. Unfortunately, bad luck. Trying to draw a foul and I made contact with him. But this ain't those same things. I'll be the first to tell you, anytime I intend to do something, anytime something was wrong, the turnout was wrong, but that wasn't my intention. So, yes, to answer your question, I haven't changed my approach on how I approach things. But that wasn't the same thing. I was trying to draw a foul. I accidentally made contact with him. And it was, again, I'm swinging away, like he's holding my hip. I don't know if any of y'all ever played against Nurkic, but he's strong as shit. And so I'm trying to just spin away out of him holding my hip like this, and my momentum continues forward and hits him. So not quite the bad situations that I've put my team in before. This wasn't that. Just accidentally made contact with him trying to sell a foul.
Draymond, what did you think about the rotation tweaks Steve made, taking Andrew and Loon out of the lineup to start the second half and then not closing with Klay?
Steve told us that in the first day of camp. Really, was it the first day of camp? It could have been before camp. That we have a very deep team, and he's going to go with the players that are playing well. But I was minus 15. So you look at our bench, they're all pluses damn near. So I probably would have got benched too had I not had the event not happen, because, it's clear. We were struggling. So, and yet, Klay's +4 on the night. So it's not something that I'm shocked by, because, you're trying to find a rhythm, you're trying to win games, and just trying to go with the guys that are playing well and producing. So I don't look too far into who's benched or whatnot. You're just trying to find lineups that works, and I respect, Steve's calls on that.
Nurkic was just asked about the play, and he said that brother needs help. What's your response to that?
Respect. I still know what my intentions were, but respect. I think we all need help. I don't think any of us are too perfect. So, respect. But I'll tell him the same thing I just told you. I'm gonna apologize to him, and I didn't intend to hit him. So, but he has a right to feel how he want to feel about it, and I'm not gonna sit here and try to go back and forth on how he feels about it. It's on him.
He's been a guy in the past, when Steve says, "Hey, we're gonna." Like in the playoffs last year, and come back, hey, we're going to start Loon over here, you're going to come off the bench, instances like that. As you just said, you've always been very open to that, go with the flow, okay with that. For other guys, Klay was just talking to us and how he said it was very strange for him not to close and looked visibly upset on the bench. I know you're not inside Klay's head, but how does a guy how do you check your ego and your pride sometimes in those moments, just for what has to happen to win?
Well, I don't think, I don't think anyone's overly worried about someone being upset that they're not playing, because we're competitors. You work ultimately to play these games and put a great product on the floor and play great, because that's the job, right? So I don't think anyone's overly worried about someone being upset that they're not playing because we're all competitive, But, as far as ego goes, egos always have to be checked on a team because it's a team sport and it's made up of individuals. And, the goal is always to make the sum of those parts work together. And, if sometimes it goes better than others, and that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But I think, for Klay, and for anybody in this situation, the number one goal for everyone just has to be to win. Whether that's you're playing or you're not playing, the number one goal of a team in order for a team to be successful is it has to be to win the game. And you figure out everything else after. But I don't think Klay's ever had to deal with that. And so your first time dealing with that is different, And your reaction, you never know how you're going to react to something like that until you go through it, And so that's foreign territory for Klay. I don't think anyone's mad that he was upset about it. You don't want somebody that just goes sit there and it don't matter. You want guys that's going to compete.
Do you expect these lineup decisions, closing decisions, to be more common? I know you're looking at the plus minus tonight, but obviously there's been a lot of trends recently that have kind of led to this moment.
Yeah, I think it'll continue for sure. Because, again, you're just trying to find the lineups that works. You're trying to find the lineups that ultimately mesh and give you the best chance to win. And sometimes that can be who you're facing as well. Some guys match up differently or better or worse with certain teams. And, so I think that'll play a role in it too. It's not just, I don't think it's some set in stone thing. Just kind of trying to figure this thing out on the fly. And, the different lineups that you try, if you find one that's working, you go with it. Clearly we did. BP was plus 18, Dario was plus 21, JK was plus 13, CP was plus 12. So, it's not like we're just looking at something and it's like, that didn't make sense. Clearly it made sense. Those guys were playing really well. So I don't expect it to be one specific thing. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But I do expect that whoever's playing best is going to be on the floor.
The league, I assume, will probably reach out to you tomorrow. Do you expect to have a conversation with them?
Yeah, for sure. And I'll have a conversation. And I'll tell them the same thing I told you. It wasn't an intentional thing. Did I make contact? Yes, of course. We all can see that, but I didn't set out to do a 360 punch. You're going to punch somebody, you turn around and punch, not a 360. So we'll see.
Okay, that's from Draymond Green last night. That's the full experience after the game.
Yeah.
We'd love to hear what you think. And I'm stuck on one part of that conversation, which is everybody's favorite word when it comes to situations like this in sports, and it's accountability. Draymond states that he's fully aware about Steve Kerr saying you need to stay on the floor, you need to be there for your teammates. And he says, that's why I haven't been arguing with refs since I came back. And my mind immediately stopped right there. And I heard the rest of what he said, but I stopped right there and I went, someone help me. If my memory serves me, and I don't know that it does, pretty sure he got a technical foul the game that he came back.
Right.
Correct?
I think he's gotten at least one, if not two, since he's come back.
So what does he mean he's not getting on the refs?
Right, he's getting on. He got a technical foul for his pantomime of a carry.
What does he mean?
That was the game he came back, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but that was after riding the ref for 4 possessions.
But that was since he came back.
Yes.
He got a technical foul because he was saying that was a carry and he got banged for a tech in that game.
Right, but he got banged for the tech because he was on the ref for 4 possessions and he wouldn't stop yelling at him. And then he went to the podium last night and said, that's why I'm not talking to the refs anymore since I got back from my suspension. And I'm thinking, yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Well, he can't help himself,
and this pitch that he's trying to throw, I get why he's trying to throw it. I hope he also understands it's not going to work. Woj has already been on NBA Today saying that he's going to be suspended. He's not saying that out of an opinion.
Right.
He's saying that because he is speaking to people at the league office and that Draymond is going to be suspended. That was already established early today. It's either going to come down here in the next couple of hours during the rest of our show. It's possible that they wait until tomorrow morning, but I would bet that sometime here in the next 2 hours, we're probably going to get an announcement on a Draymond Green suspension. And by the way, if we don't, that's not good news. If we don't, that tells me that it's going to be even longer.
Yeah, that would mean that they're really looking at the film and they're looking at precedent and they're looking at everything in terms of
legalities,
just how long they want to suspend him for. Last time when he got 5 games, I think he missed out on about $800,000 in salary, which, whatever, big deal. You're making $23 million a year. You could probably afford it, but he's going to be out at least $1 million again this time.
Yeah, man. I mean, he's responding back and pitching the whole intent game, which we talked about. You're not innocent just because you may not have had the intent, but I don't know that anyone even believes that you didn't have the intent.
Sure.
And unfortunately for Draymond, we've reached this time where I don't think anybody cares. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the boy who cried wolf now so many times over. Nobody wants to hear it. One of these times he's going to be right. That was a complete accident. Nobody wants to hear it.
Exactly.
Nobody wants to hear it.
And it doesn't matter in terms of intent in certain instances outside of basketball. If something happens, even if you don't intend it to happen and you are responsible for the thing that happens, you're still responsible for it. And in this case, even if you take him at his word that he did not intend to smash Nurkic in the face, well, you did. And even if you weren't Draymond Green, it would have been a flagrant 2. And I give Draymond credit for saying that last night. He said, looking at the film, I hit him really hard. Yeah. And by the letter of the law, that's a flagrant 2. And I accept that. And he was lobbying, I think, in terms of the suspension length when he was talking about intent. That's why he kept saying over and over, I didn't intend to. And he said like 5 times, I apologized to Nurkic. I don't know if he actually went to Nurkic and apologized, but the fact that he said it on the podium means something. And also the part about him saying, you guys know that if I meant to do it, I wouldn't apologize. And that is
true.
I mean, it's meaningful. To me, that's really meaningful in terms of he probably didn't mean it, but you did it. It happened, and you've done so many things before. It doesn't matter if you meant to or not.
But he also understands that if he doesn't play that card, the suspension is going to come down. If he comes out unapologetic last night, my gosh, maybe it's 30 games. I'm not kidding. So we wanted you to hear all of that before we further more opinions and take your calls on what the Warriors should do about this. 888-957-9570. So now that we've got that in your ears, let's go. Jesse, Paula, Steve, RG, the coach, Dave. Here we go. We're coming to you next. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromise. And don't forget that you should subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app, wherever you get your podcasts. While you're there, check out the great content that's already happening.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
So Dibbs and I are just sitting here watching a video from last night in the Warrior game.
Man.
To the point that I made earlier, this team is being overwhelmed by frustration, man to man. Okay? Steve Kerr is short. Draymond Green can't stop, won't stop. Klay Thompson over on the bench, sulking. You going to bench me? And now Steph Curry, a series of acts on the court where I guess the best way to describe it is a complete and total exasperation sensation.
That's a buck.
Essentially with his teammates for not being able to get a defensive stop, for not helping, for being in the wrong spot. I mean, here's the other thing. While all of us go, hey, Steph, this is your fault for green lighting all these vets.
Right.
Well, have fun playing with a bunch of rooks.
That's the thing.
Guess what they're going to do? The wrong thing over and over again, because that's what rookies do, and that's what he didn't want. So I'm not going to absolve Steph from, hey, sign Draymond for 4 years. We know he greenlit that Jordan Poole trade, anything else for that matter. I'm not going to say that he doesn't have a role in this, but what was his choice? Steph Curry wants the remainder of his career to be worth something. What are his two choices? Everyone's like, oh, we're mad at Steph for greenlighting Draymond. What was his other choice? You think that he and Kuminga are going to start a partnership that's going to win a championship in the next 2 to 3 years?
Well, that's the frustration about
choice.
Well, the frustrating part is, yes, you greenlit the vets. So let's talk about the vets for a minute. Chris Paul he's playing pretty well for being the second oldest player in the association.
I agree with you.
He's playing fine. Klay Thompson right now is being benched in crunch time. Draymond Green is punching opponents and getting multiple suspensions. Corey Joseph is unplayable. GP2 is hurt. Klay Thompson is, as I mentioned, not playing, and Andrew Wiggins played 15 minutes. Andrew Wiggins played 15 minutes in last night's basketball game.
3 points?
Is that what he had?
3?
I'd have to rack my brain to remember the 3.
I'll take a look.
No, 3. 1 of 3 from the floor from 3.
Unreal.
He had 4 boards and an assist. He was a minus 19. So, yeah, Steph greenlit the vets, but vet 1, Draymond, 17 minutes, you got to go. Kevon Looney, 11 minutes. He did not shoot. Something's up with Kevon. I don't know if he's hurt or if it turns out he's actually 44 years old. Kevon's not the Kevon he was. So, yes, he greenlit the vets, but you've got a vet getting ejected, a vet Looney who doesn't play, a vet in Wiggins who might as well not play, a vet in Klay who gets benched, and a vet CP3 who actually has been low-key better than you thought that he would have been.
Yeah.
And the rest of your team is 20, 21, or 22.
No, it's all, you know what I mean? Person by person right now. It's all tough. Let's go to RG and San Leandro. Let's get to as many of you, and thank you for your patience as we listened to what Draymond had to say last night. RG, what's up?
What's cracking, guys? How we doing?
We're doing good, man.
So, I've been listening all day to everybody, and everyone's got some interesting takes. So I got 2 points. The first point is this. Steve Kerr, I think he has done an exceptional job. I know, right now, we're just riding the roller coaster of the season. He's never been in a situation like this before, even when he was playing. Probably the worst year he had was his last year with the Spurs, as far as I'm concerned. The second thing, kind of to tie in everything, is okay, for me, the solution would be this. I don't know if you guys paid attention to what happened earlier in the year, or a few weeks back, where the Pistons, I think the 2005, 2006 Pistons, I think it was Rasheed Wallace, they were on a podcast, and they were saying that it was their fault that Draymond is the way he is. So then I got to thinking, well, why don't we hire one of them to kind of be like the coach to calm him down a little bit, because there doesn't seem to be any other voice, which everyone has been saying today, but there is no other voice that Draymond can listen to and respect to. So he's basically like the master, and he has no apprentice. I think he was trying to make Jordan Poole the apprentice, but didn't pan out the way he wanted. You know what I mean? Therefore, he's left by himself. He has no one to talk to and no one to kind of just calm him down. So if we hire somebody from the outside to help the guy out, say, hey, you know what? It's okay. Someone who has been trained through the Jedi aunts.
Well, RJ, I guess, I mean, interesting idea. I just don't know how we would know if that person could get to Draymond. We've only known a couple of people, thanks, RJ, be able to get to Draymond through the years. And we know who the main guy was in these situations.
Yeah, and he's now wearing makeup on ESPN.
He's talking about it on ESPN. And so you're feeling it. You're feeling it, Warrior fans. The organization today and a number of times this year is feeling the absence of Bob Myers.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And I think David West was another guy who provided that veteran mentorship, a guy who could, probably speak to Draymond in terms of being a basketball tough guy. But now you've got a situation where he's been able to do what he wants, for lack of a better way to describe it. You punched a teammate in the face and you weren't suspended, and then you stomped on Sabonis. You got a game. You came back. This year, you had the incident earlier where you choked Rudy Gobert and you got 5, and now you threw a reverse 180-degree slap of a punch. And, Draymond Green saying in the comments we played last segment that it was clearly accidental and he apologizes and all the rest of it, but the league probably is not seeing it that same way. He's going to get suspended. We don't know for how long, but when Draymond Green comes back, let's say Draymond gets between 1 and 20 games, which is the most likely range, I would think, Mark. When Draymond Green comes back from whatever suspension he gets, would you anticipate he changes his behavior at all?
No. I'll never.
0%?
I will never. No, nothing's ever 0%, but I'd also never anticipate Draymond Green just buttoning it up all of a sudden.
New leaf? Turn it over?
No, I'm never going to. If it happens, great. You'll never find me anticipating it.
Right. And I don't think that anybody would anticipate that because it's not going to happen. And even, Draymond last night, we played the comments and he was saying over and over that it was an accident and that he was just trying to embellish a foul. He was trying to sell a call, and the way he sold it was to swivel around 180 degrees and swing his arm at the opponent, and he connected, and that's the way that went. So he's not going to change at all, and you're looking at 3.5 more years, 3 3/4 years of Draymond Green. So the team's got to decide whether or not they can you handle this, or have you had enough?
You know what else I think we need to enter into the conversation? There's so much frustration with Draymond Green. I don't know that I've ever encountered this in any city, any fan base, any team. You're talking about a 4-time minted champion, like beloved. At what point does the legacy that he's built suddenly come into question? I mean, honestly, it's after these players retire that usually whatever angst you had about them floats away. I'm so sick of Brandon Belt. Okay, and then he retires. Forever Giant. That's usually the way that goes. And Draymond is way higher level than, anybody outside of Steph and Klay right now, maybe Buster Posey, in terms of the recent decade and a half championship run in the Bay Area. This guy is among the top 5 as far as legacy and all of that. When does it become tarnished for some of you? Because I've never seen this. It's one thing to be like, got to move on from this guy. What we're hearing is just like, you're like, we're done with him. I can't stand this guy anymore. Does it still feel that way when he's not playing anymore? Like, is this ruined not just now, but then?
Yeah, I don't think so, but you never know. It depends on kind of how it ends. And the name that I keep coming back to, and it's not an easy like-for-like comp in terms of the way they played basketball, but the way that they both continue to get in trouble with the league and the amount of titles that they have. Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman's a 5-time champion. So if you go to Detroit and you ask Detroit fan about Dennis Rodman, I'm sure that they think a lot differently than the Bulls fan would think about Dennis Rodman, because Rodman was one of the bad boys. And when Rodman was a Piston, he was not yet fully embroiled in all of the problems that he got into later in his career.
Right, he didn't have nose rings and red hair.
Well, and I was just looking at, so I was Googling Dennis Rodman, and I saw something where he got a technical foul in 14 straight games. Now, this was before they had the automatic trigger where if you got 16, you got suspended. They didn't have a cap. Rasheed Wallace one year got 40 techs, I believe, and it was just what he did. He went out and he got a tech each and every night, but his were for barking. Rodman would get him for a wide variety of reasons, but I think that Draymond is heading toward the Dennis Rodman realm in terms of your legacy is going to be of a mixed legacy.
Well, and does he have it go kind of the way Rodman did, which he start bouncing around to other teams toward the end of his career, or is he what he set out to be and spoke about just at the end of last year, which is, I want to ride out with the guys I rode in with and wants to be a lifetime warrior? The coach in Vallejo. Hey, coach, what's going on? Oh, hey, coach, before you start talking, let everybody know, if I could separate these two. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Go ahead, coach. What's up?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I don't know. Great. I'm having fun with this, actually. I don't know why I'm thinking like management, but if I was management, I would be thinking about my brand, okay? If I'm Steph Curry, I'm thinking about my brand. The Warriors have been known as a Cinderella team, come up, win the championships, the cute, cuddly Steph Curry type thing, and now you got this Draymond thing going on. So not to belabor the point, but I would treat Draymond's situation if I was the Warriors the same way that they treated Marcus Allen on the Raiders. When he comes back, I would sit him on the bench. I would have him sitting behind Garuba and Quinones and Geek Santos at the end of the bench. I would bring him off the bench. I think that would be the biggest lesson you could give to someone with an ego as big as Draymond, to let him sit there and watch Kuminga and Moody and Pozinski and all these guys go off, and I would sit him there at least for the rest of this season.
Well, here's what we think. First of all, two things, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
I got a question for you. First, I want to congratulate you. You have now made every Willard and Dib show for the rest of the year.
Pozinski?
Anytime somebody mispronounces Pajemski, they go into our vault. You and Shams both entered into the vault today. Shams.
Pozemski.
Yeah. Shams didn't, by the way.
Can I get Shams again?
Pozemski.
Not just that, but there was a massive pause before it.
Oh, really?
He's like, Brandon Pozemski.
Brandon Pozemski.
Somebody got his throat clear in there.
Brandon Pozemski.
He had to look down at his sheet, and he's like, I mean, he looked like
Pozemski.
He looked like Steiny reading the legal. He was like, hold on a second.
That's a cheap shot.
Yeah, it was.
That's a 4, though. It's cheap, but it counted.
Steiny, I love you. I had to look at it just a second ago, too. So that's one part. But, Coach, in all real, what would that do? How do you think Draymond would react if they did that? What would the Warriors get out of that?
Two things. First of all, I'm glad I was hooked on phonics, but also, what I think Draymond, what he wants more than anything else in the world is attention, okay? And now that he can't get on the court, his voice will be silenced. He can't get in the game. He can't show up the refs. I think that would be the biggest lesson you could teach to Draymond. Now, what the Warriors would get out of it is that they would be showing the NBA and showing the rest of the world and showing the other teams that we are a disciplined team. We know how to take care of our own, and we're going to go on, and we want to be good guys, not bad guys.
Okay, so
I think it's, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Coach. Finish it up.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that it's a win-win, actually, because you're going to have to eat the contract one way or the other, okay? So don't suspend him. Make him suit up every game. Make him go through the warm-up line, but he'll never hear his name into the game, Draymond Green.
Yeah, but see,
hear this anymore.
Coach, I get it. And again, my ears, and thank you, Coach, my ears are always up for this, where it's like you just want to punish him. You just want to punish. You're so mad at Draymond Green. You just you want to embarrass him. You want to humiliate him. And while I understand that, my counter is, has that helped the Warriors?
Well, how's it help Steph? Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Who are you punishing here?
So Coach says, well, then you show the world that you're disciplined and you're good guys, which amounts to what in the NBA? I don't know any free agents who are like, you know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for some good people.
I'm looking for a structure that's going to hold me accountable.
Looking for some really nice people out there who are all about doing the right thing.
If you wanted to do the right thing, if you wanted to, quote, punish him and send a message, then you would have done it last year when he popped his teammate in the face, and you had the ultimate thing that Draymond Green wants, which is ring night. You get your ring in front of the hometown crowd. You won a championship. And introducing from Michigan State, Saganasty, put your hands together. And the rest of it, if you wanted to punish him, that's how you punish him. You go, you know what, Draymond? You punch a teammate, you don't get to go to ring night. And I'm sorry, but that's the way this is going to go. And now you're in a spot where even if you do what Coach said, who are you punishing? You're punishing Lacob, Dunleavy, Kerr, and Curry. And Draymond Green's still getting paid.
Yeah,
I'm sure he wants to play.
I remind everybody that when you watch sports, you can see it. You can see it over and over and over again. Sports teams are always put in a position of like the perfectly right moral thing to do. And then on the other side of the fence is what puts us in the best position to win? And what do you think they're going to pick every time? That's what Draymond has always known. That empowers him. You know, the organization has empowered him. Well, they've empowered him because they know that he's good. He helps them win, and he knows that. Here's why I feel like this week's different. This week is hitting different because, A, we're already coming off of a suspension where the league admitted we're not even really suspending you for what you did. We're suspending you for who you are. And then you combine that with, dude, your act is not helping them win. They're losing all their games. They're 4-11 in their last 15. So now your act is not helping. It's not fun. It's just ticking everybody off. It's been true about Draymond his whole career. If it's not combined with winning, we're out. Why do the rest of the league hates him?
We're out, but we're not out.
No, but
that's the maddening part.
Yeah, why the rest of the league hates him for one reason. He doesn't help them win.
Exactly.
So why would they like him? And I'll argue this until I'm blue in the face. All of us Warrior fans, if he were on a different team, we'd hate him too.
No doubt. He would be Dylan Brooks.
Yes.
He'd be the most hated figure in Golden State Warriors land. And if you ask the other 29 markets in the NBA, who is the most hated player in the association, he probably gets the most votes from other fan bases. But that, Mark, is where the problem truly lies, in my opinion, because he's not helping him win anymore. You're 10-13, and the number one ability is availability, and he's not available because he can't stop getting ejected and flagrants and suspensions. And so even when he's out there on the court, he's not the same player he was. He's not helping you win at the same rate he used to help you win. So you're not available because you're getting kicked out and suspended, and even when you are playing, you're not helping them win. And you saw Steph get frustrated last night, and Klay's getting frustrated, and Steve Kerr is exasperated, and this is year 1 of 4 for Draymond Green. 4 more years, 4 more years.
Yeah, that's the one. On a day like today, that one, whew,
it's tremendous.
It's tough. It's tough. By the way, we'll keep going with your calls, but I just saw this, according to the Associated Press, with regard to Shohei Ohtani's contract, another new wrinkle, if you will.
Okay.
$700 million, 10 years, $680 million deferred, right? You've heard a lot of people go, gee, why would these people not sign it? It's like, I don't even know if they're going to own the Dodgers anymore when they've got to pay this out in 10 years. Shohei Ohtani, according to the AP, if controlling owner Mark Walter or president of baseball ops Andrew Friedman lose their roles with the team at any point, Shohei can opt out.
We can opt out.
Opt out. If either of those two lose their roles with the team.
And that's the president and the GM? Is that what you said?
That is the controlling owner,
the owner and the
president of baseball ops. Now, I don't know why he would.
I was going to say.
I don't know why he would, because then you're losing all of that. Or by the way,
that money still has to come due.
Yeah, the next question is, does that mean he gets the money in a lump sum?
Right. So if he goes halfway through and he opts out and he makes $10 million on the field and he makes $340 off it, does that $340 still not come due until 2034?
So you're saying if you fire the GM Andrew Friedman, you owe Shohei $680 million.
Or,
right then.
Yeah, if you fire him now, exactly, and he opts out and
or you'd owe him the $68 million for each of the years that he actually played.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh my gosh. This guy. This contract. Holy smokes, it never ends. Let's go to Jesse James in Brisbane. Hey, Jesse, what's up?
How's it going, guys? Hey, real quick, that was an interesting point or topic that Coach said about putting Draymond on the end of the bench and let all the rookies play. Well, I think that would be too easy. I got a better idea. Why don't you trade him to Washington?
Yeah, for who?
Fun idea.
I take Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah.
I think they would be willing to do that.
I'm sure they'd be willing to do that. The Wizards are like, you know what we need? We need Draymond Green and Jordan Poole on the same team again. I mean,
Exactly.
I know you're kidding, Jesse. So it's all good, but right?
Well, no. Well, you know what? In all seriousness, I'm not kidding about trading him because I said this a couple of years ago with the KD incident. And imagine had they traded. I mean, look, Bob Myers, personally, I think he's partly responsible. They haven't disciplined Draymond. Look at all the times that he's done it. It's like they give him a slap on the wrist. So I personally feel had they traded him, think about if KD was still on the team, where would we be?
Well, I mean, I don't think we definitively know that KD wanted to stay. I've never had the perception, and Jesse, thank you. I don't know about you, Dibs. I've never had the perception that Kevin was like either Dre or me.
Right.
My perception is more like, yes, Dre kind of stoked the fire, but KD did not get what he was looking for out of the Warriors because he was never going to penetrate being one of the favorite guys on the team.
I think he got a lot of what he wanted out of the Warriors, but ultimately he went out chasing the one thing that he couldn't have here, which is, quote, his own title. And if Phoenix wins it, you can look at Booker and Beal and KD as a super team, and maybe Kevin doesn't get credit for being the one, quote unquote, but he was never going to get that here, and I think that's ultimately what he was chasing.
We're sponsored by AC Transit. We're going to keep going with your calls. That's what today is about, although I will tell you, we haven't mentioned this yet because it is not confirmed, but we think that Ramona Shelburne is going to join us in the 5 o'clock hour.
Momo.
Which is possibly, maybe even likely, the hour where we find out what's going on with Draymond. What is that suspension? If I were you, I would not leave 95.7 The Game because we're going to be on this. We'll pass it along as soon as it comes down. And then not only will we have the reaction and your reaction, hopefully we get some news on that here in the 5 o'clock hour, and Ramona Shelburne will immediately jump in and answer the question, what is the league thinking in terms of their overall handling of Draymond Green now and going forward? So all of that is ahead. We'll keep going with your calls. It's Willard and Dibs.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive to East Bay. Take the wheel of your...
Poughkeepsie kid. Pajowski.
Pozemski.
Pazinski.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
You know what? I'm trying to compare the name to something else. It's one of those that's like, it looks hard. It's not. It's not hard.
Once you get it.
Pajemski.
Pazinski.
Some of them are hard.
Pajowski.
Poughkeepsie kid.
Poughkeepsie kid.
That's my favorite.
Pozemski.
That one might be my favorite because it's like, dude, you're shams. You're shams. You have like,
but he's got to remember every NBA player and every MLB player.
Right.
He's breaking news across all leagues.
Understood.
He broke the Shohei news.
You're shams. You're shams.
Is it shams or is it shams?
I have no idea.
See,
but I'm not paid to know. And no, he did not break the Shohei news. Shohei broke the Shohei news. That's why all the reporters
had it first.
No, Shohei put it on Instagram. He's like, I'm going to the Dodgers. And then Shams was like, he's going to the Dodgers. And I was like, he broke the story. No, you didn't.
Shams had it first.
You were just scrolling on IG, you weirdo.
Genius.
He's got the quickest Twitter fingers. That's what he's got.
Yeah.
Poughkeepsie kid.
Poughkeepsie kid.
It's so good. Pajemski. Is that hard?
Yes.
Pajowski.
It's not.
It's not hard once you get it.
Pazinski.
Pazinski.
Pozemski.
Exactly. When you look at it, you don't think Pojemski.
No, but like
because the DZ is in Polish. The DZ is a J.
But how long?
So when
does
you
it
realize
take?
the DZ is a J, you know it's Pojemski.
But what's the over/under? Like, how long does it take?
Probably
like,
3 tries.
Like Yaz, that was cheating because we all knew of his granddad.
Right.
But use check. Nobody messes that up anymore. Nobody calls up and goes Weezwick. Nobody says that. No, we don't.
Well, his nickname is Juice,
right?
So that helps you.
But that's not even the way it's pronounced. It's not Juice Check. It's Use Check.
Well, Woj, his last name is not pronounced Wojnarowski. It's Wojnarowski. That's
Are
how you.
Sure.
Yes.
I don't know that.
Adrian Wojnarowski is how he pronounces his own name.
Interesting.
Yet he goes by Woj.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's fine.
It's not fine. Actually, I take offense at that.
Why?
But don't even get me started. Because your nickname should be Warge,
but
not Woj.
Do you have a problem with Juice's nickname?
No, I think it is Juice Check.
No, it's Use Check.
Is that what he says?
Yes. It's always been Kyle Use Check. When has it been Kyle Juice Check?
Well, why isn't he Use then?
I don't know.
Because Juice is a lot cooler.
Yeah.
Nicknames, man.
You
Am I
can
right?
Nickname whatever you want.
Right.
Right?
And Bosa's nickname is Small Bear, and the guy's a giant. So.
Exactly. It's funny. It's ironic.
I get it.
Poughkeepsie kid.
Thank you. 888-957-9570. So, actually, we're going to run a little use check on you. We're going to run the wide 9 on you. We're going to do a little audible, okay? So, we think, instead of Ramona in the 5 o'clock hour, Jared Greenberg, who is NBA on TNT sideline reporter who was right there on the floor last night when this all went down and was in the interview room with Draymond Green, and in fact was the one who got him talking about Jusuf Nurkic and the apology and all of that. So Jared's going to join us in 40 minutes, okay? And will he be on the air with us when Grandy hits the button? Could be, because that breaking news is coming, y'all. It's coming. I don't know when, but it is coming. Paula in the city. Hi, Paula. What's up?
Hi. Hey, thanks. I think Draymond is obviously in denial of his behavior, and it's just not good sportsmanship, period. And he is messing up the brand. He is embarrassing us as a team and the fans, and he has lost appeal. He is like Dennis Rodman now. And I was one of the first that loved Draymond, but somebody on the Warriors needs to tell him those things because maybe he won't get it till he knows that the fans are not his fans anymore. I mean, he's messing up. We're not getting points.
But Paula, don't you think, like, we hear so many, like, why doesn't someone pull him aside and sit him down and tell him? I don't know about you, Paula. My perception is that's happened 1,000 times, and the guy just, he either can't or he won't.
Then why are we keeping him?
Well,
because he wins. He's a winning basketball player.
And because Steph wanted to keep him.
Yeah.
And now you're stuck with him. You know? Thanks, Paula. I mean, that's the thing. I don't want to say stuck with him. I don't think the
you're
Warriors,
stuck with him.
I know, but I don't think that they look at it that way. As if like, I mean, do you think the Warriors right now, if you said, could you get out from under the contract? Like, let's go back. Let's go back to last offseason.
If you could just cut him like he's an NFL player.
Or just like, would you do it again? If you could go back before the contract, would you do it again?
I don't think that they would. I think that they'd be a lot closer to, and again, you'd have to go true serum and really ask them if you knew then what you've seen now with one suspension, an ejection, and another suspension on the horizon, and a 10-13 record, and a fan base that feels like it's turning against him. Would you go back and give him $100 million? I'm not sure about that. And I wonder if you would ask Klay Thompson the same thing, because Klay reportedly was offered a 2-year deal in the offseason worth $48 million, 2 and 24 per year. And now the same report is that offer doesn't exist anymore. So would Klay Thompson have rather had $48 million in a 2-year extension, or be sitting where he is right now on the bench with no contract?
Yeah, I don't think they feel that way. They're always the last to get, bubbled over with frustration with regard to Draymond Green. That's how it's always been. So they're that stubborn about this. I mean, it was last Friday night that Steve Kerr was at a podium going, "We're a championship team." So, I mean, that's what they believe, or at least that's what they tell us they believe.
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, and you have to believe it, although now you're sitting at 10-13 and you're a couple of games out of even the play-in game, and it's harder to fancy them as a championship team.
By the way, those same odds that we're talking about Draymond's suspension length, also odds on the Warriors to make the playoffs. If we just put it at a percentage, and by the way, not the play-in tournament, odds that the Warriors are a top 6 seed. Percentage out of 100, what do you think it is?
Probably 35.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. Is it 35? Lower? Higher. 50%? Higher? I like when you don't use words. 60%?
Yep.
It's 60%.
60% says Vegas chance that they're still a top 6 seed.
Is it? So what are they, like plus 180 or? I'm not asking you to research that, but in terms of percentages, they're a 60% yes.
Correct.
And that also means they could be in the play-in and then they would win a play-in game and be a top 8, I'm sure.
Yeah, the whole thing is, I'd have to research it too far. But anyway, yeah, 60%.
Wow.
60%. Which I think would surprise people right now on a day like today, especially.
Yeah, I put it at 35. And, if you're 10-13 with this caliber of talent and, you're going to be without Draymond for how long, we don't know. And the West is still so tightly packed that you figure they can still make a recovery.
And people will point out that their schedule's been really hard so far. So that means there's a lot of Utahs still ahead. And, there's some Portland still ahead.
Careful.
I know.
Careful.
Jordan Poole's coming to town next week. How about that?
When do they get Detroit?
Now you know why Draymond Green went and got suspended, because Jordan's coming back.
You realize Detroit's lost 20 in a row.
Oh, my gosh.
20 in a row.
I hadn't even thought of that.
Between Washington and Detroit, they are 5-40. 5-40. Poole and Wiseman are combined 5-40. Detroit's 2-21. They've lost 20 straight. There was a time that Monty Williams had them at 2-1, Mark. That's a .667 winning percentage.
If he gets a 5-game suspension or longer, he misses Jordan Poole return now.
No. Are you sure?
I hadn't thought of that.
That can't be.
That's the 5th game on the schedule right now.
Well, then the league needs to do the right thing.
Next Friday night, 4-gamer. I'm calling it right now.
4-gamer, he comes back and throws an elbow, and then you give him 10 games.
Then for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
For the rest of the year. Steve in Brentwood. Hi, Steve. What you doing? Steve?
Stevie.
Yo.
Yeah, I'm here.
Don't be that patient and then not be there, man. We don't want that.
Hey, sorry, dude.
That's okay, dude.
Yeah, first-time caller, man. Love you guys' show.
Thanks,
awesome.
man.
I moved out here from Indiana, so I know this whole
the controversy with the players, the Ron Artest and all that crap. But Draymond, man, so here's my take on that. I think that the league should give the Warriors organization a call and say, look, we're going to hold off for just a couple days. You guys take action. We'll see where you're at, and then we'll go from there if we're going to add more. Put it on the organization to kind of do the discipline one more time.
Hey, Steve, before we answer that, can I ask you a question?
Sure, man.
You ever been told before that you sound like Patrick Mahomes?
No.
No? Gosh, when you just did that, and like your response was even, hey, will you do me a favor and say, man, that was the worst call I've ever seen in my life.
Man, that was the worst call I ever seen in my life.
Dude, this Patrick Mahomes on the phone.
Dude.
Mahomes.
Two-time Super Bowl champion Patrick Mahomes on 95.7
And we thought Lucas couldn't book anything. Look at this. We got Patrick Mahomes.
Man, Pat, it's so glad to have you here. Hey, have you met Taylor Swift yet?
No, I'm still looking for the chance.
All right, well, okay, sorry. Mahomes. I was completely distracted. What's your point about the Warriors?
And just one more thing, man. Because when you guys played that Draymond clip, at the press conference, and you said that your take was that he didn't. What was it? You said that your take was.
He said he said that's why I haven't been arguing with refs since I came back, and I'm like, dude, you had a technical the second you got back.
The only thing I heard on that press conference was Draymond saying, I mean, that was a roundhouse. I mean, I can't even throw an accurate punch like that. Well, I saw the video when he punched Jordan Poole.
Yeah. Amen.
Pretty accurate that time, am I right?
Amen, Steve, if that's your real name.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes making his first appearance.
Incredible. Thank you, Mahomes. Call back anytime.
Yeah.
And good luck this weekend.
We won't see you in the Super Bowl, Pat.
Man, that hurts.
Let's go to Jordan in Fremont.
You wouldn't say that to the real Mahomes.
Yeah, I would.
You wouldn't.
You won't. I'd say it to Jalen Hurts, though. Hey, Jordan, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Hey, great show. Love it. You know what? I'm very disappointed in some of the callers, man. Just, hitting Draymond left and right like he's hitting everybody else. But besides the point, we need that fire. Who else is going to do it? I mean, we need that. We need what's going on. Hey, think about it. Out of everything that's going on, Draymond's already been suspended 5 games or whatever. Klay can't hit the side of a barn. We're 10-13. We are far from out of it. There's 59 games left. If he suspended 10 games, go 5-5, 4-6, we're still in it. Everyone just needs to take a deep breath. Suspend the guy as he needs to be, 10 games, whatever. But you know what? We are not out of this. We are in this.
Well,
so
Jordan,
I'll take those odds on making the playoffs.
Yeah, I love your optimism, but when you say they need that fire, do they need that kind of fire? There's more than one kind of fire, no?
Yeah, there is. I mean, he does stretch it every inch of the mile for sure. But you know what? Who else is going to give it to you, though, Willard, right?
Well, listen, you'd love for it to be Draymond. Jordan, thank you. Here's look, this is the bottom line. It's the bottom line. This is the message the Warriors tried to get across to him earlier this year. It's like, Dre, you can be you all you want. The league is not going to let you play if you play like this. So it's coincidental, a little ironic, if you will. Oh, they need him to play like this. Well, no, he's not going to play at all if he plays like this. So this is now out of Steph's hands. This is out of the Warriors' hands. The league does not want this image. We got to stop thinking about this only through the eyes of the Warriors and Warrior basketball and all the things that we know because we watch every game and the key to unlocking the defense and all the things that Draymond is. The bottom line is this is now bigger than basketball. This is an image problem for the National Basketball Association. They don't care if this helps the Warriors. They're not going to let him play like this. And that's why I expect this to come down shortly and for it to be big.
And I don't think that this is a part of the way Draymond has to play for them to win. This is outside of the way that Draymond has to play. When you're trying to sell a call to a ref and it results in you swiveling around and punching a guy in the face, that's not playing like Draymond needs to play for them to win. So you could still be you, Draymond, You can argue calls. You can get technical fouls. You can play physical. You can do all the things that stop short of you getting a flagrant 2 and you facing a suspension because of your actions.
Make sure that you are always joining us not only on the radio and not only on the app, but on YouTube. YouTube.com/957 The Game. You can watch us live. We love to chat with you during the breaks, and it's been very, very active today. So get on over to YouTube, like and subscribe. All of the 95.7 The Game content is there all the time. We'll keep going with your phone calls. And again, Jared Greenberg on the sideline for TNT will join us in less than a half hour. Let's go to Mike in the Union. What's going on, Mike? What you doing?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
My thing is that I'm trying to look at like the difference from this year and past years, and really the big difference I can see is that Bob Myers is no longer around, and he seemed to be a player whisperer. Whether it was pulling Draymond off to the side, having a little conversation, talk to Klay a little bit. I think these vets are lost not because they have Steve Kerr who can talk to them, but they used to be able to talk to Bob Myers, and he had a way of communicating with the guys and keeping them focused. And I think they're lost because of him, because he's no longer there.
I think there's probably something there. Yeah, Mike, thanks. I mean, we mentioned it earlier that I think we're really, I don't know, coincidental or not, that Bob leaves and this all happens. And I don't know, chicken or the egg. Hey, Bob's not there to calm him down. However, I could also argue that maybe that's why this is happening. Like, in other words, not only is Bob not there to calm him down, but without that voice in Draymond's ear, he's much more likely to keep doing it again because Bob's the one who's been able to screw his head back on straight and get him back out there. He's mentioned that before. Right. And so now here we are without Bob, or maybe Bob's on the phone with him every night still. I have no idea.
Who knows? But,
you know what I mean? But it looks like that's a voice that they're missing.
Right. And, Mike Dunleavy, who ascended into the role, maybe doesn't have the same relationship. And Steve Kerr, it has seemed that, he's not been too demonstrative, at least in the open, in terms of, trying to contain Draymond's behavior. There's nobody in that organization that is checking Draymond to my eye. And you haven't seen it from Jordan Poole to Rudy Gobert to now with Yusuf Nurkic. There's been no internal checks in balances in terms of his behavior, and the league has done it, and it hasn't really worked. And so now you're in a spot where he's going to get suspended, and it likely gets handed down here in the next hour. Last time this happened, we do have a comp 4 weeks ago. Yep. The suspension was announced at 5:10, so I would expect that the news will come out here in the next hour or so, and we'll find out what the league is going to decide to do.
They tend to do that, where they take a full day. As I said earlier, if it's not tonight and it ends up being something that's tomorrow, you might wonder if they're having conversations with the players' union and whatnot, because I think that this could be long and therefore very, very expensive. What did you say the number was when he missed the 5 games? $800K?
Yeah, roughly.
$800K.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, now if we're going into 7 figures with this one, sure, they're going to dot their I's and cross their T's for sure. James in San Jose here next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, James. What's up?
Yes, sir. I've been listening to a lot of this. I wasn't a Draymond fan after he started acting out. But I was talking to your screener, and I asked him, had he ever heard the term quiet quitting? You know what that is, right?
Quiet quitting?
Yes.
I mean, I can certainly, I think, deduce what you're talking about. I've never heard a specific definition. Why don't you share?
It's when you're working at a job that you really don't like, but you keep showing up every day. But you really don't want to be there, but you keep showing up every day. Okay. Draymond has sort of screwed the team over. He screwed them in that midseason tournament, by getting disciplined where he couldn't help the team out. I mean, I know some of these guys are pissed off at him. Well, they ain't going to say it.
Yeah, I'm sure some of his, no, they won't say it, and I bet some of them are, and not because of the in-season tournament, because of even bigger issues. But James, let's go to Draymond. Why would Draymond not want to be here?
Because he's talked to the other players, and he knows that his talents He's got talent. He has skills. I don't know what his deal is. There's something wrong with this guy. Why does he keep screwing the team over?
I don't think he can control himself, James. That's my only answer. I think that's who he is. I don't think he knows any other way to be. I'm not going to call him an addict, but we've watched this behavior on 1,000 different things. For some people, it's alcohol, drugs, sex, anger, coffee. I don't know what. Everybody's got a vice. And for Draymond, it is controlling emotions. And to this point in his life, he has largely, at least on the court, not been able to do it.
Yeah. And it has cost his team before, and he's shown contrition, and he's gotten better, and there's been stretches where he has controlled himself, and then it comes back, and it rears its ugly head, and he's won 4 titles. So what are you going to do? The guy's won 4 titles, and yet in numerous instances, he's been unable to control his behavior. He's been ejected. He's gotten flagrants. He's committed fouls, and he's cost his team victories in big spots, yet the organization decided that he was worth $100 million. So what do you do?
Yeah. I mean, their answer has always been just keep doing what we're doing.
Keep doing what you're doing, yeah.
Because it's always worked.
And the positive has outweighed the negative,
and that's the rub. The rub that we're at right now, the crossroads is do you still tolerate it when you're not winning? Because everything has changed. If you're not winning, believe me, the tolerance will go way, way down. Ugly Timmy in Oakland with us now.
Timmy.
Yeah, who decided you were ugly, Timmy?
Hey, what's good?
You there, Timmy?
Ugly.
Man,
UT.
That was an ugly call, is what that was.
All right.
I wanted to talk to Ugly Timmy.
I wanted to find out who called him ugly.
Did he call himself ugly, Lucas?
I mean, I didn't give him the nickname.
Okay.
That's what you're asking.
No, but did he call and be like, hey, it's Timmy, but my mom calls me Ugly Timmy? Or is he just like, hey, it's Ugly Timmy?
It's Ugly Timmy in Oakland.
Man, that's too bad. That's too bad.
He called in and said, yeah, it's Pretty Timmy. And Lucas said, come on, Timmy.
So your mama said you ugly.
Exactly.
Is what you said.
UGLY, you ain't got no alibi. You're ugly.
You Timmy.
Hey,
you Timmy.
You're ugly.
Hey, you Timmy. Okay. 888-957-9570. We're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. We'll keep talking this out. And it's really twofold. What do you want to see the Warriors do? And has Draymond's legacy, has his standing with you, the Warrior fan, has it been tarnished? Can he get it back? What gets it back? Is it more winning? Is it retirement? Right? Does everybody just need a little time away from one another? What exactly is it? Where does this go next? And also, you're going to want to stay with us because I don't want to act like we're promising this. I don't know when this news is going to break, but the NBA tends to like to wait a full beat to the end of the business day. And the last time they did this, it was at 5:10. So it very well could be within the next 30 to 45 minutes that we get the news. And if so, we'll be all over it, and we'll be sending it to you and then taking your immediate reaction. Jared Greenberg on the sideline for TNT will also join us coming up in about 20 minutes. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Discover Bank, member FDIC.
And can somebody give Bob some credit?
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
That is one of my favorite drops, though.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
It's a good one. Draymond, go bye-bye. It's, yeah.
But Bob's
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Bob's getting some credit today because he left and everything went haywire.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah. Thanks for leaving us in your wake.
Quitter.
Dog.
Oh, ESPN's that much better?
Yeah.
It probably is.
Yeah, dude, that guy.
Show up 3 times a month and opine and go home.
Bob is
slap on some makeup.
Bob is opening a big bottle of Chateauneuf de Pop tonight and just laughing.
Bottle of Chateau, I don't care.
Yes.
Chateau, not my problem.
Yeah. Chateauneuf, your bubble has popped is
Seriously.
what it is. But anyway.
Chateau Flagrant, numero 2.
All right, I think we played it out. Anyway.
Never enough.
No? 888-957-9570. Ugly Timmy's back. Forward promote.
All right.
But also, before we do that, and Jared Greenberg joins us in 10 minutes, Grandy has set an over-under on when we find out. And what's the time, Grandy? What time did we go with? 5:21? Is that what you said?
I put it at 5:21. Grandy
Lucas.
seems historical precedent. The first one came out the last time this happened 4 weeks ago today? About 4 weeks ago?
Yeah, at 5:10, right?
5:12.
Oh, 5:12.
Check the Twitter's timestamp, 5:12.
But why are we acting like that means that's what they do exactly every time?
It doesn't.
Okay. So you're setting it at what? 5:21?
5:21. Backseat driver back here says over.
Yeah,
She thinks it's going to take longer.
I'm with Whit.
I'm under.
I'll go over.
I'm with Mark with a C.
Okay.
The proper way to spell Mark.
I think I'm going to change my mind now.
Oh, whatever. Dude, I've been hot.
Give him the buzzer.
I've been hot.
The buzzer.
You've been hot. What?
Last week you said, Dibs, be honest. Is Patriots really your pick? And I said, yeah, I like the Patriots. And you go, good. And then I'm going the other way.
I don't remember.
You had the Invisalign in, so my imitation works.
Remember when you said you were going to end the season winning 5 fantasy games in a row?
That was so mean. That was so mean what you just did.
Oh, give me a flagrant 2, then I'll go home. Draymond and I are cut from the same cloth.
I've had Invisalign.
Bye-bye.
You leave
Jimmy,
him
go
alone.
bye-bye.
Leave him alone. The man is doing some work on his teeth.
And I'm proud of him.
Yeah.
It was funny, though.
He's too young.
It is funny.
He's too young
It's too
for
funny. It
cosmetic
hurts a little
work.
bit.
It does. And your teeth are gorgeous, too. I'm
Because I had
equally,
Invisalign.
and I keep it even when it comes to mean-spiritedness. I'm
You sure
mean to
do.
everyone. I don't discriminate.
I hate Mark Randy.
I know. I
But
respect him.
But this is what a terrible mathematical bet you're making. Like,
it's not terrible.
It is. It's 21 minutes until 5:12.
Yes, but
So
it
you're
is 30
betting that
minutes
it's
till 5:21. 5:21's the number.
Right.
So,
but
son of a
5:12 is
math
what it was
teacher.
last time.
Right.
But either way, I mean, like, look, I could completely be wrong, but just
Right.
based on math, I would think that it's an underdog to say that this is definitely going to happen in the next 29 minutes.
I didn't say it definitely is, and I'm not betting a lot of money on it.
How much are you betting?
Well, not a thing, especially now that Grandy's gone Benedict Arnold on me, and
dude, leave him
he's
alone.
gone straight turncoat.
Invisalign ain't cheap, right?
No, it works.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, how much are you out, Grandy? Especially since now you didn't make the fantasy playoffs. You got Invisalign. Like, holy hell.
Have you seen how many shifts he's been working?
You need a loan,
7
brother?
days a week.
You pay
He's
for,
good.
you pay for parking around here?
No, I
Anyway.
take part.
Okay,
He's
good for you.
grinding.
Good job,
He's
Grandy.
grinding.
Grandy the grinder.
And I understand that mathematically it makes more sense that it would happen in more than 29 minutes.
Now you're going to be right, though, because I made fun of it.
No, I like the historical precedent. And Grandy, 5-12 last time. And I think if you're back east and you're looking to put a bow on the day, you turn off the lights and you make sure all the chairs are pushed in. You go, what am I forgetting? Oh, that's right, the Draymond suspension announcement. Let's go ahead and break that off to Shams.
The league offices still open at 7:53 at night in New York.
They got games tonight, for sure.
They got games, but they've tipped off.
It's not bankers' hours.
Well, it is if they want them to be. They work for the NBA. All right.
Detroit's on the floor trying to end that 20-game skid.
How many minutes does Wiseman have?
I got to look.
Yeah. Hi. This is James Wiseman.
He's been playing a lot lately.
It's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. All right, we'll get back to your calls in just a sec, but we also want you to hear what Steve Kerr did say about all of this last night. It gets a little repetitive, right? And you can tell that Steve feels like this gets a little repetitive. So, hey, Steve, I thought you guys had told Draymond we need you on the floor. What about now?
Yeah, we need him. We need Draymond, but he knows that. We've talked to him, and he's got to find a way to keep his poise and be out there for his teammates.
Yep, we know that. He knows that. We've told him that. He's not doing that.
No.
What do you want me to do?
Right. What do you want me to do?
Yeah.
So some people are advocating just cut him or put him on the bench for the rest of the year. Well, Steve Kerr wants to win basketball games, and you see what Steph has been going through out there on the court without Draymond Green, the level of frustration. Clay's frustrated. Steve is. Everybody is. You're 10-13. Is benching Draymond going to help you win more games or just send a message?
Well, he did.
Probably neither.
He did give the answer. A lot of you are oh, God, bench him? Or like we've had enough? Have the Warriors had enough? Steve was asked, at what point does Draymond's behavior make it so that he becomes a detriment to the team?
Draymond's still a hell of a player, still a really good player. So we need him. If we're going to be a really good team, we need him.
That's all you need to know right there. That's it. That's it. They're not cutting him. They're not trading him. They're not this. They're not that. They're not the other. They think he's really good and they need him.
Right.
So
they're going to withstand and they're going to sustain all of the things that come with Draymond being a really good player, which is technical fouls and flagrant fouls and suspensions. That's all part of the calculus. And at the end of all of that, all the arithmetic, the adding and subtracting of what Draymond is, at the end of it, 4 years, $100 million.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. So the team's not going to do anything to Draymond Green this time. If they didn't do anything last time or the time before that 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 or the time before that.
Well,
and there was that one time before that too, Mark.
May not matter this time, though, because the NBA may send him out for the rest of the month.
Any minute now.
Any minute now. Or many minutes after that.
Could be.
We'll see. Ugly Timmy is back. We told you that. So let's go back out live to Oakland and get the answer to the damn question. Who the hell called you ugly, Timmy?
Hey, how's it going, fella?
What's up?
Oh, not much, man. So in college, a way of picking up girls or a way of attracting girls is I used to use my humor, and because I wasn't good looking, and a lot of my friends used to always be amazed that I will always be involved with girls that was out of my league, and they were like, "You're too ugly to have her." So in a way, I was kind of like the original Pete Davidson before Pete Davidson.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Hey, shoot your shot. It's all you got, Ugly Timmy.
Use what you got, right? But I love you guys. I don't get a chance to I catch you all the time, but ironically enough, the last time I was able to listen to your show was about a month ago when Draymond got suspended. Way for all you Draymond apologists, I guess you can blame me for his behaviors or for this happening again. So I thought that was kind of ironic. You guys said her? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got you, man. So you're only whenever you tune in, Draymond punches someone. That's what we're getting.
I'm to be blamed, I guess you could say.
All right.
But I want to make a point, and I feel like, in all seriousness, the league is going to come down on Draymond, and they're going to come down hard. I'm just echoing what you guys already said, and I think one call
So why not leave it to the Warriors to suspend Draymond or take action? And I don't have any faith in the Warriors' leadership. Like, what have the Warriors shown in the past that they can handle?
Well, and Timmy, it looks like your phone is struggling again, but I think we got the gist of it. And thank you for whenever you can listen, and thank you for the call. All right, so when have the Warriors ever shown in the past that they can handle this? Again, if this sounds like defending the Warriors, oh well, then it sounds that way. The Warriors are acting the same way every professional sports franchise acts. That's it. That's all it is. And that can make you mad, and I get it. But the Warriors are going to try to win. They're going to try to win.
Yeah.
And where all of you who want the Warriors to do something, if you really want it that bad, then what you need to do is keep rooting for them to lose. Because they're not going to do anything to Draymond Green until they're convinced that what he does doesn't help them win. As long as they're convinced, and let's play it for you one more time.
Draymond's still a hell of a player, still a really good player. So we need him. If we're going to be a really good team, we need him.
If we're going to be good, we need him. As long as they feel that way,
right?
They're not going to kick themselves in the shin.
Right.
They're just
no
not.
matter how badly he acts, and if the league kicks them in the shins and decides that Draymond can't play anymore for a period of time because he gets suspended, then that's what happens from a league standpoint, and the Warriors will deal with it accordingly. But they're not going to go out of their way to make their own product lesser by suspending Draymond Green on their own.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Here we go.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
And this is courtesy of Woj. The NBA is suspending Draymond Green indefinitely. Period.
End of tweet?
End of tweet.
Indefinitely.
Indefinitely.
Not infinitely.
Nope.
But indefinitely,
So-
which means there's no definite end.
There's no number.
There's no number.
There's no number.
Indefinitely.
Essentially.
Pay the under 5 o'clock.
Well, pay the under 5 o'clock and maybe pay the over on the number of games, because what this tells me is that the NBA is so flippin' pissed off that they need more time to figure out exactly what they want to do with Draymond Green going forward. This buys them, I don't know how long. I don't know when the next announcement comes out. The Warriors have a game tomorrow night. Draymond will not be playing in that one, and I don't think he's going to be playing anytime soon. Anybody who thought that this was going to be a game, 4 games, 5 games, when you see the word indefinitely, that tells me he's going to be gone for a while, and then they're going to talk about another while as far as Draymond Green. Again, he's kind of messed with the wrong group. He's done the wrong thing at the wrong time. They tried to send a message to him 4 weeks ago. Their view on this, as far as I'm concerned, is they looked at last night and said, you did not hear our message, so let us give it to you a little bit louder.
Right. And this is as loud as it gets in terms of a number of games. The number of games is, we're going to get back to you. And you mentioned it. He won't play tomorrow at L.A. They've got 9 more games this calendar year, including Christmas at Denver, which would be the 7th game on the schedule. So if he gets 7 games, that would include that Denver game. If he gets 10, that would take him through Orlando on January 2nd, and Denver's on January 4th indefinitely. I mean, that feels to me, Mark, like more than 10, honestly.
Well, of course it does.
Well, I mean, it's not infinitely, and it's not for the season.
No, but you know who the last person to get suspended indefinitely was? Ja Morant. And I think it's important for people to understand how many times in the last 24 hours people have linked those two names. It does not mean that their acts are the same. It means the league is viewing it the same. This isn't about fairness. This isn't about punching Yusuf Nurkic. This is about an image that the NBA is absolutely not willing to work with. And if that's what they view, that's how they view Ja, and that's how they view Draymond, you're not getting 8 chances. They've sent the message, they've sent it again, and then they sent it very firmly, and they feel like that message is not being received, and they are not messing around. So that's why the odds, when I go back to when we started the show,
the
odds are what the odds are, and those are not coming out willy-nilly.
And you said the favorite was 21 to 30.
21 to 30 games.
And now we're looking at indefinitely, which definitely feels like more than 10 to me. If you're going to give a guy 10, you give him 10. If you're going to give him 5, you give him 5. If you're not sure, or if you really want to send a message, quote unquote, then you put it at indefinitely and you circle back. I'm looking at the longest suspensions in league history, and I'm looking at Dennis Rodman got 11 games back in 1997 for kicking a courtside cameraman in the groin. You remember that one where he tripped over him and then he hauls off and just kicks the cameraman? He got 11 games for that one. And that felt to me a little bit like this, where the punishment didn't really fit the crime, but it was just another episode in a long series of episodes.
Okay, the news has just come down. The NBA is suspending Draymond Green indefinitely. 888-957-9570. We are here for your reaction on this. I will also add that, and I want to shout out Enrique, who's one of our very, very good listeners on YouTube and is here every day. And he basically said the league is saying, dude, go get therapy. And I think that's another important thing here. When you see this, the league is suspending a player indefinitely. They're not essentially saying, hey, we're mad at you. You messed up. We've decided that this is 3 games worth. Remember what Yusuf Nurkic said last night. Something has happened this year where the league no longer looks at Draymond Green as a guy who's just a live wire. The perception is now out there that this guy needs help. The Warriors even said it last time. We asked Steve. He came on, and he's like, look, he's doing the work, and we're helping him, but I don't want to tell you anything more about what exactly that is. And if that means behind closed doors, he's in anger management classes, therapy, I don't know. And if you start those classes, and then the very next night after being reinstated, you get a technical in the 3rd quarter, and 4 weeks later, you're getting suspended for whacking dudes in the head again, you know where this is going to go. This is the NBA essentially coming to Draymond and having a come to Jesus conversation.
Right.
They're grabbing him out of his house and saying, you don't live here anymore. You need to go
get in the van
to rehab.
Right. And
they tried to make him go to rehab, and he said, no. And they have finally said, yes.
Well, now it's, you can do what you want, but you're not going to be playing basketball until we decide that you're going to be playing basketball. And they don't really have to put a number to it. They can make it indefinitely, and the message is now sent to Draymond Green. You're going to play basketball again when we decide that you've done what needs to be done to be able to play in our league. It's a privilege to play in the NBA. So that's where this sits now for Draymond and the Warriors. It's not as easy as, all right, 5 games, a mea culpa, say the rosary twice, and we'll see you back when you have your game after a 5-game sit. This one's going to be a long time.
Along the lines of what we were just saying, this courtesy of Shams just 25 seconds ago. Draymond Green is expected to receive counseling and work with the Warriors and the NBA while suspended after striking Yusuf Nurkic on Tuesday night. He has to meet the criteria before he can return to play. So now this furthers it even more. You're not going to get a number anytime soon. The NBA is so fed up, they're telling him, go away. Go away and prove to us that you can work your way back, and when you do, then we'll discuss when you come back. So this is following. It's a very, very different set of circumstances, but you are following the Ja Morant playbook right now if you're the NBA. And take a look at Ja. Haven't seen him all year. I tell you this, the way this is playing right now on December 13th, I would be surprised. Draymond would be lucky to play in January. Be lucky to play in the entire month of January.
Well, that would be a lot of games.
That's a lot of games.
And if you look at
December is out, brother. I'll tell you that right now.
I already laid it out that's basically, 7 or 8 more games in December. And I think if we talked about a 10-game suspension, that takes you into early January. If you look at the list of all-time NBA suspensions, And I'm looking at them right now, and the majority of them that have been north of 10 games have been either drugs, recreational drugs, performance-enhancing drugs, the Ja Morant gun, the Kermit Washington punch on Rudy Tomjanovich in 1977. He got 26 games, and or domestic violence. You've never had a player do anything like this and receive a suspension this long.
All right, let's hear from you. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs. Draymond Green has been suspended indefinitely by the league. He is expected to receive counseling. The Warriors and the league will work together, and after he meets certain criteria, then they will discuss his potential return. Charlie in Rhode Island on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Charlie. Welcome to the show. What's up?
Hi, guys. How you doing?
We're good.
It's so funny. I had it on my notes, the decision, because I was going to liken Draymond to, that family friend that family you have that lived with you before you start having kids, and they have these wild parties, and you tell them, hey, turn it down. The neighbors are going to be worried, and they refuse to listen to you. But now you begin to have children, and they still have the same wild parties. At what point are you going to be like, okay, enough of this. You have to move on. I think that's the same thing with Draymond right now. Last year, I think Draymond put out a video about Dylan Brooks saying, if you wonder why Memphis wouldn't do okay, look no further than this idiot over here as what he does on there. Now, if I look at Draymond do things these days, I look at, okay, you wonder why the Warriors are not doing so well. Look at what Draymond is doing. Because this team needs you. How is Klay supposed to find his form when you keep doing these things, when the best player that's supposed to give him those, create those chances for him is not even on the court? How are the kids, the young guys supposed to function when they dread you? Did you see the clip of where Kuminga was getting a standing ovation and Draymond got up trying to cheer him on, and Kuminga nearly flew out of his skin just because he thought maybe Draymond was going to punch him or something. Even yesterday, even yesterday, after that wild swing, you could see Trez Jackson on the bench, with his hands up, oh no, not again. And the unfortunate thing now is you're soiling the legacy of not just you, but people like Klay. Because now when the fans look at, okay, no more Draymond to blame, the next person they're going to turn on is Klay for not shooting well. And I think all those things is affecting the old squad. I hear Steve Kerr saying we need Draymond, and all I take from that is the laziness to develop the talent we have. Steve Kerr, I remember 2 years ago, when was the injury? When life threw you lemonade. Steph was injured, Klay was hurt. That was when you gave all these kids the chances to develop. We developed Jordan Poole then. He came out with consistent run of games. If we're going to start having Draymond missing for 20, 25 games anyways, why don't we start moving on from him?
Well, and Charlie, you know what, Charlie, thank you. That actually, and I think that might be a conversation that starts to develop throughout the season, which is if you're going to be missing Draymond, and again, we don't know what the number is. There's 9 more games in December, but if this goes well into January, and this team's having a hard time winning games, and Klay doesn't find his shot, I'll just remind people, I don't necessarily think it's going to go this way, but if Draymond misses a bunch of games, and this does somehow become a lost season, like a miss the playoffs type season, a lottery season, we've seen this before, and we're very bummed in the moment without realizing what can end up happening. And so Steph Curry's got more than 1 year left. And so the whole maximizing the rest of his career, if they financially reboot after this year, if you're able to, but who are you able to get with that money? If Klay and Chris are both off of the books, you can go shopping. You might be in the lottery. Well, if Klay and Chris both come off the books, then you're underneath the second threshold. Yeah. If you don't replace either one of them. Correct. And, so this is basically the end of the big three. If the season goes down like this, you don't re-sign Klay, and you're going to reboot with Steph and Draymond, it feels to me like if this season does go down that way, then I don't even know if you can reboot, honestly. Maybe you trade Klay at the deadline if you're going to
rip the Band-Aid off?
I don't know.
You trade Chris Paul, you blow the whole thing up now as opposed to waiting for the summer.
Again, I mean, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but like it also, it allows for, so many of you have been wanting to see the young players. Well, now you're going to.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to. Draymond's not going to play for a while. Steve showed a willingness last night to sit Andrew Wiggins and Klay Thompson in key moments. And so, okay, Jonathan Kuminga, those of you who've been dying for this may not be the circumstances you were looking for, but here he comes.
Yeah.
So it's sink or swim, and does he become a better player down the road because of it? Maybe. A little bit more from Woj, and we'll keep going with you at 888-957-9570. We're not going to have Jared Greenberg. We're just talking to you, okay? Your reaction. Draymond has been suspended indefinitely. Here's some further information from Woj. Draymond, Warriors general manager Mike Dunleavy Jr., and Green's agent Rich Paul of Clutch Sports are all expected to meet tomorrow to start discussing a path of counseling to help Green to move forward. The league doesn't want to put a specific number on the suspension for now, but instead want to allow Green to take the time that he may need to deal with the challenges he's facing.
Wow.
There's something else that's going on here that I really want to point out, which is the tone that is being used in this decision.
It feels like an intervention.
Yes. As opposed to punitive.
Exactly. It's therapeutic.
Now we're hitting Draymond with the softball, and this is what you have to do.
I mean, you've got nothing else, Coach. You're right.
You got to go back and forth. We've all done this with people who are struggling. You go back and forth, sometimes day to day. I'm going to punish you, and the next day I'm going to put my arm around you and say, come on, what do you need?
Yeah.
What do you need? And so that's what the NBA is doing here, and I wonder how much the Warriors are involved in that, because it takes a little bit of the angry sting out of it when the NBA comes out and says, okay, instead, you're suspended for 12 games, we're mad at you. Instead, they're like, hey, man, what's going on with you?
Right.
Let's get you out of here, and let's figure this out so you can get back to maybe being a little bit more normal of a person and a player.
Right, because it hasn't always been at this level of agitation. I mean, he hasn't committed this many basketball assaults, and I know the word assault is triggering to many. I'm not saying that this is a felonious act and should be punished in the court of law, but in terms of basketball, we're seeing this more frequently than ever before. Why is that? Is it because he's frustrated with his diminishing skills? Is it because he doesn't have a sounding board Bob Myers any longer? Is it something off the court that's bleeding over into his basketball life that's making him feel a little bit more agitated than ever before? Whatever the root cause is, let's just take a timeout. Everybody stop what you're doing, and let's get you some help. And I think that is exactly right, Mark, in terms of the tone. You're suspended indefinitely. It could be 9 games. It could be 15. It could be 30 or 40. It depends on you, Draymond. It depends on what steps you can take. And if we as a league and as a franchise, if we can all agree along with you and your therapist or whoever you're getting help with, if we can all sit down and agree that you've made the progress to where you can come back and be a legit positive member of our association.
They had to do this. You know what I mean? Like, there's the more understanding I sort of get from watching things unfold today. Last night became much less about basketball and Yusuf Nurkic. That's why, when we were having the conversation on the crossover about, like, that act is not worth 20 games. It's not worth 10 games. It's like, that's not what this is about.
Right.
The league is not going to allow these images, okay? In barely over a calendar year, you punch a teammate on TMZ, you stomp an opponent on the chest, right? Last night, you whack Nurkic across the face, and you have the situation.
You forgot the choke.
For the choke 4 weeks ago with Rudy Gobert.
Stomp, choke, and punch.
And by the way, you have a lot of those things were followed by an unapologetic podcast. And the league is like, we're not doing this.
Right.
This is not about the act. This is about the actor. And so here we are. And yeah, at a certain point, we'll get to a functional basketball conversation because the Warriors are going to be without one of their big three for a long time.
Angie in Richmond is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Angie. What you doing?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Sure can.
I got a couple issues. The first is that, the last few times this happened, it wasn't instigated by Draymond. And I think that context matters. The second thing is, why isn't Nurkic being called for what he did to Brandon? He had him in practically a chokehold underneath the basket and wasn't even called, a foul wasn't even called. That's ridiculous.
Angie, I hear what you're saying, but can I ask you a question? Like, this is always the way that I've sort of handled situations like these. If a friend comes to me and says, my boss is awful, I'm leaving my job, and then they get a new job, and within 3 months, my boss is awful, I'm leaving my job, and they get a new job, and then 3 months go by, I think my boss is awful, I'm leaving my job. How many times, even if those bosses did have bad moments, how many times has that happened before you go, gee, what's the common thread here? Do you know what I mean?
I do, but I still think that, Draymond's been given sort of like this story and everybody just runs with it. And so, yeah, he's got Nurkic grabbing on his waist. He turns around to do something. He accidentally smacks him, but everybody takes it to the nth degree instead of like looking at the context of it.
Yeah, but you're adding your perspective in that it was an accident. I will tell you, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'll tell you a lot of people, I would argue most of them don't agree with that assessment that it was an accident. You know what I mean? Like, and Angie, you're and thanks, Angie. You're completely allowed to be a Draymond fan.
Of course.
That's completely allowed.
And whatever happened with Nurkic and Brandon under the basket, if it was worthy of a flagrant, then fine. If it's even worthy of a flagrant 2, then great. Maybe he can get a flagrant 2 after the fact, but he's not going to get suspended indefinitely no matter what happened off the ball under the basket because of the reputation. And Draymond is suspended indefinitely because of what's happened over his last 26 games of basketball. A stomp last year, a choke this year, and now a punch or a flail, whatever you want to call it. It happened, accidental or on purpose. It's in the eye of the beholder. The league sees it as, like you said, it's an image thing for the league. And as much as it gets people talking, they don't want the league talked about for this.
No.
They'd rather have us talk about the in-season tournament and how great that was.
Or just, the individuals, the players, the basketball, the show. This is an entertainment entity, and it's not boxing. And that's why I was saying earlier that in this particular situation, the Jordan Poole situation last year does come into this. It does. He wasn't suspended. The league didn't see it as one of their issues to oversee. But I can tell you what they do feel. They're in the middle of negotiating a multi-billion-dollar TV contract, and they don't want their players hauling off and assaulting each other on the internet. That is very, very, very bad. It's very bad. And so all of the acts, 26 games, you're right, but it goes all the way back. It's everything. It's LeBron's you-know-whats and everything else. It's the whole resume, and they finally decided, dude, you got it. You need anger management. One other note that just came down courtesy of Chris Haynes. This is a little interesting. During this suspension, Draymond Green will be allowed to practice.
Okay.
So he can stay with the team and just not play in the games.
Yeah. And I think that's part of, honestly, the therapeutic aspect of this because, you know this, Mark, you've been to therapy. We've all gone through it. Mm-hmm. Part of being therapized is being in a nurturing, comfortable, loving environment. And for Draymond Green, that's the Golden State Warriors. And so if you're going to isolate him and prevent him from being around the team, I don't think that helps him in his cause to get better.
I think you're right. Absolutely. You know what I mean? If this is kind of the tone they're going to take, then this absolutely makes sense. It's like, hey, put a big Warrior Snuggie around him. And let's try, and instead of playing hardball, instead of tough love, let's try soft love with Draymond Green and see if that works, because the tough love doesn't work. It hasn't to this point. If you're just joining us, Draymond Green suspended indefinitely by the league. He will be allowed to practice. He will meet, along with his agents, with Mike Dunleavy and representatives from the NBA tomorrow, and they will start to build a path toward his return. He will need to meet certain criteria before the league even considers letting him back on the court to play a basketball again. And we are taking your calls right here on Willard and Dibs, reacting to all of it. Let's go to Angel on the freeway. Hey, Angel, what's going on? Angel, you there? Okay, that's disappointing. Gene in Oakland. Hey, Gene. Dog park?
Just came from the dog park, guys.
I know it's getting dark out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is getting dark. So, listen, I predicted that you would get at least 7 games suspension and maybe more. So I'm not at all surprised this has happened. And the more I've listened to you guys and the more is coming out on this, the more, frankly, happy to see that this happened. I think it's in Dre's best interest. I mean, I love the guy. I've been one of his biggest supporters over the years. But I think this is what's best for him and ultimately probably what's best for the team. But I think it also represents an utter and complete failure on the part of Steve Kerr and the organization for not holding him accountable long before now. I mean, you can go back to the punch of last year, for which he was never punished. In fact, you could say he was rewarded because he didn't have to play a couple of preseason games. But so, I mean, this is nuts. I mean, really, they should have taken accountability for his behavior. They should have required him to meet certain goals along the way, and they should have they should have suspended him after that punch last year. So I'm really disappointed in the organization, but I'm happy the league is finally stepping in. I'm glad they're doing something before this maybe grew into a Kermit Alexander, Rudy Tomjanovich situation. And for those who don't know what the hell I'm talking about, I mean, Kermit almost killed the guy, right? You don't want to see that. So
no,
this
definitely
is good.
not.
I'm happy to see it, and I hope at the end of this, we will see a new man, and this won't happen again.
Thanks, Gene.
Yeah, Gene, thanks always.
That's always a tough one for me in terms of, like, if they would have suspended Draymond after the Jordan Poole punch, and I thought that they should have, would that have prevented all of these other events from happening? I can't argue. I could argue either side of it.
Totally.
The Golden State Warriors thought that the course of action that they took was the best one, not only for Draymond, but for them to win basketball games. And, they, I'm sure, went through all the scenarios, and they decided that punishing him in that fashion would not have been the thing to help him. And, I don't think that anything that they could have done then would have changed the way Draymond is. And honestly, Mark, I don't know if this course of action will change it either.
No,
it's up to Draymond.
I'm totally with you, where it's like I completely understand Gene's point and sort of the emotion behind it. But at the same time, I'm with you that I have my doubts that would have done any good. And while I know that this is going to sound enabling, I do want to remind everybody where we were at that time. In other words, the Warriors were about to start a title defense. At that time, the Warriors were not like, is Draymond still good? Are we still viable? Are we getting too old? They were 3 months removed from a title. So Draymond was considered an imperative player and a high-level title defense, preseason NBA championship favorite. Season was about to start. Now, does that all sound like an excuse? Maybe it does, but the bottom line is that's how sports work, and fans usually actually push for that. You don't want your high-level players suddenly removed from the team unless they've done something that is like going to put them in jail.
Right.
Now, you could argue that this could have or should have. Out on the street, maybe it would, but that's not the backdrop of all this. So it doesn't excuse the Warriors. Could they have punished him more? Absolutely. But you're talking about some people that were all riding on a really high horse at that time, and there was a lot on the line, and they weren't willing to risk it, and I get that.
Plus,
I get it.
You don't know if that course of action is going to eradicate the behavior that you're trying to tamp down. And that ultimately is what you have to decide in terms of disciplining any player at any level. I've coached at a lot of high school, and I've had problems with players. I've had players who have needed discipline, and each player needs a different level of discipline. Some can go the tough love. Others, you got a soft play. It depends on the individual. And with Draymond Green, what they have tried has not worked in terms of his behavior. Now, it has worked in terms of 4 championships, and that's where you got to kind of you got to toe the line here, because you need Draymond, but you can't have Draymond acting like this. And so you try to allow it, and you try to handle it in-house as much as you can, and it gets to this point where the league says enough is enough, and now the league steps in and drops the hammer.
Sanjay in Tracy next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Sanjay, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Yes, I'm heading to the Sun soccer game, but I was listening to this wonderful show. I agree with the NBA that they, whatever the action they took in for Draymond Green's suspension, I think it will be at least 10 games. Not in December. He might play maybe end of Jan or something. But I think I want to. I agree with the last caller who mentioned that. I think it's some responsibility and accountability goes to the organization, who did not draw accountability from Draymond when last time he punched Jordan Poole. And even after that, there's some incidents, like 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago. No, I think he needed to have a message sent, and I think this is the right stuff. And I honestly think it's good for the team because it's a distraction right now. Playing with him, players like Jonathan Kuminga and Moody, I think this is a great chance for them to step up and help the team win some games. That's the way I think the direction is.
Yeah, Sanjay,
Thanks, Sanjay.
Don't forget to turn right, by the way. Thank you, Sanjay.
In 300 feet.
Yeah, 300. I think it's probably there by now.
You would hope.
Yeah, make sure you turn right. Don't miss that turn, or else you'll be suspended indefinitely.
I always have a hard time with the organization getting the blame because Draymond Green is a grown-up. Draymond Green is an adult, and the organization's job is to put out an entertaining product and win basketball games. Draymond is entertaining, and he helps you win games. So what is their ultimate responsibility in terms of Draymond's behavior? The number one thing that I think that they should be responsible for is not protecting Jordan Poole. And because he is a fellow employee of the organization. So when they didn't do that, when they didn't punish Draymond for that, then that's a choice they made. And ultimately, it affected Jordan Poole in certain tangible ways, and he played a certain way, I think, because he got punched and nobody had his back. And that's a course of action they took. But all the rest of the Draymond stuff, Draymond's a 32-year-old man.
Yep.
He's responsible for his own actions.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you said that because, and listen, I understand if you feel this way, but like going back to what even Gene said, like this is an ultimate failure of Steve Kerr and the organization. Hold on a second. Tap the brakes there. They haven't been able to get him to do this. Well, wait a minute. That's not first and foremost on them. That's first and foremost on him. You know what I mean? Like, how many times have we heard people go, you got to sit him down and talk to him?
Right,
Do you all have any idea how many times they've done that? I mean, blue in the face 10 times over. Blue in the face 10 times over. They suspended him for Kevin Durant. They've been round and round in circles about all of this stuff. And they've had his back, and then at other times they haven't. They largely have had his back. And now the NBA is saying, we've got your back, but you need help. And so I'd love to know what a head back, if this is like a mental health issue, I'm sorry. I don't ask my basketball coach to be a psychiatrist. Yes, they do need to manage egos, and I'd argue Steve has done that very well through the years.
Right.
But to get to the point where now we're blaming Steve Kerr because Draymond Green has not been able to figure this out, that feels a little unfair to me.
Exactly. If you or I or anybody else here at the station is having problems off the air, it's not up to our boss, Matt Nahigian, to solve the problems. It is up to him to support us and give us the latitude to handle our problems, do what we need to do to come into work and be the best that we can be. But if I'm having problems at home, it's not up to my boss to step in and fix that issue. Or if somebody here has a kid who has trouble getting up for school, or, another person's got this issue or that issue, it's not up to your employer. It's the same thing with the NBA team. If Draymond has anger issues, that's up to Draymond to fix. And if it bleeds over into his job and it affects his team and his franchise, well, then it becomes a league issue and a team issue.
I'm not saying that others don't have a hand in this, but if you want to point the finger at one individual, you start with Draymond.
Exactly.
You start with Draymond Green.
We're dealing with a 32-year-old man.
Yep. Jeff in Albany. Hey, Jeff, what's going on? You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, great. Thanks. I'm going to agree with a lot of the other callers. I think this is a good thing. It's at least a year overdue. And it's good because it's going to, ideally help Draymond. But look, if it doesn't, if we don't address it now, it would just happen in a playoff series, and then we'd watch him blow a playoff series for us again or something like that. But I do have a question. But first, I got to have my I told you so moment, which is I called in at the end of last season and said, this is off-season work. He needs some kind of nonviolent communication training or counseling, or I don't know what it is, something along those lines. And I don't know that it helps to blame leadership, but I think this is definitely another indication that the team is lacking some kind of psychological leadership. And you look at Kerr and you look at Dunleavy, and it's always time spent on questions of the roster, getting the right guys in, and moving the chess pieces around the board. But I want to know y'all's opinion. Who's the leader who's off the court, who cannot just talk to Green, talk to Klay? He's got his issues. Wiggins, he's got some slumps. Steph, sometimes he's looking a little wobbly. So who's got that relationship with the players in the locker room or wherever it is? They really speak to them on the level. And last thing is, one thing I brought up before was, could Kerr call in a favor from Phil Jackson or something, like somebody who can really get to the core of the psychology.
Oh gosh, let me jump in on that, Jeff. Phil Jackson would be an absolute gas can in this locker room. Phil was brilliant, but Phil had his way, and believe you me, he rubbed plenty of people the wrong way. He had two absolute generational players when he was with the Lakers, two generational players when he was with the Bulls. Yes, he managed egos pretty well, but I don't know that he and Draymond would be a good mix. Phil walking around handing out books is probably not what Draymond would want. Some really interesting points there. And let me say this. First of all, you asked, who's got that voice? His name's Bob. He's not with the team anymore.
Right.
So that's a problem. Steph has the cachet to do it. Don't know if he wants to do it or if he has done it. The other side to this, though, I can only state this as a perception. I don't know it to be fact. But based on the conversations we've had, this idea of, boy, they should have gotten to Draymond in the offseason for some work and some counseling, I really firmly believe they did. I really, really do. I mean, Steve addressed this with us last time about he's going to do the work. Like, there's work to be done off the court. I'm not going to give you the details of what it is, but it's being done. I really think the Warriors have tried it all. And to this point, it hasn't worked.
Right. And I like the caller's description of non-confrontational language training. So when Yusuf Nurkic is grabbing his hip, Draymond stops and turns around and says, Yusuf, when you pull my hip like that, it stirs feelings of anger within me. And I really want to swivel around and smack you in the face right now, but I'm working really hard on my non-confrontational language in these incidents. So if you wouldn't mind removing your hand from my hip so that I can receive this pass in the post extended, I'd appreciate that, Yusuf.
That's a shot clock violation. I do want to let you know. I was counting. That was more than 24 seconds. We're going the other way. Yeah. But other than that, good idea.
I mean, and he's not wrong, but we are talking about pro sports, and Draymond Green plays with a certain level of aggressiveness. So you're asking a guy to be aggressive, guard guys who are 80 pounds heavier and 7 inches taller, but also be able to deflect in the moment and be able to contain yourself. You're asking a lot of a guy who's known one way ever since he was a youth in Saginaw.
James in Hayward gets to weigh in. Hey, James, thanks for calling. What's up? James?
In Hayward.
In Hayward? Gone. Is it Bree or Bri? Bree. San Francisco.
Like the cheese.
What up, Bree? I've had some Brie, and I had it twice. So I had Bree at about 3 o'clock today. What's up, Bree?
Hey, I just wanted to get you guys' opinion on a different view of it. So a lot of the players that he's had incidents with, right, I consider them the non-conflict type of guys. So let's just say he had these conflicts with, like, Isaiah Stewart or Dylan Brooks or Patrick Beverly, and he gets ejected, right? He gets ejected from the game. Would his punishment be more of a wash with those type of players? So then now that he's had these incidents with these guys as the non-conflict guys, so now we're tallying up every single time he gets in trouble. But would he have gotten as much in trouble as he did with those type of players?
I think
it's a fair question, Bree.
Yeah, it's a good question, Bree, and thank you for calling. But my perception is that, and sometimes I think we forget this as Warriors fans because he's one of ours. But all those guys you're bringing up, even Dylan Brooks, nationally, Draymond's the guy. Of course, that is enemy number one as far as on court behavior. I'd also push back just a little bit that a lot of the guys he's gotten in an incident with are not the supposed instigators. Sabonis does weird stuff out there.
Sure.
Steven Adams, absolutely physical
player,
instigator on the floor. So, but yeah, Draymond's reputation is ahead of everybody's on this stuff.
I do think that Bree's onto something in terms of if he was going at these other real tough customers
Dylan
and it was
Brooks.
a fair back and forth.
Yeah.
These are not back and forth incidents. He stomped on Sabonis while he was lying on the court.
Well, he had his piece in that, though, too. He did.
Oh, he grabbed his foot.
Yeah.
Well, I know, but
don't do that. But
okay,
yeah,
don't do that.
I'm not excusing it.
I know you're not, but it's not like two guys squaring up or two guys going at it. The guy was on the ground.
Well,
and he got stomped on.
last night, Nurkic, in my opinion, I know, he grabbed his jersey. He did nothing.
He grabbed his hip.
He did nothing outside of what people do on a basketball court. It's a physical game. He did nothing. So, that one has to go away. It's a Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. We got time for more of your calls. And would you like to hear the NBA's official statement? It's got a couple interesting nuggets in it. We'll read it to you next on Willard and Dibs.
For today's show and tell, I present my phone. It's made with glass and various metals I can't pronounce. It's powered by...
Now the Warriors not only looking at losing Draymond for this game, but now when you take into account the way they're handing out suspensions based on past action, will Draymond be suspended for the Clipper game? Or maybe the Clipper game, Brooklyn, Portland. This is just a tough moment here for Golden State.
Keep going.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
They sound like Howard Dean over there.
And he's not going to play Boston. And he's not going to play Washington.
We're going to go to Boston. We're going to go to Washington. We're going to go to Portland again.
And he's not going to play against Denver.
We're going to go to January.
And he's going to miss Miami.
We're going to go to February.
And he's going to miss Dallas. And he won't face the Nuggets.
Might have just dated ourselves a little bit.
Just a touch.
Wasn't that long ago.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Actually, that was a long time ago.
I mean, it was probably
20 years?
I was going to say,
No, maybe not that
30.
long. No.
I love the young people.
No, I was voting age. I was barely voting age 30 years ago. I wasn't even voting yet 30 years ago.
2004.
See? Come on, not even 20.
It's coming up on 20 in January.
2024 here in about a month.
January 19th will be the Dean anniversary.
All right, there you go.
20 years. It's just real quick, 30 seconds on my life. But when you get to be my age and really kind of your age almost.
Easy.
Like, if you say such and such an event, it could be between 3 and 37 years, and I don't know anymore. Yeah,
totally,
and that's
absolutely.
I mean, the Howard Dean thing. I remember it like it was 20 years ago, but I thought it could have been 30.
When did they record Do They Know It's Christmas? Was that last year or the year before?
I think that was 1984.
Or was it 1982?
That was in my high school. I know that.
When did they do that, by the way?
That was Band-Aid.
Do They Know It's Christmas?
I had it in 84. Yeah, 84. Look at me. I got one right.
Did you get it right?
Yep.
You looked it up faster than me, too.
Well, yeah. Well, I just Band-Aid song.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I wasn't talking about I am stuck on Band-Aids because Band-Aids stuck on me.
That's crazy, dude. I was 9.
In 84. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. That's funny.
I was 12, and I looked like I was 18. What am I talking about?
All right, here's the NBA statement. If you're just tuning in, if you're just getting in the car on your way home from work, check it out. Draymond Green has been suspended indefinitely, and will need to work through counseling, work with the league, the Warriors, all of them going to band together to work on a path for his return. Here is the full statement. I'll read it word for word from NBA Communications. Golden State Warriors forward Draymond Green has been suspended indefinitely for striking Phoenix Suns center Yusuf Nurkic in the face. It was announced today by Joe Dumars, Executive VP, Head of Basketball Operations. This outcome takes into account Green's repeated history of unsportsmanlike acts. The incident occurred with 8:23 remaining in the third quarter of the Warriors' 119-116 loss to the Suns on December 12th at Footprint Center. Green received a flagrant foul, too, and was ejected. Green's suspension will begin immediately. He will be required to meet certain league and team conditions before he returns to play. My two observations there, A, not surprising, but they clearly point to this is because of his repeated history. Right. This is not about this
unsportsmanlike acts.
And what I've noticed through a lot of what's being reported in this statement, they're really building a bond between the Warriors and the NBA. Like, let's all gather together.
Right.
And see if we can help Draymond be a better person is the vibe and the message that they're sending out. So when he says, or when they say, he'll be required to meet certain league and team conditions, they're really banding together and building a team attitude of like, let's help Draymond, but also, Draymond, no one's also like on your side here. No one's coming to save you. The Warriors are not going to be like, release a statement tonight like, I can't believe that the league did. No. This is going to be everybody on the same page here.
League and team conditions. And yes. I wonder what those conditions are in terms of the tangible, measurable things. Like, okay, you've got to go to counseling 3 days a week. Okay, he can do that. Yep. You can track that. You can measure that and all the rest of it. And, I mean, does he have to go through a league test where he sits down in a room and it's a feeling test and they hold up a picture of Rudy Gobert? What does this picture make you want to do? Does it make you want to choke somebody?
He's got to buy a Christmas present for Jordan Poole.
Exactly.
December 22nd.
I mean, what are the things that he has to go through in terms of league and station like arrangements? You know?
I forgot. I threw something away that I need. So talk for 20 seconds.
I would love to. This is kind of a nice break for me. For those of you who've been around the show for a while, I don't get to talk that often. So I'm going to take this.
Okay, I'm back. You can shut up now.
Opportunity to. I had where was my manifesto?
Sorry.
4 sentences ago. You got to the trash fast.
I'm sorry. Were you talking?
I was trying to, I don't know. I was just trying to wind up to say something really meaningful. Anyway, yeah, they're going to hold up a picture of Yusuf Nurkic and say, when you see this picture, what does it make you want to do, Draymond? A, slap him. B, hug him.
Slap him.
Yeah. It's
going
to take another month.
You're not
it's going to take another month. You're not ready. You're not ready. They're going to sit him in a room and make him watch Jordan Poole highlights.
One of my favorite movies, Shawshank Redemption. Like Draymond, and this is my perception of John Morant also. Like, remember how they would test Morgan Freeman to see if he was ready to get out of jail?
Yeah.
And they finally rubber stamped him and said, you're ready to go, when he was like, I don't give a rip what you ask me, Sonny. This is a big bunch of BS, and I don't really give a damn how you decide. And they went,
stamp, you're gone.
Right.
All the other times, it's like, no, I am rehabbed. I'm really good. Like Draymond's going to have to learn how to answer the questions, which leaves open for the possibility that absolutely a big nothing burger is going on here, and it's probably true. Let's be honest. Anybody ever been to therapy before? Do you get fixed in 22 days? No, that's not how it works. This is like a lifelong battle.
Right. So is that, and we won't ever know the specifics of what he has to go through, but maybe it's, you need to get 3 days a week of therapy, or you need to get into anger management meetings for 3 times a week for the next 6 months and until the end of the regular season. And maybe that's a part of it.
Someone's asking if he's getting paid, and I actually don't know the answer. Normally on a suspension, you don't, but he's practicing. So I don't know. I don't know if Draymond is getting paid during this time. Then again, I'm not really worried about it either, nor should you. He's going to be fine. He's going to eat. Let's go to John in Oakland. Hi, John. You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, how you doing? I have a point to agree with you and a point to disagree with you.
Okay.
I think that this is an organizational failure going back to the Kevin Durant days. And what we've seen as Draymond is like slowly spiraling and gotten worse. His suspensions have increased. He's 3 times more likely to get suspended when Steph Curry is out. And this is the role of the Warriors. Their job is to put on, as you say, an entertaining and winning product. You're not putting on an entertaining and winning product when Draymond's on the bench. And then they were on a chance to repeat last year, and they could have taken the time to suspend Draymond, kick him out for 5 games at the beginning of the season, repair the team, maybe get Jordan Poole back into it mentally, and instead they let him spiral, and the team split up. And what we see now in the span of 5 or 10 games is behavior's gotten worse. So this is both a Draymond situation and an organization failure.
Well, John, I don't know that you're wrong, and I don't know that you're right. Like, in other words, and we discussed this a little bit before, could the Warriors have done this differently? Yes. Would that have worked? Don't know.
Exactly.
I have no idea. I would only caution and say let's not act like this is an easy nut to crack.
Exactly.
So just because if he's